Chapter 322 Destruction. No way. Looking at the dense debris-covered area around the planet sent back by the sensor, Jinming now knew why there was no spaceship left in the hyperspace area of the galaxy. It turned out that all of them had entered the galaxy to protect their base. Looking at the large area of fire still rising on the planet, Jinming suddenly had a bad premonition. But it shouldn't be so coincidental. Let's see. As Jinming adjusted the sensor accuracy of the reconnaissance fleet spacecraft and conducted a second scan, the specific damage of the wreckage of the ships and orbital defense facilities orbiting the planet also appeared in front of Jinming. After further confirmation, Jinming could make a judgment. The cause of these wreckages was that the spacecraft or defense facilities were shattered by some extremely powerful physical attack, and then exploded due to line damage or various reasons. This situation looked quite familiar to Jinming. Sure enough, it was a phase behemoth. What else could do such damage besides it? Turning around to look at the situation on the planet, it was probably the phase beast that was causing trouble. It's really here. Jinming was a little nervous for a moment. He just had some ideas in his mind and said them casually. But when he arrived at the base of the mechanical tribe, he found that the phase beast had arrived earlier than him. Really, he didn't know what to say. How did the mechanical tribe provoke the phase beast? How could they be targeted like this? Last time, they opened up and found a base, but it was demolished by the phase beast. As a result, it was demolished by the phase beast again this time. Jinming hasn't made a move yet. Speaking of which, Jinming remembered that the last time the phase behemoth chased the mechanical race's reinforcement fleet to the base they had opened up. So what was the reason this time? Of course, this is not the point now. Jinming didn't want to care about this phase behemoth. As long as the behemoth continued to attack the mechanical race, it would be absolutely a good thing for him. What he had to do now was to find the mechanical race that had stolen the goods. He had to first confirm whether the fleet that had jumped away before had arrived here. Even if the attack of the phase behemoth might affect his fleet, he couldn't just run a trip. But just when Jinming was thinking about finding the target, the images on the sensor sent back by his reconnaissance fleet in the galaxy suddenly showed the mechanical race fleets that had attacked his fleet before. Not all of the fleets. Only about half of these fleets were left at this time, consisting of a dozen cruisers and barely 100 small ships. They had just taken off from the planet that was being ravaged, escaped the gravity of the planet, and fled in panic towards the edge of the galaxy. The cruiser that robbed Jinming's cargo hold was also among them. It seemed that the timing was just right. But just as Jinming was glad that these ships did not run away directly, he also noticed a problem. It was still a matter of time. Adding up what happened before and after, it was almost an hour since the mechanical race attacked his fleet. Even if the mechanical race fleet's jump destination during the evacuation was not here, but a nearby galaxy, it was not far from here. It would take no more than 20 minutes to get here by the route. The mechanical race would definitely come here earlier than him, and would know earlier that the phase behemoths were attacking the base. Jinming saw that it was normal for the mechanical race's fleet to appear on the surface of the planet after looting. But as long as he thought about it carefully, he would find the problem. The battle between the mechanical race and the phase behemoths here must have lasted for more than a while. Looking at the wreckage in the orbit of the planet, it can be seen that at least 1 or 2 hours have passed. At the latest, the battle broke out when the mechanical race that ambushed his freight fleet evacuated. In other words, these mechanical race fleets had only 2 choices after looting and jumping away. Either come to support, or just run away. There is no reason to come here and then run away. And those mechanical race fleets were running away when they were seen by Jinming. And they were obviously not coming to support. After all, support must have weapons that can support. Otherwise it is just giving away for nothing. The supporting fleet would not have to flee in panic like it is now. At least they should maintain a loose formation to engage the phase beast. Right? Although this phase beast cannot be observed, its impact on the real world is considerable. As long as the physical distance is maintained, the destructive power of the phase beast will be greatly limited. Except for the surface of the Earth. Of course, the buildings on the surface cannot be moved. And if they are targeted by the beast, they will have to be demolished. But the fleet really has no such restrictions. What exactly are these mechanical fleets that robbed Jinming doing back? It can't be that they leave the stolen cargo hold on this already doomed planet. Right? Maybe there is a special reason? Jinming doesn't understand. But it's okay. He will understand soon. After determining the escape direction of the mechanical looting fleet inside Jinming's fleet, which is in the hyperspace of the galaxy, immediately began to dispatch and approach the other side of the galaxy in the hyperspace, ready to ambush. The efficiency of movement in the hyperspace is much higher than that in the normal universe environment, which can definitely give the fleeing mechanical race a big blow. Bai Quan next to him saw this, and told Qinming several possible locations where the mechanical race's fleet might appear when leaving the galaxy. The mechanical race is now escaping, and it must pursue efficiency. Then it must enter the hyperspace in an extreme range that is guaranteed not to be affected by the galaxy's gravity well. So the location where they come out is actually predictable. Although now these mechanical races are in a hurry because of the phase behemoth, they can no longer take care of everything. The reconnaissance fleet sent by Qinming was not discovered at all. And even if the location of the deployment was slightly deviated, the impact would not be too great. But Qinming is definitely willing to listen to good suggestions. He immediately changed the ambush position slightly, and after noting Baichuan's battlefield tips, he put all the ships into combat readiness, ready to fire at any time, while Qinming was preparing for the ambush. His reconnaissance fleet that had entered the galaxy in advance chose to approach the attack planet. Although the wreckage around the planet has basically confirmed that this was done by the phase monster, but he still wanted to see with his own eyes what those spaceships and buildings looked like when they were destroyed, so as to thoroughly confirm the true situation. As Qinming's reconnaissance fleet approached, the specific situation on the planet was also returned to Qinming's eyes through the sensor. The mechanized mechanical city that occupied almost all the land on the planet has now become nearly half of the wasteland. There are broken mechanical buildings and mechanical individuals that have been shut down everywhere. They all have a common feature. That is, they are all destroyed by crushing attacks. Something huge and heavy crushed them. Even the surrounding land sank into the ground by more than 10 to dozens of meters. And these sinking traces are all in the shape of manta rays. After Qinming's reconnaissance fleet approached the planet to a certain distance and could determine the details of what happened on the planet through sensors, it did not continue to approach. Instead, it began to orbit the planet for reconnaissance. Not long after, he found traces of the activity of the phase beast. Fresh traces. I saw that near an ocean on the planet, in a mechanical mineral mining area, an existence that cannot be observed by the naked eye is constantly attacking this area. The method is very simple. Just flutter on the surface like a fish out of water. Although the phase beast is only the size of an ordinary cruiser, its strong physical strength is enough to directly crash a cruiser of the same level. And its terrifying weight can leave horrible scars on the ground even if it just rolls casually. Create a bombardment that makes everything tremble. A large number of mechanical individuals are constantly fleeing this area with mechanical equipment or something. In addition, there are some newly produced mechanized psychic creatures of the mechanical race, trying to use psychic energy to attack the phase behemoth. However, all the psychic effects are all applied to the empty space. This phase behemoth that cannot be observed by the naked eye and cannot be touched cannot be hurt by psychic energy either. The phase behemoth seems to have some deep hatred with the mechanical race, constantly attacking the mechanical race and constantly destroying everything they have. Qinming is not sure whether this phase behemoth is the same as the previous one. If it is, it will be interesting. If you want to be sure, it should be possible. The size of the imprint left on the ground on the planet roughly shows that it is not much different from the previous one. As long as the complete imprint details can be obtained and compared with the previous imprint, it is very likely that it can be figured out whether it is the same one. However, there are other people studying the phase behemoth, so he doesn't need to pay more attention to it. Just don't provoke it now. Qinming carefully continued to let the reconnaissance fleet orbit around the planet. Continue to look for some important places on the planet. For example, various large warehouses that the mechanical race should have. When the reconnaissance fleet approached just now, they had already found several warehouses, and those warehouses had been completely destroyed by the phase monsters. However, Qinming wanted to go around and see if there were any other large warehouses, in case the stolen goods were really in there, and were not destroyed by the phase monsters. After all, Qinming had not yet come into contact with the fleeing mechanical cruisers, and was not sure whether the stolen energy crystal crabs were still on the cruisers or stored in the warehouses. He had to investigate. Go around the planet again and see if you can't find the warehouse. Retreat temporarily. After the fight with the phase monster is over, he will come back to see if there are any wreckages to clean up. Qinming controlled the fleet to speed up again. However, just as he was about to leave, he suddenly found that a spaceship that the mechanical race came to support suddenly launched a beam of light that was visible to the naked eye. It seemed straight, but if you look closely, you will find that it has been completely distorted. No, Chen Ming found that it was not the beam that was distorted, but the space around the beam. It seemed to have successfully hit the phase monster in the phase space and disappeared, leaving half of it in the air. And the next move of the phase monster also confirmed what Chen Ming had just seen. The spaceship was immediately counterattacked by the phase monster. It was smashed directly from the bow to the stern by the monster. It seemed that it had not caused any critical damage to the phase monster. But it was this beam weapon that appeared for just a few seconds and was destroyed that made several generals in the conference room stand up in an instant and gather together in front of the screen projected by Chen Ming. Phase weapons. Although Chen Ming had just guessed that this was the thing, he couldn't help but ask after hearing several generals say so, can the normal universe see weapons that attack the phase space? Chiu Bowen knew that Chen Ming had learned about the phase technology, so he didn't hide it. He said, of course not. But that beam is just a laser indicator. It uses the resonance of the phase weapon in the phase space to show the visible light band in the normal world. The key is that the light was cut off. This can only be the effect of phase weapons. It seems that the mechanical race has also started to study phase technology since the last attack by the phase beast, and it seems to be very close to our progress. A lieutenant general next to him said, then their efficiency may be higher than ours. We started researching earlier, but we were still caught up by the mechanical race. Another lieutenant general also said in rebuttal, they are shining relics. Shining civilization must have phase technology. The mechanical race just picked up the phase technology again. So of course, it will be faster than us. Bai Quan did not participate in the discussion of the research progress of phase technology among several generals at this time. He was more concerned about more practical things. Chen Ming, if there is a chance, find a way to obtain the wreckage of the spacecraft that used the phase weapon. This is very important for our research on phase technology. However, Chen Ming did not agree directly. I don't think it's possible. This phase monster is still here. I can't rush in against it. At most, I will wait until it is done. And then I will pick up the garbage. That's fine. Let's find another opportunity. Okay. Chen Ming wrote down the coordinates of this location and continued to let the reconnaissance fleet move away. But just when he had the ship take such action, his fleet was paralyzed and received a special frequency band communication. Communication? Chen Ming immediately connected. And a sound as if something drowned in the deep sea suddenly came from the communication channel. This sound across the deep sea was very vague, and Chen Ming could hear that it was sharp, but not harsh. And there was also a vague emotion that Chen Ming couldn't feel clearly. Chen Ming suddenly felt confused. The source of the communication signal was also vague, but it was definitely on the planet in front of him. Was it sent by the mechanical race? Or, the communication signal from the planet was still being received by Chen Ming's ships. But Chen Ming couldn't hear clearly what was contained in the sound. He thought about it, and connected the communication device of the reconnaissance fleet in the conference room, and played the audio data received by the communication device in the conference room. After playing the sound just recorded, Chen Ming asked, what does this sound mean? Sound? What sound? What are you talking about? Now it was Chen Ming's turn to be confused. I just played a piece of audio. Didn't you hear it? No. Chen Ming didn't understand. So he simply played it again. His ears could clearly hear the sound, but from the expressions on the faces of the people around him, they didn't hear anything. Obviously, Chen Ming directly took the recorded audio file and used it. He could hear the sound. So why couldn't others? Chen Ming immediately analyzed the data of the saved audio file. He unexpectedly found that there was no sound wave in any frequency band in this audio file. Whether it was the sound that humans could hear, or the ultrasonic and infrasound waves that humans could not hear, there was nothing. There was no sound wave at any frequency band. But he could hear the sound from this file. Seeing that the expressions of several people around him were a little strange, Chen Ming could only say, maybe I heard it wrong. He stopped the audio and continued to control the ship. The audio band sound received by his reconnaissance fleet became more and more blurred as the fleet moved away from the previous position, as if it was immersed in the deep sea, and gradually could not be received. This made him more determined in his guess. However, although Chen Ming pretended to be stupid and avoided the topic of audio, but everyone present was smart, and Chen Ming's performance did not seem to be fake. He must have heard something, but they couldn't hear it. And Qinming didn't want to say more. So there was no way to ask. Just keep it as a secret in mind. Maybe it will be useful one day in the future? Several people watched Qinming continue to operate silently. At the same time, they observed the reconnaissance fleet investigating the surface of the planet, and the main fleet ambushing in the hyperspace. At the moment, when the reconnaissance fleet saw the mechanical fleet that barely escaped the clutches of the phase behemoth in the galaxy, and arrived at the edge of the galaxy, and started the hyperspace channel engine. It's over. I don't know who said this. The mechanical fleet stepped into Qinming's encirclement without any preparation. When a ship enters hyperspace, its speed relative to the coordinate point at the moment of entering hyperspace will be reset to 0. And it is impossible to accelerate to a speed that can dodge in an instant. The large weapons of 200 armor-piercing ships and 4 afterglow cruisers have already been aimed at them. Qinming didn't even need to release the meteor fighter at the Stardust level. The particle torrent of more than 200 tachyon spears has swept the entire battlefield. Almost all the mechanical fleets were destroyed in an instant and exploded into fireworks. However, Qinming also deliberately left a gap in the firepower network for the cruiser with cargo. He had to confirm whether the cargo was still on the ship, and it was this gap that gave the mechanical fleet a little chance of survival. After a round of attacks, in addition to the cruiser that Qinming deliberately let go, there was another cruiser that Qinming had never seen before hiding behind the cruiser that Qinming had let go and escaped. And Qinming had never seen this cruiser starting the jump engine that the cruisers that Qinming had seen could not use again in a short period of time. And the ship that Qinming had let go was between Qinming's fleet and it, blocking it tightly. In order to avoid accidental damage to the ship, Qinming only deployed unilateral firepower when preparing for an ambush. Therefore, Qinming really couldn't open fire directly for a while. However, he also found out why the mechanical fleet didn't retreat directly or go to support. Obviously it was because of this ship. These ships probably wanted to take it away. So they returned to the planet attacked by the phase monster. This ship is very important. Then Qinming must not let it go. It just so happened that he also had the equipment to block the jump engine, which was given to him by Baikuan. Although he used an obsolete model, it was not unusable, as Qinming directly used psychic energy to transfer and start the equipment. The spaceship that started the jump engine immediately broke down, and the engine fell into a short malfunction. It was during the short malfunction that Qinming's fleet had already bypassed it, and the crossfire directly blew up the engine of the ship protected by the mechanical family. Want to run? Can't run away at all. The other people in the conference room could see from the pictures sent back that the purpose of the mechanical family was to protect this ship. This ship must be very special and must have its unique value. If the Legion can get it, it will be very meaningful. But none of them said anything, because the ship is with Qinming. It is impossible for Qinming to spit it out. If Qinming himself was summoned to perform a mission, they still have reasons to ask Qinming to take out the things. But the current situation is that Qinming discovered the base of the mechanical race. And when he attacked the base, he encountered this ship and captured it. It is impossible to ask Qinming to hand in the captured things. Anyway, if there are some things that Qinming finds that he can't eat alone, he will hand them over to the Legion sooner or later. For example, the energy crystal crab is also a thing that Qinming got himself. Before, he did business with the Legion and found that he couldn't eat the cake of the entire empire. In the end, didn't he still hand it over to the Legion? So as long as it is something that will be more beneficial to the Legion, Qinming will definitely hand it over to the Legion. He is not stupid. Of course, it would be better if more information about the mechanical race could be obtained from this spaceship. After all, Qinming is about to participate in the war of the mechanical race, and it is impossible for him to conceal any information about the mechanical race. Baikuan didn't care. His relationship with Qinming was different from that of others. If there was anything, he could just ask him. If he couldn't know, the Legion didn't need to know. So now, everyone just pretended not to see it. They just watched Qinming dismantle all the weapons of the 2 cruisers in front of them, and forcibly control the 2 ships. They planned to jump away. Xiaoboan suddenly said at this time, "Stop for a moment. Qinming, can you do something for me?" Qinming, who was excitedly using the data cable pulled out from the afterglow core on the cruiser to control the 2 cruisers of the mechanical clan, was distracted and asked, "What's the matter? The fleet you sent to scout should not leave for the time being. Wait a little longer." Chapter 323 Demand. Faced with Xiaoboan's request, Qinming asked, "What do you want to do?" I want your fleet to wait there for a while, until the Legion's fleet arrives for further investigation. If your fleet suffers any losses, the Legion can reimburse you. Now is a good opportunity. What opportunity? Seeing that Qin Ming looked very uninterested, Chiu Bowen could only reason with him. Where your fleet is now. An important base belonging to the mechanical clan has just been destroyed. The forces around the mechanical clan must be at their weakest, which happens to be the mechanical clan's weakness. There are a large number of mechanical clan wreckage that can be obtained. And there are even those mechanical clan machines that we have only a preliminary understanding of for the time being. Samples of mechanized psychic creatures. Studying these remains will definitely be of great benefit. We can all see that this must be a new colony developed by the mechanical race in recent times. The industrialization level is already quite complete and can be expanded at any time. There must be the most advanced technology applications belonging to the mechanical race here. Our technology is developing. And so is the mechanical race. It is beneficial to obtain their advanced technology. And this planet itself has its value. It can be the site of the mechanical race's base, which means that the galaxy itself has a special place. So the mechanical race is very likely not to give up here. We can leave some things belonging to humans on it, which will be useful in the future. We absolutely cannot miss it. After explaining the reasoning, Chiu Bowen also knew that Qin Ming was a person who would not show his eagle until he saw the rabbit, and then began to lure him with benefits. This operation initially only involved your mission. But if you are willing to continue, it can be regarded as the frontline military headquarters in Gallow inviting you to participate in the mission aimed at achieving military goals. Afraid that Qin Ming did not understand what he meant, Chiu Bowen said again, when performing military missions, some local armies are not confident in their own strength, and they can invite other similar military departments to participate. Generally, the two departments exchange some economic, material or technical aspects in return for being invited. Personal invitations are rare, but there are precedents. The Superior Department is also responsible for communication and material exchanges between the two military organizations. And then the personnel will be sent abroad. Within the organization, the dispatched personnel will be given contribution points or other rewards. This is the rule of our Legion. Bai Quan suddenly interrupted and added, in fact, our Legion is also part of the frontline military. The Legion itself is involved in the frontline military. In addition, there are several legions, and the Starfield Joint Front in which Gallow participates. The current operation is equivalent to using the Legion of the frontline military to carry out a personnel dispatch with the Legion itself. Qin Ming frowned and thought about Bai Quan's meaning, and asked back, what do you mean by embezzlement? Chiu Bowen quickly denied, you can't say that, because you are the director of an independent supernatural research institute, under the name of Bai Quan Branch. The only people who can dispatch you in the Corps are Bai Quan and the Corps Commander. But whether you listen to it or not is another matter. So when the Corps Commander is on the other side of the front line, and Bai Quan is not at work, no one can dispatch you at will. In theory, this is really the only way to dispatch you. Although it is indeed a bit non-compliant to tell the truth. Your situation is quite special, and no one will bother about it. Of course, the premise is that you accept it. Chiu Bowen's tone can be said to be quite tactful. But Qin Ming still couldn't help but say, isn't this still lining his own pockets? Chiu Bowen supported his forehead. The Corps will not rely on this to earn supplies or something. And the account will be balanced by then. And no one will suffer any losses. No loss? Qin Ming thought about it and asked, it's equivalent to the material circulated between the front line and the Legion. And the contribution points were generated for me for no reason. Right? Qin Ming's direct statement of the actual situation made Chiu Bowen a little embarrassed. He nodded slightly. If you understand it this way, then understand it this way. After all, contribution points cannot be given casually. There must be a reason. And this is the reason. To be honest, Qin Ming felt that this was a bit too political. But since he was the beneficiary, he actually had nothing to say about this matter. However, he still had to ask some key questions. If no one is considered my superior, how to calculate the contribution points? Bai Quan answered for Chiu Bowen, under normal circumstances, according to the ratio of material exchange between the frontline military and the Legion. I can get a share of the contribution points, and I will be responsible for the distribution. There is a minimum ratio that requires me to give you a certain amount of contribution points. I can keep the rest for myself or give it all to you. Usually, I will give it all directly no matter what the situation is. Contribution points are a way for psychics to quantify military merits. Who would deduct them for no reason? The distributor also has some extra rewards, so there is no need to embezzle them. Chiu Bowen then said, but Bai Quan is not in the branch now, and is not within his authority. So the Legion will directly calculate the contribution points to you, and give them to you directly. Qinming asked again, does that mean that the contribution points obtained from the exchange of materials are also randomly filled in? Chiu Bowen did not answer immediately, because this is the key to the matter. The only contribution points in the whole matter are generated out of nowhere. He can't say anything. If a few contribution points are given, it will be given. If too many contribution points lead to the end of the supervision, then the problem will be big. So he said conservatively, basic third-class merit, at least second-class merit for mission completion. First-class merit and special merit depend on the situation. If there are major achievements, then even if I don't want to give you first-class merit, someone else will definitely give it to you. According to the rules of the Corps, third-class merit counts as 500 contribution points, and second-class merit counts as 2,000 contribution points, which is acceptable to Qinming. After all, it's just arranging the spacecraft to fly here for a few days. Even if the spacecraft is damaged, there will be compensation, so there will be no loss at all. Don't you need to notify other people about this? For example, people in the frontline military? The frontline military is now headed by the Corps. We don't need anyone else to tell us what to do. We must not do anything too extreme. There are people from the Empire supervising us. But our internal affairs don't matter. Chiu Bowen added fuel to the fire and said, as long as this mission is successful, you will be the key person to complete the mission, and you will also get an extra military merit. We will never treat you unfairly. 2 benefits. It sounds very tempting. But he was not overwhelmed by the temptation. He continued to ask, who will be responsible for this matter? You are now stationed at the headquarters. And Bai Quan is also at the headquarters. Who can be responsible? Of course, the frontline military department is responsible. Chiu Bowen answered quickly, and Bai Quan is still a member of the frontline now, just temporarily back for further study. And I will also be transferred to the frontline when the war stage changes. At that time, all the finishing work will be our responsibility. As for the current specific command, it is the current head of the frontline military department, General Guiyan. Qinming turned his head and looked at Bai Quan. Seeing Bai Quan nodded, it means that Guiyan is a trustworthy person. Qinming has no objection. I can help you. In fact, there is another more important reason for agreeing to this matter. That is, Qinming originally planned to let the fleet stay. He was still very interested in the phase creature and the things left by the mechanical race. It's just that he didn't plan to do this in front of other people. So since Chiu Bowen asked him to do it openly, why not do it? Although this matter seems to have many irregularities, Bai Quan is not going to cheat his good friend and son-in-law. Even if the whole thing went wrong, the biggest loss for him was only a few destroyers. But even if he lost the armor-piercing ships with antimatter reactors and engines, the cost was just that. After having the manufacturing technology and basic materials, the remaining costs were a fraction of a cent. Qinming could also recycle the afterglow core at any time if there was an accident. To be honest, the most expensive thing he lost was the tachyon spear. However, if the tachyon spear was bought directly from Tachyon Technology Company, it would be expensive. After all, there are patent fees. But Qinming obviously would not spend money in vain. He dismantled the tachyon spear and researched it himself. The cost of making it with materials by himself is at least 2/3 less than buying it directly. Even if a few doors are lost, it is not a big problem. It has to be said that patents really make money. It can be seen from the fact that Qinming can even support an entire pioneering fleet by himself with a few patents. As for what Tachyon Technology Company would think if it knew Qinming was doing this, Qinming can only say. Anyway, his warships did not appear in the Empire. If Tachyon Technology had the ability, it could just collect the patent fees. It was no big deal. They didn't know how many tachyon spears he had. So how could they collect the money? At most, the Legion would help him pay. So now that Chiu Bowen was willing to pay some costs, Qinming was still very happy to do something. He even asked very considerately, how many ships do you need? Where do you need my ships to stop? Or what do you want to do? Chiu Bowen was also relieved. If this thing could succeed, it would also be of great benefit to him. As the commander who issues orders, he can naturally share some of the credit as long as his subordinates make achievements. And this achievement will also allow him to get more resources after he goes to the front line. Chiu Bowen said to Chen Ming, I need 10 law enforcers and 20 armor breakers to temporarily stay in that galaxy, with the priority of ensuring my own safety. The most important task is to help us confirm the situation of the phase beasts, the time for the arrival of mechanical reinforcements, and the progress of their actions to clean up their own planets. The speed of our Legion's ships is not as fast as yours. It will take several days to go there, so you may need to keep monitoring there and stay awake. How long will it take? The fleet with sufficient supplies will jump at any cost, including the time cost of advanced reconnaissance. It will arrive in about 4 days. If it's faster, the subsequent evacuation will be more dangerous. So this is the shortest possible time. Chen Ming suddenly asked, what if I can provide you with a safe jump point? Chiu Bowen looked a little surprised, but he soon got used to Chen Ming occasionally taking out some important things that ordinary people would never think of, and said, the time can be shortened by 1/3. That's good. I'll send you the coordinates when the time comes. In addition, it's actually easy to solve the problem of me staying awake. Do you have an afterglow core? What level? Gamma will do. Wait a moment. Chiu Bowen immediately picked up the terminal and contacted. 5 minutes later, a person brought a palm-sized iron-red gamma core into the conference room. Chen Ming directly used psychic energy to control this core, and connected the core to the computer in the conference room. At the same time, psychic energy was used to build a psychic communication network between this afterglow core and the afterglow core in the galaxy of the mechanical race. It is called a communication network, but in fact it can also transmit image signals. Let the afterglow of the mechanical race transmit all data back through this core, and the orders received by this afterglow core can also be transmitted to the front line. There is no time delay or impact. Let this afterglow core help Chen Ming control the fleet of the mechanical race. Although Chen Ming's mental power still consumes his own mental power, Chen Ming only needs to spend mental power, and does not need to spend extra attention. After finishing, Chen Ming pushed the computer to Chiu Bowen and said, okay, come on. Try to issue an order. Chiu Bowen looked at Chen Ming again with great surprise, and then tried to use the computer to issue a few simple orders to the fleet of the mechanical race. The effect is very good, and Chiu Bowen also thought of more from this computer. The Empire has superluminal communication technology, but it cannot do so on the front lines of war, because superluminal communication requires superluminal communication base stations to cover, and superluminal communication cannot be achieved in places without base stations. It is impossible to set up base stations stably in places like the front lines. And even if they are set up, they may not be able to be maintained. Chen Ming directly ignored the basic conditions for the development of any empire for many years, and directly relied on psychic power to solve all problems. This made Chiu Bowen feel that Chen Ming was a particularly outrageous person. And there is another special thing about Chen Ming. That is, whose psychic power can be shared with other conscious beings, who can share the effect of psychic power with others completely. It seems that 1,000 faces killed by Chen Ming can do part of it, but that 1,000 faces only steals the psychic power of others, instead of directly sharing his own psychic power and maintaining absolute control. Chiu Bowen knew the general effect of Chen Ming's psychic power before, but at that time, he just thought that Chen Ming was a slightly special psychic. He has seen many special psychics, but not many can really grow up, which led to him not caring too much about Chen Ming. But now, after witnessing this effect that transcends time and space, and can share this power, he felt that he must think carefully about his attitude towards Chen Ming. After handing the computer to Chiu Bowen, Chen Ming felt that there was nothing for him to do in the conference room for the time being, and he had done what he should do. But before leaving, he still had a question. By the way, General Chiu, the things you promised before. Chen Ming was referring to Chiu Bowen's previous request for the assistance of ships and materials from the Legion. Originally, everyone present thought that Chen Ming's fleet was going to fight a fierce battle. But who would have thought that it would be intercepted by the phase monster? But Chiu Bowen had already promised this before Chen Ming's fleet entered the galaxy, and Chen Ming couldn't let him swallow his words back. Chiu Bowen was already considering changing his attitude towards Chen Ming at this time. So now he said decisively, of course I will give it to you. Whatever you need. Bai Quan had guessed what Chen Ming wanted at this time, and Chen Ming also said in line with his thoughts, phase ship. Although Chen Ming was not very interested in the mechanical family's spaceship with phase weapons. After Bai Quan asked Chen Ming to find a way to obtain the mechanical family's phase weapon technology, His attitude was to just go with the flow. After all, it was only the technology of phase weapons, not the technology of phase ships. This was the same as the main battleship technology, which he had not learned yet. He had no foundation, so there was not much meaning in getting it. At most, he could use it as a special weapon. If you really want to master the phase technology, you still have to learn from the basics. And to learn the basics, you still have to go to the Ship Research Institute, although he hasn't been there yet. As an honorary member of the Ship Research Institute, he has heard of several Ship Research Institute's phase spaceship projects. And the most important project is now even followed up by the director of the Ship Research Institute. And there are cooperation with several other Ship Research Institutes from different organizational departments. He is also quite interested. But a complete phase spaceship is completely different. With such a spaceship in hand, Chen Ning can even use his deep maintenance psychic power to eliminate all the unreasonableness in the research and development process. Become a real phase ship. When Chen Ming has more opportunities to contact the phase ship in the future and masters the technology of the phase ship, these things he has researched using psychic power can be further announced. Further patents based on the phase ship can provide Chen Ming with financial support, which will not be bad. Chiu Bowen also agreed immediately. That's totally fine. But the phase ship is currently only available in the laboratory. The ship laboratory. The Legion commander has given you the authority before. If you need it, we can build one specifically for you. You can go and get it at any time. But you have to know that our research on phase ships is still in the development stage. And all phase ships are experimental models. Definitely not a warship that can go to the battlefield. If you really need a complete ship, you have to cooperate a little in the experiment. And your psychic power will definitely be very helpful for the experiment. I have to make these clear to you in advance. Chen Ming nodded and said, no problem. I also have the idea of going to the Ship Research Institute. But I am still focusing on the Psychic Research Institute. The day to go to the Ship Research Institute, Chen Ming estimated that it would be in the middle of the war. Because he is going to the Psychic Research Institute now for two things. One is to study the psychic hive thinking network of the counter-mechanical race, and the psychic equipment of various mechanical races at the Psychic Research Institute. And the other is to study the stable cultivation of the spiritual nerve. The former is important. When the initial war between the Empire and the Mechanical Clan was almost over, more detailed information about the Mechanical Clan was obtained, and the foundation of the Mechanical Clan's new psychic weapons was understood. The Psychic Research Institute was most likely not the main force in the war. Wars must be won with warships after all. So he had to go to the Ship Research Institute sooner or later. And Chen Ming had to get involved in the research of phase ships sooner or later. Chiu Bowen got Chen Ming's reply and stopped talking to Chen Ming. He decisively agreed to Chen Ming's request. He would personally ask for help. And the Ship Research Institute would definitely not mind giving Chen Ming a ship. After confirming that there was really nothing for him to do here, Chen Ming stood up directly. He wanted to go back to the Psychic Research Institute to continue his research. By the way, he had to summarize the gains from this small-scale operation. I have to say, although the scale of this operation was quite small, he still gained a lot. That special audio. That special mechanical cruiser. Both of these things have secrets. And Chen Ming has to go and discover the secrets. Just as Chen Ming walked out of the conference room a few steps, using psychic power to check his gains, Bai Quan also followed out and called Chen Ming. Are you free? Let's talk. Okay. After Chen Ming agreed, Bai Quan took him to another empty room in their building. After closing the door, Bai Quan asked curiously, what is that audio? Chen Ming asked speechlessly, you called me here to ask this? Not really. Just out of curiosity. Although it was a bit difficult. Chen Ming still answered seriously, my ship received a communication frequency. And then I heard some special sounds from this frequency. But you can't hear it. So I initially suspected that this sound was the sound of a phase creature. I planned to go to the Ship Research Institute under the pretext of asking for the phase ship to see if I can use the technology related to the phase space to fix the audio. I see. Satisfied with his curiosity, Bai Quan finally got back to business. I just received a message here that there is a gossip spreading outside. What news? Someone is questioning whether you deliberately let the fleet be attacked by the mechanical race. Chapter 324 Core of Personality. Bai Quan said that someone questioned Chen Ming. But Chen Ming's first reaction was not the question itself, but the reason that led to the question. The news was spread so quickly. Logically speaking, The people who knew about this matter were the few people in the conference room just now. Chiu Bowen, Bai Quan, and the other 2 lieutenant generals. As a result, the matter was not even over yet. And someone had already known the news and even began to question him. This made Qinming a little at a loss for words for a moment. Bai Quan also knew why Qinming asked this question. And explained, because the result of this matter is good. Your fleet was attacked. And eventually a base of the mechanical race was destroyed. Which is a good thing no matter how you look at it. If the result is not good, it won't be so fast. Now Qinming heard the reason. It seems that the few people sitting in the conference room just now were all fueling the flames. Indeed, this should be done before the war between the Empire and the mechanical race begins. Actively announcing some examples of achievements in the war will greatly improve the overall morale. Qinming can understand it. But he just didn't react at first. Knowing the whole story, Qinming stopped worrying and asked Bai Quan, what do those people who question me mean? Are they questioning me for getting robbed on purpose? Being robbed by the mechanical race is not a good thing. But it's normal for people to question. To be honest, if I were someone else and heard that I was robbed by the mechanical race, I wouldn't believe it. Bai Quan smiled. Many people know that Qinming's psychic power can control all machines. And the mechanical race is also included. So this led to the fact that Qinming was robbed by the mechanical tribe. Which was outrageous no matter how you looked at it. But that was the fact. Some people think that you did this to cheat the Legion support materials and funds. Could it be someone from Chiu Bowen's side? Originally, Qinming thought that it was normal for someone to question him. But when he heard Bai Quan say that other people questioned him, Qinming subconsciously had this new idea. Bai Quan said repeatedly, not that. Not that. The general will not find someone to scold you just because you took something from him. In fact, there are people in our faction who are talking about it. But what they mean is that you actually learned to cheat funds so quickly. And they suspect that I led you astray. This, Qinming spread his hands, indicating that he had nothing to say. Bai Quan suddenly moved closer to Qinming and whispered, did you do it on purpose? Qinming subconsciously wanted to answer no. But after careful consideration, he answered, I don't know. Bai Quan returned to his normal sitting position after hearing this. Then I would rather believe that you really made a mistake. Although it may have been an accident at first. I feel that when you discovered the mechanical tribe's base, you planned to take advantage of the situation. Use this opportunity to seize the mechanical tribe's things and get some extra benefits from the Legion. It's not that it's not possible. It's good to cheat the funds occasionally. The Legion can't use up the funds every year. Every year. It has to find ways to make the funds overspend. Why is that? Because if the Legion's funds are not used up, it will get less next year. So it's okay to cheat the funds occasionally. But you could have told me all the plans in advance. Qinming was silent and nodded slowly. He really wanted to ask. I didn't know I had this idea. How did you know? But now he looked back. His subconscious actions seemed to be aimed at this purpose. There was nothing wrong. Maybe after being attacked, his subconscious felt that he could get benefits in the base of the mechanical tribe and get support from the Legion. So he did it. He just agreed. There was no need to say more. So Qinming thought about it and simply responded to Bai Quan's first sentence. Actually, this shouldn't be considered a mistake, because I have already made all the subsequent preparations. But the mechanical race is more prepared than me. And the next time I continue to transport goods, I may still use only one cruiser. Unless it is really the most important thing. I will directly use psychic energy to jump. Bai Quan asked in confusion, is your mental power enough to support the jump? Of course it is enough. Qinming said, but I can't rely on me to transport everything I have. I want to build a reasonable transportation network. Not a transportation network that depends on me. Just like that batch of energy crystal crabs. Even if it was attacked by the mechanical race once, it is still moving slowly on the road. I won't use psychic energy to touch it. Bai Quan didn't ask Qinming what to do if the fleet was attacked again. Qinming must have been prepared. What he cares more about now is the hidden meaning in Qinming's words. You are still thinking about going outside. Qinming did not deny Bai Quan. And said, you know the reason? Bai Quan was speechless. Because he knew that Qinming had really seen too many troublesome things in the Empire. Some of them were disgusting even for him when he came here many times. Not to mention Qinming. It was impossible for him to persuade him. He could only hope that Qinming would have his own considerations and not abandon Chengxinghai. Then let it be. Bai Quan did not say anything that Qinming did not like to hear, and simply left here. And Qinming also left the military base in a shuttle not long after. The rest of the things here depend on the handling of others. And he just needs to wait for the acceptance of the results. He has to do something else now. For example, confirm the situation of the 2 mechanical cruisers he captured. After all the weapons were removed, the 2 captured mechanical cruisers were connected to the data line connected to the Yuwei core and controlled by Qinming. After several rounds of jumps, they were sent back to Qinming's pioneering base. One was the cruiser that had seized the cargo before, and the other was protected by other cruisers. At this time, they were quietly suspended in the orbit of the planet where Qinming's base was developed, waiting for Qinming's inspection. Since Qinming came here this time for the cruiser that seized his cargo, so now, he also directly focused on this cruiser. This cruiser belonging to the mechanical family is somewhat different from the standard level cruiser of the mechanical family. It has undergone some modifications, and has an additional device for capturing objects drifting in the space environment. Inside this device, all the cargo holds that Qinming lost were lying intact. The interior of these cargo holds was also intact, and a large number of frozen dormant energy crystal crabs were also quietly placed in them, waiting for subsequent disposal. It seems that there is no need to worry about the mechanical race obtaining energy crystal technology, even if they have discovered the special nature of energy crystals through scanning the cargo holds. They have no way to get the energy crystal crab species in a short time. After all, the only remaining energy crystal crabs are either with Yu Hui or in Qinming's hands. The ones in Qinming's hands were just lost. The ones in Yu Hui's hands. As long as the mechanical race is not stupid, they will not fight with Yu Hui on the eve of the war with the Empire. The mechanical race in this star field cannot be compared with the Empire in terms of war potential. 2-line or even multi-line warfare will definitely kill them. So Qinming should not have to worry about these problems in the short term. As for the way to deal with this batch of energy crystal crabs, Qinming's Colossus is still on the way to the Empire at this time. He planned to use psychic energy to send it directly to the Colossus, and just say that the spaceship behind caught up and stuffed the stolen goods back. No one saw it anyway. Qinming thought so, and did it immediately. Several cargo holds containing frozen energy crystal crabs disappeared in front of Qinming in an instant. They appeared in the empty cargo hold of the Colossus. Even at this moment, thousands of creatures were transmitted through the Scarlet Dimension, which still made Qinming's mental power feel a certain pressure. Fortunately, when Qinming just discovered that the creatures were in a frozen state, the need for consciousness protection was not great. So he did not use up his mental power after sending a batch. After delivering the energy crystal crab, Qinming specifically observed the capture device on the cruiser that snatched the energy crystal crab. Not the structure of the thing, but the time when it was installed. And by comparing this device with other devices on these mechanical cruisers that are easily worn and can see the specific wear and tear, Qinming can be sure that this device must have been modified later. And the modification time is very recent. Just within a month. This cannot be a modification used by the mechanical family to salvage space junk. After all, using a combat-type cruiser for salvage is as outrageous as taking an anti-tank rocket launcher with a front bayonet to spear fish in the water. So Qinming always believed that this must be something that the mechanical family prepared in advance for him. But he still didn't know how the mechanical family determined the location of his warship and how they found his fleet. Is it just relying on that base? And why is this base so far away from the star field of the mechanical race? The last time the mechanical race expanded outward, it was only less than half a star field in common sense. This time, it actually extended outward by a star field. This strange sign made Qinming have to suspect that the mechanical race had other actions, and whether this action was aimed at him. Qinming's fleet was expanding, and occasionally he could find scattered mechanical races on some planets. Qinming had no way to confirm whether these mechanical races were in contact with the mechanical races in the mechanical race star field. Did he transmit the situation of his fleet's expansion to the mechanical races in the mechanical race star field? The inability to confirm also means that there is no way to deny it. And things that cannot be completely denied have the possibility of happening. Therefore, Qinming suspected that the mechanical race had discovered his fleet and was looking for an opportunity to destroy it. And even wanted to kill Qinming himself in the fleet. After all, they were not Yuwei. And they would not have the greedy idea of using the spiritual nerve extractor to extract his spiritual nerve. For the mechanical race, anything that hindered their existence would be completely eliminated. Combined with the various preparations made by the mechanical race this time, Ming felt that there was a great possibility that the mechanical race was planning to take action against him. As for the reason, Ming had just talked to Bai Quan about the morale issue. Before the war began, it was good for the morale of the soldiers to have achieved results in the battlefield behind enemy lines. Although the mechanical race had extreme hatred for humans, they were not completely ignorant of humans. And they also understood the significance of human morale. So they also knew that if a fleet belonging to humans was wiped out by the mechanical race before the war began, what negative impact it would bring to humans. Although only a few people knew about Ming's fleet. Even if it was wiped out, only a few people knew about it. But from the perspective of the mechanical race, Ming is a psychic candidate who has received the order of the Empire to expand abroad. If such a person is lost, it will definitely be a heavy blow to the Empire. So their actions are logical. This can completely explain why the mechanical race did this. This should not be considered as Ming's self-indulgent feelings. After all, the mechanical race does know the existence of Ming. But this statement is also problematic. Because even if Ming captured a cruiser and turned out a complete database, he could not completely determine whether this situation would happen. There is no way to be sure. Which means that this matter may really be just Ming's random guess, and will never happen. Ming can only gamble now. And when gambling, Ming will only bet on one result. That is, he loses. So Ming must consider whether to temporarily give up the exploration of the close-range area and directly let the fleet go to the next jump location. But there is no rush to come up with a result immediately. The plan of the mechanical race has just been frustrated. And the phase behemoth has set its butt on fire. Before the fire is put out, the mechanical race will not risk being infiltrated by the Empire to find Ming. He still has time. So now, Ming dismantled the useless capture device of this mechanical cruiser and stuffed it into his cruiser inventory. Speaking of which, Ming actually has 3 mechanical cruisers on hand, which can be used, including this one. The interior of the mechanical cruiser has a core chip exclusive to the mechanical ship, which has a similar effect to the afterglow core, but worse. Ming does not need to consume the upper limit of the ships he can control to control these cruisers. It's just that when facing the mechanical race, Ming doesn't want to use the mechanical race's cruisers to fight against the enemy. After all, the other firepower is enough. If the mechanical race cruisers are used, it may increase the threat level of the mechanical race. Ming doesn't want the mechanical race to think about him day and night. So it's better to restrain himself a little. Although he is not much better with these 200 armor-piercing ships. But it's not a big problem. After Ming threw a mechanical race cruiser into his fleet reserve list, his attention was on another cruiser. This was an ordinary mechanical cruiser of standard combat type. Like the previous one, basically everything was ordinary. Except for the core, where the mechanical cruiser chip should be installed. A 1 meter square, spherical overall, but with a columnar mechanical creation in the 6 directions of up, down, left, right, front and back. The precision of this creation was completely different from the surrounding mechanical warships. And it could even be said that it was not in the same era. Through psychic power to observe the internal structure, the naked eye could see its specialness. And this mechanical creation was called Personality Core. Ming's psychic power instantly mastered the use of the Personality Core. At the same time, he also understood why the mechanical fleet took the risk of being killed by the phase beast to take it out of the planet and send it away. Because it was the basis for the manufacture of the mechanical mothership. It was the core of a mechanical fleet. The mechanical family mothership is a battleship-class spacecraft. And compared to the battleships of the Empire or Yue, the mothership is not a pure battleship, but a giant mechanical factory and war fortress. It has more comprehensive capabilities. And where it appears is where the mechanical family takes root. And the psychic fluctuations contained in it are telling Ming that it is also the basis of the mechanical family's hive thinking network. The basis of the Queen's hive thinking network is pheromone. Ming's hive thinking network is the connection between his own psychic energy and the Queen's thinking, which is equivalent to using his psychic energy and the Scarlet Dimension, which can cross space. The application method of the hive mind network of the mechanical race is currently unknown, but it can be blocked by silent alloy, which means that it is also related to psychic energy. Now, the answer is in front of Ming. It can be said that the mechanical race has invested a lot of money. The importance of this place is self-evident. Ming even feels that this place may have been newly built by the mechanical race after he killed the mechanical race's colony last time. As a result, They finally developed the planet almost completely, and were finally able to further explore other galaxies. They encountered the phase behemoth and provoked Qinming at this time, causing Qinming to come over and knock away the personality core with a club. It's a pity that Qinming's psychic energy can only figure out how to use the personality core, but not its operating principle. Even if Qinming uses his psychic energy to observe in depth, he can't see the specific effect. It can only see that there is a special structure composed of psychic materials inside this thing, just like other relics of the Shining Civilization. But the psychic structure in the personality core is not a structure that Qinming can easily figure out like the purgatory core. In Qinming's opinion, the difference in complexity between them is like the difference between himself 2 years ago and himself now. And there is a part of this personality core that is truly something that even Qinming now cannot understand at all. An extremely complex electronic device structure. The electrical signals running inside it make Qinming dazzled even when he observes it with psychic power. And he can't tell the meaning of each structure at all. It's like a brain in front of Qinming. Qinming knows that he is using this kind of brain, but he can't understand the working principle of the brain. No, this metaphor seems a bit inappropriate, because Qinming realized that he didn't need a brain anymore. But the meaning is almost the same. Inside the personality core, in front of Qinming, is an extremely complex electronic brain. Qinming simply can't conduct any in-depth research on it. It doesn't belong to the same era as anything Qinming has come into contact with so far. It's okay if Qinming doesn't understand it now. He will always have time and ability to study it slowly in the future. And it doesn't mean that the personality core is useless if it is not studied. The function of the personality core itself is also quite valuable. It can be used as the core of the mothership. And of course, it can also be used as the central control core for the early development of the mechanical race. This core is the key for the mechanical race to manage this base and start construction around it. Therefore, the value of this thing is actually similar to that of the Queen. The Queen needs to coordinate the expansion of the individual Zerg, and the personality core of the mechanical race needs to coordinate the lower individuals of the mechanical race to expand. After all, the Zerg and the mechanical race have the same hive thinking, and the hive thinking needs a cluster of main consciousness. A Queen, no matter what. Qinming now has 2 hive mind networks connected to his consciousness. The Zerg and the mechanic. The Zerg now has the Queen to coordinate. As for the mechanic, Qinming is responsible for everything, especially in the early days of the development of the mechanic after they moved to a nearby planet. Qinming had to handle the construction of new cities by himself, which was quite troublesome. And now that the mechanic war is about to break out, he needs to devote more energy to ensure the safety of these mechanic. If there is something like the Queen of Insects, a Queen of Machinery, many things will be much more convenient. Although this cannot change the probability that Qinming's mechanical base may be attacked by the mechanical race. But having someone to help with things is better than always paying attention to these things personally. In addition, when Qinming was thinking about the use of the personality core, he suddenly thought of a problem. That is, his psychic power can give the most standard name to anything, even if Qinming has never known it. And is there something wrong with the name of this personality core? What is personality? This is one of the concepts related to people. As a relic of the Shining Civilization, why do the mechanical race have the concept of people in their core? Qinming does not understand, but he can feel it. This question definitely involves the most critical part of the Shining Civilization. But this is not Qinming's research direction, nor is it the scope of his knowledge. To figure out this problem, he has to go to the Shining Civilization Research Institute. But this is not in his plan, and he has no time to study the Shining Civilization. So, he can only temporarily add this matter to the plan and wait for a suitable time to confirm it. After figuring out the purpose of the personality core, Qinming decisively threw it to the place where his mechanical tribe now lives. It is different from the Queen Worm. The Queen Worm has its own consciousness, while it is just a program. Although this program is very flexible, it is still just a program and can only do things according to Qinming's orders. Of course, for the convenience of calling it, Qinming still gave it a name, just like the mechanical queen he just thought of. Let it help him integrate everything of the mechanical race. After the personality core was sent away, Qinming also figured out the purpose of his action this time. Then next, Qinming turned his attention back to the information of the mechanical race. There was a cruiser left by Qinming still wandering in the galaxy. Although Qinming had handed over the command of the small fleet to the Legion, he also withdrew several Alpha cores. But he certainly couldn't completely ignore the situation in this galaxy. Just like Qiu Bowen said before, There are many things in this galaxy that are of considerable value to the Legion, and these things are of the same value to Chen Ming. Chapter 325 Investigation. After Chen Ming focused his attention on the galaxy of the mechanical race, he immediately confirmed the location of the phased behemoth through the reconnaissance fleet and bypassed it. Although his actions were clearly seen by the reconnaissance fleet with authority from the nearby Legion, no one would say anything. So Chen Ming's fleet bypassed to another area on the planet where the destruction was the most serious. This is probably also the place where the phased behemoth attacked and ravaged the planet in the first place. When the reconnaissance fleet was investigating the planetary environment and moving around the planet before, Chen Ming had seen many ruins of mechanical race buildings in this area. Chen Ming had seen the city of the mechanical race before. He knew the general functions of many mechanical race buildings. So when he saw this ruin, he knew that there must be something he needed here. Although there were some buildings that Chen Ming had not seen before, and did not know what they were used for. But the buildings that Chen Ming had not seen in the mechanical race city before him must be relatively rare buildings, and they must have their own special features. So he needed to go and see them. Chen Ming's Stardust class soon arrived directly above the target location he found. On this Stardust class ship, Chen Ming used his psychic power to create a shuttle and a robot. The shuttle can be made casually, as long as it can help him reach the planet safely. But Chen Ming has carefully considered the style of the robot. It is based on the robot model based on power armor that he used when he was doing things in the headquarters before, and an afterglow core is installed. This should be called a mechanical armor body, which is small and easy to move. In addition, Chen Ming was more comfortable controlling the humanoid mechanical body than other shapes, which was enough to complete what Chen Ming was going to do next. After transferring the main consciousness to this robot, Chen Ming controlled the robot to board the shuttle and rush straight to the planet below. After suffering some extremely sparse and scattered anti-aircraft fire attacks, Chen Ming's shuttle arrived above the destination. Looking around, there were all metal debris and a large number of mechanical people who were crushed to pieces. This should have been a highly developed mechanical building area, but now only a ruin is left. However, ruins don't matter, as long as it is a mechanical thing. Chen Ming's spiritual power can be used to repair it. Because of this, the place Chen Ming chose was also a place he carefully selected. Here, it is the nanorobot production factory of the mechanical family. There are three most critical things on the individuals of the mechanical family: secondary core, core chip, and nanorobot. The basic secondary core and core chip are used to ensure the operation of the individual mechanical race. Their manufacturing is no longer a problem for Chen Ming. So for Chen Ming now, the key lies in the nanorobot. This is the key to ensuring the self-repairability and endurance combat ability of the mechanical race during war. At the same time, it can be regarded as one of the most technically valuable equipment in the mechanical race. Moreover, it is also a limiting condition for Chen Ming's production speed of the mechanical race. Chen Ming currently has only one nanorobot production facility. It was found in the city of that small independent mechanical race in the past, and has been sent by Chen Ming to the new colony of his mechanical race. The number of nanorobot manufacturing equipment limits the manufacturing speed of fully functional mechanical races. If there is only one device, it can only meet the production of some city-level mechanical race individuals. If you want more, either limit the capabilities of mechanical race individuals to reduce their maintenance needs, or just ignore it and produce robots with poor endurance and maintenance performance. Chen Ming doesn't want to choose either. He wants complete mechanical race individuals. So he found this building in space, and came here as soon as he had time. Seizing the nanorobot manufacturing equipment here is his goal. He wants to make the robots in his hands more industrialized so that the efficiency of his mechanical race expansion can keep up with the reproduction efficiency of the Zerg. Although this sounds a bit crazy at first, the Queen of Insects has long been able to convert the planet into its own nutrition and into a nest, and is now undergoing a critical evolution. And the mechanical race in Chen Ming's hands covers the scope of a small-scale human colonial city. The gap is not a little bit. But Chen Ming always feels that the industrialized metal wave can compete with the infinite proliferation of the Zerg. It's just that the scale has not yet been established. So the efficiency is a bit slow. When the scale is established in the future, we will eventually see the results. This requires starting from the most basic equipment and building industrialization step by step. The shuttle landed on the planet of the mechanical race. Chen Ming immediately controlled the mechanical armor body to crash open the door of the shuttle. Immediately, A fierce firepower of the mechanical race was output and enveloped him. This is the result of a small number of mechanical individuals who were not affected by the attack of the phase beast and found the exact location of Qinming's landing among the ruins during the landing of the shuttle. Although it is a small number, this small number is compared to the time when the mechanical city was not destroyed before. A small part of a city is already an unattainable part for an individual. So now, Qinming has been surrounded by a large number of mechanical individuals. Countless electromagnetic weapon projectiles are constantly hitting the mechanical armor and the shuttle beside it. Although these mechanical weapons are of no use to Qinming, they can indeed suppress Qinming's next move. And in a very short time, two main ground combat units of the mechanical family, the mechanical centipede, are approaching Qinming. One is equipped with a charge cannon, and the other is equipped with a charge machine gun. The moment Qinming was discovered, the heavy artillery warhead of the charge cannon was instantly fired and hit the shuttle behind Qinming. The devastating explosion and flashing arcs completely enveloped the figure. The shuttle was instantly reduced to ashes. But the mechanical armored body controlled by Qinming was still moving at high speed in the arcs and smoke. He dodged this sudden powerful attack. But the other centipede was not a pushover. The electric machine gun immediately followed Qinming's footsteps, and countless electric warheads fell on the footprints that Qinming had just stepped on. The electric arcs that exploded after the electric warheads hit the target seemed to leave a lightning trail behind Qinming. It looks extremely gorgeous, but also extremely dangerous. However, the ability of the mechanical armor controlled by Qinming is different from that of ordinary power armor, without the restriction of the internal driver. With the increase of Qinming's spiritual power, and the maintenance spiritual power to ensure that the internal devices are not damaged at all times, the comprehensive combat power it can exert is more than 5 times that of normal situations. Even if Qinming is forced into a dead end, there is a jet backpack that can force acceleration and break through the upper limit of the efficiency of ordinary limb structure movement. The ground firepower of the mechanical race is not enough to pose any threat to him. Today is different from the past. Soon, the round of bullets of the mechanical centipede's charge machine gun was fired. Taking advantage of the gap between reloading the charge machine gun and charging the bullet, Qinming finally had time to stand steadily on the ground. And a large amount of metal liquid overflowed from the feet of the mechanical armor, covering the entire ruins. All the mechanical race individuals nearby, including the 2 centipedes, were all stained with these metal liquids in just a dozen seconds. Just a moment. Their movements became stiff, and they no longer continued to attack Qinming. Inside them, their connection with the hive mind network of the mechanical race was instantly disconnected and ceased to exist. The data on the chip became disordered, and the operation of the secondary core became a little stiff. After this brief moment of confusion, they connected to a new hive network. They became abnormal sub-individuals. They turned to defend Qinming from the mechanical race that was approaching the area that was not covered by the metal liquid. Of course, this does not mean that Qinming's psychic power can be controlled through non-afterglow derivatives. In fact, this is just a derivative ability he has achieved by using the effect of psychic power. Qinming's psychic power can now transfer afterglow cores. This means that afterglow cores can appear in all places where Qinming's psychic power is affected, and can indirectly become the medium for Qinming to control new things. It is no longer like before. Once Qinming is not there, or there is no afterglow core in a certain place, and the distance is too far, then Qinming can only use various means to send the afterglow core or himself there before he can control it. But now it is different. Qinming can transfer the afterglow core to any place where there are things under his control. Then only a simple data cable is needed, and a robot equipped with afterglow core can help Qinming do many things. Of course, it is easy to say, but it is actually difficult to contact mechanical equipment through data cables, limited by the environment where there may not be data cables. Qinming's own technical ability and psychic fine control ability were insufficient some time ago. If you really want to control with psychic power, you still have to look at the specific situation. If Qinming took the initiative to sneak in, it would be fine. He would have a chance to slowly make trouble. But if it was a head-on battle, no mechanical clan would give Qinming the opportunity to access the data line, unless he had defeated the mechanical clan. Therefore, Qinming came up with a more advanced way of using it. That is, to mix a data line with a single molecule thickness in these seemingly ordinary metal liquids. As long as it is covered by the metal liquid, the single molecule data line hidden in it will forcefully penetrate into the interior of the mechanical device, like a beast that has found its prey and control it. The density of the white cloud steel armor of the mechanical race is simply unable to resist Qinming's power. As long as Qinming is given the opportunity to get close, there will be only one outcome. Use it for him. Of course, there are also restrictions on this method. That is, the metal liquid must be connected to the source. That is, the afterglow core, and the data line must not be broken. Many times, the enemy is not a fool in most cases, and will hide when seeing a large area of metal liquid splashing over. Anyone who knows the effect of Qinming's metal liquid will often deliberately avoid it, and will not give the metal liquid a chance to contact. However, there is a solution to this. Qinming can get a large area of metal liquid as an open means, and then get a few more single-molecule data lines to ambush secretly. It is too easy to be discovered directly using the data line, and the data line itself is too fragile. But if both are used at the same time, as long as they are not extremely sensitive to psychic fluctuations, can see the single-molecule data line with the naked eye, or can sense the data line, all other mechanical enemies are not to be feared. Qinming feels that the mechanical race will most likely not give him the opportunity to get close to them like now in the future. This time, the phase beast broke through the defenses of the mechanical clan in front, and completely defeated the mechanical clan, so Qinming could pick up the leaks behind. Otherwise, given the mechanical clan's full preparations for the previous raid on his fleet, there must be a lot of defenses waiting for him here. Of course, now it is a situation where Qinming can do whatever he wants. Even if the mechanical clan wants to send reinforcements, they have to consider the behemoths that are wreaking havoc on the planet. So after Qinming's metal liquid was released to control the surrounding mechanical clan, this factory area has become Qinming's territory. The metal liquid expanded again, gradually bringing the entire factory building under his psychic control. After repairing the equipment in several nano-robot factories, these important equipment immediately disappeared in the collapsed factory building. They were sent all the way to his mechanical tribe's base by Qinming. Some nearby manufacturing factory facilities were also related to mechanical tribe manufacturing, and Qinming also repaired and packed them up and took them away. He now has the amount of a mechanical tribe city on hand. Whether it is the number of mechanical tribes or the number of supporting facilities for the mechanical tribe. The mechanical tribe city he controlled before was just a small border base of the shining civilization. Not even a sentry post. The number of equipment owned was pitifully small, and many of them were equipment that Qinming found ways to make and add in. It would definitely be a good thing if he could replenish it here. Qinming's psychic energy swept out again, directly clearing the surrounding area completely, leaving only the ruins of useless building materials. After confirming that there was nothing nearby, Qinming looked at a slightly farther place. If these facilities here are one of the reasons why Qinming chose this place as the landing site, then another reason is that the nearby area is an area that was rebuilt at the fastest speed after the ravages of the phase beast. There are many mechanized psychic creatures that are still alive, as well as dead individuals. Qinming can obtain a considerable number of mechanized psychic creature samples. Although the Legion will most likely be able to obtain a considerable number of samples when it comes here, it will definitely give him a considerable portion in the end. After all, he is now the one who has gone the furthest in the research of the mechanical race. But if he has to wait until the Legion gets it, who knows how long it will take? It is better for him to come here in person and find a way to take some away. Qinming is very curious whether this mechanized psychic creature is manufactured or transformed from a creature into a mechanical race by some device. As long as he can figure out the principle, maybe he can also replicate it. If he can replicate a new mechanized Zerg, or even use this effect on humans, Qinming suddenly dared not imagine what would happen. He restrained his divergent thoughts a little. Qinming controlled the mechanical armor body to approach the place where the mechanized psychic creatures gathered. He could see from space just now that these mechanized psychic creatures seemed to be protecting a facility. Originally, Qinming speculated that it was a factory used by the mechanical race to manufacture or transform mechanical psychic creatures. But when Qinming came here, he observed from a low angle. Something seemed wrong. This place does not look like a factory, but rather like some kind of machine room, or some kind of control center. Although this place has been half collapsed, a large number of mechanical individuals are desperately repairing this building. A large number of mechanical individuals, no matter what type of individuals, as long as they have some combat ability, all surrounded it, protecting this building. A considerable number of mechanical individuals have begun to approach Qinming. But with Qinming's advanced preparation, the metal liquid has already penetrated from the ground. When the mechanical individuals approached, groups of mechanical individuals immediately turned against them and turned their guns to their own people a second ago. The mechanical race near the building didn't even have time to respond, and countless single-molecule data lines invisible to the naked eye had already spread out from the ground, completely controlling the situation. Jinming immediately looked at the panels of those mechanical psychic creatures through the panel. Overall, it was similar to the panel of ordinary mechanical races. The first line was the name psychic mechanical creature, followed by the prototype name of this mechanical psychic creature. The others were basically the same. Only the most critical line mechanical spiritual nerve was significantly different from that of ordinary mechanical races. It can only be said that mechanical psychic creatures are very special, because normal psychic creatures do not have spiritual nerves. This mechanical spiritual nerve is definitely worth studying. However, Jinming was not in a hurry to study these psychic mechanical creatures immediately, since these things have been controlled by him. They will be his sooner or later. Now, he has to take a closer look at the building in front of him. The metal liquid swept up again, completely covering the entire building. Then, Jinming unexpectedly discovered that this building was not the factory for the mechanical race to manufacture or transform mechanical psychic creatures, as he had previously guessed. It was actually the central node of the mechanical race, the core of this mechanical colony. From space, 80% of the planet's area has become the coverage of the mechanical race. Among them, it can be divided into 3 large colonies and some scattered small colonies. This is the core of a large colony, the largest one. It can only be said that many mechanical race buildings are of the same height. Jinming can only recognize the factory after repeatedly observing the details of the mechanical race buildings. It is not necessarily possible to recognize all other buildings correctly. And this building is indeed a building that Jinming has never seen before. Fortunately, the impact of misrecognition is not great. Jinming still successfully controlled the entire building, and found an empty slot in the core area of the building where the mechanical queen should be installed. And in this central node database, there is a complete plan for the construction of a mechanical colony. The mechanical race has already planned the next development route. These plans and routes are all displayed in front of Jinming. Jinming noticed that in addition to allowing the mechanical race to develop to neighboring galaxies, there is also an inexplicable planned route in this development plan, which extends straight from this galaxy to dozens of galaxies. The Lieutenant General has no foothold, as if he wants to directly develop such an enclave. What does this mean? Jinming continued to search in the database, and soon he found the reason why the mechanical race did this. Because there is an undeveloped coordinate of the remains of a shining civilization in that galaxy. Jinming was a little surprised to learn of this result, because his fleet did find some ruins when exploring nearby galaxies. But those have basically been annihilated by time, and Jinming's psychic power can't save them. Unexpectedly, there are ruins that he hasn't found. However, when Jinming's fleet was investigating, it was impossible to scan all the planets, or even the deep underground of the planets. So it was normal to miss some. Jinming guessed that this relic should be deep underground and just escape the scan. That's normal. Although the mechanical race is a relic of the Shining Civilization, they have indeed lost a lot of the Shining Civilization's technology. So they do need to develop the Shining Civilization's ruins. Only in this way can they retrieve some of the lost things. This is normal. The mechanical race should want to gain a foothold here before developing the ruins, and building a new development base on the basis of the ruins. It's just that Jinming doesn't quite understand why the mechanical race doesn't go there directly. But since the mechanical race did this, they must have their reasons. There may be troubles there that require the mechanical race to develop for a period of time to deal with. Of course, they don't have to deal with it now. After being attacked by the phase behemoth, the mechanical race's power in this area has been reduced to a low point. So, Jinming will help them solve the ruins. After collecting all the information, Jinming also decisively transferred the entire database and everything he obtained, and immediately built a new shuttle and launched it. The database contains the mechanical race's development plan, and of course the construction plan for the entire mechanical race colony. So Jinming has now figured out the construction rules of the entire mechanical colony. His shuttle flew towards the direction of the mechanical building that made mechanical psychic creatures. The shuttle was slightly closer to the location where the phase monsters were rampaging, which the reconnaissance fleet was really paying attention to. Jinming also heard the call that seemed to come from the deep sea again, just like before. But Jinming had no way to respond. He could only record this audio that only he could hear, and save it for later to figure out the reason. Chapter 326 Destruction. After bypassing the location where the phase behemoth was wreaking havoc, Qinming quickly found the coordinates of the facility used by the mechanical race to manufacture mechanical psychic creatures, which he found in the database. From a distance, Qinming had already seen a lot of mechanical psychic creatures surrounding the facility. He didn't know where the mechanical race got so many mechanical psychic creatures. These mechanical psychic creatures, together with some other ordinary mechanical races, were destroying the facilities for manufacturing mechanical psychic creatures. They were even directly using various psychic powers to destroy. The meaning of such behavior was very clear. Things that the mechanical race could not protect or take away must not fall into Qinming's hands. Qinming did not dare to delay any longer. The shuttle did not slow down at all and directly hit and landed hard in front of the mechanical biological manufacturing facility. Like a flood, the metal liquid rushed to the facility in front without reservation, covering the facility and everything around it. Qinming's psychic power was activated, and the single-molecule data line immediately operated on the mechanical race and buildings here, preventing the mechanical race from self-destructing. However, Qinming's actions were still a little slow. Before the shuttle approached, a large part of the facilities had been destroyed by the mechanical race. Fortunately, Qinming still had psychic power. After the metal liquid tide used for control receded, Qinming activated the maintenance psychic power and tried to repair the mechanical psychic energy biological conversion facilities of the mechanical race. However, he found something wrong just after the maintenance began. His psychic power maintenance progress could not continue after reaching 1/3. His psychic energy, which should have completely repaired the entire facility, automatically stopped. Even if Qinming wanted to activate his psychic energy again, it had no effect. It was as if the facility in front of him had been completely repaired and could not be repaired any further. But in front of Qinming, there was only half of the external building and about 1/3 of the internal devices standing in a ruin. The internal devices only retained a cabin closer to the center and some nearby equipment, and most of the external equipment was still in a damaged state. There was even a huge gap on the top side of the cabin, and it didn't look like it had been repaired at all. There was obviously so much damage, but Qinming's psychic energy just couldn't work, and there was no way to repair the remaining damage in any way. Under normal circumstances, as long as there was a little bit of something that Qinming could collect, even if it was just a little dust, Qinming could repair the dust to its original appearance. But now, this one was only about 2/3 destroyed, and there was still 1/3 of it, but he couldn't repair it. Why is this? Qinming didn't understand. So he could only mobilize his mental power to conduct a deep exploration of the damaged buildings and facilities. As soon as his mental power touched the buildings and facilities, he immediately found the problem. His mental power was counterattacked by a special energy fluctuation that remained in the place where the facilities and buildings were destroyed. This was the first time Qinming saw such an aggressive spiritual energy fluctuation, and even just a little bit of it could cause harm to people. Although it did not cause any substantial damage to Qinming, it did wipe out a part of Qinming's spiritual energy. It was this kind of psychic fluctuation that prevented his psychic fluctuation from continuing to expand. And this special psychic fluctuation, Qinming immediately checked the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race that he had just controlled. Sure enough, he found a mechanical psychic creature with such psychic power among them. The effect can be simply described in 2 words: destruction. Qinming immediately used his mental power to flush the entire building and cleaned up all the remaining psychic fluctuations. But then he found again that his psychic power still could not continue to work. This was not because his psychic power was erased again, but that this building and the equipment inside the building were within the scope of his psychic power, and had reached the level of repair completion. Qinming was a little confused for a moment, but after realizing the nature of destructive psychic power, he understood. It can only be said that after seeing many psychics and creatures infected by various dimensions, he thought he would not feel strange about any psychic power he saw. But this time, he still had a feeling that I had never seen this thing before, because the things that were erased and destroyed by the destructive psychic energy have lost their existence in the concept of psychic energy. It has destroyed the foundation of reality. His psychic energy cannot locate the node of the destroyed things in time, and cannot repair them to that moment. So of course, there is no way to repair them. This is a destructive psychic fluctuation that erases the foundation of reality. It's a bit scary, Qinming muttered subconsciously, because the existence of this thing is more deadly to any recovery-type psychic and any ordinary person. After this kind of psychic energy fluctuation can no longer destroy buildings and facilities. It will remain on the objects affected by the destructive psychic energy. Any creature with individual consciousness, such as humans, will be attacked by the destruction. This is the first time Chen-Ming has seen such purely offensive psychic energy, and it is in the hands of the mechanical race. If the type of the new rage cannon on the mechanical race's mothership is this, then it might be a bit fatal. Chen-Ming immediately took out the mechanical psychic creature that he had controlled and planned to take it directly to the research area on the highest point to determine whether to tell the news of this destructive psychic energy to the Legion through his research. However, when Chen-Ming took this thing out, he suddenly found that it looked strange. This mechanical psychic creature is in the shape of an animal, with a large amount of mechanical bristles on its neck. The face has multiple visual sensors. That is, the eyes are randomly distributed on the entire head. If you don't look carefully, there is nothing wrong at first glance. But as long as you observe carefully, the position of these visual sensors alone is strange enough. Moreover, Chen-Ming had not noticed another strange thing about it when he was controlling the batch just now. That was what he thought was bristles before. He thought it was just some decorations formed after the psychic creatures were mechanized. But in fact, these things were not bristles at all, but some tentacle-like tissues transformed. Excessive growth of organisms will be accompanied by a large amount of useless muscle tissue. And the most common form of useless muscle tissue that Chen-Ming saw was various tentacles. This basically proves that there must be something wrong with this mechanical psychic creature. Chen-Ming has fed the queen a huge amount of various creatures so far, and he has never seen any creature with tentacles growing on its neck and irregularly arranged eyeballs. This mutation in flesh and blood must be related to psychic power or the Scarlet Dimension. It can't be that the entity created by the dimensional infection was stuffed into the equipment for transformation. It seems possible. This idea suddenly popped up in Chen-Ming's mind. After all, the psychic power of this mechanical psychic creature is destruction, exuding a completely destructive atmosphere. This destructive psychic power is reasonable if it is placed on a human or an entity affected by the dimensional infection. But animals. The instinct of any animal is survival. Only humans have emotions that exceed rationality, or have mental problems and self-destructive tendencies. And only then will destruction appear. In the end, it was the dimensional infection that produced individuals with destructive psychic power and were transformed by the mechanical race. Or was it some kind of creature that was transformed into a mechanical creature and finally installed with a mechanical spiritual nerve with destructive psychic power? Chen-Ming even had some doubts. The mechanical race was also conducting cloning experiments and had created this kind of abstract-looking creature and transformed it into a mechanical individual. However, these were just guesses. He had to invest more energy in research to confirm what was going on. Not yet. After sending this mechanical psychic creature with destructive psychic power away, Chen-Ming finally took another look at the building and the equipment inside, which had only been repaired by 1/3, and shook his head regretfully, preparing to send this one away as well. But just before Chen-Ming sent the equipment away, he suddenly found that the part of the facility he had repaired seemed to have triggered some kind of self-starting system. And it suddenly started to work. Ah! Chen-Ming watched the facility complete the startup self-check and reset it to the point where it could start normally at any time. He even opened a small hatch at the bottom of the cabin with a huge gap that seemed to be able to stuff some creatures in. Although he seemed to have repaired the building's reserve energy supply system when he repaired the building. Repairing the energy supply system does not mean that the rest has been repaired. Why can the main facility still operate after only 1/3 of it has been repaired? Just like an animal can survive without 2/3 of its limbs. Is this? Chen-Ming hesitated for a moment, but still did not choose to try to stuff something in for experimentation. Because from the moment he used psychic power to control the entire facility and the entire device, he had already analyzed the technology inside the device and the principles of its implementation. However, based on what he saw in the past 2 minutes, the technical level of this facility, like many other facilities belonging to the Shining Civilization, has exceeded the technical level he currently has. At most, he can see from the remaining experimental logs in the device that this device uses the nanorobot technology of the mechanical race. And it is a technology that uses nanorobots to replace the body tissues of organisms. He knows nothing else. He didn't know the operating principle, nor the function of these structures. He only knew that if this device could still operate with 2/3 of the devices missing, it would definitely not be able to achieve the same good results as starting the device normally. God knows what those devices that were dismantled by the mechanical family were used for. And what would happen if this device was used under the premise of losing those devices? Qinming didn't want to do something dangerous when he had a way out. Although only 1/3 of the facilities were obtained here. But there is not only one colony on the entire planet. There may be such mechanical, psychic, biological conversion equipment in the other 2 colonies. I just don't know whether there are facilities on those 2 sides. And whether the facilities can be preserved in the ravages of the phase behemoth. Since Qinming has obtained 1/3 of the facilities, and can use them at any time. So before using this equipment, he must first see if there are the same facilities on the other 2 sides. At this time, one of the other 2 large colonies is being ravaged by the phase behemoth. After losing the battleship that can fire phase lasers, the mechanical race did not continue to take out phase weapons to fight back against the phase behemoth. The mechanical race seemed to have no countermeasures, and had no ability to stop it. However, since the combat effectiveness of the phase behemoth itself mainly comes from the melee ability of the body, and although the strong physical fitness allows it to crush the mechanical race's stronghold with exaggerated efficiency, the overall destruction is not actually thorough. Just like the colony where Qinming is now, is the first colony destroyed after the arrival of the phase behemoth. There are still a lot of buildings that still have some debris that have not been completely destroyed. So there is indeed a possibility that there are still mechanical, psychic, biological production facilities of the mechanical race in that area. Of course, now it is better for Qinming to go to another colony that has not been regarded as the second target by the phase beast. Qinming does not want to transfer the hatred of the phase beast to himself. Besides, it is much easier to search in a complete colony than in a ruin. Without much hesitation, Qinming's shuttle rushed to the last large colony that had not been affected by the phase beast. Although this colony did not seem to be destroyed by the phase beast for the time being. The phase beast did not come to care about it for the time being. But in fact, as long as any mechanical spaceship dared to fly into the air for more than a certain distance, the phase beast in the nearby colony would instantly sense that the mechanical spaceship was about to leave the planet. It would immediately put down its work and come to destroy the mechanical fleet that was launched. The instantaneous destructive power of the phase beast was not great, because it relied on physical impact to attack. But the speed of the phase beast was very terrifying, and it also mastered the ability to make short-distance jumps. As long as the spaceship it targeted could not escape no matter what. Even Qinming's shuttle only dared to fly at a low altitude. Unless all the spaceships of the entire planet of the mechanical race were launched at the same time, it would be possible for some spaceships to escape from the pursuit of the phase beast. But this was possible before. Now, the phase beast has destroyed one colony, and has been wreaking havoc in the second colony for a while, razing most of the area to the ground, with only the third colony still having spaceships. The mechanical race has no chance of escaping the phase beast's pursuit. As for the mechanical race, they still have to face Qinming's fleet in the galaxy, which has gone to nowhere. They have lost air superiority and space control due to the phase beast, and have no idea where Qinming's fleet has gone, with Qinming's fleet still watching outside. Even though the mechanical colony here looked intact, they seemed to have given up escaping and looked like they were waiting to die. However, Qinming did not believe that the mechanical race would wait to die. They must be preparing some means. Qinming had to be prepared to prevent the mechanical race from using the means they intended to use on the phase beast on him. Or the mechanical race guessed that he might go there, and prepared means to deal with him in advance. Of course, no matter which one it was, it would not affect Qinming's next move. He must go to the third colony to try to seize things belonging to the mechanical race. The shuttle relied on the high speed amplified by Qinming's psychic energy, and arrived above the third colony in a blink of an eye. And this time, Qinming was also familiar with the mechanical race's combat style in their own colonies. He knew what to do most efficiently. Therefore, when the shuttle entered the range of the colony, both sides of the shuttle suddenly splashed a large amount of metal liquid to the outside world. And he started to use the metal liquid directly from the air to cover a large area. It doesn't matter if these metal liquids can't connect to the afterglow core inside the robot he controls. The metal liquid can just cover it, as long as the mechanical race can't clean up the metal liquids. Then when Qinming releases enough metal liquids and activates the spiritual energy, that's the moment when the mechanical race ends. Of course, releasing metal liquids over a large area will definitely cause problems. For example, the mechanical race's control center will definitely be protected most strictly by the mechanical race. It is even possible to find a way to destroy it by themselves in order not to be controlled by Qinming at the necessary moment. Just like what happened just now. So Qinming had already graded each place in the colony in his mind, and had prioritized the control, while releasing a large amount of metal liquid. His shuttle was also approaching the important place he had divided, the control center of the colony, at a very fast speed. It was a pity that Qinming did not see the mechanical psychic creature conversion device of the mechanical race here, but only saw some mechanical psychic creatures nearby. However, he unexpectedly saw another mechanical psychic creature emitting destructive psychic fluctuations, which had the same destructive psychic fluctuations as the mechanical psychic creature just now. And this time, this mechanical psychic creature directly attacked him. The way of attack cannot be observed by the naked eye. It can only be sensed through psychic energy that a destructive psychic fluctuation is about to act on the robot he controls, and it can directly destroy the robot's body at the moment of activation. This situation made Qinming frown subconsciously. It was not because of this attack, but because, as far as he knew, all psychics and psychic creatures may have psychic energy with similar effects, but they only look similar. The abilities and effects of each person's psychic power are definitely different. For example, of the two psychics who can create fire, one can control something like fire in a plasma state, while the other can use entropy to create fire like Hui. The essence is different. But in front of Qinming, two mechanical psychic creatures with completely identical psychic fluctuations appeared. This is not right. He couldn't say whether the mechanical race had successfully replicated something like the purgatory core, or is it really using dimensional infection to create these things by transforming multiple dimensional infected entities? After all, entities affected by dimensional infection basically have similar properties, so creating multiple mechanical psychic creatures should not be a problem. But Qinming couldn't say it either. Anyway, he caught this mechanical psychic creature first, and then he had plenty of time to study it slowly. Qinming didn't care at all that the destructive psychic fluctuations were about to act on his robot. The effect of psychic effects always depends on the psychic user himself. The mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race are not as good at using psychic energy as those psychics that Qinming has seen who can compete with him, even if the destructive psychic energy has locked him. But when Qinming's psychic fluctuations swept out of the robot he controlled, the locked psychic fluctuations were instantly wiped out. As long as there is no opportunity for destruction to be triggered, the destructive psychic energy is meaningless. And Qinming's shuttle crashed into the control center of this colony again, like a crash. The reaction of the mechanical race can be said to be quite fast. Before Qinming's shuttle crashed again, even when Qinming's shuttle just appeared in the detection range of this colony, the mechanical race here had already begun to self-destruct. The mechanical race knew that they had no ability to resist if Qinming approached them, so they attacked Qinming if they could, and killed each other if they could not, constantly destroying their own individuals, including the control center. They would rather destroy themselves than leave anything for Qinming. However, in the flames of the shuttle crash and explosion, Qinming's robot jumped out of it. After the metal liquid created by psychic energy and the psychic energy fluctuations were used to hedge against the mechanical psychic creature's use of destructive psychic energy again, the metal liquid gushed out as if it was triggered by explosives, forming an area like an iron curtain around Qinming. And all the metal liquids were connected to each other at this moment. Qinming's psychic energy was activated again, and countless single-molecule data lines became a network covering the colonies of the mechanical race. The colonies in the area covered by the shuttle splashed with metal liquid all the way fell into Qinming's hands. And this range is still expanding rapidly. Qinming was able to repair and transform an entire human colony at the beginning, so it makes sense that he can't do it in the face of the colonies of the mechanical race now. And the colony he controls now is more complete than the colony that was destroyed by the phase behemoth just now, and does not require a lot of materials and mental power to repair. So he simply expanded the area covered by the metal liquid to the size of the entire colony. During the whole process, the mechanical race did not make any effective countermeasures, so the destructive psychic energy was a little threatening, but it was meaningless. It seems that most of the defense methods belonging to the mechanical race were lost in the conflict between them and the phase monster just now. Qinming was worried that the mechanical race had some backup plan, but he was just scaring himself. There is nothing to worry about. There are not so many in the world. Qinming was just thinking halfway when he stopped himself. After all, he was good at making bad moves. Even if he just thought about it casually, the mechanical race might come up with a backup plan. Fortunately, Qinming stopped thinking in time. The mechanical race still had no backup hidden energy under the successive attacks of the phase behemoth and Qinming. Only a whole colony controlled by Qinming was left. Although many buildings or mechanical race individuals in the colony were demolished by the mechanical race's infighting. But these demolished things were not demolished by the destructive psychic energy. And Qinming could still repair them. And sent this destructive mechanical psychic creature to the highest point. Only part of the control center in front of Qinming was destroyed by the destructive psychic energy. But the technology of the mechanical race's control center has not reached the level that Qinming cannot understand. And he can directly build a new one to fill it. Destruction only destroys the past of a thing. But it cannot be repaired. And manufacturing can still build a new one. As the colony was completely occupied by Qinming, Qinming's mental power began to be consumed in large quantities. And his psychic energy acted on the entire colony. He wanted to take away everything that could be transported before the phase behemoth came to destroy it. An entire mechanical colony disappeared in just a few seconds, and was moved to the planet where Qinming's mechanical race was originally stationed. Although the planet where Qinming's own mechanical race was located and the mechanical colony planet could not completely match in terms of terrain, the location of the mechanical colony itself was a plain. And Qinming also chose a plain. So there would not be too many problems. At most, there would be some collapsed buildings. And Qinming could just repair them with his psychic power. If it really doesn't work, Qinming still has a mechanical personality core mechanical queen on hand. Although it has no independent consciousness, it has the ability to manage and plan the mechanical colony. With Qinming's psychic power, it is not a problem to take care of the entire colony. It can only be said that Qinming had been thinking about how to make his own mechanical race develop faster. However, if he wants to develop faster on the basis of a poor foundation, then the best way he can think of is to rob. The planet of the mechanical race itself is for development. It not only stores a lot of development materials, but also has a large number of mechanical race buildings for development, and buildings for manufacturing mechanical race individuals. It is exactly the same as Qinming's needs. Although compared with the overall colony of the entire planet, Qinming only robbed 1/3. But for Qinming now, this 1/3 is enough. The only regret is that there is no mechanical psychic biological conversion facility of the mechanical race in the colony where Qinming migrated. I don't know if there is a place that was just ravaged by the phase behemoth. Qinming just had a greedy idea. He suddenly found that the phase behemoth that was supposed to be ravaging the second mechanical colony was gone. And in his ears, suddenly, the sound that seemed to come from the deep sea sounded closer and closer. That is, Qinming thought it should be the sound made by the phase behemoth. The sound was getting closer and closer. And the emotion in the sound that people could experience personally became clearer and clearer. An emotion that was a mixture of vigilance, desire, curiosity, anger, fear, and more complex emotions. If there were only the first three emotions, Qinming might still think that the phase monster should be able to live in peace. But with the latter, it was hard for Qinming to say. However, at this time, Qinming's robot had completed its work. After sending the afterglow core away, Qinming controlled the robot to wait in place, waiting to see what the phase monster would do. Qinming listened to the gradually deafening sound in his ears, as if there was really a giant beast with a body length of thousands of meters roaring, and waited silently. However, just a few seconds later, when the sound stopped getting louder, Qinming's robot was suddenly smashed by the phase monster that could not be observed but did exist in the phase space. Chapter 327 Experiment. What do you mean? Qinming was stunned. He didn't quite see what had just happened, but his psychic power still allowed him to sense what had just happened. In short, the phase beast didn't slow down when it approached Qinming's robot, and then smashed his robot directly, and through the material controlled by Qinming's psychic power that remained at the scene at this time. Qinming could still hear the chirping in the deep sea full of question marks. It seemed to be wondering why the thing that had just attracted it had dissipated. It didn't seem to notice Qinming's robot. It's like a person is attracted by the sound of an ant. But when walking towards the ant, he doesn't notice the existence of the ant, and directly steps on the ant to death. In Qinming's hypothesis, it might be that he didn't hear the specific source of the sound clearly because he was too far away. And the phase beast in front of Qinming at this moment should not be able to clearly sense the location of Qinming's robot through the phase space. Or, it's because the phase beast is actually interested in Qinming himself. And Qinming's original body is not here, so the phase beast can't sense it clearly. That's probably the situation. Anyway, Qinming still managed to create a new robot nearby. after hearing the phase beast's voice through this robot. The phase beast seemed to sense the existence of his robot again and flew towards Qinming's new robot. However, the result was exactly the same as before. The phase beast still didn't notice Qinming's robot and crashed into it without slowing down. Qinming wanted to build a robot directly on the phase beast. However, although the space where the phase beast was located seemed to be empty, the phase beast itself existed there, and Qinming's robot could not be built. And there seemed to be some special position around the body of the phase beast, and Qinming's psychic power could not work in it. So he could only build a new robot at a distance of about tens of meters. Qinming thought about it, and chose to build it in the air above the phase beast. After the manufacturing was completed, the robot would fall on the back of the phase beast. Probably on the back. However, just when Qinming's robot heard the voice of the phase beast again, and the phase beast also sensed Qinming again, it didn't know whether it felt a foreign object on its back or something, and it subconsciously turned over and fluttered on the ground, crushing the robot into pieces again. Listening to the confused voice of the phase beast after it lost its complete and clear perception of Qinming again, Qinming was silent. He could hear from the voice of the phase beast that it was not absolutely aggressive, and that kind of anger and fear were not directed at him. But they couldn't communicate or contact each other at this time. There was absolutely no way to stop the phase monster from continuing to act stupidly. Or maybe he should just give up this place for the time being. Qinming felt that he had to see if he had a chance to get a phase ship from the Ship Research Institute, and try to use the phase ship to enter the phase space to contact the phase monster. If they were all in the phase space, the phase monster might be able to clearly sense the location of his robot. While the phase monster was still confused at this moment, Qinming quickly sped up his actions and drove the shuttle to the second mechanical colony that the monster had just left. The mechanical armed forces here have been almost completely destroyed, and Qinming can easily control the entire colony. And here, Qinming also found a new psychic mechanical creature that can destroy psychic energy. It looks a little different from the second and third ones. Qinming chose to send this psychic mechanical creature away, and then conduct unified research. Soon, in this colony where most of the area has become ruins, Qinming once again found the control center of the colony. After borrowing some equipment from the mechanical race, Qinming was a little sorry that he could not find another mechanical psychic biological transformation facility. There is only one facility in the 3 colonies of the entire planet, and this facility is also damaged a lot. This is a headache for Qinming. He originally thought that the other 2 colonies would also have this facility. If not, then he really has to use the facility that only 1/3 of it is still running to conduct experiments. Qinming was still a little unwilling to use the metal liquid scattered in the only 2 colonies left on the planet to try to carry out the final search. The result was of course nothing. So let's withdraw. Before leaving, Qinming confirmed the position of the phase beast. He found that it had returned to its own business after being confused just now. After turning back to ravage the ruins of the second colony, it headed for the location of the third colony. However, Qinming had already used his psychic power to take away the intact third colony and all the mechanical individuals on it. So judging from the location of the sound, the phase beast was most likely hovering over the original third colony. It seemed to be confused and lost again. However, after carefully observing the original site where the third colony was moved, it seemed to have a hint of excitement in its voice. Qinming was not sure, but it should be this kind of emotion. Qinming finally tried to make a robot to contact the phase beast, but the result was still the same. The phase beast excitedly went to Qinming's robot, crushed the robot, and fell into a confused reincarnation again. So be it. Qinming left some metal liquid on the planet, and buried some of the queen's body tissue deep underground. He also controlled the Stardust class outside the orbit, and went to all the planets in the galaxy, leaving a little bit of things. Then he dismantled the Stardust and handed the galaxy over to the Legion. At the same time, he also planned to return the main consciousness to the body, and he still had a lot of things to study next. However, before Qinming had time to do so, his prosthesis at the Legion headquarters suddenly received a call. It was from Bai Quan. The headquarters prosthesis was still leaving the headquarters on a shuttle. There was nothing to do, so Qinming answered the phone. Bai Quan's voice sounded, "Is it a little too much?" Qinming immediately realized that Bai Quan was referring to the fact that he had just run back and forth in the information of the mechanical tribe and took away a colony. He responded innocently, "I feel it's okay. The main reason is that it will take too long for the Legion to come. The phase monster has already dismantled the colony several times. It's better to save some now than to tear it down. Right? Can you tell me what the Legion needs? As for whether Qinming has what the Legion needs at that time, that's another matter. That's fine. Anyway, we have to wait for 3 days. Let's see if we can do something after the Legion's fleet arrives in 3 days. Bai Quan just came to ask. It was indeed as Qinming said. Before the Legion's fleet arrived, what happened in the galaxy had basically nothing to do with the Legion. Only after the fleet arrived would the Legion have the right to make decisions. The communication ended. Qinming glanced at the shuttle's autopilot system. The destination was fine. It was at the Ship Research Institute. So while the shuttle hadn't arrived yet, Qinming continued to switch his main consciousness to his main body. He now had 2 things to do in his main body. One was the experiment of mechanical psychic biological transformation equipment. The other was to study the situation of the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race. Especially the mechanical psychic creatures that destroyed psychic energy. How did these mechanical psychic creatures use psychic energy? Why did they have spiritual awakening nerves that shouldn't appear in biological bodies? These 2 things can actually be classified as one thing. So Qinming simply conducted research in the order in which the mechanical psychic creatures appeared. That is, first figure out what the mechanical psychic creature conversion facility, which only has 1/3 left, can produce. Then, based on the results of his own experiments, he combined them to study the mechanical psychic creatures themselves. At the highest point of the pioneering base, the research area filled with various research facilities occupied the middle section of the ship at the highest point. Although most of the space was occupied by research equipment, it was still no problem to put a new device in the corner of the middle section of the spacecraft. Qinming had already sent the things here before. When he came here in person, he looked like he was going to use the equipment. Xiao Fan, who had been studying the area, immediately asked him a lot of questions. Probably what this equipment was, and what its operating principle was. Qinming certainly didn't know what the long-distance travel principle of this equipment was. And since Xiao Fan could ask this question, it certainly didn't know the answer to this question. It also means that the technology of this thing is really ahead of the technology of the Empire, and Yue by at least 1 era. So Qinming didn't give Xiao Fan an answer, but just let it watch the experiment he was going to do next. The experiment of the mechanical psychic biological transformation facility is, of course, to transform psychic creatures. Although it seems that ordinary creatures can also be transformed instead of psychic creatures. If conditions permit, they must be used with something better. Each Zerg unit produced by the Queen can use a certain level of the Queen's psychic energy. Use the worms to try to transform. Then the next question is, which Zerg unit is the most suitable? There are many types of Zerg individuals. From parasite eggs as small as spores to titans that are more than 30 meters long and charge at the front line of the battlefield. All can be selected. However, the specific one to choose still depends on the largest volume that can be stuffed into the conversion equipment. Although only 1/3 of the mechanical psychic biological conversion facility was dismantled, the core position was not damaged too seriously, and there was still a height of about 30 meters. In a hemispherical shape, the titans might be able to fit in if they squeezed a little. But Qinming would not take out the titans for a dangerous experiment. It is better to choose a moderate size. Qinming thought for a while. The final choice is a Zerg individual of about 4 meters in size, which is very similar to an Whooping after entering the Zerg state. Of course, this is a pure Zerg individual, without the technology of an Whooping that combines Qinming's own psychic energy, the Queen's psychic energy, and the source of chaos, and without Qinming's genes. It is a pure Zerg. Such an individual's comprehensive quality can be said to be the strongest among Zerg units. And it is a good choice. After filling the hole on the top of the cabin with materials similar to the cabin, Qinming stuffed the bug into the open hatch. Just after Qinming pressed the start button, the transformation facility suddenly prompted Qinming that there was a lack of available materials. Some key materials are provided by the facility, but as the main materials for the mechanical psychic creatures, Qinming needs to provide them. If it is related to the mechanical race, Bayun steel is obviously the most suitable. But Qinming chose another material. The psychic white cloud steel produced by Yin Xiong has a purity of 100%. After Qinming filled in the materials, the hatch of the facility was closed, and the insect Qinming stuffed in was sent to the center of the cabin. Qinming could also sense everything that the Zerg encountered through psychic energy. After an extremely rigorous scan, the facility suddenly released a large number of nano-robots that looked like iron sand at first glance, covering the Zerg unit. According to the scan results just now, they slowly transformed every cell and every bit of keratin of the Zerg unit into a mechanical structure. Although the Zerg have no pain nerves, they still have a sense of damage. At this time, the Zerg unit in the transformation facility transmitted to Qinming through the hive mind network without any sense of pain. The transformation does not cause any pain or damage to the organism. And although Qinming used 100% pure psychic white cloud steel as the raw material, it did not seem to have any effect on the process. These nanorobots simply transformed the biological cell tissue into a machine made of psychic white cloud steel. The entire operation process seemed to be normal, as if the loss of those external devices did not affect the basic function of the transformation device. However, the good times did not last long. The progress of the transformation facility had just transformed the part below the calf of the Zerg individual into steel, and the operation of the facility suddenly stalled. Those nanorobots also paused at any time. Then it continued to run. Qinming immediately paid 100% attention, because the equipment had obviously failed just now, but it was still running. If the failed equipment continued to run, God knows what consequences would be caused. The nanorobots are still transforming biological cells into machines. However, unlike just now, not all biological cells are transformed by nanorobots. The transformation process of these nanorobots after the failure is intermittent. The feet and calves that have been transformed are pure machines, but the thighs have become a mixture of biological tissue and metal. The transformation process is running, but it is not complete. And the result of incompleteness is like this. While Qinming was observing, the transformation facility was still transforming the body of the Zerg individual, allowing its flesh and blood to be further mixed with the metal. Moreover, the protection of the transformation parts by these nanorobots during the transformation was also ineffective. Gray-green blood flowed, and the gray-white muscles seemed to be filled with countless sharp blades. The Zerg individual felt that his body was being hurt, and this injury was extremely severe and terrifying. Its body instinctively repaired its own injuries, and filled the flesh and blood tissue transformed by the nanorobots. However, the tissues it used to repair would also be further damaged by the nanorobots in the transformation facility. And the further injuries caused by this further transformation forced the Zerg individual to increase the intensity of repair. Such a vicious cycle caused the entire insect to become swollen. Sure enough, the damaged facilities still could not lead to the correct result. The transformation process soon came to the end. The hatch of the facility opened, revealing a half-biological, half-mechanical monster that had grown to 10 meters in size. A bloated, slow-moving monster that seemed to be dying at any moment. But it was at least a Zerg individual created based on Zerg genes, and the Zerg form that Qinming and the Queen had studied for a long time. It would not die for a while. It even crawled out of the cabin, leaving a large pool of gray-green blood on the ground, and greedily devoured the energy crystals that Qinming had prepared in advance. Qinming watched silently and recorded silently. Although its transformation process was not completed, it unexpectedly retained the characteristics of both the Zerg and the mechanic. It can maintain its life by devouring any object like the Zerg, and it also has the steel body of the mechanic. Moreover, Qinming also discovered that the steel body on it can be enhanced by the Queen's psychic energy. Even the Queen's psychic energy can affect the nanorobots that every normal mechanic has after the transformation process is completed. Although the transformation process of the individual Zerg is only half completed, there are indeed nanorobots in its body to repair the damage to its mechanical parts. These nanorobots can increase their efficiency under the influence of the Queen's psychic energy. What's even more outrageous is that these nanorobots can actually be like the Zerg, not by electricity, but by eating or directly taking nutrients from the Zerg individuals. There is no barrier between biology, machinery, and psychic energy in it. I don't know if it's the Queen's psychic power, or if it's the Queen's psychic power that becomes like this after being mixed with Qinming's psychic power, or if it's the effect of that facility. I can only say that the current situation can be explained in a more scientific way. That after the transformation, there are also biological cells of Zerg individuals in these mechanical components. If it's explained in a more psychic way, then Qinming and the Queen's psychic power are so outrageous. In short, while this Zerg individual that has become a monster can call on the Queen's psychic power, the Queen can still control it. Qinming's psychic power has the same effect. He can also directly use psychic power to control, repair, and transform the monster, whether it is the mechanical or biological part of it. Even use deep repair psychic power. Of course, Qinming did not do this. He came to test not to play with psychic power. He wanted to see the result of a failed experiment and summarize the experience in the failure, rather than a failed result suddenly disappeared, and Qianming could not learn anything from it. However, although the experiment can be said to be a failure, after all, the monster created is indeed a useless monster, but it can also be said to be successful, because Qianming can see the possibility of future development from this disabled monster. It perfectly combines the advantages of machinery and biology. At the same time, it can obtain gains from both, but it itself is not very outstanding because of the damage of the facilities. Its value has been reflected. Qianming had such an idea before, combining machinery and biology, but there has been no suitable opportunity to try and realize it. Unexpectedly, this facility completed the preliminary experiment and verified the feasibility. He also found two inspirations from the failed results in front of him. For example, there has been no progress in the Zerg biological building, although the larvae hatching pool technology developed by the queen has basically stabilized. It is not necessary for the queen to lay eggs for each larva. However, the research progress of the worker insect breeding room is not ideal, not to mention the combat Zerg, because the Zerg has many types and complex functions, and different numbers are needed at different times. The number of breeding rooms required for an entire Zerg nest is an exaggerated number, so the progress is slow. The research progress of the energy crystal worm breeding room is quite fast. However, Qianming has already sold the energy crystal technology to the Legion. After that, he can make money by dividends without any output, and he doesn't need to work hard, which is very embarrassing. However, Qianming's new idea should be able to make up for the other worker insect breeding rooms. Biological buildings are indeed not easy to make, but if you just talk about cultivating a certain biological building, the difficulty is different. Qianming feels that he can first use machinery to make suitable facilities for cultivating worker insects, and then let the queen be to transform them into biological buildings. Since the queen can transform cruisers, a small building should not be a problem. This is what Qianming thinks that the queen can try. As for another idea that Qianming just had in his mind, it is to implant various mechanical devices into the Zerg, such as prosthesis, to enhance the combat effectiveness of the Zerg. But he just thought about it, and had no intention of implementing this idea, because of the cost. The Zerg itself only needs to eat to reproduce. Installing mechanical equipment and prosthetics on these Zergs requires various investments and time. The cost of producing Zergs has increased significantly, and Zergs have lost some of their advantages. In addition, the Zergs are strong enough, and the Queen's psychic power amplification makes their strength no less than some mechanical structures. But if the Zergs are transformed into machines, if they are transformed using mechanical psychic biotransformation equipment, psychic power may be used to affect the mechanical part. But if the prosthetics are directly implanted, it is not certain whether psychic power can still work. It is uncertain whether the complete transformation from biological to mechanical through the facility will work in the end. So even if many metals are stronger than the Zerg's carapace, or even stronger than the Queen's strength and body, Qianming will not easily try to implant prostheses into the Zerg. At most, Qianming will use these technologies on some elite guard Zerg that the Queen may need, or use them on the top biological spacecraft of the Zerg. No matter which one, this technology will definitely not be used for the time being, and we must wait for the Queen to wake up from evolution. In short, continue to cultivate this half-mechanical, half-biological monster for 2 days to see if we can study more new things from it. Qianming plans to call this half-mechanical, half-Zerg creature Sample 0, and all subsequent research can start from it. At the same time, Qianming also plans to continue to use and test this damaged psychic biological transformation facility, and continue to put more Zerg into it. See if he can cultivate a real mechanical Zerg when the equipment is damaged. However, before the next step of action begins, Qianming still has a problem to solve. Why doesn't this half-biological, half-mechanical Sample 0 have a single mechanical enlightenment nerve? Chapter 328 Problem. According to what Qianming knows, except for human psychics, no psychic creatures have spiritual awakening nerves. The source of their spiritual energy is themselves. It can be said that the body of each psychic creature is their spiritual awakening nerve. Since the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race have mechanical spiritual awakening nerves, there must be a source. Qianming previously believed that the mechanical psychic creature transformation facility concentrated all the spiritual energy originally existing in the body of the psychic creature during the transformation of the psychic creature and constructed a new spiritual awakening nerve. But now it seems that things are not as he imagined. The Zero sample has no mechanical spiritual awakening nerve. Although this may be because Qinming only obtained 1/3 of the equipment, which lacks the function of transforming spiritual awakening nerves. However, through the study of the entire transformation process, Qinming is more inclined to believe that the facility will not aggregate the spiritual energy of psychic creatures to form mechanical spiritual awakening nerves during the transformation, when it transforms the body tissues of the Zerg individuals covered by the power of the Queen. It has no intention of aggregating spiritual energy at all. The equipment itself is not made of silent alloy, which can block the overflow of psychic energy fluctuations. Nor does it seem that psychic energy can be gathered again at the end of the conversion process. The psychic energy in the converted body tissues dissipated during the conversion. Zerg units are all part of the Queen, so they can use the Queen's psychic energy. If psychic energy can really be accumulated, the Queen's psychic energy should be accumulated. But the facility did not do so. So Qinming felt that the mechanical spiritual awakening nerves were not transformed from psychic creatures. This equipment should not be a mechanical psychic biological transformation facility, but a mechanical, psychic, biological transformation facility. The key lies in the biological transformation facility. Then the question is, where do these mechanical spiritual awakening nerves come from? Qinming felt that this had to be determined by contacting the mechanical psychic creatures of the existing mechanical race. He immediately went to the warehouse at the highest point, where there were about hundreds of mechanical psychic creatures on standby. And there were 3 special destructions waiting for him. These mechanical psychic creatures are essentially no different from all mechanical units. And even the panels are exactly the same. It's nothing more than a different name and an extra mechanical spiritual awakening nerve. So if you want to study these things, you must start with the biggest difference between them and ordinary mechanical races: the mechanical spiritual awakening nerves. The mechanical spiritual awakening nerves are called spiritual awakening nerves, but in fact they are very different from ordinary spiritual awakening nerves. The biggest difference is the appearance. The spiritual awakening nerve of an ordinary psychic grows in the brain, and the thickest one is only 1/3 of the diameter of the little finger, and the length does not exceed 20 centimeters. And the mechanical spiritual awakening nerve, Qinming can say with certainty through his observation of the hundreds of mechanical psychic creatures he captured, the mechanical spiritual awakening nerve is more like a mechanical spine, and its internal structure is very similar to the purgatory core. Of course, this does not mean that the mechanical spiritual awakening nerve is the purgatory core, but it is very similar to the purgatory core in terms of operating logic structure. The difference is more obvious in that the purgatory core is purely based on the ability to control entropy through internal structure and psychic materials, and there are some special substances inside the mechanical spiritual nerve. Qinming randomly found a mechanical psychic creature and disassembled its mechanical spiritual nerve, and used psychic energy to extract the special substances inside. This is a psychic substance that is invisible to the naked eye, but it can be sensed by mental power, and mental power can be used to block it to prevent it from escaping in the air. And just when Qinming used mental power to sense this thing, he suddenly felt that this thing was very familiar. He should have. No. He has always been in contact with it. Qinming remembered. All these psychic substances are spiritual energy. And spiritual energy is the substance that constitutes the spiritual stone. The essence of the spiritual stone. In other words, is the mechanical spiritual nerve actually similar to the spiritual stone? And is it made of spiritual stone? Qinming feels a little bit different. The spiritual stone is an extreme emotion accompanied by the fluctuation of mental power when a person dies and aggregates on the nearby stone. The spiritual energy in the mechanical spiritual nerve is also quite different from the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone. The spiritual energy in the mechanical spiritual nerve seems to be locked into this spiritual energy by something. It is not naturally formed like the spiritual stone. Qinming does not want to delve too deeply into how these spiritual energies come from, because if he delved into it, it is likely to touch his blind spot in knowledge again. He just needs to know that it is this substance that gives this mechanical spiritual nerve its specialness, and gives the mechanical creature spiritual energy. In addition, Qinming also noticed that the structure of the mechanical spiritual nerves installed by different mechanical psychic creatures is the same, but the internal spiritual energy is different. As long as a mechanical spiritual nerve is replaced with a different spiritual energy, it can immediately become a mechanical spiritual nerve with other effects. This standardized structure makes these mechanical spiritual nerves look like a mass-produced device belonging to the mechanical family. As for more, Qinming couldn't analyze it. The overall technical level of the mechanical family is higher than his, so he couldn't go deeper. However, Qinming suddenly remembered something. In his hand, there is a personality core that he just snatched from the mechanical family. The Mechanical Queen. As the core of the mechanical family mothership and the core of the colony construction during the pioneering period, it should have knowledge about the mechanical family. Why did he almost forget this? Qinming immediately contacted the Mechanical Queen remotely and asked it what the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical family were. The Mechanical Queen responded quickly. But what Qinming didn't expect was that the Mechanical Queen didn't reply to his question, but a complete document, and helped Qinming translate it into the language of the Empire. This document actually explains in detail what the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race are and how they are made. Qinming was silent as he looked at the document. He was silent for a long time. He suddenly sighed and said, "Why didn't I just ask directly?" Fortunately, the impact was not great. Qinming's own research would also leave a deeper impression than reading the document directly. In addition, he started researching after the operation experiment. These documents will not clearly state the results of all failed experiments, nor will they teach Qinming how to create a half-biological, half-mechanical individual and gain the advantages of both. Qinming learned something new from the experiment just now, so it is not a loss if he does not ask. After adjusting his mindset, Qinming carefully studied the document on the mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race. Probably a few years ago, the mechanical race found the mechanical psychic creature transformation facility from the ruins of the Shining Civilization. After a period of searching for the memories stored in themselves, the mechanical race regained the use of this facility. Seeing this, Qinming paused for a moment, because he found that according to the document, the transformation facility does have the ability to transform psychic-related things. However, it does not transform psychic creatures into mechanical psychic creatures, but transforms psychic creatures into a psychic core and produces some related derivatives. That is, psychic energy. This facility extracts all the psychic energy of psychic creatures and fuses them into a special object. If the spiritual nerve extractor is used for psychics, then this transformation facility is used for psychic creatures. The transformation facility also has multiple transformation modes. Transforming organisms into mechanical organisms and transforming psychic organisms into psychic cores are just two of the most basic functions. The other transformation methods are only unusable because Qinming's machine has lost too many external devices. As for other transformation methods, Qinming continued to read. After the mechanical race found and figured out how to use the transformation facility, it didn't take long for them to create a dimension infection entity. Of course, it is not the mechanical star field near the Empire, but the mechanical star field somewhere in the more distant and deep starry sky, so it has no impact on the Empire at all. In short, the ability of the dimension infection entity created by the mechanical race is destruction. The mechanical race felt that it was too dangerous, so they used the converter to transform this dimension infection entity into a destruction core and some companion creatures. That is, the spiritual energy of destruction. These spiritual energy substances cannot be wasted, so the mechanical race created a new, no, it should be considered old, which belongs to the Shining Civilization and the mechanical spiritual energy biological transformation facility. That is, the mechanical spiritual nerve. As long as there is a little spiritual energy substance inserted, the mechanical race will create a new mechanical spiritual nerve. And these are implanted in the bodies of some creatures. And these creatures are transformed again by the transformation facility and become mechanical creatures. These creatures can master the power of using spiritual energy through the transformation of the facility. Implanting mechanical spiritual nerves and transforming ordinary creatures is similar to installing the Purgatory Core and debugging the Purgatory Demon King. As for why the mechanical spiritual nerves are not directly given to other mechanical races, there is also an explanation in the document. The technical strength of the mechanical spiritual nerve itself is not as good as the Purgatory Core. So although it is a machine, it needs to be assimilated with the object it is implanted in. Ordinary mechanical races cannot assimilate psychic energy. Only living things can assimilate with spiritual nerves. And after assimilation, the mechanical race can further transform the living things. This is the reason why mechanical psychic creatures appear. Qinming asked where the mechanical race came from to convert so many psychic creatures. It is basically a psychic creature that can convert a core and psychic energy that can replicate multiple mechanical spiritual nerves. This method of using companion creatures to mass-produce multiple spiritual nerves only uses a relatively simple device, such as mechanical spiritual nerves. So the upper limit of psychic energy is much lower than that of normal psychics. As for the use of psychic cores, the document does not say much, but simply describes a sentence. The psychic core is an alternative combination of spiritual nerves and spiritual stones. In short, after getting this information, some things that Qin could not answer in his mind were finally answered. Let's not talk about how the mechanical race created the dimensional infection, and how to stuff the entity of the most important source of dimensional infection into the conversion device. In short, the mechanical race created the destruction core, and some derived destruction psychic energy by converting the entity infected by the dimension. Then these destruction psychic energy substances became the contents of some mechanical spiritual nerves. These destructive spiritual nerves carry a part of the power of dimensional infection. And after being implanted into the bodies of ordinary creatures, they will of course cause those creatures to be infected. This infection process is probably also an assimilation process in the eyes of the mechanical race. After the assimilation is completed, these dimensionally infected creatures are sent to the mechanical psychic biological transformation facility and become what Qin saw. Fortunately, after the second transformation, the remaining destructive spiritual energy is really pure spiritual energy, and no longer has any power of dimensional infection and erosion. Otherwise, Qin would have to worry about the problem of dimensional infection marks. As for the mechanical psychic biological transformation facilities of the mechanical race, and the technology of transforming psychic creatures into psychic cores, it seems a little dangerous. Danger in two senses. One danger is that this shows that the mechanical race near the Empire is still connected with the more distant mechanical race, and the war between the Empire and the mechanical race is likely to face more than just one star field. Another danger is the danger of the Empire to the psychics within the Empire. Humans are also biological beings, and Qin does not believe that this transformation facility has no effect on humans. It is nothing more than that the existence of humans or humanoids is special. So the Shining Civilization, a civilization that is absolutely inseparable from humans, will deliberately study the equipment such as the spiritual nerve extractor for human psychics. Qin often does not want to think too much about this kind of thing, but now it is really difficult for him not to think too much. This kind of psychic core can extract the psychic core from the psychic, and mass-produce various degraded psychics while obtaining the psychic core, and can even recycle the mechanical spiritual nerves of the psychics that have long been psychics. The emergence of this technology is extremely threatening to the existence of psychics. It is even more dangerous than the spiritual awakening nerve extractor. It must be sealed up, and Qin must not let it fall into the hands of the Empire. Then Qin still has a question in his mind. After the mechanical race transformed the dimension-infected entity, where did the most important destruction core produced go? Qin asked the Queen of Machinery. The Queen of Machinery directly gave Qin a blueprint of the main weapon of the mechanical race. The spine peak cannon head. Turtle, give me everything. Qin sighed. The mechanical queen did not respond, because it is just a machine. All it does is obey orders. It seems that in the future, as long as it is related to the mechanical race, as long as there is something you don't understand, you can try to figure it out from the mechanical queen. Not all questions can be answered, but most of them can definitely be answered. Qin thought so, and carefully checked the blueprint. The mechanical queen can give him the blueprint, which means that the mechanical race has used the destruction core on the weapon in the blueprint, which is also a very understandable way of using it. However, Qin suddenly frowned, because the blueprint of the spine peak cannon head he saw at this time was not the new weapon that Egu told him about some time ago, which the Empire investigated and possessed by the mechanical race. It is a truly brand new weapon that is not yet known to the Empire. Spine peak cannon head, destroyer. This is a bit scary. Under the premise that the mechanical race has a new type of psychic weapon, the mechanical race actually hides a more threatening weapon. Although the scraps of the destruction of the spiritual nerves are nothing to Qin. They are already destructive enough for ordinary people. And the destruction of the main weapon level of the main battleship, that is really fatal. And it is probably not just destruction. The destruction core is installed in the destroyer. So what about the other cores installed? What effect will it have? And so on. Qin suddenly realized that he seemed to have thought of something incredible. If other psychic cores can also be installed on weapons with similar designs. That is to say, the new weapon of the mechanical race investigated by the Empire may be just one of the weapons in this batch. It's just that the mechanical race deliberately released the information of one weapon, making the Empire think that they only have this new weapon. The others continue to be hidden, and they will be taken out when necessary to deal a heavy blow to the Empire. Chen Ming hurriedly sent a copy of the document to the Legion's prosthesis. He must inform this news. This kind of destructive psychic weapon news must be known to people. After Chen Ming urgently sent the document to Bai Quan, he immediately received a call from Bai Quan. "What did you just send?" Chen Ming responded, "I can't say anything else. I can only tell you that these are all solid information. And the mechanical race definitely has more than one new weapon. Don't ask me anything. I don't want to say anything. I know. Thank you." Bai Quan did not continue to ask. Just thanked him, and hung up the phone directly. He was no longer surprised that Chen Ming would take out some unexpected surprises from time to time. Just take it. Can Chen Ming still cheat him? Chen Ming looked at the phone that was hung up decisively, and estimated that Bai Quan would be busy for a few days. So he simply turned off the terminal. After all, the things he gave were real, and the weapon designs of the mechanical race were also real. The design was so detailed that it could be directly reproduced one-to-one. Whether it was the Psychic Research Institute or the Ship Research Institute, there would definitely be more than a group of people who wanted to contact him. Chen Ming didn't want his phone to be blown up. After turning off the terminal, Chen Ming continued to think about the machine and asked a question. It is a plan to repair the conversion facility. The Queen of Machinery did not give the document this time, but only gave an answer after asking for the current three-dimensional scanning image of the conversion facility. It cannot be repaired, because the conversion facilities owned by the mechanical race Starfield close to the Empire come from other mechanical races in more distant places. And the mechanical race there can only use the remains of the Shining Civilization as a replacement. And it is also impossible to repair. However, the Queen of Machinery gave an alternative plan, asking Chen Ming to go to the nearest mechanical race Starfield for replacement, where there is another conversion facility. The Queen of Machinery gave Chen Ming an accurate coordinate. Chen Ming stared at the coordinates in silence for a while, asked the Queen of Machinery a question. A few seconds later, he got the detailed Starfield map of the mechanical race and mastered the precise deployment of the mechanical race fleet. Looking at this Starfield map and deployment map, Chen Ming suddenly sighed again. What a pity. The mechanical race will definitely change the overall deployment of the mechanical race Starfield that the Queen of Machinery knows, as soon as they lose the Queen of Machinery. If Chen Ming could seize the machinery when the real war broke out, the war could have ended much earlier. But now, it's a pity. But Chen Ming couldn't have predicted this in advance. At least after having this star map. He knew the coordinates of some important star systems of the mechanical race. And these star systems could not be relocated. He could try to attack and seize the conversion facilities. But there was no rush for the time being. He still had a lot of things to do, and didn't have time to attack the mechanical race. Chen Ming thought so, and suddenly started the terminal again. While no one called him yet, he quickly sent the star map and the mechanical tribe's deployment map to Bai Quan. Bai Quan called again immediately. This time he didn't speak, but Chen Ming heard his meaning from his silence. A simple, powerful question mark. Don't ask. Just ask that I have someone in the mechanical tribe. By the way, the deployment map expired about an hour ago, and the mechanical tribe should have changed its deployment now. If there is any emergency, you can try it in this last bit of time. Bai Quan really wanted to ask Chen Ming how he got this extremely critical thing, but he still restrained himself and said, if there is no problem, you can consider what level of merit you want, and I will try to get you 2 special merits. Bai Quan hung up the communication. After Chen Ming seriously considered what to exchange for the special merit, he put his consciousness back to the main body. Chen Ming also figured out all the information about the things he obtained. Next, there are 4 things that he needs to do on the main body side. Prepare to attack the mechanical race and seize the transformation facility. Go to the ruins of the Shining Civilization discovered by the mechanical race, and see what information the mechanical race originally planned to explore. Use the 0 sample obtained from the transformation facility for further research. And by the way, see if the mechanical spiritual nerve can come up with something interesting. The first 2 of these 4 things can be done without rushing. Whether it is breaking into the star field of the mechanical race, or going to the information that the mechanical race is afraid to go directly. It takes time to prepare. The latter 2 can be started now, and kept going. After figuring out the principle of the mechanical awakening nerve, Chen Ming is also quite curious about this thing. He has been thinking, Can the mechanical awakening nerve be implanted into a prosthesis? And Whooping is not very active, so he can only make a new prosthesis. Prosthesis. Qin Ming is actually considering whether to find a way to transform the Black Fog Psychic into his prosthesis. This guy has not woken up since Qin Ming saved his life last time. The reason is very simple. When his awakening nerve was still there, his consciousness was strong and his body could support such a strong consciousness. Now his awakening nerve is gone. Although the consciousness is gradually decreasing, it is not something that the body without the awakening nerve can support. Before the consciousness intensity decreases, he will only fall into a coma, and the time will last about 3 months. To be honest, it is no different from being dead, as long as the psychic has his awakening nerve extracted. Even if he is saved, he will be just an ordinary person at most. So Qin Ming wanted to let the Black Mist Psychic exert his last remaining energy. This was also a plan he had carefully considered. Although the Black Mist Psychic was a member of the Left Path and was dead, he could indeed become a prosthesis. Because Qin Ming knew that the Left Path had not been completely destroyed. They had only lost a part of their exposed power. Even if the Black Mist Psychic was discovered, his existence could be used to remind those in the Empire who were committed to eliminating the Left Path that the Left Path was still there. Qin Ming has to be careful. If and Whooping's relationship with him is discovered, at most someone will scold him. But if the relationship between the Black Mist Psychic and him is discovered, Qin Ming will be involved in a lot of headaches. Of course, it's just a trouble, which can be solved. In addition, Qin Ming has another idea, which is to transform the Black Mist spiritual nerve into the Black Mist core. Then use the transformed scraps to make a Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerve and implant it into the Black Mist Psychic. This should be very interesting. Then he can apply some of the mechanical and Zerg research results from the Zero sample to his body, so that the Black Mist prosthesis becomes a prosthesis with multiple abilities, different from Whooping, who combines the power of the Zerg and the source of chaos. At that time, this prosthesis can also become a special prosthesis for Qin Ming to move in the mechanical star field. The more Qin Ming thought about it, the more interesting it was, and he immediately prepared. At this time, his shuttle at the headquarters finally arrived at the Ship Research Institute. Chapter 329 Ship Research Institute. In Qin Ming's original plan, the Ship Research Institute should be a place he would go to in the middle of the war with the mechanical race. However, plans cannot keep up with changes. The phase monster Qin Ming encountered now, and the phase ship promised by Chiu Bowen forced Qin Ming to come here early, because Chiu Bowen told the Ship Research Institute about Qin Ming in advance. And Qin Ming also took the time to contact them. So the location Qin Ming went to this time was arranged by the Ship Research Institute, a space station located in the orbit of the planet. The shuttle entered the inner port of the space station through the VIP channel. When Qin Ming got off the ship, the director of the Ship Research Institute had come here in person to greet him. Mr. Qin Ming, welcome, welcome. The director of the Ship Research Institute in front of him had a kind face. Although his hair was completely white, he looked energetic and did not look like an old man in Qin Ming's impression. Qin Ming extended his hand to the director and said, "Just call me Qin Ming." The director immediately shook Qin Ming's hand a few times, but did not let go. Instead, he took Qin Ming and introduced the 2 deputies following him. Both of them were ordinary people, and they looked old. And they were also top researchers involved in the phase ship research. Qin Ming always respected capable people and took the initiative to greet them. The 2 deputies also responded immediately. In addition, there were some ordinary researchers and some accompanying security personnel. There were not too many messy people. This simple and not noisy attitude, but also very serious attitude, made Qin Ming feel quite comfortable. After Qin Ming greeted several important people brought by the director cleared his throat and said, "Qin Ming, General Chiu has told us about the matter. We are all willing to cooperate with your work. At present, the Institute has manufactured a total of 7 phase ship prototypes. For escort ships, 3 destroyers, and a cruiser level is still under construction. I will take you there now. Sorry for the trouble. It should be." The director obviously did not want to waste time. Soon Qin Ming, under his leadership, changed to a medium-sized shuttle belonging to the Ship Research Institute and left the space station, headed to the orbital test site. In addition to the highly industrialized planet itself, the Ship Research Institute also has 2 artificial orbital industrial rings in space. The inner ring is purely industrial facilities, and the inner side of the outer ring is the same. The outer side of the outer ring is the place where most ship experiments are conducted. The orbital test site is here. On the outer side is the space station where Qinming just stayed. Compared with the pirate space station with a city built inside, it is even larger than the space station. It is equivalent to the headquarters of the Ship Research Institute. In addition, in the orbit of this planet belonging to the Ship Research Institute, there is a giant structure corresponding to the space station. A giant dock for producing main battleships and main weapons. It can only be said that all the supporting facilities are available. While Qinming was observing the layout of the Ship Research Institute through the porthole of the shuttle quickly landed on the outer side of the outer ring orbit. The imitation gravity device played a role here. Although the orbit was rotating, it would not throw the people and buildings on it away. After landing, Qinming and the director and his team took the ground vehicle on the orbital industrial ring to a semi-open ship repair factory here. Although there was a starry sky above his head, Qinming did not need to wear protective clothing when he got off the car. Part of the oxygen on the orbital ring is continuously produced by life support devices, and the other part is bound by gravity, which is enough for people to work here without wearing protective clothing. In this somewhat empty repair factory, there are 7 ships parked scattered around. All are undergoing maintenance. These are phase ships. They look similar to ordinary ships, and there is no obvious difference. They all have the appearance of normal spaceships. The main color scheme is close to dark blue and silver gray, which should be caused by the materials needed to build phase ships. Only the center of the spacecraft is slightly protruding, making the spacecraft, which originally looked like a trapezoid with a large bottom angle from the top, become a hexagonal shape. It seems that a large number of equipment are installed in it. These equipment installed in the middle of the ship are the biggest difference between these phase ships and ordinary ships. In general, these spacecrafts are basically a bit rough, and the various equipment and lines have not been well optimized and designed. However, the phase ship is still in the experimental stage after all, and it is fine as long as it can move. Optimization of hidden lines and equipment will only be done in the future. The director pointed to the 7 phase ships and said, "The phase ships that have been manufactured are all here. If you don't mind the trouble, you can control them all." Qinming suddenly suspected that he had heard it wrong, and asked, "All?" "Yes. The phase ship itself is easy to lose, especially in the early stage of the experiment. We don't know much about the phase space. Basically 2 or 3 experiments will cause a spaceship to be damaged. If you are here, our ship's loss may be less." "Okay." Since the director said so, Qinming was not polite. Anyway, other people didn't have to think about taking back the things in his hands. Qinming immediately walked around the 7 ships and operated each phase ship. And through observation of the panel, Qinming found that the biggest difference between the phase ship and the ordinary ship is indeed the things installed in the middle area that looks bloated from the outside. Phase coil, phase force field modulator, phase field stability anchor, and phase traction device, and other phase equipment. The most critical one should be the phase coil, which not only occupies the largest space inside the spacecraft, but also uses a special material. And around the complex phase coil, there are several small coils made of different materials. It seems that they want to test what material can be used as a substitute for this special material. Unfortunately, Qinming could only see these superficial things through the panel. But once he figured out the technology and manufacturing conditions of these things, he could also make his own phase ship. It's too early to say this now. After Qinming finished controlling the spacecraft, he returned to the director. Just at this time, someone came to the maintenance plant and gave the director a document, saying, "Director, the experiment can begin." The director immediately blinked at Qinming a few times. This. Now Qinming knew why the director let him take control so quickly. But he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. After all, the value of the phase ship was not low, especially the prototype in the test phase. Xiao Bowen had only promised to get Qinming 1 phase ship before, but the director chose to directly hand over all the phase ships they currently had to him for control. And the meaning was very simple. That is, the control of all these ships was handed over to him. And then, he would help to ensure the progress of some more dangerous experiments. After all, if the prototype was lost, it would have to be built again. But if it was given to Qinming, if it was damaged, Qinming would just have to repair it, and the materials would definitely be provided by them. In this way, the Institute earned the guarantee that the experimental ships would not be completely lost in the future. and Qinming earned the control of all the phase ships of the Institute. When the phase ships of the Ship Research Institute increase in the future, these ships will all belong to Qinming. There may even be more than the current 7 ships, and there may be more in the future. A win-win situation. Qinming didn't think there was anything wrong with the directors doing this. It's better to say that the more such situations happen, the better. And this can actually be regarded as a test of him by the director. After all, Qinming is also an airborne person arranged by the Legion commander. Unlike He Gu of the Psychic Research Institute, he doesn't have too many intersections with the Ship Research Institute. But he is a person with very high authority. If you don't know Qinming's background, for the Ship Research Institute, many things can't be done freely. If Qinming is willing to get along well, many things can be discussed. But if Qinming is a greedy person, then the director of the Ship Research Institute should consider a new way to deal with Qinming. Qinming has always been a very kind person. He treats others the way they treat him. The director took the initiative to show goodwill. So Qinming was of course willing to return the favor. He responded, "If the ship is controlled by me, there will be no problem. But I have never been in the phase space, so I can't give a 100% guarantee." This sentence was enough. The director nodded at Qinming and took Qinming on the shuttle again and went to the experimental site. There were 2 phase ships in the repair shop, 1 destroyer and 1 escort. They also took off after the final inspection and followed the shuttle. 10 minutes later, the shuttle and the 2 phase ships arrived at the test site. However, although it is called a test site, in fact, many experiments on spacecraft are conducted directly in space. And this time is no exception. The Institute has arranged several automatic observation points near the determined experimental site, and a relatively far main observation point, completely surrounding the center of the experimental site. These observation points are similar to miniature space stations. Both automatic observation points and main observation points can accommodate enough equipment and manpower. No data or images will be missed. However, because the automatic observation point is close to the center of the test site, usually only the equipment is left at the automatic observation point, and a signal connection is established remotely with the main observation point. Therefore, the shuttle finally landed on the satellite space station as the main observation point. After getting off the ship, the director immediately arranged the progress of the experiment. It can be seen that the director has rich management experience. There are at least hundreds of people involved in the entire experimental process, responsible for different tasks. All these people are doing what they should do in an orderly manner under the command of the director. Qinming watched silently and learned silently. He is the director of the Extraordinary Institute after all. Usually, those researchers who are purely managed by their own prestige and ability are fine when the time is short and the number of people is small. But if his laboratory expands in the future, or if he needs to carry out some projects that require the entire institute to work together, his current management ability will not be able to keep up. It will never go wrong to learn some project management experience. The director seemed to notice that Qinming listened very seriously, and he also showed Qinming some details of the work process arrangement. He really regarded Qinming as a member of this experiment. However, Qinming now knows nothing about phase ships, so he just takes a look and repairs the spacecraft when there is a problem. But he is also very interested in learning phase technology. So after the director had almost finished arranging everything, he asked, "What is the purpose of this phase ship experiment?" "Use the special resonant frequency of phase space to try to enable friendly units to observe phase ships in phase space from a normal cosmic environment." Qinming understood, but he didn't understand. The director saw Qinming's situation, and while continuing to manage the overall control of this experiment, he began to explain the basic knowledge points of phase ships to Qinming. After explaining some basic concepts of phase ships, he talked about the current experiment. In short, the purpose of this experiment is to verify a special device that the Ship Research Institute has just developed. It allows fleets in the normal universe to observe friendly forces in phase space, preventing the phase ship from appearing in the friendly force's firing range when it returns to reality. And this device will only have an effect on friendly forces, and will not be discovered by the enemy. It is similar to the situation where Qinming saw the mechanical race using phase weapons, but could see lasers from the normal universe. But it is different, since this method requires repeated entry into phase space in a short period of time to simulate actual combat. It is a little dangerous for the current phase ship, and Qinming needs to provide some protection. Qinming had a question about this during actual combat. Won't the phase ship always stay in the phase space? The phase ship cannot dissipate radiation energy in the phase space. The director explained some basic concepts of the phase space, although the phase space corresponds to the normal cosmic environment. In the phase space, all places where matter does not exist are filled with a special medium. This medium has no effect on the human body and can be directly regarded as non-existent. But for the spacecraft, it will hinder the spacecraft from dissipating radiation energy. Entering the phase space itself will also lead to the accumulation of radiation energy, not to mention the use of weapons in the phase space. So in war, it is impossible for the phase ship to stay in the phase space all the time. Repeatedly entering and exiting the phase space to engage the enemy and avoid the enemy's attack is the most likely situation. Radiation. Chen-Ming almost forgot about radiation. Every ship will generate radiation in the radiation system when it starts up. No matter what it does, whether it is using weapons or letting the shield take damage, it will lead to the growth of radiation. And there is a difference between soft and hard radiation. Once the radiation exceeds the upper limit, there will be a radiation overload that will paralyze the entire ship. However, the existence of Chen-Ming's psychic energy means that no matter what happens, the radiation value of his ship will never go up, and it will be wiped out with a repair psychic energy, unless something can directly fill up the radiation of Chen-Ming's ship, so that Chen-Ming has no time to repair it. But that is either a crushing defeat in terms of fleet numbers, such as the last time the mechanical clan attacked his Colossus class, or it is a crushing defeat in terms of ship level, such as the Afterglow cruiser controlled by Chen-Ming was destroyed by a single shot from the Legion's main battleship. But the concentrated fire of more than 20 mechanical clan cruisers last time just almost broke the shield. For Chen-Ming, as long as the radiation system is not penetrated by a wave, it is in good condition. Even if it is penetrated, it is not a big problem, as long as the enemy's most fierce firepower wave fails to completely destroy the ship. Then under the effect of his psychic power, even if the ship only has a handbrake left, Chen-Ming can drive the ship back intact. And it was a low probability event that his ship met the main battleship. So all these factors combined have led to Chen-Ming not caring about the radiation system. At most, he only pays attention to the upper limit of radiation. After all, this upper limit determines the upper limit of the attack that his ship can withstand in a short period of time. In this way, the strength of the radiation system is a good indicator for judging the performance of the phase ship. The phase ship needs to have enough upper limit for fighting in the phase space, and it needs to have enough radiation energy dissipation to allow the phase ship to leave the phase space and quickly discharge radiation when it accumulates too much radiation energy. That's interesting. If the phase ship controlled by Chen-Ming is constantly repaired by him in the phase space, it seems that it can achieve some disgusting effects on the enemy. And he can try it now. But he didn't rush to mention this matter. Let's take a look at this experiment first. But before the experiment officially started, Chen-Ming suddenly thought of something else. He asked the director, "Can I arrange 2 of my robots to go on the ship?" The director immediately thought about it. He knew that Chen-Ming was a psychic, and he also knew that Chen-Ming could control all machines. Then, in his opinion, Chen-Ming's robot was equivalent to his existence as a clone. Such an existence entering the phase space can definitely bring back some additional intelligence data. The director responded, "If you are not worried about the robot breaking down, of course you can. But you need to wait a little bit. We need to know the data of your robot and make some corrections to the phase ship based on this data." Chen-Ming released the metal liquid and created 2 robots based on the locust armor around him. "Thank you for the trouble." The director nodded, called a few researchers, and began to obtain the data of the robot. Then, the 2 spacecrafts to be tested were corrected for some experimental data changes caused by the weight of the spacecraft. About half an hour later, the director brought Chen-Ming the news that everything was ready. Chen-Ming's 2 robots have been sent to 2 phase ships. The escort-level phase ship looks ordinary. Just an ordinary experimental ship. But the destroyer-level phase ship is a little more interesting. Chen-Ming can clearly see that this experimental ship is designed in the direction of a transport ship. Indeed, the phase ship has huge advantages in transportation, mobility and self-protection that all other ships do not have. After entering the phase space, only enemies in the same phase space can harm it. And transport ships are indeed easier to develop than combat ships. In the early stage of the experiment, it is indeed a more reasonable choice to use this type as the main research and exclusive. Because the spacecraft has not been sorted, Ming's robot can see that the phase coils with special structures that occupy a considerable space inside the spacecraft are exposed in pieces after entering the spacecraft. And it feels like there may be a leak of electricity at any time. But the problem is not big. The director and others are the main people studying the phase ship. They don't think there is a problem. So Ming doesn't have to think about it. And now the most important thing is that the two phase ships have started to operate. The exposed phase coils had a purple halo that appeared at the interface between the phase space and the normal universe environment, which was somewhat similar to the color of hyperspace, but more transparent. Soon, the two phase ships pulled the ships into the phase space under the coordinated action of different devices. In an instant, Ming received two pieces of news. One good news and one bad news. The good news is that Ming's psychic power will not be blocked even if it enters the phase space. And he can still perfectly control the robot. Bad news. It was the moment when Ming saw the phase space outside the spaceship, which was almost indistinguishable from the normal universe. He felt a heavy pressure from the robot in the phase space, as if he was at the bottom of the sea, even though it was just a robot. This pressure was transmitted from the robot to Ming, pressing hard on his brain. However, after getting used to the pressure from the spirit stone, this pressure was nothing to Ming. His face did not change, and he was even carefully sensing what caused the entire phase space to exert heavy pressure on him. Finally, Ming was somewhat surprised to find that in his consciousness space, the crack connected to the scarlet dimension was closed for some reason. I don't believe that there is a crack that leaks the power of the dimension like before. Ming immediately temporarily cut off his control over the two robots in the phase space. At the moment when the control was cut off, the heavy pressure Ming felt disappeared, and the crack in the scarlet dimension opened again, slowly giving Ming the power of psychic energy. Ming reconnected to his robot, and the rift in the scarlet dimension closed again, and he felt the pressure again. That's right. It was the phase space that operated on the scarlet dimension. This was something Ming had never expected. The phase space and the scarlet dimension were actually related, and they were actually in a conflicting relationship. Even the phase space suppressed the power of the scarlet dimension. Of course, this could also be because Ming's consciousness space was just a rift, so it was suppressed. However, it is certain that the phase space and the scarlet dimension are in conflict. But why is this? Why do the two dimensions, the phase space and the scarlet dimension, which are completely unrelated, conflict with each other? Ming only knew the most basic concepts of the scarlet dimension, and his understanding of the phase space was only what the director had just told him. He had no way to answer this question. But both the scarlet dimension and the phase space are very important to him. The scarlet dimension is a source of powerful psychic power, and it is also a library for his psychic power to be further improved. In the future, the phase space is likely to become the main development direction of ships. The basis of Ming's ability is ships, and it is impossible to abandon the existence of the phase space. These two actually conflict with each other. This is a bit wrong. Ming has to find a way to figure out the reason behind it. But these two are troublesome existences. Neither of them can be understood by Ming in a short time. He can only change his plans slightly and increase the time he spends in the Ship Research Institute, and then find a suitable time to try to enter the Scarlet Dimension for the second time. The Scarlet Dimension is a dimension full of knowledge. As long as you can enter it and come out alive, the knowledge related to psychic power and the Scarlet Dimension will naturally fill your consciousness. As long as you can enter it a few more times, Ming will sooner or later figure out the reason for the conflict between Scarlet and Phase. Speaking of which, Ming suddenly seemed to understand what the Phase Beast was like. As a creature of the Phase space, the reason why the Phase Beast looked for him was probably related to his contact with the Scarlet Dimension. Then he thought of the emotions contained in the Phase Beast's voice. Alertness, desire, curiosity, anger, fear. These emotions are probably not all directed at him, but at his connection with the Scarlet Dimension. What exactly does the Phase Beast want to do? Fortunately, Ming did not hear the Phase Beast's voice now. Otherwise, he suspected that the Phase Beast would come to the Phase Research Institute soon. He continued to look at the director next to him without changing his expression. The director suddenly handed over a pair of lavender glasses and motioned Ming to put them on. Ming took the glasses and asked, "Have you conducted manned experiments before?" "Yes. First animals, then humans." "Are there any accidents?" "No. Everything is normal. There is no discomfort after entering. It is no different from being in a normal universe. There is no problem with the subsequent physical examination. Is that so? Then the pressure is indeed specifically aimed at the scarlet dimension on him. Not everyone equally. Interesting. Qin didn't say much. Put on his glasses. And asked, what's the use of these glasses? Glasses made of phase resonance lenses can observe the special light signals emitted by the phase ship in the phase space through a specific resonance frequency. Look at the position of the phase ship just now. Qin turned his head and looked at the position where the two phase ships disappeared. There were two dark purple light patterns like shadows in the void, marking the position of the phase ship. Qin raised his glasses and looked with his naked eyes. The light pattern disappeared immediately. He put down his glasses again, and the light pattern appeared in his eyes. The director next to him reminded, these glasses and the phase ship can adjust different resonant frequency bands. Only when they correspond can they observe each other, which is used to deal with the moment when the enemy sees through our frequency band. The phase ship itself can also turn off the display of this mark at any time to completely hide itself. Qin looked at the several tiny buttons on the edge of the glasses, pressed them casually, and changed the frequency that the glasses could observe. The marking light pattern of the phase ship in the distance disappeared again. Qin took off his glasses and carefully observed its structure. However, like the phase ship, he couldn't understand it. Soon, the phase ship temporarily left the phase space and began to prepare for subsequent repeated experiments. Qin withdrew his eyes from the phase ship, looked at the director and asked, is the phase ship the only way to enter the phase space now? If you are talking about ships and people, it is indeed only through the phase ship. But the others are not necessarily. What else? Chapter 330 Proposal. For example, phase weapons. The director answered Qin question. Phase weapons are needless to say. The means by which the normal universe attacks the phase space is equivalent to sending things from the normal universe into the phase space. On the contrary, ships in the phase space do not necessarily need to use phase weapons. Which is very interesting. Qin asked, what is the research progress of phase weapons? It is a little ahead of phase ships. Because when the phase technology was just developed, we suspected that the mechanical race had phase ships. Although this news has just been confirmed, we started the research of phase weapons at the first time. Sending the ammunition or laser fired by weapons into the phase space is indeed a way to enter the phase space. But it is a pity that this is for weapons. Qin does not want to send phase weapons into the phase space to cause trouble for the phase beasts. Especially after seeing the scene where the mechanical race's phase weapons did not work at all and were slapped to death by the phase beasts. Anything else? Yes. Communication devices in the phase space. The director is very familiar with all phase-related technologies, and immediately explained to Qin what he just mentioned. Phase space is different from hyperspace. Hyperspace can maintain a stable connection with the normal universe environment. But in phase space, ordinary communication systems will be frequently and severely interfered with. In order to maintain a stable connection between the normal universe and phase space, we have previously developed two methods to maintain normal communication. One is to use the phase position to build a special environment that connects the normal universe and the phase space, so that the device inside has the characteristics of existing in the normal universe environment and the phase space at the same time. Building a communication anchor point on this basis can ensure the communication between the two spaces, which is similar to the effect of a superluminal communication base station. The other is a device that can transmit sound to the phase universe. The latter is not very meaningful. There has been no progress since it was studied, so we mainly study the former. The director said so. But Qin couldn't help but hear about the device that transmits sound to the phase universe. This is exactly what he needs now. Can I see the device that transmits sound? The device is not here, but I can have someone send it to you. Do you need it now? It would be best if it can be done quickly. Okay. The director agreed and immediately helped Qin contact someone to send the device over. After explaining the matter to others, he said to Qin, in fact, as long as it is not a person who enters the phase space, there are several other means. For example, we also have the technology to directly send items into the phase space. But after sending them in, we must use the phase ship to bring them out. In fact, Hui has used similar technology before. And if I remember correctly, it has something to do with you. Qin nodded and said, indeed. But I also remember that the mechanical race did not seem to have a very good grasp of this technology at the time. Yes, It's a good thing that they lost a lot. Otherwise the Empire might have to face an enemy that cannot be observed now. So do you need to see this technology? This is not needed for the time being. Qinming rejected the director's kindness. He only needed the sound-generating device now. Because he had left some things in the phase space after the phase ship he controlled entered the phase space. These things can be used as anchors, allowing his psychic power to bring more things directly into the phase space. If Qinming wants to contact the phase beast, he can just build a cruiser and make a jump. Wait! Qinming suddenly realized another problem. If a ship in phase space jumps, what will be the difference between it and a ship in a normal space environment? Qinming quickly asked the director, wait a minute. This technology just mentioned can send anything. Right? Yes. Have you ever sent a cruiser? That's not the case. Because the material consumed to send something into phase space is proportional to the mass of the thing sent in. In addition, if you want to get it back, you have to rely on a phase ship. So we haven't tried to send a cruiser in. We have only tried to send ordinary ships in. Qinming was a little surprised that the Institute actually tried this, and asked, what happened to those ships in the end? As long as the spacecraft is running, it will slowly generate radiation energy, so it will either be permanently shut down or destroyed due to radiation overload during operation. Later, we use the phase ship to send in some tools to cut those ships, at least bringing back the wreckage. You ask this question. You should be thinking about the issue of phase space jump. Right? Qinming did not deny it. The director continued to say to Qinming, we have also considered this issue. In our opinion, everything in the phase space and the normal universe environment is corresponding. So the spatial coordinates are of course the same. And the jump engine has no way to penetrate the barrier between the normal universe and the phase space. So wherever you jump, you can only jump to the coordinates of that place in the end. This is our current inference. The real situation depends on future research and experiments. Qinming understood. Fortunately, he actually didn't have the idea of driving the ship directly to contact it. He now wanted to use the device mentioned by the director to transmit sound directly from the normal universe to the phase space. After all, next, he mainly wanted to communicate with the phase monster. And communication requires sound. Although the problem of sound transmission may need to be solved at that time. After all, the medium of the phase space will not only affect the radiation energy system of the spacecraft, but the current research has not found any additional special effects. Therefore, these media cannot transmit sound. If you want to communicate with the phase monster, whether it is a spaceship robot or something else sent by Qinming, it will definitely be in danger. So Qinming's idea is to rely only on the sound transmission equipment given by the director to do things. This way, even if something goes wrong, his loss will be less. The director saw that Qinming looked thoughtful and did not say anything more. However, while waiting, he suddenly noticed that Qinming's eyes were no longer on the thinking look just now, but on the phase ship that was conducting experiments in the distance. It was obvious that Qinming had thought clearly about what he was thinking about just now. So he took this opportunity to ask Qinming, does your robot have any special feelings when entering the phase space? Qinming withdrew his gaze from the phase ship, turned to the director and said yes. Yes, I also think it is necessary to talk about it. Even if the director does not ask about this matter now, Qinming will take the initiative to talk about it after the experiment. Because there are many things to say about the conflict between the phase space and the scarlet dimension. But I want to ask first, is there a connection between the phase space and the dimension that caused the dimensional infection? The director was stunned when he heard Qinming's question. Why do you say dimensional infection? Because I think they are a bit similar. The director carefully considered Qinming's words. But in his opinion, the phase space and the dimension that caused the dimensional infection are actually not deeply related. On the contrary, hyperspace and phase space are more similar. So he could only say, it's not clear. We don't have any data in this area yet. And we haven't conducted any research. Our Legion is mainly developing phase ships. And the derived phase technology development is done by other research institutes that cooperate with us. Qinming's expression became more serious. And he said, is that so? Then I think I have to find a few people to come together and listen to what I'm going to say next. The director also felt a hint of seriousness in Qinming's words. He knew very well that if Qinming asked him to find someone, he would definitely not be looking for an ordinary person. It's probably that Qinming's robot just noticed something that was definitely related to dimensional infection when it entered the phase space with the phase ship. Otherwise Chenming would not have asked him the question about dimensional infection just now. If the phase space is related to the dimensional infection, then what Chenming is going to say next will definitely be very important. The director thought about this clearly and took the initiative to suggest to Chenming, "Do you need me to help contact some people?" Chenming didn't expect the director to take the initiative to mention this. He originally thought that he needed to say more to make the director believe him. Unexpectedly, the director seemed to have figured it out in advance. However, Chenming didn't rush to ask the director to find someone, but pointed to the experiment being carried out next to him and asked, "Is it okay here?" "It's okay. Just leave it to my 2 assistants." "Okay. Then try to find people who are related to dimensional infection and phase space technology. You don't need too many. Just people who can make decisions on some things." Although Chenming didn't think this matter was urgent. After all, there was no point in being anxious. Before he discovered the connection between the phase space and the scarlet dimension. Phase space and dimensional infection were 2 completely unrelated things in the eyes of everyone in the Empire. If you want to conduct subsequent research and analysis based on Chenming's discovery, it is not a matter of moving quickly to speed up the overall progress. So Chenming originally wanted to wait until the experiment was over and the work was done before talking to the director about this matter. But since the director took the initiative to bring it up and even went to help find someone, Chenming didn't mind being quick. After arranging the person in charge of the follow-up experiment, the director took Chenming back to the space station of the Ship Research Institute and arranged a meeting room. Chenming found the president on the way, and the president quickly agreed to attend the meeting. Then he contacted the director of the Psychic Research Institute through Higu, who also agreed without any objection. Although Higu said that the Psychic Research Institute was unhappy with Chenming because he went to the Ship Research Institute to hold a meeting with their people, it was not a big problem. Then Chenming also called Bai Quan and Chiao Bowen. Although Bai Quan and Chiao Bowen seemed to be very busy because of the news about the mechanical family he provided, Chenming had new news to tell them, so they had to come. In short, Chenming felt that he had found all the people he could find, and the rest depended on whether the people he found valued the situation that Chenming had briefly described when he contacted them. The director said that he had found all the other people who had cooperated with the phase ship research. However, since the president was the main person in charge of dimensional infection, and the president had contacted Chenming, the director did not contact many people in this regard. It didn't have much impact. However, after knowing what Chenming was going to talk about, Chiao Bowen contacted the Star Domain chief of Camo Star Domain, the one who had faked his death before. Although Chiao Bowen had targeted Chenming before, he was still quite reliable when dealing with some unrelated official business. Even the Star Domain chief of Camo, who was rebuilding Camo, could let him take some time out. And Camo Star Domain was the first place where the dimension was infected, so there was no problem in contacting him. In this way, Chenming called several high-level officials of different forces and organizations in just half an hour, even the top and second in command. They gathered together in the meeting room prepared by the director of the Ship Research Institute. Of course, it was in the form of holographic projection. There were about 20 people in total. Whether it was the Psychic Society, the Corps Psychic Research Institute, or the Corps itself, they all seemed to attach great importance to Chenming, and brought some important people with them. However, only Chenming and the director of the Ship Research Institute were actually in the conference room. The holographic projections of these 20 people were looking at each other. Through the reasons why they were called, they could roughly see the reasons why others were called. After Chenming confirmed that no one else would come, he cleared his throat and said, "I won't talk nonsense. There is only one reason to call you all here. I found that the phase space is related to the dimension of dimensional infection, and the phase space can suppress dimensional infection." Although Higu, who was called by Chenming, knew that Chenming had called them here for this reason, he still asked, "Are you serious?" This was considered to help Chenming talk, so that Chenming could continue. Chenming also nodded at him and said, "I can't be calling you just because I have nothing better to do. Right? Just now, I cooperated with the director of the 14th Corps Ship Research Institute to conduct a phase ship experiment. The phase ship carrying the robot I controlled entered the phase space, and the phase space gave me feedback through the robot, suppressing the mark of dimensional infection on my body. When I am in contact with the phase space, the mark on my body will not take effect. This is enough to prove that the phase space has an impact on dimensional infection, and it is a positive impact on us." After listening to Chenming's story, The president cast a puzzled look at him. Qin also suddenly realized. The president's psychic power is related to spatial ability. At that time, the president was able to throw the entire galaxy infected by the dimension into an unknown space. So he must have the ability to step into the phase space. He must have been in there. And he must not have felt the impact of the phase space on the dimension infection mark at all. After all, the dimension infection mark will not be affected. What is really affected is the scarlet dimension crack in Qin consciousness space. The president must think that Qin is talking nonsense. So he looks at Qin like this. Qin immediately winked at the president, indicating that he would explain later. The president did not say much, and asked Qin, what is the specific feeling? There will be a heavy pressure from the entire phase space in the consciousness, which will suppress the consciousness and the dimensional infection at the same time. Gu said again, are you sure that you have an illusion because the phase space and the dimension that causes the dimensional infection are not closely connected? No. Qin immediately denied. If the situation is as you said, then I shouldn't have such a feeling. Because it was my robot that entered the phase space. And the phase space gave me pressure through the robot. I came to this conclusion. If it is because the phase space and that dimension are not closely connected, I shouldn't have any feeling at all. So I think phase technology is an extremely important technology and deserves more investment. Then what do you want to do by calling us? It's not to attract investment. Right? Qin silently gave Gu a thumbs up in his heart. His questions helped Qin quickly get to the topic of his meeting today. I just think it's necessary to unite. It's impossible for me to produce results on the relationship between phase space and dimensional infection. I just experienced that feeling myself. I can't systematically understand all those things and show them to everyone. Especially since it not only involves dimensional infection, but also phase technology. So, I need to find all of you and connect you people who are unlikely to be connected. I don't think the president of the Psychic Society will have any intersection with the people in the Ship Research Institute. Nor do I think, let alone the head of the Gallow Star region will have any intersection with the 14th Legion. But most of the people present have contact with me. And either it has something to do with dimensional infection, Qin said, looking at the president and the Star region head, or it has something to do with phase space technology. He looked at the Ship Research Institute and the seat where the few people the director had found were sitting. Or it can play a key auxiliary role. Looking at the Psychic Research Institute, he glanced at Qiu Bowen and Bai Quan, who found that he was just called by Qin to make up the numbers and had nothing to do. I believe you all know that what I just said is only good for you and not bad. And when you go back and do research, you will more or less consider what I said today and invest in research. But this kind of research involving multiple fields cannot be solved by one organization. You all should know the difficulty of researching alone. Not to mention that if I were not there, the entire empire would probably not have any research on the connection between phase technology and dimensional infection until phase technology was developed. If you guys can't get in touch, the result is likely to be that the impact of the dimensional infection will last for quite a long time. Qin words were very clear, and the people present still agreed with what Qin said. The empire is so big that even people of the same level may not meet once in their lifetime. But the Starfield chief of Gallow Starfield suddenly asked, how do you prove that what you said is correct? This is the first time Qin has come into contact with the Starfield chief of Gallow Starfield. It can be seen that he is very concerned about this matter, and his attitude is really hoping to believe that this is true. But he must be responsible for the Starfield, and he must raise questions. The president chimed in. He is the second in command of our Psychic Society responsible for researching dimensional infection. And I am the first. The Starfield chief was not affected by the president, and still said firmly, identity cannot be used to prove anything. People make mistakes. Qin felt that the Starfield chief's words were both to him and to himself. But Qin would not make mistakes on things that have been verified. And he had thought of a method that others could accept before. We can conduct an interactive experiment between phase space and dimensional infection. Phase space can suppress the mark on my body. And of course, it can also suppress any other things related to dimensional infection. What are the details? It's very simple. Find a pregnant woman in a high distortion area. Bring her to the phase space and let her live there. And observe the fetus in her belly. A person from the director of the Ship Research Institute raised his hand and asked, doesn't the distortion of dimensional infection start when you get pregnant? Can the experiment be conducted on those who are already distorted? If you get pregnant in the phase space, There will be many deviations, and the experiment will be meaningless. Jinming responded, the distortion period of dimensional infection is not as simple as being infected and then being distorted. Distortion will only occur when the embryo develops to the point where it produces brain nerves and its own weak consciousness. The same person asked, but doesn't this mean that the dimensional infection did not affect the embryo earlier? Can the experiment still be carried out? It's not what you think. In fact, the fetus was already affected at an earlier time point. According to the records of our association's research, all fetuses in the dimensional infection area, no, all fertilized eggs, have been affected, even if the pregnant woman is transferred outside the empire. As long as the fetus develops to the point where the brain nerves appear, it will still be distorted. So we need to find a fetus that has not yet developed brain nerves, and send it and the pregnant woman to the phase space for a period of time to see if there will be any deformities after the brain nerves develop. The person brought by the Star Domain Chief opposed Jinming's idea. It's too slow, and it's hard to find a pregnant woman before, due to the large-scale appearance of deformed children. Many regions have begun to implement free abortion laws funded by the government to prevent the birth of deformed children or the death of pregnant women due to fetal deformities, who would give birth to a newborn with a 100% probability of deformity. The probability is the same for 80% to 90%, unless it is closer to the border of the empire, with a probability of 34% to 45%. Then there may be people who would take a gamble. What the person brought by the Star Domain Chief said was indeed correct. This kind of thing that a star domain, or even dozens of star domains, must be forced to abort to prevent the birth of newborns is a bit terrifying just to hear. But some things must be done. If someone objects, then Jinming's choice is to tear down the roof directly. There are quick ways to create dimensional infection artificially, and then send the source of dimensional infection into the phase space for testing. Who dares to come? Is there no less dangerous way? Jinming couldn't help but smile in his heart. Sure enough, he had to lift the roof to make people listen to him carefully. The source of the dimensional infection in Kamo Star Domain has died, and all derivatives and derivative individuals should die soon. As of today, there is a high probability that no one has survived. Dimensional infection is indeed very dangerous. But unless a new dimensional infection is created, in my opinion, we can only test it through pregnant women affected by dimensional infection. When everyone present was silent thinking about Jinming's proposal, the Star Domain leader, who had been silent since asking the question just now, suddenly spoke again. No, there is actually another way. Chapter 331 Joint Action. The words of the head of the Kamo Star Domain made everyone in the conference room focus on him. He then said, since the end of the last incident, the key figures of Zwitching died, and the Zwitching forces fell apart. Our Star Domain has been committed to dealing with the follow-up of dimensional infection, and clearing out the remaining Zwitching elements. In this process, we often encounter some stubborn Zwitching remnants, who use part of the dimensional infection tissue left by the psychic of Zwitching to infect themselves. There are still some small-scale dimensional infections on other planets. The main body of the dimensional infection entity is dead, and these small-scale dimensional infections will not last long. But before the entire Star Domain is cleaned up, we will still encounter them frequently. So if we need it now, we can try to capture them. Get samples of dimension-infected entities. After being captured, dimension-infected entities can maintain their lives for a period of time by feeding on biological organisms, which should be enough for experiments. The person next to the Starfield leader whispered, this is very dangerous. If these dimensional infections spread again, it will be a disaster for us. We have to try. If successful, we will have a new way to solve dimensional infection. The president took the initiative to propose, let me do it. Give me some people. I will help capture and conduct subsequent verification. But you are not. Of course, the president still remembers that he was also a dimensional infection experiencer. He had been commanding remotely outside the Kamo Starfield before, and he would certainly not forget this time. It's okay. I won't go there in person. I will use psychic energy to conduct experiments at a distance. Just provide me with accurate spatial coordinates. After the president finished speaking, the director of the Ship Research Institute next to him looked at each other with him and the few people he had found. Although Kamo Star region had little contact with the Ship Research Institute of the 14th Legion and other ship research institutes that had cooperated with the 14th Legion, but in this matter that affected the entire empire and actually affected the 14th Legion, everyone maintained a general consensus. Finally, the director of the Ship Research Institute said, We can provide phase ships for experiments. But there are no phase ships near Camo. The Research Institute needs to find a way to send them over. Someone next to the director immediately added, we can't ask Camo to send the entity over. That's too dangerous. If we pursue efficiency, we must use a cruiser to send it. Or let Camo's fifth. Qin suddenly interrupted the person who was talking halfway and said, don't look for them. I will be responsible for this matter. I can quickly send the phase ship to the vicinity of Camo. Qin tone seemed to be mixed with a hint of dissatisfaction, which caused the person who had just spoken to immediately whisper to the director, does Qin have a conflict with the 5th Legion? Do you know An Whooping? An Whooping is a person favored by the association president, An Qin. Later, in addition to joining Odin, he also joined the Psychic Association. But before, the 5th Legion lost the opportunity to seize the power of dimensional infection because of An Whooping. So they didn't care about An Whooping's life or death before. It may be because Qin was unhappy with the 5th Legion. I see. No wonder the 5th Legion is in Camo now, but no one called him over. The director added in a low voice, in fact, I feel that the head of Camo's star region himself does not want the 5th Legion to interfere too much. Their star region and the 5th are independent. But now the 5th Legion has shown signs of interfering too deeply. Since we know that the Psychic Society and the 5th Legion are not on good terms, of course we will not look for them. After explaining the situation in a low voice in front of everyone, everyone present also basically understood what to do next. The Camo star region captured the entity with the president. The Ship Research Institute provided the phase ship and supporting technical guidance. Qin transported the things provided by the Ship Research Institute to Camo. The president came to conduct the final experiment. People who would have had no connection at all originally united under Qin matchmaking and worked together in the same direction. That's it. Qin, who was sitting at the head of the conference table, suddenly stood up and said, when the experimental results come out, everyone will know whether what I said today is true. After that, this matter should definitely get on the right track even if we don't bother. The meeting ended. Qin took the initiative to establish a contact group. It will be convenient for people from different organizations to communicate with each other and announce the progress of the experiment. This matter involves the interests of everyone and will inevitably be promoted by everyone. His ability is highly bound to the Scarlet Dimension and phase space at the same time. As long as this matter can be promoted, he will definitely be the one who benefits the most. At least someone can help him increase his investment in the research of phase space. And he only needs to learn slowly in the future. After the communication group was established, the Star Domain Chief greeted Qin and ended the holographic projection with his people. Qiu Bowen nodded to Qin and also exited the holographic projection without saying much. As the current top executive of the headquarters, he must be informed of this matter. So Qin still gave him face by calling him. The people at the Psychic Research Institute seemed a little unhappy, but they didn't say anything. Everyone except Higu ended the projection. Bai Quan suddenly said to Qin, it seems that you called me here just to make up the numbers. Qin spread his hands and said, after all, it's a meeting held on the territory of the Legion. And it's such an important matter. I can't keep it from you. Right? Bai Quan smiled, did not respond to the sentence, and said, you are also a big shot now. Qin subconsciously glanced at the location where the holographic projections of Qiu Bowen and the Star Domain Chief disappeared. It seemed so. The hand of the holographic projection patted Qin shoulder twice, and Bai Quan's holographic projection disappeared. Higu, who had not left just now, also came up with a smile and said, I feel like I am just making up the numbers. How could that be? The people who study phase technology in the Ship Research Institute are all ordinary people. Now phase technology is related to dimensional infection, which is related to psychic power. If the Corps wants to do something, it must involve the Psychic Power Research Institute. Right? Although this matter seems to have nothing to do with the Psychic Power Research Institute. In fact, from the perspective of the entire Corps, dimensional infection is the most relevant thing to them. It's just that they need to be responsible for a larger scope. So it doesn't seem to have much effect in this experiment. Higu knew this. Of course. He patted Qin shoulder twice and disappeared in the conference room. The president looked at Qin for the last time, and the holographic projection also disappeared in the conference room. But soon, the president's phone call came to Qin terminal. Qin looked at the side. The director of the Ship Research Institute and some other people called by the director were still in the conference room. They were discussing what to do next. Qin-Ming left the conference room first, went to an empty corner outside, and answered the president's call. Tell me, what is the connection between phase space and dimensional infection? After confirming that there was no one around and no equipment could eavesdrop, Qin-Ming asked back, President, you should have entered the phase space. Right? Yes. I tried to enter it myself after learning about the development of phase ship technology. But I didn't tell anyone else because I don't have time to care about the development of phase ships. But I didn't feel any impact in the phase space. The mark is just a mark. So what do you mean by what you said in the meeting? Qin-Ming replied, it's like this. It's not the mark that affected me, but something else. What is it? Qin-Ming did not answer the question directly, but said, I have entered the dimension where the dimensional infection originated. What? The president immediately suspected that he had heard it wrong. Qin-Ming repeated again, I have entered the dimension where the dimensional infection originated. The president didn't know what to say for a while, because he didn't think Qin-Ming was lying now. After a while, the president suddenly exhaled, I once found a way to enter that dimension. But before I really went in, I was afraid, because I feel that as long as I go in, I will definitely die. And it is a way of death that I cannot clearly perceive. Qin-Ming thought about the president's past achievements. He must have been a level 6 psychic decades ago. He couldn't get in before. What about now? Almost the same. I just might die. But it's not certain. But I'm getting older. And there are more and more things to do and more responsibilities to bear. I can't risk going in again. At most, I might give it a try when the deadline is near. Qin-Ming thought about the last time he saw the president. The president looked no more than 40 years old, argue quite young. President? But I'm actually over 60 years old. Forget it. Let's not talk about the past. The president took the initiative to end the previous topic and talked about the present. You have been in. So can you tell me how you got in? When did you get in? What did you encounter? Let me hide the two questions of how and when you got in for a while. And I'll still tell you what I encountered in there. Okay. The president did not force Qin-Ming, but just listened. After thinking about the words for a while, Qin-Ming said, I went into that dimension for about half a second. It was a scarlet dimension, filled with all kinds of knowledge. This knowledge will flow to the person who enters the moment someone enters. And if they can't bear it, there will only be a result of madness and death. Although Qin-Ming's words were very abstract, the president seemed to understand what Qin-Ming said. He kept comparing what Qin-Ming said with everything he had personally experienced. Being filled with knowledge until he went crazy did indeed match the dangerous feeling he had when he was able to enter that dimension to a certain extent. That's fine. At the same time, the president was still thinking silently in his mind. Has Qin-Ming recently come into contact with any incident similar to the dimensional infection other than Kaimo's? Although Qin-Ming can achieve an effect similar to spatial ability, he is not a spatial ability user. Since he can enter that dimension, it must be related to the dimensional infection incident. However, in his thinking, there have been no incidents related to dimensional infection recently. Only the things on Kaimo's side. Kaimo. The president shook his head slightly and asked Qin-Ming, what knowledge did you gain after entering the Scarlet Dimension? Knowledge of psychic energy. I have mastered more psychic power. What about something more specific? Qin-Ming thought for a while and said, President, do you have the terminal I gave you before? The president opened a drawer next to him, took out the terminal and said, yes. Qin-Ming's psychic energy was immediately activated, and a small piece of metal ingot appeared on the terminal. The president picked up the small piece of metal and looked at it for a while. He slowly said a term that shocked him, silent alloy. Qin-Ming responded at this moment, this is only part of the power brought by the knowledge I gained in the Scarlet Dimension. There are more. The president did not let Qin-Ming show off this time. A psychic who can control silent alloy is the most outrageous thing in his eyes. Since you have grown to this level, when will you consider taking systematic psychic training? But I don't have this idea yet. Qin-Ming declined. I think I am far from reaching my limit. The president certainly would not force you on such matters. Just make your own decision. Then how did you get out after entering that dimension? I left an anchor tied with mental power on the way in. After half a second after entering, I couldn't bear it anymore. So I came back along the anchor. Although Qin-Ming said it quite easily, the president, as someone who had sensed the Scarlet Dimension, immediately questioned, is it really that simple? It is indeed quite dangerous. Even if my consciousness strength is very high, and I have the protection of the ship's spirit, I almost couldn't come back. Chen Ming's consciousness strength is really not something that other psychics can challenge. Chen Ming himself carries a spirit stone with high-intensity negative effects for a long time, and has 2 hive mind networks as support. There is also a direct consciousness link between the Queen and Chen Ming, plus the protection of the ship spirit. Even so, Chen Ming almost died in the Scarlet Dimension. It really took only half a second, and my mental power was completely exhausted, and even my consciousness was greatly damaged. But it's okay. The result is good. At least I did get knowledge. So, it all depends on personal ability. The president sighed and said to Chen Ming, but in my impression, you are not a person who takes risks. Sometimes, some risks must be taken. Chen Ming couldn't say that when he was controlling and whooping to fight the brainwashed psychic. He was dragged into the Scarlet Dimension by the brainwashed psychic's dying struggle. Right? If the boss knew, he would know. After all, the boss's psychic power is spiritual. As long as he observes more, he will find that all the people Chen Ming has in the Empire are fake. Not to mention that the boss is so familiar with Chen Ming that he casually discovered Chen Ming's habit of giving fake names and recognized and whooping. But if the president didn't know, Chen Ming really didn't need to take the initiative to tell this situation. The more people know a secret, the more likely it is that the secret will no longer be a secret. The president didn't hesitate, and turned back to the original question and said, then what is the oppression you feel in the phase space? You held a meeting because of this. After the previous preparations, Chen Ming explained, after I came out of the Scarlet Dimension, a crack leading to the Scarlet Dimension was left in my consciousness space. The president suddenly fell silent again. This time he was silent for a longer time before he said, you always bring me some surprises. Sometimes they are surprises. Sometimes they are shocks. What is it this time? Both. The shock is that the space crack of the Scarlet Dimension will appear in your consciousness space. And the surprise is that you are still alive. After entering the Scarlet Dimension and being marked by the Scarlet Dimension, there is even a crack in the consciousness space that leads directly to the Scarlet Dimension. It is outrageous that Chen Ming can still be alive. But it is always a good thing that Chen Ming is alive. So, the crack was suppressed by the phase space. Right? Yes. But I can't tell everyone that there is a crack in my consciousness space that has been suppressed. So I used another excuse. As long as people can believe it. Anyway, my lie will not be exposed in a short time. Well, I think I roughly understand what's going on. But I still have to think about it. Let's do this for now. And we'll talk later. Okay. End the communication. The president still needs time to digest what Chen Ming said. It is also necessary to prepare for the interactive experiment of phase space and dimensional infection. Chen Ming turned back to the conference room. The director had finished talking with the people he called. And now, he was the only one waiting for Chen Ming to come back in the conference room. When Chen Ming came in, the director handed Chen Ming 2 things and said, Here, give it to you. As agreed before. Chen Ming looked down and saw that the director handed him 2 walkie-talkies. Is this the device that emits sound into the phase space? Yes, but it's only a part. The real main equipment is somewhere else. This is an external port. Chen Ming took the walkie-talkie and used psychic power to control himself to check the structure. The director next to him explained the effect of this thing to Chen Ming. This walkie-talkie has 2 operating modes. One is the call mode, which is communication between 2 walkie-talkies. The other is the broadcast mode, when only one walkie-talkie is used in the normal universe. The sound you emit to the walkie-talkie can be broadcast near the corresponding area in the phase space. The phase space also follows some basic physical laws. So you still can't make sound in a vacuum. You have to know this. Although this thing looks quite convenient, there are many uncertainties in walkie-talkies, and they conflict with the military's command system. We can't rely on walkie-talkies for everything. So we also need a signal-based station that can connect the normal universe and the phase space to build a complete communication system. This is the upper limit of this thing. Chen Ming understood. Can I borrow this temporarily? No problem. Although he was puzzled about what Chen Ming wanted this for. The director just said that this thing was not very meaningful. And it was just a walkie-talkie. And they had many walkie-talkies. And Chen Ming's idea was to use this to try to contact the phase monster. He can use himself as a repeater to send and receive signals to achieve the conditions for use outside the Empire. Although it is more convenient to communicate with the phase ship, it is better to use this cheap thing. It is not painful to lose it. And it is cheap to repair it. If it doesn't work, it is the same to ask the director for 2 more. Before Qinming really tried to communicate with the phase monster, Qinming asked the director one last question. Is there any way to observe the phase space in the normal universe? Speaking of this, the director had experience, but he gave Qinming a negative answer. No way. Otherwise we don't need to study the phase ship luminescence technology. Qinming nodded and said, then I have no problem. Well, the ship at the test site has not been withdrawn yet. Do you need to cooperate with your robot in the future? It shouldn't be necessary for the time being. I only need to take away a guard-level phase ship. No problem. This should be given to you. Well, I should have some free time today. Is there anything else I can do at the Institute? Although Qinming still has to go to the Psychic Research Institute to continue the previous project, he feels that these projects at the Ship Research Institute are also extremely important, and he must devote more time and energy to the Ship Research Institute. According to the current situation, Qinming feels that he has to spend 1 day at the Ship Research Institute and 1 day at the Psychic Research Institute, or even half a day and half a day. He couldn't imagine that he only had to squeeze time to do different things at different time periods in a day. But now the prosthesis can enjoy this treatment. It's a headache. But there's nothing he can do. Phase space, dimensional infection, and weapon development for the psychic hive network of the mechanical race are all things he has to do. And he can't escape. The director was waiting for Qinming to say this. Immediately took Qinming to other experimental sites. Then at the Ship Research Institute, Qinming's prosthesis just needs to cooperate to complete a few experiments. And Qinming's main consciousness immediately returned to the body of the original body. After sending the intercom given by the director to his original body through psychic power, Qinming was ready to try to communicate with the phase beast. He used the sound that the phase beast had made before, which could not be heard by ordinary people or even psychics. Qinming's original body has not been idle and has been studying this sound. Now he has roughly figured out the principle that only he can hear this sound. It is because he is the only one who has been exposed to the Scarlet Dimension. The sound made by the phase beast is related to the power of the Scarlet Dimension. And just after Qinming associated his own voice with the power of the Scarlet Dimension, he could also make that unique sound. He could use this sound to communicate with the phase beast. This strange discovery made Qinming even more curious about the relationship between the phase beast and the Scarlet Dimension. He really wanted to understand the phase beast and find out what kind of species they were. In addition, when Qinming communicated with the Queen of Insects, who could not speak, he had already mastered the way of communicating through voice through vague intonation and emotional attitude. So even if Qinming did not understand the language of the phase beast, he should be able to communicate with the phase beast. The next key lies in the attitude of the phase beast. Will it be hostile to Qinming because he has entered the Scarlet Dimension? Or will it become friendly? No one knows. And you can only know if you try. Chapter 332 Contact. After Qinming decided to contact the phase beast, he immediately confirmed the position of the phase beast through the reconnaissance fleet he left in the galaxy of the mechanical race. At this time, the phase beast was still stationed above the planet of the mechanical race. Although Qinming took away an entire colony, which made the phase beast very confused, it did not stay confused for too long. Through the picture of the mechanical race buildings and units on the planet that had not been completely destroyed before being destroyed by inexplicable external forces, it can be seen that it is still doing what it was going to do before. After locking the position of the phase beast, a phase ship controlled by Qinming immediately arrived in the galaxy under the influence of his psychic power. Of course, it did not get too close to the planet where the phase beast was located, but kept a considerable distance. Then, Qinming started the phase ship through the control method he had just learned in the Ship Research Institute. Under the joint stimulation of the phase coil and various phase devices, the phase ship successfully entered the phase space. Although the ship looks tattered, it is not ambiguous at all to use. The spacecraft sensors were also activated after a simple debugging. At this moment, Qinming finally saw the full picture of the phase beast hidden in the phase space. It was a manta ray-like beast with a body length comparable to that of a cruiser, but several times larger in size. It had extremely obvious dark blue and dark purple staggered lines, and under the lines were fine and hard scales. It was not as smooth as the manta ray's skin. However, the biggest difference between it and the manta ray is that it does not have only one tail, but two. Moreover, at the end of these two tails, there are circles of purple lines extending all the way to the base of the tail. These ring lines flash rhythmically like breathing. with the same purple light as when the phase coil is running. It seems that the tail is the source of power for the phase beast to survive in the phase space. However, Qin did not sense the psychic fluctuations, which shows that the power of the phase beast is innate. In addition, near the top of the head of the phase beast, there are two tentacles similar to the end of the tail extending from here, and there are also ring-shaped purple lines on them that glow intermittently like the tail. And the tentacles are like the tentacles of ants, swinging constantly. It seems that these two tentacles not only bear the same functions as the tail, but also are its sensory organs. Apart from these two characteristics, the rest of the phase beast looks no different from the manta ray. No! Qin suddenly noticed, as the phase beast was traveling in the medium of the phase space. Its front side briefly passed his phase ship, and at this moment, Qin saw the front side of the phase beast's head. Its mouth was not located under the body like a manta ray. Like other common mammals, its mouth was located closer to the bottom of the eyes and nose, and it had a head that was relatively close to the normal human concept. Such a head structure is generally used for biting or chewing, and it is unknown what the phase beast used it to bite. Apart from that, there should be nothing special. While Qin was carefully observing the phase beast seemed not to notice Qin and continued to destroy the mechanical race. Qin chose to continue observing for a while, and recorded all the actions of the phase beast, because the Empire did not seem to have an actual image of the phase beast the last time Qin encountered the phase beast, and when the Empire sent a fleet over, the phase beast had already run away. This time, it was caught by Qin. These image data recorded by him must be very valuable. After obtaining enough information, Qin did not waste time. He activated some of the things controlled by his psychic power that he had left on the planet before. At a certain distance from the phase beast, a new robot was created in a normal cosmic environment, and the robot was asked to take the walkie-talkie. Although the planet of the mechanical race is not a habitable planet, it has an atmosphere and air that is not suitable for human breathing. It doesn't matter if it is not suitable for breathing. As long as there is a medium, the sound can be transmitted. This planet can easily solve the problem of Qin voice being transmitted to the phase space. After preparing the robot, Qin made a little preparation and then transferred his consciousness to the robot he had just created. This direct transfer of consciousness will create a link between the robot and Qin. It is this link that allows the phase beast to sense Qin's existence and the existence of the Scarlet Dimension Rift in Qin's consciousness space. While Qin was doing this, the phase beast, which was originally cleaning up the scattered mechanical tribes on the territory of the mechanical tribe, suddenly stopped. It immediately turned around and flew towards the direction of Qin's robot. It was very fast. If it was not restricted, it would directly crash into Qin's robot like the previous times. But this time, Qin was prepared. There was a phase ship outside the space monitoring the real-time position of the phase beast, and Qin's robot also held the walkie-talkie tightly in his hand. At the moment when the phase beast entered the farthest range of the walkie-talkie's sound, Qin released a sound he had recorded before, using the phase beast's own voice after a little processing, and then interacting with the power of the Scarlet Dimension. It can convey a warning and vigilant sound. At the moment when this sound spread to the phase beast actually slowed down immediately. Qin's heart was relieved a lot. The phase beast could slow down because of his voice, which proved that the phase beast was a creature that could communicate. This is definitely a good thing for him. Qin also slowed down the tone of the sound played and changed the emotions mixed in it, replacing it with vigilance and confusion. The phase beast continued to slow down its movements, and it also made a confused sound. Its body kept turning, as if it was looking for the source of the sound. Qin immediately asked the robot to repeat the sound and keep moving in a small range, trying to attract the attention of the phase beast. Finally, the phase beast noticed the tiny existence on the ground. It noticed that it was this tiny existence that emitted the breath that attracted it and made a sound to communicate with it. The sound of confusion and curiosity was emitted from the vocal organs of the phase beast. It crawled on the ground carefully, and a pair of eyes protected by a layer of protective film stared at the robot in front of it. Although the robot could not see the phase beast directly, the scene seen by the phase ship in space, and the sinking ground, and the surging air waves in front of it would not be false. The huge difference between this huge body of more than 1,000 meters and the robot in front of it, which was only more than 2 meters in size, made Qin a little nervous for a while. This scene of facing the once unimaginable giant is the same for anyone. Although Chen-Ming has come into contact with many large spaceships. But spaceships are spaceships. And creatures are creatures. The spaceship is just a dead object that he can control. And the feeling brought by the creature in front of him, who is not sure whether it is an enemy or a friend, is completely different. At the moment when Chen-Ming had this idea, the ship spirit, which also had a close consciousness connection with Chen-Ming, suddenly jumped in Chen-Ming's mind, as if to express its dissatisfaction. Chen-Ming immediately retracted his previous thoughts and appeased the upset ship spirit. After appeasing it, Chen-Ming continued to communicate further with the phase monster. At least so far, everything is moving in a good direction. Chen-Ming thought about the current situation for a while. The phase monster was puzzled and curious about why this robot could do what it saw and heard at this time. It is definitely impossible to communicate such detailed things with simple tones. So Chen-Ming simply let the robot also make confused and curious sounds, and let the robot move carefully towards the phase beast crawling on the ground, trying to touch it. The phase beast looked at the robot getting closer and closer, and a tentacle on its head suddenly dropped down and fell in front of Chen-Ming. Chen-Ming roughly understood what it meant, and controlled the robot to slowly stretch out his hand and grab the tentacle. At the moment when the robot grabbed the tentacle, Chen-Ming actually sensed a phase force through the robot. The robot was obviously in the normal universe environment, but Chen-Ming felt the familiar pressure from the phase space from the robot, pressing the scarlet dimensional rift in his consciousness space. The phase beast has not only the power to survive in the phase space, but what it really has is the power of the phase. It's just that the pressure is much smaller than when Chen-Ming's robot is in the phase space. This phase beast is not enough to be compared with the phase space. And at the same time when Chen-Ming felt the pressure, the phase beast suddenly made a sound of surprise and joy. It seemed that it also sensed the existence of the scarlet dimension from Chen-Ming at the same time. It tried to move towards Chen-Ming's robot on the ground, but its size and mass caused the ground nearby to vibrate violently, and the robot couldn't even keep its balance and fell to the ground. It quickly stopped moving again, and once again lowered its tentacles to the hands of Chen-Ming's robot, and continued to try to communicate with Chen-Ming. And this time, it was no longer through sound, but through the tentacle that was in contact with the robot. The phase beast passed the emotion to Chen-Ming through the power of the phase. It first gave Chen-Ming a pitiful and aggrieved apology, and then an emotion with obvious interest. Then came the complex emotion of anger, fear, and greed. Finally, the emotion of expectation. Chen-Ming could understand the emotions of grievance and interest, but the latter three intertwined emotions. It can't be that the phase beast is interested in the scarlet dimension, angry and fearful at the same time, and even greedy for the scarlet dimension? It seems that this is really possible. But why doesn't the phase beast have such emotions towards him, who has the power of the scarlet dimension? Chen-Ming doesn't understand. At the same time, he doesn't understand what the phase beast wants to do specifically. And although he can sense the phase beast's emotion through the tentacles, he can't give feedback through the tentacles. At least the robot can't. So Chen-Ming thought about it, and continued to make a confused sound. The phase beast also gave Chen-Ming a confused look through its tentacles. However, the man and the beast did not fall into an endless cycle of questioning each other. The phase beast's huge eyeballs turned a few times, and its huge body slowly floated into the air and circled around Chen-Ming's robot. The two tentacles on its head trembled a few times, emitting a slightly brighter purple light. But this time Chen-Ming did not hear any sound, nor did he feel anything at all. He could only continue to make doubtful sounds. The phase beast suddenly seemed to understand something, and its tentacles rubbed its forehead twice deftly, just like a human scratching his head. Its tentacles scratched off a few scales and landed in front of Chen-Ming's robot. Then the phase beast suddenly took off into the air, leaving the range of the planet's gravity. A burst of purple light burst out from its body, and it disappeared in front of Chen-Ming. It jumped away. Only Chen-Ming's robot was crushed to the ground by the surging air waves when it took off. Chen-Ming was really confused now. There was no reason why the phase beast suddenly ran away. This was definitely not because Chen-Ming's question mark stimulated it, but for some other reasons. Chen-Ming could not catch up with the speed of the phase beast, and the jump fluctuations of the phase beast in the phase space were quickly smoothed by the medium that had just been rolled up. He couldn't even track it through the jump traces. He completely lost the trace of the phase beast. However, Chen-Ming suddenly realized something and quickly asked the robot to search nearby for the scales of the phase beast that were blown away by the air wave. Although Chen-Ming's robot was in the normal universe environment, the things in the phase space existed in the normal universe environment, but they were invisible. Through the reconnaissance of the phase ship in space, Qinming quickly found 3 scales of the phase beast, 2 blue and 1 purple, all the size of a human head. These were left by the phase beast on purpose, because the phase beast had been wandering around the mechanical clan's territory for so long, constantly using its body to destroy the mechanical clan's buildings and units. But no scales were left. Even the place where the mechanical race's phase weapons attacked the phase beast before had nothing left. If there were scales left, it must be something it left on purpose. It must have some use. However, Qinming didn't know what the scales meant. Nor did he know if the phase beast would come back. He had no choice. However, the harvest of these 3 scales was real. He could feed the scales to the queen insect after it woke up from evolution. The scales must contain the genes of the phase beast. Qinming continued to let the robot wait for a while. But the phase beast still didn't come back until the remaining units of the mechanical race came to encircle and suppress his robots. Qinming could only give up waiting and left there temporarily. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. The fleet of the Legion finally arrived at the mechanical race's galaxy after frequent jumps. The mechanical race seemed to have given up protecting this galaxy, without any reinforcements in the middle, leaving it to fend for itself. Only those mechanical individuals on the planet that were not completely destroyed were still resisting on the planet. After the arrival of the Legion's fleet, they lasted about 10 minutes before being completely destroyed. The Legion's fleet immediately dispersed and processed everything belonging to the mechanical race in the entire galaxy. All valuable things were taken away by the Legion. The data of all galaxies and planets were recorded by the Legion. Even several nearby galaxies' legions went to take a look. But it was a pity that the mechanical race seemed to have really given up here. The Legion did so many things here, but there was no reaction. The Legion's fleet could not stay behind the enemy for a long time. After spending a day taking away everything that should be taken away and leaving some interesting things behind, the fleet chose to run away. On the same day that the Legion's fleet arrived at the rear of the mechanical race's galaxy, Qinming received 2 pieces of news. One was the news that Baiquan would return to the front line in a week. This shows one thing. The direct war between the Empire and the mechanical race is about to begin. The other was the news from the President. The phase space dimension infection interaction experiment is ready. To be precise, it has already begun. And it can even be said that it has ended. Because the day before yesterday, the President successfully used his psychic power to capture the dimension infection entity in the Gallow Star region. And as soon as the capture was made, the President directly sent the entity into the phase space, verifying that everything Qinming said was true. The dimension infection entity that entered the phase space would be suppressed and killed by the power of the entire space, and could not survive. It was just because the President could not obtain any valuable data by doing this. So he specially caught the entity and waited for 2 days. Wait for the ship research institutes and other places to prepare the phase ship. Wait for Qinming to send the ship to the vicinity of the Gallow Star region, and send the dimension infection entity into the phase space through the phase ship equipped with various detection devices. The President is already doing this, and the results will be available in a short time. The results will of course be the same, but the process will be a little different. A large amount of data will be obtained, enough to prove that everything Qinming said before is correct. In addition, a group of 100 pregnant women have been connected to the phase space by a phase ship. Gallow Star region confirmed the candidates for this group of pregnant women by accurately finding out the specific brain nerve development time points of the fetuses in the abdomen of these pregnant women. Although some people raised objections when Qinming proposed this idea before. But despite the objections, they still honestly followed Qinming's suggestion to find this group of pregnant women, and sent them into the phase space at this time to conduct experiments. According to the President, this group of pregnant women reflected a slight sense of heaviness in the fetus at the moment of entering the phase space, which just happened to correspond to what Qinming said before. And today, several pregnant women have developed cranial nerves in their fetuses, and there is no distortion, although the number is still relatively small. Judging from the situation on the President's side, it can basically be judged in advance that the experiment is successful, even if a person is affected by the sequelae of the dimensional infection. As long as he can enter the phase space, all the effects will disappear. It's just that there is no way to continue to verify whether the fetus will continue to be distorted if the pregnant woman is taken out of the phase space. No one dares to do such an experiment. It's not possible to use animals, because animals are not affected by the aftermath of the dimensional infection. This was confirmed after the last dimensional infection incident. It is speculated that the key to dimensional infection is cloning the human body. And the scarlet dimension marks the human body, not other creatures. So the aftermath will only affect humans. There is no way to verify it. Anyway, these results are enough. It is enough to prove that Qinming is right. Phase space can suppress the scarlet dimension. At least in phase space. How? After receiving the president's message, Qinming directly sent these 2 words to the communication group he had established before, which was already filled with various data and files. The head of Gallow Star region immediately stated, "Thank you for all your efforts in the interactive experiment of phase space and dimensional infection. We in Gallow Star region will always remember your contribution." Those who had questioned Qinming before, especially those in Gallow Star region, followed up and apologized to Qinming. The president also sent a message to Qinming again. The follow-up experiment is over. It is completely the same as what I brought in before. There is nothing to say. Someone will take the initiative to promote the research on phase space in the future. But the research on dimensional infection still depends on us. Qinming immediately responded, "I know. I will do it too. Well, by the way, this joint organization you created this time has also attracted the attention of Fanchao Research Institute. They have mastered the phase technology and created a relatively large-scale device, which is used to send things into the phase space and bring them out later." Large scale? Qinming asked. I just said 2 days ago that the current the country doesn't have a large-scale thing to send items into phase space? It seems that the research progress and speed of the equipment are not enough. So the focus is not here. Why today? It's enough now. The president said, the results just developed by Fanchao Research Institute are enough to send a small space station with a diameter of about 5,000 meters into phase space. Qinming didn't understand what the president meant by it's enough now and asked, did they study this before? And then Fanchao Research Institute joined in to speed up the research? No. The president denied. It was developed by Fanchao Research Institute based on the existing phase technology after learning about what you did. Does that mean it only took 1 day to make this thing? Yes. Qinming's silent president thought it was normal. He had the same reaction when he first learned about the situation of the Fanchao Research Institute. The Fanchao Research Institute is like this. They have a very special psychic. There is no need to compare with them. You just need to know that they are going to conduct a large-scale experiment next. They need to stuff a large number of captured dimension-infected individuals into the space station, and then send the space station into the phase space. Qinming asked, is this paving the way for the future? Yes. If the dimension infection appears again in the future, we can try to send the planet directly into the phase space for protection. This is our initial attempt. Qinming couldn't help but sigh. It's really such an exaggerated efficiency. This is the Fanchao Research Institute. There should be further tests in 2 days, and you may be invited to go there. You can go there with your robot, just as a witness. You are the initiator of this research. As long as the Empire exists for 1 day, your name will always be remembered by future generations. Chapter 333 Progress, and the Planning of the Mechanical Clan. That's good. Qinming's tone was very casual. He didn't care too much about the president's words that he would go down in history. His goal has never been to go down in history, but to live well, to live freely. But this is the lifelong goal of many people. That's it. Qinming casually replied to the president again. I think the later research results are more important. I want to know more. The president seemed to just mention it casually, and did not continue the topic he mentioned, but followed Qinming's words and said, it depends on you. Fanchao Research Institute has never been stingy in sharing their research results. But whether you can understand it is not a problem they have to consider. I will understand it. Qinming responded confidently, and then asked, but then again, Fanchao Research Institute only does things related to phase technology? Isn't there any interest in the research of dimensional infection? Of course I am interested. But dimensional infection is something that is difficult to make progress even in Fanchao Research Institute. What about the special psychic you just mentioned? If you have someone who can research a device that can send an entire space station into a phase space in 1 day, would you let him get in touch with dimensional infection? The answer is obvious. So the Fanchao Research Institute has no advantage in the research of dimensional infection. They even came to me to ask questions about this matter. Although the Fanchao Research Institute is indeed very powerful, don't over-mythologize them. There are things they can't do. We are the ones who are preventing dimensional infection. After chatting with the president for a while, Qinming ended the communication. The prosthesis was arranged to continue to work on the two research institutes. Qinning must start to make up for the phase technology of the Ship Research Institute immediately. Whether it is used in subsequent experiments, or in the future war with the mechanical race, it is necessary. The research progress of anti-mechanical weapons, or anti-mechanical psychic hide network weapons, that Qinning is currently working on at the Psionic Research Institute is also very important when Baiquan has decided to go to the front battlefield. All of them are things that Qinning can't escape. He also has things to do on the main body side. The first is of course the research on Sample Zero. This guy is beyond Qinming's expectations. Because it was in a half-dead and disabled state at the beginning. It was hurt by its own mechanized structure every moment. And it was recovering every moment because of the strong vitality of the Zerg individual. And before, its recovery speed was not as fast as the speed of self-injury. It can be said that Sample Zero was moving towards death every minute and every second. In such torture, the body tissue of Sample Zero was actively adapting to the damage from itself. By constantly eating the energy crystals provided by Qinming, it continued to speed up the recovery of its injuries. In this way, this guy managed to survive to this day. Even its overall condition is better than it was after the incomplete transformation. And it has a shocking vitality. Originally, Qinming was still thinking about how he could get a few more half-mechanical and half-biological Zerg units to study if Sample Zero died. Because Qinming has been transforming new Zerg units these 2 days. But the situation is different from that of Sample Zero. Most of the samples failed to survive the transformation experiment. Those that survived would often die within a few hours, or even minutes, because of severe injuries, and could not recover. None of them could persist like Sample Zero. If Sample Zero was gone, Qinming really couldn't make another half-mechanical and half-biological sample that could survive in a short period of time for research. But fortunately, Sample Zero is still alive. And by comparing those dead samples with Sample Zero, Qinming also learned a lot of points to pay attention to when making a half-biological and half-mechanical structure. He understood the importance of the reasonable proportion of the mechanical structure and the biological structure, and knew what kind of structural ratio can maintain the half-mechanical and half-biological structure, and operate and survive for a long time. These are all knowledge that can be used in the complete transformation experiment later. Qinming also took some time out to study the mechanized Zerg architecture. That is, first use pure mechanized structures to meet everything needed by certain development stages of Zerg individuals. It is similar to some factories that manufacture biochemical products. Except that the factories that manufacture biochemical products have been changed into factories that directly manufacture biological products. Then let the Queen of Insects transform that factory. Before, Qinming had always asked the Queen of Insects to directly build a biological factory. But the difficulty of biological construction was a little beyond the expectations of Qinming and the Queen of Insects. And there was no progress. So Qinming came up with this idea. And in the past 2 days, he has built a mechanized breeding factory for energy crystal insects through his understanding of the breeding process of the Zerg. The breeding of larvae to adults is very smooth, which is much easier than building biological buildings. He even built more than half of the mechanical breeding factories for the types of worker insects that the Queen of Zerg often uses. These factories can breed a complete Zerg unit from larvae, perfectly realizing the needs that should be realized by biological factories. The only problem now is that these mechanical buildings cannot be integrated into the Zerg nest, and can only exist as independent buildings, not part of the Zerg nest. So Qinming is now eagerly waiting for the Queen of Zerg to complete its evolution to transform the buildings, and connect them to the biological raw material transportation vessels of the Zerg nest. Coincidentally, Qinming also learned some knowledge of the mutual transformation between machinery and biology from sample number 0, and those directly dead and transformed samples. This knowledge can be used to guide the Queen of Zerg to quickly transform mechanical buildings into biological buildings. Qinming even felt that he didn't have to let the Queen of Zerg completely transform mechanical buildings into biological buildings. In his opinion, the integration of mechanical and biological buildings is the most suitable development direction in the future. If the Zerg units have various problems regardless of whether they are mechanized or semi-mechanized due to the production quantity and cost, then the biological buildings, which are relatively small in number and exist as the key structures of the Zerg nest, have no problem enjoying some mechanized conveniences. Of course, this does not mean that Qinming has completely given up mechanical and biological buildings. His idea is that he wants all mechanical buildings, biological buildings, and fusion buildings. Different structures have different adaptive environments. And using the right technology in the right place is the right approach. In addition to the research on semi-mechanical and semi-biological structures, Qin-Ming has also been studying the mechanical awakening nerve these 2 days. Of course, he is not studying the function of this thing. The mechanical queen has told him most of the information about this thing. What he is studying now is the manufacturing method of this thing. At present, through the research report on mechanical psychic creatures revealed by the mechanical queen, Qin-Ming has already known that the mechanical awakening nerve is not transformed, but directly manufactured. As long as the internal psychic energy is changed, the ability of the mechanical awakening nerve can be changed. Therefore, the key to the mechanical awakening nerve lies in the psychic energy. And the mechanical nerve outside can only be said to be the basis of the mechanical awakening nerve. Since the mechanical awakening nerve is not the key, but the basis, and the technical level it possesses is relatively low compared to what has been obtained before, Qin-Ming feels that with his current ability, he can try to master the manufacturing technology of the mechanical awakening nerve. This is not a mechanical biological converter. Converters involve nanorobots, and the technical level is ridiculous. But if it is just a mechanical spiritual nerve activation, Qin-Ming may still be able to learn it. However, at present, he can only say that he is struggling to replicate it. The complex structure of the fusion of spiritual energy and mechanical structure requires various traction, locking and even processing methods that Qin-Ming has never understood for the internal spiritual energy materials, which is very troublesome. Fortunately, Qin-Ming had entered the Scarlet Dimension once, and through the knowledge of the Scarlet Dimension, he mastered a lot of refined control techniques of psychic energy. Otherwise, he would be completely in the dark. And from his understanding of psychic energy, these technologies are all experience-based technologies systematically summarized by the Shining Civilization, not purely based on talent like the psychic itself. In other words, as long as Qin-Ming goes to study, these technologies are very likely to be learned. But Qin-Ming has no such plan now, so he can only explore, study, and try to replicate it himself, although it is very difficult. As long as he succeeds, Qin-Ming's mastery and understanding of psychic energy will definitely have a lot of improvements that he can thoroughly digest. Moreover, he can really obtain batches of mechanical spiritual awakening nerves. He can implant these mechanical spiritual awakening nerves into some Zerg bodies. The abilities of Zerg are already strange and varied. If they can have various matching psychic effects, or in other words, cultivate Zerg that can match the abilities of mechanical spiritual awakening nerves, then in ground combat or even space-boarding combat, the Zerg will surely play a greater role. The value and significance of this are self-evident. In addition, Qin-Ming also gave Lu Kang more than a dozen mechanical awakening nerve samples, asking them to study them on their own. They had previously cooperated with Qin-Ming in the research of the Purgatory Core, Synchrotron Core, and Catalytic Core. These are the top researchers who have been found by the Legion from different places to study the mechanical race. And of course, they can study the mechanical awakening nerves. At that time, the results of their research can also become an aid to Qin-Ming's research. It seems that the Mechanical Research Institute of the Legion has been borrowing mechanical spiritual nerves from the Extraordinary Research Institute in the past 2 days. After all, the Legion's fleet has just swept the wreckage of the mechanical galaxy and is on the way back to the headquarters. As a result, the Mechanical Research Institute was quite envious after hearing that Qin-Ming's Extraordinary Research Institute had obtained the mechanical spiritual nerves and advanced through Qin-Ming's psychic power, even after they were rejected by Lu Kang, the director of the Mechanical Research Institute. Wu Hao, who Qin-Ming had met before, came to borrow too from Qin-Ming in person. After all, Qin-Ming and Wu Hao knew each other before, and there was no conflict. Qin-Ming always has to respect the older generation of mechanical researchers. Of course, the 2 mechanical spiritual nerves borrowed also helped Qin-Ming get some information that only people inside the Mechanical Research Institute can read, as well as a share of the scientific research funds issued by the Legion. Qin-Ming will definitely not lose money. In addition to the mechanical spiritual nerve and its related research, another thing Qin-Ming is doing is to deal with the Black Mist Psychic. The condition of the Black Mist Psychic had been determined before. They can survive, but not many. A psychic can indeed survive after the removal of the spiritual awakening nerve, but will fall into a deep coma for about 3 months. In essence, it is no different from being dead. In order to make use of the last remaining heat of the Black Mist Psychic, Qin-Ming had decided before that he had to find a way to transform the Black Mist Psychic into one of his prostheses. The method is also very simple. That is, to use the Zerg. Among the Zerg units, there is a kind of Zerg called parasites. Of course, this parasite is not the kind that can only cause a problem, but a kind of Zerg that is so powerful that it can even parasitize the mechanical race. It played a very critical role when Qinming attacked the mechanical race's planet. Now, this parasite has become stronger under the cultivation of the Queen of Zerg for many generations. It is a very simple matter to implant it into the body of the Black Mist Psychic and gradually assimilate the Black Mist Psychic into a part of the Zerg. And the parasite has been implanted long ago under Qinming's arrangement. And the transformation process is already in progress. As long as the transformation is completed, the existence of the Black Mist Psychic will completely disappear, leaving only Qinming's prosthesis. However, Qinming is not ready for what to do after the transformation is completed. His plan is to make the Black Mist Psychic a prosthesis for him to test the ability of the three after the fusion of biological, mechanical, and psychic energy after the transformation is completed. Now that there is a biological organism, even if the Queen of Zerg is evolving, Qinming can control many of the Queen of Zerg's powers. But the machinery and psychic energy have not yet been settled. Qinming wanted to experiment with a semi-mechanized structure and the implantation of multiple mechanical spiritual nerves on the Black Mist Psychic. But now, he was not brave enough to put the Black Mist Psychic into the one-third conversion device. Not only because Qinming had already conducted a large number of failed experiments on those Zerg units, but also because he really used his own prosthesis. That is, there was no Zerg gene, and it was just an ordinary person's prosthesis that was inserted into the conversion device for testing. It can only be said that the result was a little bit bad. All of them, Qinming's ordinary prosthesis, did not have the strong vitality of the Zerg unit. That is to say, once the transformation process goes wrong, there must be a big problem there. Those prostheses usually die suddenly, without any chance of survival. And the transformation process of the equipment on people seems to be very special. It does not start from the body surface and limbs, but from the organs in the body. And this organ does not include the brain, which seems to be the last organ to be transformed. The reason why it is said to be seems is that ordinary prosthesis experiments have problems in the first step of transforming organs, and the prosthesis has no time to transform too much before it dies. And the brain is an organ that all prostheses remain intact when they die. So Qinming guessed it this way. As for the others, it can only be said that these corpses can't be studied at all. Even if the belly is cut open, at most a pile of bloody and messy metal parts will be dug out. This transformation process, which is completely different from other creatures, also makes Qinming a little unsure. He can only watch batches of corpses of unknown creatures with his face being sent to the digestion tank for digestion every day. But there is no progress at all. So Qinming can't put the Black Fog Psychic in now. Besides, in addition to transforming the Black Mist Psychic, Qinming also wants to transform the spiritual awakening nerve extracted from the Black Mist Psychic, turning it into the Black Mist core and some Black Mist spiritual energy. Qinming has also been considering and preparing for the past 2 days. But transforming the spiritual awakening nerve also requires complete facilities. And if you want the facilities, you have to rob the mechanical clan. Although Qinming has some experience in robbing the mechanical clan, his imperfect experience may sometimes lead to mistakes. In addition, he was too busy in the past 2 days. The mechanical Zerg construction and the replication of the mechanical awakening nerves took up a lot of his time and attention. Qinming could only arrange the Zerg to do the transformation of the Black Mist Psychic and his awakening nerves and the transformation of the Zerg units. He had no free time at all, not to mention arranging the raid plan. It just so happened that the only thing left for the mechanical Zerg construction today was to complete the verification process. And the mechanical awakening nerves also happened to have a replication experiment today, which only required hands-on work and no brains. So Qinming could spare some brains. No, it was the capacity of consciousness that was used in this regard. And if he wanted to attack the mechanical race, the first thing to do was to refer to the opinions of the mechanical queen. 2 days ago, Qinming threw a mechanical colony to the mechanical queen for her to manage. After these 2 days, the management should have begun to show results. The mechanical queen should also have extra computing power to help Qinming do some things. Qinming switched his consciousness and came to the mechanical queen's mechanical colony. There was only one city here before, but 2 days ago, it has become a whole mechanical city complex. And because Qinming robbed a colony of the mechanical race, Qin Ming's mechanical colony now has almost everything he needs. Whether it is various infrastructure buildings, factories for producing mechanical races, or raw materials, even the mechanical race itself. They were all packed up by Qin Ming before a new development started in a new place. Although there are many differences between the mechanical race's planet and Qin Ming's planet, some problems occurred when the colony was violently migrated by Qin Ming. For example, some buildings that were originally mines of the mechanical race were no longer located on the mines after being moved by Qin Ming, and useless ores were being mined, or the original transportation routes were destroyed by some uneven or too loose terrain. These problems are very common, but with modification and relocation, the problems can be solved quickly. Not only the problems were solved, but when Qin Ming came here today, the area of the entire colony had expanded by about 10% compared to before. This was just 2 days of work, and from the various increases that Qin Ming obtained from the hive mind network of the mechanical race, the number of mechanical races has also increased significantly, at least in terms of number. It is almost catching up with the time when the Queen entered the prosperous period of expansion. These changes are the results of the mechanical Queen as the main controller of the colony, constantly adjusting. Before that, Qin Ming simply gave the mechanical Queen a task of managing the colony. The mechanical Queen handled it so perfectly, and I believe she can have the same ability and efficiency when doing other things. Qin Ming observed his thriving mechanical colony for a while, and then contacted the mechanical Queen, because the mechanical Queen was just a pure machine. Qin Ming did not chat with the Queen of Insects or brilliant supernatural like he did with her, but went straight to the point. He provided the mechanical Queen with information about Qin Ming's current fleet strength, the external environment, and the war situation between the entire empire and the mechanical race, and his need to use violent means to seize the mechanical psychic energy biological transformation facilities of the mechanical race. After providing this information to the mechanical Queen, Qin Ming wanted the mechanical Queen to analyze it. Through the mechanical Queen's understanding of everything about the mechanical clan Starfield and its powerful capabilities, a roughly usable raid plan was analyzed. Then Qin Ming would take this plan and find a suitable person or afterglow core to modify it. It would be fine to find Baiquan or HR. One is the Imperial Lieutenant General, and the other is the Imperial Lieutenant General, who gave him an Alpha-class afterglow core that is capable of controlling the battleship. HR was slowly influenced by the means arranged by Qin Ming after a long period of bad relations with Qin Ming, and it has now expressed its loyalty to Qin Ming. In short, with their assistance, a reasonable plan can definitely be produced. If it really doesn't work, Qin Ming will ask both sides, and then combine some 2 different modification plans to determine the final plan. Qin Ming thought so. However, the reply he got from the mechanical Queen was not what he thought. After analyzing for a period of time, the mechanical Queen did not give Qin Ming's action plan to attack the mechanical clan, but a full page of situation analysis. The analysis was not about the possibility of Qin Ming's attack, but the possibility of what the mechanical clan might do later. Judging from the report given by the mechanical Queen, the mechanical clan did not rescue the galaxy ravaged by the phase behemoth. They did not seize the time to develop the remains of the shining civilization when Qin Ming and the Empire were focusing on a certain galaxy. There was no obvious action on the front line between the Empire and the mechanical clan Starfield. This is very abnormal. The mechanical clan could not have no reaction to what was happening in their Starfield at this time. They must be planning something. Combined with what the mechanical Queen learned, the mechanical clan Starfield here is connected with the mechanical clan Starfield in other places, and other mechanical clan Starfields also provided additional support. According to the analysis of the mechanical Queen, the reason why the mechanical clan did not take action is very likely that they are playing actions against Qin Ming. Chapter 334 Failure. Qin Ming frowned and looked carefully at the analysis report provided by the mechanical Queen. The mechanical Queen decisively rejected his idea through analysis, but the decision was still in his hands. But he did think that the mechanical Queen's analysis was quite reasonable. The mechanical clan knew that the war was going to happen, but judging from the defense map leaked by the mechanical Queen before, they were not obviously prepared. And Qin Ming even learned from Baiquan 2 days ago that small and medium-sized battles had begun to take place on the front line of Garo. The mechanical clan on the front line was defeated because of the large-scale military ship dispatch and the inability to organize effective resistance. Today, they have been forced to give up control of several border galaxies and continue to shrink. Although this is indeed the effect of Qin Ming's previous leak of the mechanical clan's defense map, It is obviously also because the mechanical clan did not pay attention to the front line at this time. And the reason why the mechanical clan did not pay attention to the front line even though they knew this situation. The most likely reason is that there is a Qinming squatting in their rear, who may give them a ruthless knife from behind at any time. Although Qinming's fleet is average, his ability and his position behind the mechanical tribe make him a threat no less than the Empire. If the front fails, the most they will lose is ships and territory. But if they encounter Qinming in the rear, it is very likely that not only will the ships and territory be surrendered directly, a large amount of intelligence will be stolen, and logistics will be destroyed. But the front will also encounter various huge problems. If you think about it from another perspective, if Qinming is in the position of the mechanical tribe, he may indeed decide to deal with a troublesome enemy behind him first. It just so happens that the mechanical clan's foreign aid is about to come from other directions. Having already attacked Qinming's fleet before, knowing which starfield Qinming is in, the two sides are likely to block Qinming here. As long as Qinming's location can be found, there is a high probability that Qinming will be severely injured or even killed here. So all these factors are added together. The mechanical queen judged that Qinming was temporarily unable to violently snatch the mechanical clan's transformation equipment, but would be attacked by the mechanical clan. So it rejected Qinming's idea and asked Qinming to consider a new plan, defense or retreat. Since the mechanical queen has clearly listed all the situations in front of Qinming, he certainly can't turn a blind eye to it. He must respond and prepare. Originally, Qinming was still thinking about finding trouble with the mechanical clan and going to see what is in the ruins of the shining civilization. Now, at least, he has to wait until the mechanical clan finds trouble with him. First, make sure that his pioneering fleet will not have any problems. And then consider the following things. Moreover, Qinming's Yuhui fleet has only been developing, and has not expanded too much. And it is impossible for it to be an opponent that can fight the mechanical race head-on. It's okay to fight back. But if he is really targeted and attacked by two mechanical races, it will be fatal for Qinming. He really has to retreat. But he can't just run away like this. If the mechanical race wants to target him, he really can't fight back head-on. But he must at least fight back and tear off a piece of meat from the mechanical race. He can completely think of ways to fight back while running. He had previously thought of shortening the scope of reconnaissance during the development to speed up the movement and relocation because the mechanical race was lurking nearby and the war was about to begin. As long as he continued to stay away from the mechanical race Starfield, the war would not affect his fleet. With ideas and preparations in advance, the evacuation would not be too hasty. Without a hasty evacuation, Qinming would have the opportunity and time to counterattack. Moreover, the war had already begun, and the first goal of the mechanical race was not to defend against the first wave of tentative offensives of the Empire, but to solve the most troublesome Qinming first. That meant that he certainly had the ability to make the mechanical race pay attention. These abilities could not only allow him to escape from the hands of the mechanical race, but since the mechanical queen gave Qinming a plan to defend or retreat, it meant that the conditions he had just given the mechanical queen were not sufficient. Qinming thought about it, and gave the mechanical queen some new conditions, including that his base had been prepared long ago, and could be relocated at any time. All his spacecraft had unlimited firepower, armor, shields and radiation energy, as long as the logistics could withstand it. Moreover, his ships above the cruiser class have an unlimited jump system, and ships below the cruiser class have the ability to jump unlimitedly in hyperspace. When necessary, he can even produce a large number of armor-piercing class, which is a pure and extremely cost-effective gun mount, all equipped with powerful weapons such as tachyon spears, and can be disassembled at any time to ensure that there will be no loss. And the Queen and her Zerg, who are about to wake up from evolution. These are the conditions that Qinming did not give to the Queen before. With these new conditions, the Queen of Machinery immediately reanalyzed the new plan. 2 days passed in a flash. Everything was going well for Qinming, including the projects of the 2 laboratories, the research tasks of the main body, and the counterattack against the mechanical race. Although the 3-line progress made him feel pressure, he also felt a sense of nervous stimulation. However, these are processes that will take some time to see results. Qinming is not in a hurry to see the results in 1 or 2 days. It just so happened that he was going to participate in the second phase space and dimension infection interaction experiment led by the Fanchao Research Institute today. With the help of a device given by the president, Qinming connected to a secret network. and projected his holographic projection to a distant place through this network. Soon, through the perspective of the holographic projection, Chen Ming found that he was in a large conference room. The conference room looked special. There were a large number of surveillance screens arranged closely on the wall behind. Although these surveillances are all black now, they should be useful later. Chen Ming turned his gaze from the wall to the conference table. There were nearly 50 people in the conference room at this time. There were many familiar faces that Chen Ming had seen in the last meeting. But there were also many unfamiliar faces. Among these unfamiliar faces, in addition to some researchers wearing white coats, who should be from the Fanchao Research Institute, there were even some who might be from the Empire. Some people greeted Chen Ming. Chen Ming responded while coming to the seat with his name on it. This is a place closer to the main seat. And sitting next to him is the holographic projection of the president. But just before Chen Ming sat down, someone who was not a holographic projection, but was actually in the conference room came over and asked Chen Ming, "Chen Ming, Director Chen? It's me," from the white coat on the visitor. It can be seen that he is also a scientific researcher. So he greeted Chen Ming as the director of the Chen Ming Chaofan Research Institute. He smiled, stretched out his hand to Chen Ming and said, "I have heard of your name for a long time. I am the person in charge of the phase space and dimensional infection interaction project of the Fanchao Research Institute." Bian Gaoxian. Chen Ming suddenly felt embarrassed. When Bai Quan was setting up the research institute for him, he asked him to name the institute. And he casually said the name of the Chaofan Research Institute. At that time, Bai Quan could hear that Chen Ming changed the order of the name of the Fanchao Research Institute and used it. Of course, the people in the Fanchao Research Institute could also see it. But this Bian Gaoxian didn't seem to say anything specifically. Chen Ming pretended to be calm and shook his hand, saying, "Hello. What's the matter?" Bian Gaoxian enthusiastically grabbed Chen Ming's hands with both hands and shook them vigorously. "Just to get to know you, Director Chen. This project of mine can be said to be initiated by you. Without you, I would not be the person in charge. And I would not have a meal. Not really. Even if Director Bian doesn't have this project, he will definitely shine in other projects." After a while of greeting and exchanging contact information, Bian Gaoxian left Chen Ming and sat in the main seat. Everyone was gathered, and it was time to start the meeting. Chen Ming also sat down immediately. After Bian Gaoxian tried the microphone, he pressed a button on the computer in front of him. The monitoring screen behind him immediately lit up, showing a picture in a closed environment. And in this environment, there are twisted flesh and blood and various deformed creatures. These flesh and blood and creatures look familiar. They are the dimensional infected entities, with intestines all over the ground created by the last time when the intestines of Zhu Jing's recipient were infected by the dimension. Then these monitoring images should be the space station prepared by the Fanchao Research Institute that the president mentioned before. In addition to the monitoring of the dimensional infected entities inside the space station, there are some external monitoring of the space station in the corner of the wall behind Bian Gaoxian. Through these monitoring, it can be seen that on both sides of the space station, at a certain distance from the space station, there are two huge devices arranged opposite each other. This should be the device that can send the space station into the phase space. It seems that everything is ready, just waiting for the next step. And Bian Gaoxian, who was in the main seat, also explained this experiment. However, those who could attend this meeting were all people who knew the situation. So he only gave a rough explanation. He also explained that all the dimensional infected entities on the space station were captured from the Kamo Star region, and then temporarily kept alive by feeding them with pigs, in order to avoid unnecessary gossip during the experiment. According to him, there are two purposes for launching this experiment. One is to further test the suppressive effect of phase space on dimensional infected entities. The previous test only caught a small number of dimension-infected entities, but this time the number is much larger. Another purpose is to test the effect of the new device made by Fanchao Research Institute. As for sending the space station into the phase space, no matter who it is, it should be 100% successful. But some people are skeptical about whether this device can pull the space station out of the phase space. This technology is the key to suppressing dimensional infection using the phase space. If the planet infected by the dimension is sent into the phase space and cannot be pulled out, it is better not to send it. So most people today are actually to see whether this device can pull the space station out. In addition, Bian Gaoxian also said that there will be a small number of accompanying personnel who will keep a safe distance and enter the phase space together to monitor the space station in the phase space from the outside. And those present can choose to observe the progress of the entire experiment in the conference room, or leave first and wait for the notification of the final experimental results. That being said, no one will miss this opportunity to observe the progress of the experiment. So no one ended the projection of the holographic projection and continued to sit in the conference room, except for Bien Gaoxian. After he finished what he wanted to say, he left the meeting room without any hesitation and prepared to conduct experiments. After communicating with Bien Gaoxian, Qinming used the president's psychic power to send his robot to the space station that was about to be sent into the phase space. And those phase ships that were about to enter the phase space with the space station. There is nothing much to say about the robots on the phase ship. They just need to watch the show from the side. The robots on the space station need to consider more. As the only one who can use psychic power to participate in the dimensional infection event, Qinming needs to personally observe what will happen when a large number of dimensional infection entities enter. Of course, this is just a name. In fact, it is still meaningless. Last time, those dimensional infection entities seemed very relaxed. And this time should be no different. In short, he came to watch the show. While Qinming was thinking this, his robots on those phase ships suddenly found that Bien Gaoxian appeared in front of his robots. Bien Gaoxian was going to the phase space in person to participate in this experiment. It was not until then that he found that this conference room was actually in the Camo Star region. Qinming specifically asked Bien Gaoxian if it was necessary to take this risk. Bien Gaoxian said that he only had the right to speak about the experiments he actually participated in. Then Qinming had nothing to say. Just follow the progress of the experiment silently. Soon, the experiment officially began. The devices at both ends of the space station were activated, and a purple beam connected the two devices and the space station in the middle. The purple beam gradually twisted into a coil and wrapped the space station, just like the phase coil that Qinming saw on the phase ship. Suddenly, the purple beam coil was straightened. The entire space station disappeared in the normal universe at this moment. And then, the light pattern that had just been experimented in the Legion Ship Research Institute a few days ago marked the location of the space station in the normal universe. After confirming that the space station had entered the phase space, several phase ships led by Gaoxian also started the phase coils and entered the phase space. Qinming had already come here with the space station. From the perspective of his robot on the space station, those dimension-infected entities were immediately suppressed by the phase space after entering the sexual phase space. And a phase force appeared out of thin air on the space station, destroying everything of the dimension-infected entities. This unilateral attack made many entities violent, but they could only vent at the space station. However, the unique design of this space station used for experiments could not be completely destroyed, and there was no way to escape. These dimension-infected entities could only struggle madly and die painfully. Although only the picture was transmitted to the conference room, the wailing seemed to penetrate the picture and be transmitted to the ears of everyone in the conference room. At this time, Qinming, who had a robot left in the space station, felt that he was in hell, because he actually heard the ghost screams of those dimension-infected entities. Not to mention that there were many crazy dimension-infected entities killing each other and splashing flesh and blood. But fortunately, this is the hell of dimension-infected entities. Although the scarlet dimension rift in Qinming's consciousness space is also suppressed by this phase force, Qinming has no pressure at all when he sees the dimension-infected entities dying around him. It seems that this experiment is already half successful. When these dimension-infected entities die, use the device of Fanchao Research Institute to pull the space station out of the phase space again, and this experiment will be successfully completed. I hope there won't be any accidents. Just as Qinming was thinking this, Qinming suddenly noticed that the dimensional infected entities that were originally attacking the space station crazily and killing each other crazily suddenly seemed to calm down, and all rushed towards the center of the space station in an orderly manner. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that this space station had another feature besides being very strong. That is, there was almost no important equipment inside the space station. Even if there was, it was on the outer layer, definitely not in the core area. So what were these entities doing by gathering in the central area? Qinming didn't understand, but he could let the robot follow and see. Just as he did this, he suddenly noticed that part of the monitoring screen in the conference room turned red, as if it was covered by flesh and blood tissue. For some reason, these small monitoring devices with their own weapons did not use weapons to clean up the flesh and blood, nor did they automatically avoid the spread of flesh and blood tissue. It even seemed that they had lost control and could not be manually operated. The monitoring of the core area had been covered by the entities that rushed over. The combat robots on the space station, which were originally hidden in various corners and deployed by the Fan Chao Research Institute as a backup, also lost contact shortly after entering the core area after being activated. As expected, the accident still happened. Qinming couldn't say whether this was his bad luck. Although he didn't say it, he did think about it in his heart. However, he didn't dwell on this, but immediately controlled his robot on the phase ship in the phase space to find Bian Gaoxian and broadcast the image of his robot that was walking towards the central area, and let Bian Gaoxian give him permission to transmit the robot's image to the conference room. Bian Gaoxian also felt that something was going to happen, and did not refuse Qinming's kindness. Qinming's robot soon entered the core area of the space station. In front of a passage, he suddenly found a meat mountain blocking the road and completely blocking the passage. And this meat mountain was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not dead, but shrinking. Its power was transferring to the most central area of the space station. Qinming did not hold back at this time. He sent an afterglow core to the robot and directly controlled the entire space station. The power of dimensional infection gathered in it. This gathered scarlet power prevented Qinming's psychic power from observing, and he could not see the situation inside the shriveled meat mountain. But from the familiar breath inside, Qinming felt that this was the same as the situation of the recipient before he died. They wanted to open a crack leading to the scarlet dimension. The receiver had used a similar method to open the rift to the scarlet dimension, but he died very quickly, so he was unable to open it completely. Although these dimensional infected entities were trying in the phase space this time, the difficulty was definitely much greater than in the normal universe. But no one could stop this process. The dimensional infected entities transformed by the receiver's remains were really about to open the rift. At this moment, Qinming suddenly felt that the rift in his consciousness space was suddenly touched, as if something was attracting him at the center. He wanted to go in, but his idea disappeared immediately, because in his perception, something was also attracted by the things gathered by the dimension-infected entities in the center of the meat mountain. Something is coming. In the depths of the meat mountain, at the moment when all the dimension-infected entities died, a crack was torn open in the phase space. An eye full of countless pupils appeared in the crack. A scarlet color invaded the purple of the phase space. Where the scarlet color shines, everything has only one ending: destruction. Qinming can't see the open crack, nor can he see the eye full of pupils. But he can see the scarlet light that has penetrated. See that the meat mountain is annihilating, and see that the space station is being destroyed from the inside out by the scarlet power. And this power is still expanding, and it won't take long for the space station to be completely destroyed. The experiment has failed. They must evacuate. And at this moment, a surging phase power from nowhere suddenly seemed to gather here from the entire space, and a terrible conflict broke out with the scarlet color. It was just the aftermath of a little conflict. Qinming's rift felt an unprecedented pressure. Even now, he couldn't resist this pressure for too long. He could only actively suppress the scarlet rift on his body and use mental power to isolate it to avoid being affected. But in the scarlet rift, the power that had escaped from the scarlet dimension suddenly seemed to have noticed his existence, and the giant eye in the scarlet dimension moved part of its pupil to where Qinming was. Although separated by the twisted flesh and blood wrapped around the rift and countless walls of the space station, Qinming also saw the eye at this moment. This situation made Qinming couldn't help but curse. Hack you. Chapter 335. Confrontation between dimensions. When Qinming saw the eye, his consciousness seemed to be sinking into the scarlet abyss for a moment. There was a huge force attracting his consciousness to sink. However, unlike the past when he was dragged into the scarlet dimension without any defense against the dying counterattack of the recipient, this time he was in the phase space that suppressed the scarlet dimension, and he was mentally prepared in advance. Under the strong resistance of Qinming's mental power, his consciousness successfully broke free from the attraction. He quickly shifted his sight to avoid looking at the eye again. After discovering that the force could no longer directly affect his consciousness and could be blocked by his own mental power, he breathed a sigh of relief. He had never expected that he could see the scarlet dimension in a phase space that suppressed the scarlet dimension, and even see the horrible things that existed in the scarlet dimension. There were countless barriers between him and the central area of the space station. But the appearance of the eye just appeared in front of him. Even using part of the power of the rift, he wanted to drag him into the Scarlet Dimension again. There is only one possibility. The Scarlet Dimension and the things inside have really targeted him. A former visitor. Or all visitors will be targeted. Before, when Chen-Ming used psychic power and the Scarlet Dimension to try to teleport creatures, and tried to teleport himself, he already had a feeling that he would be discovered after entering the Scarlet Dimension. So he didn't do that at the time. And now, today when the bloody rift opened again, he really felt this. The Scarlet Dimension is extremely dangerous to him. However, Chen-Ming has no time to think too much about things related to the Scarlet Dimension. Just as the eye separated a part of its pupil and stared at him, his mental power has automatically begun to consume frantically, constantly fighting against the cracks and the destructive psychic fluctuations emitted by the eye, prevent his consciousness from being dragged into the Scarlet Dimension by the scarlet cracks, and avoid being hurt by the terrifying things that can affect his body through his psychic connection. Also prevent the robot from being destroyed. His robot cannot be destroyed yet, although it is extremely dangerous to contact the Scarlet Dimension and the existence in the Scarlet Dimension. It is definitely an opportunity. The Scarlet Dimension is a dimension of knowledge, and everything that exists inside is full of knowledge. The same is true for this eye attached to the crack. Although Chen-Ming dare not look directly at the eye now, the eye will emit its power when looking directly at Chen-Ming, trying to suppress Chen-Ming and destroy Chen-Ming. And these powers originally existing in the Scarlet Dimension were mixed with some knowledge belonging to the Scarlet Dimension. The moment they came into contact with Chen-Ming's mental power, they were directly stuffed into Chen-Ming's brain. If it were someone else, even if they could resist the direct gaze of those eyes, they would be driven crazy by the knowledge that filled their brains soon. This is absolutely terrifying in the eyes of others. Although they have defended against the attack, some people will still go crazy under the continuous attack of the Scarlet Dimension. But for Chen-Ming, who had the experience of entering the Scarlet Dimension once, all the knowledge that came with the power was extremely precious, because the knowledge brought out by the power of the eyes is not as dense as the knowledge in the Scarlet Dimension. The knowledge there only needs to stay for half a second to fill Chen-Ming's consciousness, which is no different from eating and drinking water when in contact with the crazy language spirit stone. And all the knowledge brought out by these powers can be quickly digested by Chen-Ming and become part of his own power. But the phase space can't just watch the Scarlet Dimension invade it. It was able to suppress the Scarlet Dimension before, and now it is the same even if the rift is opened. As the Scarlet power poured into the phase space more and more, the phase space was also accumulating its own power. And this power broke out on the space station soon after. The two violent forces clashed violently with the space station as the core, and the entire space station was completely destroyed, leaving only the solid frame barely maintaining its shape. The space station was destroyed, and all the knowledge brought by the Scarlet was dispersed. At this moment, Chen-Ming could only feel the two opposing forces and their aftermath, and the further movement of the bloody rift, although the eye in the crack was fighting against the power of the phase space. In Chen-Ming's perception, a considerable number of the countless pupils in the eye were leaning towards him, and the place where the phase ships observing the progress of the experiment were docked. The Scarlet Dimension was an invader at this time. It was not invading a completely defenseless world like the normal universe, but a phase space with its own unique power and rules. Although the invasion of the phase space was bound to fail, before the cracks that the dimension-infected entities exchanged their lives for were destroyed, the Scarlet Dimension might also be able to destroy the culprits, who caused the deaths of a large number of dimension-infected entities. That is, Chen-Ming and the people on the several phase ships nearby. If they were not stopped or evacuated the phase space immediately, no one nearby would survive. And what Chen-Ming sensed happened in just a dozen seconds. Even Chen-Ming, who had personally experienced several dimensional infections and had come into contact with the Scarlet Dimension, had just noticed it. The people at the Fanchao Research Institute didn't know much about the Scarlet Dimension, and now they probably had no time to react. And if it weren't for good luck, I'm afraid everyone on the spaceship would have died just now, because Chen-Ming could feel that the scarlet light and the power of the eyes in the crack could be transmitted through vision. No, it would be more appropriate to say that it was transmitted. These things that can be transmitted through vision can definitely infect those people on the phase ship through the monitoring on the space station. Fortunately, most of the monitoring equipment inside the space station has been destroyed by the dimensional infection entity. A small number of them were also destroyed by the scarlet light when the bloody crack opened. The picture could not be transmitted back. Otherwise, the images of the scarlet dimensional rift and the eyeball and light would not only cause irreversible consequences to the people in the phase space, but would also bring a horrifying impact to the conference room. Fortunately, anything in the phase space is invisible to the normal universe, and things in the phase space can only physically interfere with the normal universe. Just like the phase beast clearly possesses the phase power, but when attacking the mechanical race in the normal universe from the phase space, it still chooses the most primitive means: collision. Moreover, due to the extremely high closeness between the phase space and the normal universe, and the extremely high repulsion between the phase space and the scarlet dimension, the scarlet dimension can never locate here for a long time, and at most it can only leave again after venting its power, so it should not have much impact on the normal universe. But the power of the scarlet dimension is definitely not to be ignored. Killing a few ordinary people who come to observe the experimental process is definitely an easy thing, since Qinming can no longer continue to obtain knowledge from the rift. He can't just sit there and wait for things to happen. He has to find a way to protect these people. He can choose not to do this, but he thinks he has the ability to do so. After Qinming confirmed that the current situation is urgent through the robot on the space station, immediately, through the robot left on the phase ship, he said to Bian Gaoxian, "There is a problem. Cut off all communications. And are there any other emergency defense measures?" "It has been cut off, and is already being prepared." Bian Gaoxian felt that something unexpected was going to happen just now. He has turned all the phase ships around and headed farther away to prepare to leave. What Qinming said, who was a researcher who specialized in dimensional infection, was quite convincing to Bian Gaoxian. The situation was probably more serious than he guessed. He activated the comprehensive defense system, and the entire phase ship entered a closed state. Everyone had already put on protective clothing mixed with silent alloy. But Qinming felt that this was not enough, and it was far from being able to block the power of the scarlet dimension. After mastering the scarlet power, he could control the silent alloy through psychic power. So the existence in the scarlet dimension was also very likely to ignore the silent alloy. Although Qinming could do this because he was special and his psychic power was special, he could not completely rule out this possibility. If this possibility could not be ruled out, then Qinming had to look at the worst result. Seeing that the rift in the scarlet dimension would soon be able to escape from the corpse of the meat mountain and the wreckage of the space station, it would soon be able to destroy everything around it. Qinming urged Bian Gaoxian, "Go directly. Don't stay in the phase space." "I want to too." Bian Gaoxian said this, his hand constantly clicking on the control panel. However, the coils of several spacecrafts have not started to work. The phase ship malfunctioned, and the surrounding phase power was too strong, which affected the operation of the phase ship. Some slender beams of light have penetrated the outer wall of the space station and appeared in the phase space. Countless beams of light will soon cover the surroundings completely. At the moment when the eye in the bloody rift was about to emit its beams of light, on the outer wall of the space station, metallic liquid gushed out like a tsunami, forming a sky curtain between the space station and the phase ship, blocking everything in the rift in front of the sky curtain. And at the moment when the metal sky curtain appeared, an invisible big hand grasped those phase ships and took them out of the phase space. But one ship was missed. There was still a ship that was directly illuminated by the scarlet light that broke through Qinming's metal sky curtain. Qinming had no time to care about that ship, because just when his sky curtain blocked the scarlet light from shining on Bian Gaoxian and his spaceship, the eye in the scarlet rift lost other targets and had completely stared at him. At the moment when all the pupils were staring at him, in Qinming's consciousness space, the scarlet crack that he suppressed and blocked began to expand uncontrollably. The scarlet power provoked this crack. If it was not suppressed, the eye might even crawl out of this crack. This crack exists in Qinming's consciousness. If this happens, then Qinming raised all his spirits, and all the other prostheses temporarily stopped their activities, just to gather all his mental power to resist the scarlet power. While he was thinking and doing this, the phase power that had been trying to suppress the scarlet dimension also penetrated into Qinming's consciousness space through Qinming's robot, and clashed with the scarlet power again. Endless pain and torture instantly swept Qinming. The feeling that he had not experienced for a while filled his consciousness. The confrontation between the scarlet power and the phase power changed the venue. From the space station to his consciousness space, the battle broke out with the consciousness space as the battlefield. And neither side cared about the life and death of Qinming as the battlefield. If this continues, Even if the rift does not open, the island of Qinming's consciousness space will collapse. The ship spirits that live here have no ability to resist such a terrifying existence, and can only turn into a tall shadow, barely protecting the mountain in the steel jungle from being affected. But at this moment, the shadow of the ship spirit also looks like it may dissipate at any time. However, next to the island of Qinming's consciousness space, the consciousness carrier of the Queen of the Worm, which has been formed from a giant Zerg battleship into a giant cocoon and hung on the edge of the island, is trembling and wants to break out of the cocoon in advance to help Qinming resist. In the several silent alloy boxes on Qinming's body, the spirit stones that resonated with Qinming also trembled slightly. In the planting area on the highest point where Qinming's body was, a plant that had just sprouted a new leaf in the direction where Qinming's body was at the moment. The chaotic core in Wuping's body, which had temporarily stopped moving, suddenly began to operate autonomously. The power of virtualization that Qianyan had taken from others, and was finally taken by Qinming, was about to cover Qinming. There was also a fat hamster that suddenly noticed something and ran towards Qinming. Qinming clearly sensed these movements, and he did not stop it. It was just that suddenly, Qinming felt the pressure from the phase power was relieved, because he himself put his consciousness back to the body in the battle between the phase and the scarlet, and controlling the body, holding the idea of trying a dead horse as a living horse, and how to know if it works if you don't try. And trying it, he found the 3 scales left to him by the phase beast, and at the moment he touched the scales, the phase power suddenly seemed to find something wrong. It immediately took the initiative to converge the aftermath of the conflict between it and the power of the scarlet dimension, and took the initiative to use the power of the phase to protect Qinming's consciousness space as the battlefield. And this power finally noticed that Qinming's mental power had been suppressing the scarlet dimension rift. It also immediately assisted Qinming's mental power to do what Qinming had been doing. This is Qinming's consciousness space. After one of the 2 evenly matched parties received help from the locals, it naturally quickly gained the upper hand. The scarlet dimension, which was originally an invader, could only retreat. The rift in Qinming's consciousness space was closed. The battlefield of the scarlet phase confrontation returned from Qinming's consciousness space to the space station in the phase space. However, there was no space station here at this time. Only a pile of wreckage, and the crack that was opened in the core position of the wreckage ruins. However, the power of the crack and the eye behind the crack was already at its end after the idea of destroying the surrounding phase ships failed. Now, it can only be completely erased by the phase space. The crack gradually closed under the suppression of the phase power. The pupils on the eye gathered together, and after staring at Qinming for the last time, they disappeared into the crack. But there was still some scarlet light that passed through the robot again and remained in Qinming's consciousness space. However, these lights were not aggressive, as if they were really just a ray of light. But Qinming knew very well that this light was both a danger and an opportunity. And after the bloody rift was erased by the phase space, the phase force also completely withdrew from Qinming's consciousness space. But similarly, some lavender light was also left by the phase force, and some phase forces appeared at the crack in Qinming's consciousness space, assisting Qinming and suppressing the crack more firmly. In Qinming's consciousness space, those metal jungles that had turned into rust after experiencing the scarlet dimension last time and finally recovered and became more lush had once again become a sea of rust. But this may not be a bad thing. Last time, Qinming's steel jungle became a piece of rust, and then he mastered a more powerful power. So this time should be the same. After the rift was completely closed, the cocoon biological warship in Qinming's consciousness space did not continue to break out of the cocoon after sensing that Qinming was safe, and chose to continue to evolve. And the frenzy language spirit stone on Qinming's body, which was originally vibrating slightly, also returned to calm. And the fairy tree buds that Qinming cultivated with his top-level spiritual energy fluctuations no longer continued to grow forcefully, and began to accumulate nutrients again. Xiaoshur also returned to the food warehouse to steal food, and occasionally accidentally passed by the planting area that Qinming strictly guarded, staring at the fairy tree buds inside. And the ship spirit that protected the mountain in Qinming's consciousness space also returned to its normal appearance. Together with Qinming's consciousness body, he sat down under the mountain in the consciousness space, panting and recovering himself. Turtle, Qinming sighed, and his consciousness returned to his body. He immediately took out some spiritual medicines from the warehouse, that were given to him by others or collected by himself. As long as they were effective and taken orally. Ning didn't care about the dosage at this time and stuffed them all into his mouth. After taking the medicine, he personally came to the young sprout of the fairy tree under the supervision of Fan. Looking at the new leaves growing on it, Ning sat beside it with satisfaction, feeling the gentle and neutral spiritual fluctuations of the fairy tree sprout in the surrounding environment. Ming's mental state gradually stabilized, and his mental strength began to recover. Fan noticed that Ning was not in the right state, and asked him what was wrong. Ming did not answer, but just waved his hand. His behavior just now was indeed a little dangerous. But he did it instinctively. All the people on the spaceship were ordinary people. As far as he knew, there was only one psychic, and he was at most a level 3 psychic, who was Bian Gaoxuan's bodyguard. There was no other psychic. They had no ability to protect themselves in front of the power of the Scarlet Dimension. So Ning wanted to protect them. He had the ability to do so. He still had several trump cards in his hand that he had not used. And he was fully capable of protecting himself. And he did this not without gain. In the end, facing the eye directly, he had directly come into contact with the conflict between the Scarlet Power and the Phase Power, which once again polished his consciousness. He could feel that although he did not obtain enough knowledge to change his psychic power, like the last time he entered the Scarlet Dimension, but the two dimensions fought with his consciousness space as the battlefield. And the training effect brought to him was even better than the effect of his last entry into the Scarlet Dimension. His mental power will definitely increase to a considerable extent after this time. And he will master more powerful psychic power after digesting the knowledge this time. Ning can already feel it now. It may take him a while to control a colony before. And now it doesn't take him long to control a planet. After experiencing the confrontation between the two dimensions, he truly reached the peak of the 5th level Star Destroyer psychic. The Scarlet Dimension is both a danger and an opportunity. This is Ming's understanding of the Scarlet Dimension. But at this time, he is still one step away from breaking through the limit. Ning can clearly feel that this last step is not a problem that can be solved simply by increasing mental power. He needs an opportunity. But he doesn't know what kind of opportunity it is. He will have to find it slowly in the future. Maybe this opportunity is in the Scarlet Dimension. Or maybe somewhere else. Ning returned to the consciousness space again. Once again, he saw two beams of light. One red and one blue. Next to the closed crack above his head. He knew very well that he had been completely marked by the Scarlet Dimension. This time, it was not the body that was marked, but the consciousness, or even the deep consciousness. The next time he wanted to enter the Scarlet Dimension, it would be extremely dangerous. But again, it is both dangerous and an opportunity. These red lights also brought him new knowledge and power. As for the purple light, the phase space seemed to have marked him. But unlike the mark of the Scarlet Dimension, this mark seemed to be a friendly mark. These two spaces seem to have special consciousness and special existence. And the phase space is even more special, because the entire space and the phase beast are definitely closely connected. Otherwise, the phase space would not have immediately turned to protect Ming after he touched the scales of the phase beast. Both the phase space and the phase beast have countless secrets waiting for Ming to explore. The same is true for the Scarlet Dimension and the things that exist in it. Ming doesn't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. So he can only take it one step at a time. Chapter 336 Inspection. Ming's consciousness once again left the consciousness space and returned to the robot in the phase space. This robot also survived when Ming used the metal sky curtain to block the scarlet light. Not far in front of it was the wreckage of the space station, which looked even more dilapidated after the scarlet light shone. And at a distance from the wreckage of the space station, the spaceship that was illuminated by the scarlet light was still there. Ning was about to go to the space station and the spaceship. But he suddenly remembered something and immediately connected to the robot on the phase ship that had been disconnected after he concentrated his consciousness. The phase ship had been taken away from the phase space by the President's psychic power at this time, and was in the normal universe, not far from the position before the spaceship entered the phase space. Next to it was the area of the space station where the light pattern system was destroyed and could not be observed in the phase space, and the facilities prepared by the Fanchao Research Institute to pull the space station out of hyperspace. However, the facilities were not started at this time, because now, except for Ming, no one can be sure whether pulling the space station back from the phase space will lead to some bad results. before figuring out the situation. No one dares to start the facility. At this time, on those phase shifts, Bian Gaoxian was recording something in the control console of the spacecraft. When he found that Chen Ming's robot parked next to him started moving again, he said excitedly, "Director Chen? It's great. You're okay. I saw you blocked all the scarlet lights at last. And I thought, it's good that you're okay." Chen Ming explained, "It was just a slight shock to my consciousness that caused me to lose contact with the robot. It didn't have much impact." "That's good. That's good." Bian Gaoxian said this. But he didn't think Chen Ming was telling the truth. Was it really just a little shock? He saw with his own eyes the scene of the entire space station being destroyed by those beams. And from the results provided by the detection instruments on the spacecraft at the end, those beams have not only physical destructive power, but also have a bad impact on the mind. If it weren't for the metal skylight blocking those beams, all of them would probably have died there. It is common for people to die in experiments, even in their Fanchao Research Institute. As long as it is related to psychic power, it is impossible to say that the experiment is absolutely safe, no matter how good the protection work is. If there is an accident, you will die. Not to mention the experiments related to dimensional infection. It will only be more dangerous. So he didn't think it was a simple matter for Chen Ming to use the metal skylight to block those lights. But when Chen Ming said this, he certainly wouldn't refute it in person. Anyway, it was true that Chen Ming saved him in this failed and somewhat reckless experiment. Chen Ming could not mention it, but as the person who was saved, he had to give back. However, Chen Ming did not care too much about Bian Gaoxian's thoughts. He came here for other things. "Do you still have the last video before the spacecraft evacuated and the last video before the space station was destroyed?" "Yes, but I ordered it to be sealed and no one has seen it." "That's good." Chen Ming was also slightly relieved. What he was worried about now was that the video was seen by someone, and the influence of the Scarlet Dimension was further spread through the video. Fortunately, this situation did not happen. It seems that Bian Gaoxian was not without vigilance when facing the dimensional infection. After all, the organ infected when the Empire first faced the dimensional infection was the eyeball, and the dimensional infection of the eyeball can be transmitted through vision. So it is of course necessary to be vigilant when facing a visual recording device such as a video. However, Chen Ming was afraid that other people besides Bian Gaoxian did not understand. So he explained again, "I suspect that the power of that dimension has the ability to be transmitted through the video. So I need to confirm where the video file is." Bian Gaoxian immediately sent a prepared file to Chen Ming. Chen Ming also immediately opened the file and took a look at it himself. Then he found some situations that surprised him. There was nothing to see in the video of the spacecraft. There was nothing except some scarlet light that did not directly illuminate the spacecraft. The content of the video before the space station was destroyed was somewhat interesting. Several surveillance cameras on the space station captured the expanding cracks and the eye with multiple pupils before it was destroyed, and sent them to the spacecraft and saved them. But the content in this video is distorted. The eye in the crack seems to be blocked by a thick filter. If Chen Ming had not seen the crack with his own eyes before, he would not have been able to tell that the thing under the filter in the crack was the eye. The video has become invalid after being saved. However, the distortion and invalidation also have benefits. There is nothing wrong with this video, and it does not spread any dimensional infection. This situation is different from the situation when Chen Ming controlled the space station and observed the rift in real time through the space station's monitoring. The Scarlet Dimension can spread its power through monitoring. I don't know whether this video is interfered by the power of the Scarlet Dimension itself or the power of the phase space. But at least one thing that can be confirmed now is that only by directly observing when the rift appears or indirectly observing through certain equipment can the power of the Scarlet Dimension be observed and affected by the dimensional power. It's okay. There will be no problem with the video file. Just watch it casually. But the video should be distorted due to the influence of psychic energy. If you want to try to restore it, you must be careful. Chen Ming can't guarantee that if the video can be restored by technical means, it will not bring the power of the Scarlet Dimension again. Bian Gaoxian responded solemnly, "I understand. This experiment is not a complete failure. At least it proves the conflict between the Scarlet Dimension and the phase space." "What is the situation in the phase space now?" Chen Ming responded, "I'm going to see it." He didn't hide it and broadcast the robot's image to Bian Gaoxian. But he made some delays to prevent people from seeing something they shouldn't see. The broken wreckage of the space station immediately appeared in Bian Gaoxian's eyes. looking at the space station that was falling apart from the inside. He recorded it and said casually, "It seems that some kind of force broke out from the inside. And then something broke out and conflicted here. Yes, the power of the dimension infected and the power of the phase space are fighting here." Seeing that Chen-Ming seemed to understand the whole process very clearly, Bian Gaoxian immediately asked Chen-Ming, "Director Chen, can you tell me what happened here in detail?" The dimension-infected entities gathered together when they were suppressed by the phase space and were about to die. When they ran to the central area of the space station together before, they created a rift leading to the Scarlet Dimension, which should be considered a space rift. Space rift? Yes. It is different from the dimensional infection we have seen. The dimensional infection is that the dimension slowly infiltrates in. This rift really opens a rift leading to the Scarlet Dimension. You could enter the Scarlet Dimension directly through that rift. Bian Gaoxuan's expression subconsciously tensed up. Obviously, he thought of the possible consequences of a space rift connecting the two worlds being opened. "Don't worry," Chen-Ming comforted. "The opening of the rift is in the phase space, which can't affect the normal universe. Otherwise, how could I still talk to you calmly now? I would have gone to ask for help a long time ago." Bian Gaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good." After the rift appeared, a huge eye with multiple pupils appeared in the rift, which is suspected to be a creature that exists in the Scarlet Dimension. The light that I blocked with my psychic power before was emitted by that eye. But it still didn't block all of it. There is still a ship. Wait! That ship? Chen-Ming hadn't noticed it before. But now, he suddenly realized that there seemed to be something wrong with the ship. Bian Gaoxian also explained, "The ship is full of death row prisoners, and they were originally going to be thrown into the phase space for experiments." "That's fine." Chen-Ming originally thought that the president had made a mistake or was worried that the ship was on the edge of his psychic protection and had been exposed to the scarlet light. So he didn't plan to take it away. But now it seems that he deliberately didn't take it away. The prisoners are dead. So it's not a big problem. Anyway, after saying that, after roughly looking around the wreckage of the space station through the robot's vision, Chen-Ming controlled the robot to come to the side of the spaceship that was quietly floating in the hyperspace. Open the hatch from the outside. Tear off the withered and decayed flesh and blood covering the cabin. What came into view were the bodies of several dimensional infected entities that were also dead. Chen-Ming stepped forward to confirm that the entities had completely lost their activity, then pulled out a data cable from the robot, connected to the control system of the spaceship, and read the video just now. Judging from the video content, just after Chen-Ming's sky curtain blocked the scarlet beam, the president's psychic energy took away the rest of the spacecraft. Only these prisoners, who were restrained in their respective positions, were left here. They didn't know what happened, but they soon saw the beams that penetrated Chen-Ming's sky curtain shining on the spacecraft. These beams did not directly destroy everything around them at close range like the space station. Instead, they penetrated the armor and hull of the spacecraft's exterior, thoroughly illuminating every inch of the interior of the spacecraft. Those death row prisoners had no time to react. They all lost their stable consciousness and fell into madness the moment they came into contact with those beams. The nature of the scarlet light is the same as the things that exist in the Scarlet Dimension, making every cell of these prisoners full of seemingly endless knowledge. Each cell seems to have its own consciousness and its own thoughts. Distortion, as a matter of course, occurred. Dimensional infected entities just appeared on the spacecraft, and each one was a brand new entity. It's really scary. Is this a new dimensional infection? It can be counted. Chen-Ming agreed with Bian Gaoxuan's idea and said, it can even be counted as several dimensional infections. But this is in the phase space. The phase space is very special. It seems to have a unique consciousness covering the entire dimension, which will protect itself and eliminate the invading dimensional forces. So these entities did not survive. And they will definitely not survive. I see. Then why doesn't our universe have such a dimensional consciousness to protect us? Who knows? Just as Chen-Ming and Bian Gaoxian were watching what was happening in the phase space, Chen-Ming also reconnected to the prosthesis at the Legion headquarters and made it move again. And Chen-Ming's holographic projection in the conference room also moved. The noisy discussion in the conference room and the president's voice reached Chen-Ming's ears at the same time. I thought you were asleep. It's just that my attention is all on the robot in the phase space, and I dare not be distracted. What happened exactly? I just heard you say you were helping to rescue people, and then you didn't make any movement. I could only sense that there were two very powerful forces clashing over there. Qin Ming thought for a moment, and after asking Bian Gaoxian, he went straight to the main seat and picked up the microphone. Amid the sharp sound of the microphone test, the conference room fell silent. A projection screen next to the conference room lit up, and the video files of the space station and the phase spacecraft were played on the projection screen. Qin Ming also immediately explained to the people on the battlefield what had just happened. He roughly explained the original experimental process and the unexpected incident that occurred in the middle, explained the existence of the crack, and the scarlet light emitted by the crack. At the end of the explanation, he released the sky curtain to block the scarlet light. Qin Ming couldn't help but secretly send a message to the president with the terminal, saying, "President, you were too slow in rescuing people. The Yin Gaoxuan spaceship was almost destroyed." The president also looked helpless and sent a message to Qin Ming. "There are two extremely powerful forces in the phase space. The aftermath of the conflict prevents my psychic power from working inside. I was also in a hurry. But it wasn't until you used psychic power to create a curtain to block the aftermath of the conflict for a moment that my psychic power could penetrate and take the people away." "That's fine." Qin Ming didn't even dare to look directly at the conflict between the two dimensions. His huge mental power had been exhausted, and he was unable to intervene. It was normal that the president's psychic power couldn't cross the space to intervene. That is, it wasn't until Qin Ming used a metal liquid composed of the silent alloy he had obtained before to block it for a moment that the president could take the people away through the aftermath of the conflict between the two spaces. Wait. Back to the point. Qin Ming remembered that before, the people on the phase ship seemed to be wearing protective suits mixed with silent alloy. But the president used his psychic power to rescue people. "President, can your psychic power also ignore silent alloy? I can't do it like you." The president immediately denied Qin Ming's guess and said, "It's just that if silent alloy exists with other things, I can use other things to fish out silent alloy. But my psychic power cannot act directly on silent alloy. And even the closed environment created by silent alloy can isolate the influence of my psychic power. It's like picking up a hedgehog. Don't touch the place full of thorns. But it doesn't matter where there are no thorns. As long as you can touch the place without thorns, people can build a hedgehog. So my psychic power can still play a role through indirect effects." The principle that the president can take away people wearing silent alloy protective suits is completely different from Qin Ming's ability to directly ignore silent alloy. Otherwise, the president would not have been so shocked when he saw Qin Ming use psychic energy to send a piece of silent alloy. Qin Ming was communicating with the president. At the same time, he also explained to all the participants in the conference room what happened in the experiment in the phase space. Just as Qin Ming finished speaking, the door of the conference room was pushed open. With the help of Qin Ming, Bian Gaoxian confirmed that there was no matter related to the scarlet dimension in the phase space, and brought the wreckage of the space station and the remaining spacecraft back to the normal universe through the facility. At least the device for sending objects in and out of the phase space is fine, which is good news. The wreckage and spacecraft can be studied later. But now, Bian Gaoxian came to Qin Ming and said to the others in the conference room, "The experiment failed. But we can learn from it and prepare for the next experiment. Let's do this for today. The experimental report will be compiled soon, and I will send it to you at that time. If there are any questions, we can discuss it later." After the conference room was noisy for a while, the holographic projections gradually disappeared one by one. Only the person sent by the Imperial high-level officials stood up and came to Bian Gaoxian and said to him, "This experiment is a bit too aggressive. We need to start from the beginning and do it step by step. Don't rush to large-scale experiments just after understanding the principles of a project. Pay attention next time. And never let today's situation happen again." As a member of the Fanchao Research Institute, Bian Gaoxian did not mind the Empire's preaching to him. This was not what the person in front of him wanted to say, but what the real Imperial high-level officials asked him to relay. He nodded and agreed, and said that he would report to the Institute later and reorganize the experimental process. It can be seen that Fanchao Institute and the Empire are highly bound together. The Empire has the authority to issue orders to Fanchao Institute. After the Empire finished talking to Bian Gaoxian, he suddenly turned to Qin Ming and said, You did a good job. Keep working hard. The Empire has been paying attention to you." After all, Qin Ming saved the people who participated in the experiment, and it was right to be praised. Moreover, the Empire had specially invited him to the last engagement party, which showed the Empire's attitude. So Qin Ming nodded in a friendly manner and said nothing else. The Empire's people did not mind Qin Ming's slightly cold attitude, and the holographic projection disappeared in front of the two. Bian Gaoxian breathed a sigh of relief after the Empire's people left, and was about to say something to Qin Ming, when his terminal suddenly lit up. He looked down and said to Qin Ming, "Our institute is collecting the name of the dimension infected by the dimension." "Oh, you are asking me, right?" Yes. Although he is the person in charge of the experiment of the interaction between the Scarlet Dimension and the phase space. The research on the Scarlet Dimension is actually carried out by other people in the Fanchao Institute. It's just that Bian Gaoxian happened to study phase technology, and later transferred to the Dimension Infection Research Department. He has experience in both directions, and he has done well in both. So after Qin Ming discovered that the two dimensions had an impact on each other, he took the initiative to initiate and undertake this project. But he is indeed not qualified to name that dimension. Only Qin Ming, the only one who has repeatedly contacted the dimension of the source of dimensional infection without any impact, and is still conducting in-depth research on that dimension, has this authority. Of course, the president could have named it before, but the president did not give it a formal name because he thought he did not have enough understanding of this dimension. When I was doing research, I used that dimension as a synonym when communicating with Qin Ming. It seems that the president has negotiated with the Fanchao Research Institute and decided to officially name the dimension of the source of dimensional infection today. Today is indeed a special day. Humanity's research on the Scarlet Dimension and phase space has suffered a serious failure, which is worth commemorating. Then just call it the Scarlet Dimension. Okay. Although Bian Gaoxian felt that Qin Ming was a little casual, he sent the name back. After talking to Qin Ming for a few more words through the terminal, Bian Gaoxian put down the terminal again, as if to Qin Ming and himself. This experiment is really dangerous, but we will never give up the subsequent experiments. This is the power we must strive to fight against it after suffering the sequelae of two-dimensional infections. Very good. Qin Ming responded casually. The sequelae of dimensional infection may last for 20 years. As long as there are results in 10 years, and the remaining time is shortened, everything will be worth it. Judging from the scale of today's meeting, this matter will definitely be taken seriously in the future. Qin Ming doesn't have to worry too much for the time being. There will definitely be a lot of people and resources invested in it. He can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor. It's just that learning still requires some effort. Qin Ming's holographic projection also disappeared in the conference room. However, his communication with the president was not over yet. The president asked Qin Ming another question at this time. "Are there any other details in this experiment that we can talk about more?" Qin Ming had not thought about this question, but in his opinion, the only thing he could talk about more was the rift. And whooping had actually triggered a rift practice a long time ago. But because the person who experienced it was actually Qin Ming himself, he could not tell this matter through in whooping's mouth. But since the rift has appeared again, Qin Ming still needs to make it clear. This kind of thing that will cause the normal universe to be associated with the Scarlet Dimension must be treated with extreme vigilance. If the normal universe is infected with dimensions again, we must be fully prepared. Speaking of which, Qin Ming thought of something. In fact, the appearance of the two rifts is related to him, and the opening of the two rifts did not occur in the normal universe. One occurred in Qin Ming's consciousness space, and ended with the death of the recipient, leaving a rift in Qin Ming's consciousness space. The second time occurred in the phase space, and the result was that the phase space cleared the invaders and closed the rift, and even reinforced the rift left in Qin Ming's consciousness space when the last rift appeared. But logically speaking, when the dimensional infection occurred before, those dimensional infected entities could have gathered together to form a rift and opened it. As long as the rift is opened, with the current technology and ability of humans to deal with the Scarlet Dimension, there is almost no suitable response plan. Even during the first dimensional infection, the dimensional infection had already infected the entire galaxy. So why didn't the rift open? The second dimensional infection, that is, the dimensional infection on Yuhui's side, was smaller than this time. But from the current perspective, it was enough to open the rift. Why didn't they do that? Is it a coincidence? Or is there some other reason? Qin Ming is not sure. But anyway, he should explain it to the president. Chapter 337 of All of Zerg. The president also felt very strange when he heard Qin Ming's question. During the first dimensional infection, he did not feel any situation related to spatial ability and spatial effect. Not to mention the rifts closely related to the Scarlet Dimension. But after hearing Qin Ming's speculation, The president suddenly had an idea. When I experienced the first dimensional infection, the target of the dimensional infection was the eyes. Now the eyes are also in the rift. Is there a connection? Is it possible that the galaxy that I threw into other dimensions has returned to the Scarlet Dimension and learned some ability to move between spaces through the process of my exile? But Chen Ning immediately recounted the situation when he experienced the nominal second, but actually the third dimensional infection. That time, there was no rift opening. No, Chen Ming said, and suddenly realized something. The rift exists. It is on the distorted heart. However, the strength of the rift was not enough at that time, and the dimension-infected entity did not have enough nutrition to supply, and lost the ability to connect to the Scarlet Dimension. In the end, it could only force Chen Ming's consciousness into the consciousness space. Then, in the consciousness space, Chen Ming remembered that when he had the final duel with the distorted heart, he sensed that something was coming in the starry sky of his consciousness space. At that time, he didn't know what it was, but now it seems that it is definitely something closely related to the Scarlet Dimension. As early as the first dimension infection, Chen Ming had already started to contact the Scarlet Dimension. The rift really exists. But this rift also did not appear directly in the normal universe. Even the distorted heart could not directly call that kind of existence in the normal universe. Instead, it attracted something that Chen Ming had never seen through the consciousness space. The normal universe has indeed never opened a rift to the Scarlet Dimension. There must be some hidden reason behind this. As for what the president said, it was because the Scarlet Dimension was imitating. So the rift was not opened before. Chen Ming could only say that he had doubts, since the rift has never been opened in the normal universe. The president's conjecture can only be regarded as a conjecture for now. The president easily accepted and understood Chen Ming's words, and he also agreed with Chen Ming's idea. Then I will look through the previous files again to see if there is anything missing. I will talk to you again if there is news. The president ended the communication with a word. Chen Ming closed his eyes and supported his forehead. His head hurt a little. Let's put the matter of dimensional infection and phase space aside for a while, and let others deal with it. He still has to wait for his mental strength to recover before dealing with the next things. His mental power is still recovering, although the total amount of mental power has reached a terrifying level. With the help of the Hive Mind Network, Spirit Stone, Condensed Spiritual Energy Source, Ship Spirit, and even various drugs, the recovery speed is still quite fast. It seems that it will be restored in a few hours, and it will not affect Chen Ming's continued work on the 3 lines. However, the 3 lines have to be prioritized. 2 laboratory projects, the main body research task, and the response and counterattack measures of the pioneering fleet against the mechanical race. According to the degree of urgency and the consequences of failure, the most urgent thing must be that the pioneering fleet is about to be attacked by the mechanical race. So Chen Ming will definitely focus on dealing with this matter next. He had already made arrangements before, but he had prepared in advance to seize the control of the colony from Yue, and it took several days to prepare the goods for migration. In the end, he had to rely on Chen Ming's psychic energy to operate continuously for a day before sending them away. Although the scale has not expanded much now, it is not the same as no expansion. It is not so easy to quickly transfer the base. So if he is attacked by the mechanical race now, the situation seems to be a bit bad. Just like now, Chen Ming had just finished talking to the president for a few minutes. He sensed that some unexpected situations had occurred in some small bases left behind by the pioneering fleet for resource development. As long as it was near the junction of the mechanical clan, Yue and the Empire, or even within the range of 2 jumps, almost all the strongholds encountered a small fleet of the mechanical clan. The mechanical clan fleet, composed of a destroyer and 4 frigates, attacked Chen Ming's strongholds at almost the same time. Such a fleet was very weak, and was only a cannon fodder on the battlefield. But in the small strongholds left by Chen Ming, a fleet of this size was enough to completely destroy the strongholds. It came so fast. Chen Ming frowned. Although he had learned the news before, he was still surprised that his territory had been discovered so quickly, and that he was ready to attack. Chen Ming's original plan was, forget it. There is no need to think about the original plan. The mechanical tribe came so quickly. Of course, the plan was completely disrupted. There is no need to think about it. He must change the original plan and take countermeasures as soon as possible. Fortunately, Chen Ming maintained a high degree of connection with all the afterglow cores. Even the weakest gamma-level cores had a direct connection with Chen Ming. Therefore, when these small bases were attacked, Jinming basically had time to take the afterglow cores away. Only some unlucky afterglow cores that were unlucky at the beginning found that the speed of the attack was relatively slow, and were hit in the core itself were destroyed in this attack. The number is about 20 or so. Not many. However, although Jinming's repair psychic power can repair the afterglow core itself, it cannot repair the consciousness in it. So if these afterglow cores are lost, it is a real loss. Jinming now has only tens of thousands of afterglow cores in total, and losing a few of them makes him heartbroken. Not to mention that the base itself, the equipment, and a considerable amount of materials in the base can only be abandoned there, destroyed or looted by the mechanical race. You must know that when Jinming's pioneering fleet has performed 4 jumps, there are quite a lot of small bases located relatively close to the Empire, and the incoming materials account for about 40% of Jinming's material circulation. This allows Jinming to be less dependent on the Empire for resources for development. Once these small bases are lost, in order to maintain the pioneering fleet, he must spend extra money to fill this hole. And he must also bear the impact of closer ties with the Empire. For Jinming, who had always wanted to escape from the Empire, these losses were real losses. Jinming also thought that the mechanical race would directly come to trouble the large army. So he did not withdraw the afterglow from these places, because the investment cost had long been earned back. As long as the resources were mined for one more day, there would be more income. He really did not expect that the attack of the mechanical race would be so deep into the grassroots. Through the vision of the afterglow cores that spread throughout the entire development route, Jinming could see that at least 1/3 of the mechanical race's spacecraft in the number of lower-level fleets in their star field were pulled out and used to clear out Jinming's small strongholds. As for the remaining 2/3, in addition to leaving a part to be used in the mechanical race star field, the others are probably also responsible for finding the coordinates of Jinming's strongholds before, and are still responsible for finding the location of his real stronghold. Jinming's small temporary strongholds can be said to be extremely scattered, and they are also distributed in a fairly large area. If it were not for the carpet search of a super large number of fleets, it would be impossible to lock almost all of Jinming's small strongholds. This scale can be said to be unprecedentedly huge. Of course, Jinming said this from his perspective and the history of this mechanical star field. In addition, he could also see that there must be mechanical cruisers with a large fleet filling the surrounding star field to further search the galaxy where Jinming's pioneering fleet is located, rather than the mechanical family's mid- and low-level ships searching through hyperspace. So if Jinming does nothing, in a few hours at the fastest and 3 days at the slowest, the 2 temporary bases he has now, one in front and one behind the 3rd and 4th jump positions, will inevitably be discovered. As long as the mechanical race finds him, there will be a fleet of mechanical race troops coming to the border immediately. Jinming will not flatter himself, but judging from what the mechanical race has just done, he can only believe that the mechanical race has invested almost all the middle and low-level spacecraft to search for his existence in the nearby star field. Since the middle and low-level fleets of the mechanical race in the entire star field have been dispatched, there will definitely be at least thousands of cruisers being mobilized, and there is even the possibility that they will directly dispatch the main battleships. The last time the mechanical race encircled and suppressed Jinming was when Jinming attacked the mechanical race base in order to expand the mechanical race hive network and seize the mechanical race colony ships. At that time, the mechanical race sent 2 fleets, one with 20 to 30 ships and the second with more than 80 ships, although the second batch was followed by a phase monster. But it is enough to show that when dealing with threats, the mechanical race is definitely prepared with strength far beyond the threat. And before, Jinming had just shown his destructive ability against the mechanical race. So this time, the armed forces they prepared may really exceed Jinming's imagination. There may even be an external mechanical race fleet. According to the news from Baikwan, the front line of Gallow has not encountered any decent resistance during this period. It is clear that the Empire has not really invested a lot of war power, and has been advancing smoothly. Not only did this process not encounter any decent resistance, but there was also no sign of the arrival of the foreign mechanical fleet. Even some reconnaissance fleets that were deeper in the front line did not find any ambush at all. The machine controlled by Jinming could not provide false information. Then there is only one possibility left. The mechanical race really regarded Jinming as a greater threat than the Empire. Think about it. For the mechanical race in this area, the threat posed by the Empire and the threat posed by Jinming are similar. and the highest is to cause the destruction of the star field. For the mechanical race in the entire universe, Qin Ming is more dangerous than the Empire. The expansion of the Empire takes time and is limited. Qin Ming can run around anywhere. Especially Qin Ming also has a fleet of pioneers outside, and has established various strongholds. This behavior makes the mechanical race raise Qin Ming's threat to a level that exceeds the Empire. Even for the mechanical race, if sacrificing a star field can kill Qin Ming here, they definitely have the possibility to do such a thing. Therefore, the number of fleets that will attack this time will only be more than Qin Ming guessed. Not less. His guess is even quite conservative. And under such a scale, Qin Ming feels that his pioneering fleet should have little room to struggle. There are less than 20 cruisers in total. Even if they can play several times the effectiveness under the blessing of Qin Ming's psychic power, they can't put up any resistance in front of the main battleship. Even when facing a fleet with a number exceeding a certain limit, Qin Ming's psychic power will not be able to play a sufficient role. Although he was also preparing. He was not preparing for a direct battle with such a fleet. Not to mention that he had not had time to prepare. And there was an even more troublesome place. That is, the mechanical race attacked Qin Ming just when he had just participated in the experiment, experienced the destruction of 2 dimensions, and exhausted his mental strength. Qin Ming couldn't even use his psychic energy to block or speed up the relocation. He could only verbally urge a few afterglow cores, and then see if there were other ways to block the mechanical fleet from searching for his location. There was no reinforcement outside the Empire, and everything depended on Qin Ming himself. The situation really took a sharp turn for the worse. Before, Qin Ming could still prepare comfortably, and even comfortably for quite a while. Nothing happened. But today, there were 2 consecutive emergencies. He couldn't continue with the previous stable mentality. He had to think of a way to deal with it as soon as possible. The first thing he had to do now was to avoid the worst situation, and never let the mechanical fleet come to the border. There were 2 ways to stop the mechanical fleet. Prevent the fleet of the mechanical race from discovering his settlement, or move away directly. Qin Ming had already prepared for the next migration. But if he did nothing, it would take another 4 or 5 days to prepare. This was an unacceptable time. If he wanted to solve it, he had to find a way to recover his mental power as soon as possible. Qin Ming's mental power recovery speed was very fast, so the most convenient way was to delay time. And delaying time just happened to coincide with another way to organize the mechanical race fleet, which was to block the mechanical race fleet. As long as the speed of the mechanical race's search can be delayed, the rest will be easy. As for the delay method, it is not enough to just use the cruiser fleet. The mechanical race is not stupid. They found that Qin Ming's fleet attracted the most attention, so they went over part of it. More people will definitely continue to search for his existence. If you want to stop the mechanical race, you must release a large number of medium and low-level ships like the mechanical race, and also carpet-like to affect the mechanical race's search. But this can only deal with the mechanical race fleet that has been released. If it is the fleet that follows the mechanical race cruiser to jump to the outside world, it will not be so easy to deal with. There is even a certain probability that they will jump directly to Qin Ming's face. It is definitely a troublesome thing to deal with him. Just when Qin Ming was thinking about how to solve the problem, in his perception, the queen insect has awakened in the cocoon, and it has completed its evolution this time. It seems that luck is still on his side. Qin Ming immediately focused his attention on the queen insect's nest planet, and just saw the moment when the queen insect broke out of the cocoon. I saw several tentacles tearing open the cocoon that wrapped the queen's biological cruiser from the inside out, revealing the current appearance of the biological cruiser. The black shell on the outside was covered with fluorescent lines, and some of the blood discharged during evolution changed from the original gray-green to clear, emitting fluorescence like fairy leaves. Even some muscle tissues in the gaps of the shells, and the energy crystal sandwiched between the muscle tissues on the queen's body became similar. However, soon, under the control of the queen, the shell turned black again, and the flesh turned gray-green again, no longer so conspicuous. Only the clear and transparent energy crystals in the queen's body with a little fluorescence were preserved. This energy crystal contains more powerful energy, in addition to these changes in appearance that can be easily found. All the deeper changes in evolution were transmitted to Qin Ming through the consciousness link between the queen and Qin Ming. Everything is self-explanatory. After understanding the changes of the queen, Qin Ming breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that the trouble should be solved soon. Unless the mechanical race really uses the main battleship, Qinming did not dare to waste time and immediately said to the queen, "Quickly converge the hive, and prepare for migration and fighting." The queen also started to act without hesitation. The hives of the entire planet seemed to come alive in an instant, and became extremely active. A considerable number of Zerg individuals inside the hive were immediately decomposed by the hive, and transformed into new highly concentrated energy crystals. Provide nutrition for the hive structure, so that the originally fixed hive gradually transforms into the same structure as the queen. A core control node, or Zerg neural control tumor, wrapped in the shell of a biological cruiser. Almost all Zerg nest structures began to change in this way, constructing one heavy, dark Zerg cruiser after another, limited by Qinming's own psychic power's mandatory limit on the number of psychic power that directly controls the number of spacecraft. He has always been thinking about the solution to his lack of large-scale space combat power. And one of the solutions is the Queen. Until today, he finally has a large-scale space combat power that can be used at any time. But to be honest, Qinming's total mental power has long exceeded that of the Queen of Worms, who can control so many biological cruisers. But Qinming can only control a few cruisers, which makes him very nervous. Fortunately, after Qinming's psychic power reaches the upper limit of the number of cruisers, the number of lower-level spacecraft he can control is almost unlimited, as long as he gets more armor-piercing class. The effect is almost the same as that of cruisers. There is no other way. Psychic power is too metaphysical. Perhaps when Qinming can control the main battleship, there will be no more restrictions on cruisers. After Qinming gave more detailed orders, the Queen of Worms also gradually adjusted the process of hive transformation. Mainly let the hives in the shallow layer of the hive planet start to collect Zerg and transform them first. The deep hives continue to cultivate a large number of worker insects at a crazy speed, continue to mine the resources of the planet itself with crazy efficiency, and devour everything on the planet. The Queen of Worms' psychic power has shown a new centralized use effect after evolution. The physical enhancement ability can focus on strengthening certain parts of the individual's body. The digging workers strengthen their digging limbs. The digestive workers strengthen their digestive organs. And even the hive tissues responsible for converting energy into energy crystals were strengthened. The hives were frantically devouring the planets they were hosting, converting the planets into energy crystals and resources for the Zerg. In just a few dozen minutes, the shallow hives on the planet had all been transformed into Zerg cruisers. Some places had exposed the rock layer due to the transformation of the hives, but were immediately covered by the fungal carpets that had evolved again, with a higher expansion speed and strength. It can be seen that the deep nests are still breeding Zerg and still devouring everything. The number of Zerg cruisers transformed by the shallow nests alone has exceeded 100,000 Zerg cruisers. When Qinming got this number, he found that he was wrong. Very wrong. He had always misjudged the power of the Queen of Zerg, and he had misjudged quite a lot. He originally thought that it would take time for the Queen of Zerg to form a large-scale combat force after evolution. At most, it would be some temporary combat power in a short period of time, and at most help him solve the problem in front of him. But now it seems, the Queen of Zerg even has the ability to fight head-on with an entire mechanical star field. Qinming has always liked to observe many things from a pessimistic perspective, and has always estimated according to the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he felt that after the Queen of Zerg evolved, at most, he would have a certain ability to pull against the incoming mechanical fleet. But in fact, the situation is much better than he thought. After all, the Zerg are not humans, Yu-Wei or mechanical races, and there is no need to consider the planning and construction of industrial colonies before considering the production of ships. What the Zerg have to do is to devour everything, convert everything into nutrition, and then convert nutrition into warships. This is the terrifying efficiency of the Zerg. Under normal circumstances, the average length of a cruiser is 1,000 meters. After the evolution of the Queen, and the optimization that Qinming just used with his limited mental power, the average length of the Zerg cruiser is about 1,200 meters, and the circumference of the Earth is 40,000 kilometers. Nowadays, the Zerg warships can circle the Earth more than 3 times, not to mention the height and width of the warships. These numbers seem a bit exaggerated at first glance, but as long as you think about it carefully, you will find that they are not exaggerated at all, because there are more exaggerated ones. Chapter 338 Raid in the opposite direction. Qinming's sight was focused on the hive planet, which was now full of potholes and pits that could be seen from space due to the transformation of the shallow hive. At this time, many places on the hive planet had revealed a deep rock layer under the crust. But this does not mean that the coverage area of the deep hive is small. On the contrary, the remaining deep hives are far more than the shallow hives that have been transformed into energy crystals and become Zerg cruisers. It's just that they are all deep underground, constantly providing a steady stream of energy to the Zerg in space. So what's even more outrageous is that, in addition to the huge fleet of 100,000 Zerg cruisers that covered the sky on the hive planet, Qinming can also create 3 more of the same, or even larger fleets. But there is no need for this. The function of the deep hive itself is to absorb nutrients from the planet and provide them to the shallow hive for cultivating new individuals. So Qinming let the queen retain the deep hive and expand the deep hive crazily. Let the bugs here transform the entire planet into nutrients for the Zerg. The energy crystals produced by these hives will be directly sent to the Zerg warships that set sail through the influence of psychic energy. This is not what Qinming did by calling on his psychic energy. But the Queen of Zerg has mastered a more powerful ability to coordinate the use of psychic energy after devouring the fairy tree species and evolving. The Queen of Zerg can already dispatch a small amount of Qinming's psychic energy effects, like a ship's spirit, to provide powerful logistical support for the Zerg. The existence of these energy crystals alone is enough to allow these ships to split into an identical Zerg fleet. And as long as the deep nests parasitic on the planet still exist, and the planet still exists, then these logistical supports can be said to be unlimited. The Zerg can create such terrifying Zerg fleets by completely devouring a planet and wiping out the life of a planet. This is the Zerg. This is the Zerg. So how did the Zerg become endangered? Was it because they had no means of warfare such as warships? Oh, no. Thinking carefully, it seems that the Zerg should be on the verge of extinction. The current Queen Zerg has been transformed by Qinming's psychic energy several times, and has evolved several times by eating a large number of organisms and psychic organisms. The last time, she even swallowed a fairy tree species to evolve to her current existence. The strength is definitely not on the same level as the previous Zerg, or even on the same plane. Especially the previous Zerg could only swallow a part of the minerals as nutrition. But now the Zerg can directly swallow all inorganic substances such as soil and rocks as nutrition. And the efficiency is also extremely exaggerated. The current Zerg can convert almost everything into nutrition, which is the most terrifying thing. But Qinming suddenly thought of the previous generation of Zerg Queen. It had mastered the ability to convert mechanical warships into biological warships earlier. Although it may not be as strong as the Zerg Queen it gave birth to, it was out of everyone's sight, and no one knew where it was doing. And although it did not have Qinming's psychic power to optimize itself, if the number of Zerg units increased, it might be possible to achieve such an effect by mutation and evolution alone. If the first generation of Zerg Queen that ran away really did these things, then the situation would seem to become a little complicated. Forget it. Now is not the time to think about this kind of thing. Qinming restrained his thoughts. At least with the current level of Zerg cruisers, which can continue to increase at a terrifying speed if needed in the future, Qinming is relieved enough. But it is not enough. Qinming has such a large Zerg fleet, and is qualified to compete with the mechanic race head-on. But this does not mean that he must have the same combat power as the mechanic race. Qinming had obtained the mechanic race's deployment map through the machine before, and knew that the mechanic race had at least 2 main battleships, and tens of thousands of cruisers, and countless other ships. But he also believed that the number of mechanic race fleets was definitely more than that. There are always some fleets used as reserve forces and mobile fleets. And in the mechanic race Starfield, which is about to fight with the Empire, the number of mechanic races, as reserve forces, and mobile fleets is likely to exceed the number of fleets deployed. So in the case of uncertainty, he has to use some other data as a reference. Qinming remembered the combat power of some Empire starfields. For example, the standard combat force of the Edge Starfield is a battleship plus about 3,000 cruisers, tens of thousands of destroyers and more guards. This was the situation in the Gallow Starfield before. But due to internal corruption, the battleships were abandoned, and a large number of cruisers were not maintained. In addition, many cruisers were scattered in different places throughout the Starfield. So the defense force seemed very empty. Now it is much better. The Baiquan branch took over the original army, and 2 battleships, 1 offensive class and 1 legion class, were always on standby here. A large number of cruisers were incorporated into the army after maintenance or reconstruction, and basically exceeded the standard combat power of the marginal Starfield. But compared with the prosperous Starfield, it is still not good. The combat power of the fleet of the prosperous Starfield can be simply and roughly increased tenfold on the basis of the standard of the marginal Starfield. 10 times. There is such a huge gap between the marginal and the prosperous. This is determined by the development level of the Starfield itself. The more prosperous the place, the more advanced the ship research, the more ship factories there are, and the better the quality of the ships manufactured. This is inevitable. It is precisely because of this problem that the border combat power is lower than that of the interior due to economic and environmental conditions that the Empire has a Starfield joint war zone system. This system that forces the prosperous Starfield to provide ship support for the marginal Starfield is beneficial to the marginal Starfield. Of course, this is not important now. The important thing is that Chinming can speculate the number of ships of the mechanical race based on these numbers. Based on the approximate number of combat ships in different Starfields, the size of the mechanical race Starfield, and the development level of the mechanical race that he knows. Chinming first took the middle value of the combat power of the marginal Starfield and the prosperous Starfield for his speculation of the mechanical race Starfield war power. That is, 6 battleships and 20,000 cruisers are the main force, and the number of the remaining destroyers is about 10 times, and the number of frigates should be 2 to 5 times that of destroyers. Then, on this basis, multiply the number of battleships and cruisers, the main ships in the war, by 1.5 to 2. This should be the real number. About 10 battleships, about 35,000 cruisers, and 200,000 destroyers, and about 40 to 1 million frigates. This is the most likely number of fleets of the mechanical race in a star field when facing a war. Of course, the number of main battleships was simply increased by 4 ships because Chinming was not sure about the number of reinforcements from the external mechanical race Starfield. The others should be similar. Compared with the entire Empire, the estimated combat power of the mechanical race Starfield is nothing. But war is not just about size, especially the foreign war initiated by the Empire. The scale of the mechanical race Starfield is enough for the Empire to take seriously. Winning can be said to be a must, but the losses in the process of winning must also be considered. What strategic depth? What external support? What top weapons are all in the consideration of the war commander? All very troublesome. Even the Empire finds it troublesome. So Chinming certainly can't solve it easily. However, for Chinming, small and medium-sized spaceships are nothing. What about the number of small and medium-sized spaceships? They are just food in front of the cruiser. As for the mechanical race's cruiser, Chinming couldn't find a few ships of the same level that could compete with the Zerg cruisers. And the mechanical ships certainly couldn't. Not to mention that the number of cruisers was several times greater. And if Chinming wanted, the difference could be expanded to dozens of times. So the only trouble that Chinming should consider was the mechanical battleships and the main weapons they had. The battleships were always a huge trouble, because there was a cliff-like gap in strength between the cruisers and the battleships. Even if there was only one battleship, even if the enemy could win by relying on the number of cruisers, the losses would be extremely heavy. Not to mention that the mechanical race is not stupid. It is impossible for the main battleship to go alone. And if the main battleship of the mechanical race is not dispersed, it is absolutely impossible to pile up the cruisers alone. Of course, Chinming will not waste it so much. He has such a number of cruisers, so he has different options for combat methods. There is no need to fight the mechanical race head-on. He already has an idea in his mind for the specific plan. The plan is modified from the original plan made by the mechanical queen. However, before the specific implementation, he must first use so many Zerg cruisers to help the pioneering fleet withdraw first. Avoid the mechanical race discovering the temporary base location during the battle between Chinming and the mechanical race. And then the mechanical race will jump over the wall and choose to self-destruct. Chinming feels that if the mechanical race is really given a chance, the mechanical race will definitely not mind jumping all the cruisers and main forces to Chinming's pioneering base to explode with him. So it must protect itself first, with the help of a large fleet and countless hardworking workers who only obey orders. It doesn't take too much time to move and pack the materials. The work that would have taken several days to prepare was completely completed in just a few hours. Everything in the 2 colonies was packed and sent to the spacecraft. Next, in order to avoid the impact of the war, these Zerg and UAV spacecraft will make 3 consecutive jumps. From the original 4th extreme distance jump position, it directly arrives at the location that should have been reached by the 7th extreme jump. There are still 7 jumps to the destination, when Qinming originally chose the route. The process is halfway through. It takes 3 full days for the Empire to reach the place where the phase beast is rampant with only 3 extreme jumps. It is hard to imagine how difficult it is to quickly reach the place where 7 extreme jumps are needed. Moreover, the jump of Qinming can be said to be traceable. After all, there is only one way to get out of the territory of the mechanical race, and away from the direction of the Empire. There will not be too much deviation in the jump. But after several jumps, there is no reference route for the subsequent jumps. It is safe enough. Looking at the countless Zerg ships, Qinming suddenly thought that at least he was not at a disadvantage in terms of the number of fleets. The combat power of a Zerg planet is basically equivalent to that of a galaxy. This can only be said that the Zerg is too exaggerated after being strengthened by Qinming. After all, whether it is the mechanical race or something else, a starfield cannot only consider military strength. It is necessary to comprehensively consider many aspects and limit the fleet to a certain appropriate number, and only produce troops when necessary. Even if a large number of fleets were allocated to help with migration, there are still enough Zerg cruisers to cause trouble for the mechanic race. Then, it is time to test the command skills learned these days. Qinming's eyes suddenly appeared with star maps of nearby star regions. These are accurate star maps that his fleet has explored and mapped bit by bit. The locations of all small bases are marked on them. And so are all the mechanic fleets that attacked his bases. In order to completely wipe out Qinming's influence, the mechanic race carried out carpet bombing when attacking Qinming's small bases, and also sent some mechanic units to the ground to inspect the ruins, striving to destroy all mechanized structures. But what they don't know is that even if Qinming's mental power is completely exhausted, he can reconnect anything that has been connected through his psychic power, from large industrial facilities to small iron atoms. Unless the mechanical race can completely annihilate all molecular atoms when destroying small bases. Otherwise, Qinming's eyes will always exist in the place covered by his psychic power. But the mechanical race doesn't know this. It's normal for them to be contaminated with some iron atoms when destroying small bases. And this has led to the positions of almost all the mechanical race warships involved in the attack being clearly marked on the star map. And every active fleet has appeared in front of Qinming. Most of the mechanical race's fleets have returned to the vicinity of the cruiser that led them here after they completely destroyed Qinming's small bases in their view. Let Qinming also mark the positions of those cruiser fleets. The actions of these cruisers were followed by a large number of small and medium-sized ships. Not only those ships that executed the destruction of Qinming's small base, but also many other ships that had not yet taken action. All appeared in Qinming's eyes. Some cruisers even carried war supplies, providing supplies to some small ships when they consumed a lot of supplies to destroy Qinming's base. In the process of providing supplies, direct contact was made between the ships. As long as Qinming wanted, he could even use the iron atoms on these ships to send the afterglow cores over, create data lines, and forcibly take over those cruisers. But he didn't do it, because forcibly taking over the mechanical race will make the mechanical race individuals become abnormal sub-individuals and disconnect from the mechanical race network. This will cause the controlled mechanical race to be discovered immediately by the mechanical race. And at the same time, they will discover that Qinming now has the means to directly use iron atoms to control the spacecraft. When Qinming first came into contact with the mechanical race in the mechanical race Starfield, he personally put on power armor and ran to the mechanical race cruiser to control it. In the eyes of the mechanical race, Qinming's ability must be limited by this. Otherwise, Qinming would have controlled the entire Yue, the entire mechanical race, and even all the mechanical structures of the entire empire. So if Qinming's ability is exposed, many things he could do will not be able to be done. For example, in the future, when the mechanical race's spacecrafts with iron atoms controlled by his psychic power may be able to contact the mechanical race mothership, he can do some things. Although it has not been encountered yet, there are definitely battleships in the mechanical race's star field. And the mechanical race has definitely prepared battleships to be activated at any time. It may be used on the Empire, or it may be used on Qinming. What Qinming lacks most now is the battleship. The battleship is the most critical existence of the fleet's combat power limit. If he controls the cruiser for a little bit of profit now, causing the mechanical race to be on guard, there will be no such good opportunity in the future. And since the mechanical race may have restrictions that he must personally control some things, then the mechanical race being controlled means one thing to the mechanical race: that Qinming must be there. This is a misleading scheme that can only be used once. Jinning can't just destroy the environment where this scheme can be implemented. So there is nothing to say. None of these mechanical races can be controlled. All mechanical races must die. Under the careful command of the Queen and Jinning, 100,000 Zerg cruisers with Zerg sub-individual consciousness locked every spacecraft that attacked Jinning's small base, or locked the cruiser fleet that led the small and medium-sized spacecraft of the mechanical race to select the location of the jump and search for Jinning's temporary base. Jinning arranged at least double the combat power for each locked place. The combat power of the Zerg biological cruiser itself is quite sufficient. The main weapons are plasma acid cannons and biological energy weapons that imitate tachyon spears. The former is a product that has the form of energy restraint bombs, but is combined with chemical live ammunition weapons. Relying on the plasma produced by the Aurora Wind Spirit gene in the Zerg gene, and the highly corrosive acid of the Zerg itself as a means of damage. The combined damage of the two can have a good effect on shield armor and hull. The latter is called the Biological Polymer High-Energy Particle Torrent Launcher. Needless to say, the biological version of the tachyon spear, powered by the evolved fluorescent energy crystal, is more terrifying than the ordinary tachyon spear, not only because of the optimization of the energy source, but also because it is a biomass energy weapon. As long as it is a living thing, it can be amplified by the Queen's psychic energy. Although the Queen's psychic amplification is a comprehensive amplification. After this evolution, the Queen has been able to make some organs obtain more powerful additional amplifications separately. And the amplification is still the function of the organ itself. As a biological weapon, the combat performance is of course enhanced. The combat performance of the tachyon spear, including charging time, particle flow and duration, is stronger than that of ordinary models. This is the additional enhancement brought by psychic energy. As long as Jinning or the Queen of the Worm continue to develop more advanced biomass tachyon spears in the future, the power of these spears will be even stronger. Other weapons include missile weapons such as biological missiles, and carrier-based weapons such as biological fighters. However, Jinning feels that these weapons should not have any chance to perform in this battle. As for the Zerg spacecraft itself, although there is no shield, the Queen of the Worm cannot replicate the shield system even if it evolves. In this case, the Queen of the Worm did not stick to the shield. Choose to fully strengthen the Zerg carapace, which is already very powerful. Today, the Zerg carapace, that is, the armor of the Zerg spacecraft, is no longer the same as before. The seed coat structure of the fairy tree species eaten by the Queen of the Worm was also applied to the black carapace. The seed coat of the fairy tree species is extremely strong, and Jinning's mental power cannot penetrate it. This is not only a protection for mental power, but also physically strong. Even the Queen had to chew it herself to digest it. Such a structure is applied to the carapace, which is enough to make the carapace armor of the Zerg cruiser stronger than the armor of normal cruisers. Such powerful Zerg cruisers gathered in the orbit of the Hive planet. Each one is confirming the target. Each one is preparing to start the biomass jump engine that the Queen has completely transformed during the evolution cocooning process. There is no need to worry about the instability of the hive mind network when the Zerg warships are far away from the Queen after the jump. After the Queen absorbed the fairy tree seeds and completed the evolution, the hive mind network of the Zerg no longer relied on pheromones, fungi, and a small amount of psychic energy as before. Instead, it is maintained through a complete psychic mind network, and the old method has not been abandoned. In places where psychic waves cannot reach, pheromones and fungi can still be used as a way to build the Zerg network. There is no need to worry about the same problem as the mechanical race. That is, losing connection when entering the psychic isolation area. And it is this psychic-based hive mind network construction that allows the Zerg to gain some additional abilities. As for what the specific abilities are, Jinning feels that he should see them soon, under such a variety of conditions. After the flashing of the jump wave that is enough to disturb the space outside the Zerg hive planet and cause visible distortions. The tens of thousands of Zerg cruisers that Jinning sent through the Queen have arrived one by one. The magnificent electric balls and the torrent of particles that turned into pure white beams using special energy crystallization functions completely covered the mechanical fleet. The black carapace, plasma acid balls, and pure white beams brought an extreme visual impact. The physical impact was no less severe. No mechanical fleet in the picture could withstand more than 3 seconds. All the Zerg fleets destroyed the enemy at the moment of their arrival. The cruisers crushed the destroyers and escorts, leaving the mechanical fleet no chance to resist. The same was true for the mechanical cruisers. Even faster. Because Qinming had too many fleets. He arranged a little more for the mechanical cruisers. Therefore, the speed at which the mechanical cruisers and other small and medium-sized ships following them were destroyed under the mindless firepower coverage of the Zerg cruisers was even faster than the speed at which the Zerg in other places needed to accurately destroy a few small boats. Chapter 339 Pursuit. It took only 30 seconds from the start of the biomass jump engine to the completion of the Zerg fleet's mission. And it was in those 30 seconds. The entire mechanical starfield lost more than 200,000 small and medium-sized ships under the precise rate of the Zerg biological ships. The loss of destroyers alone was close to 1/3 of the entire starfield. But given that Qinming sent out more than 50,000 cruisers, this number was honestly a bit small. This was because Qinming deliberately arranged some Zerg cruisers to appear in places where there were no mechanical races, causing some Zerg cruisers to miss. Because the Zerg could lock onto the mechanical race so accurately, and on such a large scale, the mechanical race would definitely suspect the reason behind it. Qinming did not want the mechanical race to detect his way of tracking these mechanical race ships through the common feature that these attacked ships had attacked his base. So he made some extra preparations. For example, the Zerg itself has the ability to track the mechanical race. Because the mechanical race's nanorobots produce a kind of toxic waste when they are in operation. This kind of waste can be easily discovered by the Zerg. And the source of the waste can be accurately locked even if it is thousands of miles away. That is why Qinming asked the Zerg to track the mechanical clan. And he himself did not interfere with these Zerg cruisers. He would never let his psychic power show up before confirming that all mechanical clan units were destroyed. Let the mechanical clan think that all this was done by the Zerg themselves. Although the mechanical clan had already learned that Qinming had the ability to control the Zerg when he attacked the mechanical clan's stronghold the last time. But this does not affect Qinming's current behavior. The closer Qinming is to the Zerg, the more likely the mechanic will ignore the role of Qinming's psychic power. Although Qinming does not think that the mechanic will ignore his psychic power. If he shows more Zerg-related abilities, then his mechanic-related abilities will certainly decrease accordingly. The possibility of the mechanic realizing the effect of Qinming's psychic power will also decrease. At least it will reduce the probability that they will investigate the iron atoms on the mechanic. Of course, even so, the mechanic may indeed suspect that only the spacecraft that attacked Qinming's base was attacked by the Zerg warship, and further suspect that there is something in the base that caused it to be tracked. But the extra Zerg fleet arranged by Qinming should be able to further dispel the mechanic's idea. He also arranged for the Zerg fleet to jump to many places where the mechanic does not exist. Of course, this non-existence is just that he himself does not know whether it exists or not. In fact, there is a high probability that the mechanic exists in those places. Because the mechanic race had just launched a carpet search of so many small bases of Qinming. It means that they have definitely dispersed a large number of fleets. And the mechanic race may be everywhere. As long as the additional Zerg sent can contact the mechanic fleets that are only responsible for reconnaissance but not for attack, the effect will be achieved. It can even be said that no matter whether the additional Zerg sent by Qinming encounter the mechanic race, as long as they jump over, they will leave traces. If traces are left, the mechanic race's investigation process will be disturbed by these Zerg cruisers that waste resources to jump over and misled in the wrong direction. This is Qinming's arrangement. And I don't know how much the mechanical race will believe it. They don't believe everything they see. But they don't completely disbelieve these means arranged by Qinming. In general, in order to prevent the mechanical race from discovering the effect of Qinming's psychic power too early, the resource exchange ratio of the reverse attack launched by Qinming this time is very unfavorable. The cost and the gain can be said to be completely out of proportion. Although tens of thousands of Zerg cruisers use biological jump engines, they have various usage restrictions, like ordinary jump engines. Jumping requires resources, and maintenance after the jump is also required. Even if Qinming uses psychic power to repair, he can't save materials. The resources consumed and the results achieved are completely asymmetrical. And the war is fought on the exchange ratio of resources. If the exchange ratio is unfavorable, even if you win the war, you may not necessarily make a profit. However, Qinming doesn't care about or fear the consumption of resources. At least, he is not afraid of the consumption of resources by the Zerg. The Zerg can devour everything and convert it into nutrition. And the universe is so big. There are so many planets that can be devoured. So he can take the initiative to make such an exchange ratio. Even if it costs tens of thousands of cruisers to destroy a battleship. He is willing to do these things. Of course, it's too bad, such as exchanging hundreds of ships for a cruiser. He still won't do such stupid things. But for some things that are not so bad and can cause losses to the resources of the mechanical race, he can do them without considering the losses. So even the few mechanical cruisers just received the news that a large number of their own race were destroyed at the same time, relying on the cover of other ships that did not have time to escape, and successfully jumped to the evacuation spacecraft. Qinming didn't want to let them go either. They couldn't escape, because at this time, all the Zerg cruisers that jumped over showed signs of Qinming's psychic fluctuations at the same time as they destroyed the mechanical fleet. This was not because Qinming, whose mental power had not yet recovered enough, was calling for psychic power, but because the Zerg were borrowing Qinming's psychic power, using the psychic connection between Qinming and the Queen. The individual consciousness of the Zerg in the Zerg Psychic Hive network could also dispatch Qinming's psychic power to a certain extent. This required the consumption of the Zerg's own mental power and a large amount of energy. And the efficiency of using psychic power was also low. And the effect of the psychic power was not much. It was just the most basic of the many abilities that Qinming had now. Repair. This psychic power was enough. A few minutes was enough to repair the biomass jump engine that needed maintenance. The Zerg fleet could immediately track the jump traces of the mechanical race and catch up with them. However, before the jump, Qinming had to confirm the purpose of the other end of the jump wave by letting go of several Zerg fleets on the side of the mechanical cruisers. At this time, Qinming unexpectedly discovered that the destination of those spaceships just escaped was in the mechanical starfield closer to the border. And that location happened to have the mechanical psychic energy biological conversion device of the mechanical race, which Qinming learned from the information after the machine. Such a place must have the defense power of the mechanical race. And the mechanical cruiser deliberately ran to that place, which also indicated that it was likely to be a trap. But Qinming has nothing to worry about now. The Zerg fleet unified the time and launched a jump again. After a few seconds of jump, the Zerg fleet appeared in the galaxy where Qinming had already known the situation of the entire galaxy. However, there was a little more information here than Qinming knew. There was an additional mechanical mothership docked above the orbit of the planet where Qinming's target was located, and about 5,000 mechanical cruisers, tens of thousands of destroyers, and about 30,000 guards following the mothership. The mechanical family deployed troops here, waiting for the arrival of the Zerg fleet. Even if there was a main battleship parked there, Qinming was not afraid or worried at all. He did not let the fleet retreat, because for the Zerg fleet, the only real enemy was that main battleship, and the rest were just food. Don't look at the main battleship. Just look at the lower-level spaceships. The number of Zerg cruisers on Qinming's side is already more than the mechanical cruisers, destroyers, and guards combined. The main battleship could not protect those lower-level spaceships at all. The chain shield it possesses is used to resist attacks from main weapons of the same level, not from weapons of lower-level ships. Although it can resist these attacks by changing the chain frequency, it is usually used to reduce losses when the battle has entered the endgame. Otherwise, the main battleship will never do that, because if it really gives so many cruisers a layer of chain shield that can resist attacks from ships of the same level, it will cause the shield of this main battleship to withstand the terrifying concentrated fire of 50,000 cruisers at the same time. Therefore, the next thing the mechanical mothership will do is to destroy the Zerg warships as soon as possible. No matter how efficient the main battleship's attack is, it is impossible to eliminate all 50,000 cruisers in a short time. This is an opportunity. As long as these lower-level spacecraft are gone, the main battleship will sooner or later be defeated by the concentrated fire of the Zerg fleet. Qinming can also use the organizational structure of the Zerg unit to mark this main battleship, and even use the afterglow core to control this mothership. This is a main battleship. Qinming must not miss the opportunity to directly obtain it. The battle is about to start. Qinming immediately asked the Zerg fleet to disperse in a dense formation after the jump to avoid being skewered by the weapons of the mechanical family. At the same time, Qinming's attention was immediately placed on the spine cannon of the mechanical mothership. There are 3 spine cannons on the mothership. The one in the center uses an old-fashioned design, a laser spine cannon head, which purely emits high-intensity lasers. It looks ordinary, but it does have the power of a main weapon. The cannon heads of the ridge cannons on the left and right sides of the spacecraft are new. They are the main live-fire weapons that Gu showed Qinming before. However, there is a big problem with live-fire weapons in actual combat. It is a kind of mass nothingness effect that exists in this world. The closer the speed of an object is to the speed of light, the lower its mass. So when the live-fire speed of a live-fire weapon breaks through a limit, the closer it is to the speed of light, the lower its mass will be. And of course the lower its power will be. When developing and testing live-fire weapons, a suitable speed must be selected to maximize the ratio of speed to mass under the formula of this effect, so that the application of live-fire weapons can be realized. So far as Qinming knows, the only high-speed live-fire weapon is the large-scale Gauss cannon. The main weapons of the battleship are really unprecedented. The mechanical race was the first to come up with it. But it's good this way. At least this mothership doesn't have the other psychic ridge cannon head that Qinming learned from Migu, nor the destroyer that Qinming himself knew about. Which is good news. If the enemy doesn't have psychic power, many things will be much easier to do. Just like now. The Zerg fleet at the edge of the galaxy has already dispersed and charged towards the mechanical fleet with the idea of death. The distance between the two sides has not yet shortened to the firing range of the Zerg weapons, but has entered the firing range of the mechanical mothership. I saw that the entire left and right ridge cannons of the mothership lit up with a surge of energy. The arc at the muzzle began to flicker violently. But at this moment, no live ammunition was fired. But the cannon head was in that arc, and some structural changes were taking place. But soon, the mechanical race completed the structural adjustment of the cannon head. At the moment when the arc began to flash again, countless threaded steel needle-like warheads were accelerated to the limit of the mass void effect, and shot towards the Zerg fleet like an impenetrable rainstorm. Although these steel needle warheads were about 3 meters long and nearly 40 centimeters in diameter, they were not small in size. But in the dark space, the Zerg had no effective means of detecting such high-speed warheads that had no thermal energy reaction. They could only rely on luck to avoid them. But as long as it touches a little, the terrifying speed carried by the warhead will tear the Zerg cruiser's carapace to pieces, taking away large pieces of tissue and flesh. Even the black carapace that has been strengthened again cannot stop it at all. And if these steel needle warheads hit directly, the Zerg warship will be completely penetrated. The terrifying kinetic energy and spiral rotating warheads will completely tear apart all the biological tissues inside the Zerg cruiser. Even these warheads can penetrate another warship and continue to penetrate the next one without losing momentum. A body length of 1,200 meters cannot stop this powerful live ammunition warhead. Qinming frowned after seeing this situation. It was not because of the damage suffered by the Zerg fleet. As long as the key structure was not damaged or it was hit directly, those injuries could be quickly recovered with the supply of a large amount of energy crystals. The reason for his frown was that the power of this weapon seemed to be more than that. Being able to directly destroy a cruiser with a single shot can be regarded as a qualified main force weapon. But it can be seen from the changes in the structure of the gun head during the flashing of the arc just now. This ridge peak gun head obviously has another mode. Qinming used the visual information brought back by the Zerg's biological compound eyes to continuously analyze the structure of the muzzle of the ridge peak gun. It was found that the design of the structure itself was relatively simple. That is, a deformable nested weapon structure that combines two weapons of similar properties and can use each other's structure. One of the structures is like now, firing a large number of steel needles with a speed added to the limit. Some are similar to a weapon called Storm Needle that Qinming once knew about, but more powerful. The other weapon structure seems to be able to fire a super large live ammunition with a diameter of more than 100 meters. It is similar to the Gauss cannon that fires large live ammunition. The diameter of the Gauss cannon shell seems to be about 20 meters. Now this shell with a diameter of 100 meters has increased in volume by 125 times, and the mass may have increased by the same amount or more. The power of such a large live ammunition accelerated to the extreme. Qinming dared not think about it. But the hit rate of this thing should be very problematic. It can only attack the main battleship of the same level, or attack some fixed targets. This thing is not very useful for dealing with the cruiser C. That is why the mechanical mothership will switch the weapon form and turn it into firing needles before the battle officially begins. Qinming has a feeling. This gun head actually combines the storm needles and the Gauss cannon. Then the volume of the weapon is purely enlarged. And after supplying a huge amount of energy, a powerful brick flying effect is achieved. After all, both the Gauss cannon and the storm needle are large-scale live ammunition weapons with application environments. There is no problem in developing more advanced weapons based on these two. There is indeed no problem in using them. And the effect is there. Ning can even be said to have personally experienced it. But this kind of live ammunition weapon still has its limitations. Space combat, especially the ultra-long distance of the battleship level, which is enough to cross half of the galaxy. The accuracy of live ammunition weapons is a difficult problem to solve. At least now, the ridge peak cannon head that the mechanical family has just taken out is still not as efficient as the energy ridge peak cannon in the center of the mothership that was activated after the mechanical family tested the live ammunition cannon head. I saw a red laser beam converged on the center gun bow of the mothership and shot out. As long as the red laser beam swept through, the high heat energy would destroy everything it touched. Countless Zerg cruisers were cut, burned, and destroyed, disappearing like snowflakes. There was almost no ability to resist. But now the snow in this galaxy is not a light snow, but a blizzard that is enough to cover the entire world. After adapting to the combat style of the mechanical race, Ning began to command and dispatch the Zerg cruisers to perform instant short-distance jumps to avoid the attack of the mothership. After losing thousands of cruisers in just a few minutes, the Zerg fleet finally approached the distance enough to launch an attack. And the mechanical cruisers also pressed closer from the edge of the battle line at this moment, wanting to cooperate with the mothership to suppress the Zerg fleet. And at the moment, when both sides entered their respective ranges, around the formation of the mechanical fleet, and even inside the formation, there were surging jump fluctuations. Judging from the scale of the jump wave, there are at least 100,000 cruisers approaching here. That is the new batch of biological warships that Ning asked the Queen to prepare just now. After the Queen had the first experience, the efficiency of subsequent biological warship manufacturing was even more terrifying. This number is enough to completely overwhelm the mechanical race. The mechanical race can't stand and wait to die. They also want to start the jump engine for short-distance jumps within the galaxy to avoid their formation being disturbed. But the surging jump wave at their current location has hindered the activation of the mechanical race's jump engine to a certain extent. In just a dozen seconds, a brand new Zerg fleet appeared in the galaxy. The battle situation was completely chaotic. Although the melee is acceptable to the Zerg and the mechanic with hive thinking. But the Zerg ship facilities are equipped with a large number of missile weapons and biological fighters. The role that these two can play in the melee is much greater than that of the mechanic. And when the strength of one party in the melee has completely crushed the other party, the melee becomes a one-sided massacre. Although the orbital defense industrial facilities and ground orbital defense industrial facilities on the planet behind the mechanic can also attack the Zerg. And the firepower of a planet did cause serious losses to the Zerg fleet. But this did not affect the complete destruction of the mechanic fleet in just one encounter. Only one battleship barely maintained the all-round shield and was not directly destroyed. But as long as it hesitated a little longer, the result would be the same. Unfortunately, the mechanic mothership did not hesitate. At the moment when the Zerg fleet completed the jump, it knew that the battle situation was beyond redemption. Even in the melee, a large number of Zerg cruisers were destroyed. But even if the remaining 130,000 cruisers were fired at, it was definitely not something that a single battleship could withstand. Even if many cruisers were unable to attack the battleships because their firing range was blocked, the result would not change. Quantitative change has caused qualitative change. It has completely given up active attacks and has put all its energy systems into passive defense weapons and shields. At the moment, it was about to encounter concentrated fire. It successfully started the jump engine. Evacuated from here, Ning won a great victory in this battle. He was not in a hurry to chase the mechanical race's battleship. After all, the mechanical race must have more than one battleship. Although it is not clear why the mechanical race has no other battleships to support. But Ning cannot deny the possibility that there are other battleships where the mothership just escaped. It is already very good to achieve the results. Not to mention, Ning had just asked the crazy bugs to sprinkle part of their body tissue or blood on the mothership. There is no need to pay attention to the mothership for the time being. Ning now has another thing to do. His eyes gradually turned to the planet that was still using orbital defense facilities to attack Ning's fleet. Although the mechanical race mothership retreated, their support could arrive at any time. Ning must fight quickly and grab the mechanical psychic biological transformation facility. 130,000 cruisers are already an exaggerated number in a ship war. Even when facing the firepower of a planet, it is the same. Although the magnitude of the cruiser's weapons is far from that of the main battleship even if it is concentrated. But when attacking the planet, it is enough to break through their defenses. Although the planet in front of Ning is very favored by the mechanical race, It has a large number of orbital defense facilities distributed throughout the planet's orbit and even on the surface, relying on the extremely dense and powerful firepower. The first two waves of Zerg fleets that were closer to the planet were repelled, but the Zerg biological warships seemed endless, and they continued to attack the defense lines of the orbital defense facilities. In the process of countless machines and equipment being destroyed, countless Zergs were also killed. But the number of Zergs can be replenished at any time, while the defense facilities of the mechanical race are really one less. Soon, the planetary defense line was broken in the direction where the Zerg fleet was most densely packed. There was a gap in the firepower network of the orbital defense facilities. Several Zerg cruisers forced their way through the gap and hit the ground like meteorites. These cruisers did not slow down at all during the fall and died directly at the moment of impact. But the Zerg inside these cruisers dug a road leading deep underground under the corpses of the Zerg cruisers. Chapter 340 Ambush. The Zerg cruiser fell from space. The reaction force caused by the violent impact without any deceleration was too much for it to bear, and it died completely at the moment of the impact. However, while the violent impact shattered the Earth and the cruiser itself, the Zerg inside the cruiser survived. They took advantage of the opportunity when the nearby mechanical race had not yet surrounded them, and with the cover of the remains of the Zerg cruiser corpses, they invaded the underground of this planet belonging to the mechanical race. The Queen's consciousness immediately replaced these Zerg units deep underground. Next, it will personally control these insects. The Queen immediately let the insects carrying energy crystals devour the crystals and differentiate the basic organization of the insect nest on their bodies. Another part of the Zerg quickly transformed into all the insect species needed to cultivate a new insect nest by consuming energy. The Zerg units responsible for digging immediately began to dig underground. The Zerg responsible for digestion followed suit and began to devour the excavated rocks, soil and minerals, transforming them into nutrients and providing them to all other Zergs that provided all the conditions needed to build the Zerg nest. In just a few dozen seconds, the frame of the Zerg nest had appeared deep underground, and a larvae hatching pool was also built in the center of the frame. Under normal circumstances, the production efficiency of the larvae hatching pool can only be said to be acceptable, but it cannot meet the needs of a short-term explosion of troops. But this time, the situation is different. The Queen's psychic energy is added to the hatching pool, in the process of consuming a lot of energy. The hatching rate of the larvae hatching pool is nearly 20 times faster than normal. Only a sufficient number of Zerg can become the cornerstone of the battlefield. In addition to the Queen's use of psychic energy to enhance the reproduction efficiency of the larval hatching pool, there is also a slightly glowing vesicle-like structure on the outside of the biological building of the larval hatching pool. It is filled with a bright green liquid and is slowly being injected into the interior of the hatching pool. This liquid was made by Qinming some time ago because the hatching speed of Zerg units was too slow without preparation. When applied to actual combat, the eggs had to be arranged in advance, and the hatching and growth time of the eggs was too long. The Queen used its ability to produce special substances to make a new thing. The injection of this liquid can greatly promote the differentiation of the cultivated larval Zerg cells and accelerate the growth and cultivation of individuals. Let the larvae grow to the age group that can work or fight at the fastest speed. Of course, the side effect is to greatly shorten the life of the Zerg unit. However, the life of the Zerg unit itself is not long. Only the Queen can survive for a long time. The life cycle of the others is longer, but it will not exceed 1 month. And in battle, lifespan is not a problem that needs to be considered at all. The most important thing is how to produce Zergs as quickly and efficiently as possible. As the hatching pool operates, a large number of larvae crawl out of the hatching pool under the stimulation of special substances. Some larvae go to the area just mined by nearby worms to differentiate into new larval hatching pools. Other larvae are further cultivated by the queen worm into worker worms, with different functions, and join the work of the previous worms. Further obtain underground resources to expand the hive. As the hive expands, the number of larvae hatching pools is increasing, and the number of larvae can be said to be growing exponentially. Even these larvae, worker insects, and even hatching pools may not survive for a day. But after they grow up, they are enough to create enough opportunities in the next period of time. The rapid expansion of the hive is impossible for the mechanical race to sit idly by. It's just that the underground hive is quite troublesome to deal with. Although many of the mechanical race's buildings are equipped with devices for sending shock waves underground to kill underground creatures. But these devices, which seem to be specially used to restrain the Zerg, can't reach the deep underground where the hive is at this time. The mechanical race is also trying to use some working mechanical race units to dig the soil under the body of the Zerg cruiser that fell to the ground. But it took some time just to clean up the body. And after cleaning up the body, the mechanical race will find that the channel originally dug by the worm has collapsed. They are also unable to keep up with the speed of the Zerg digging for a while. They can only temporarily give up the pursuit of the underground Zerg and focus their strength on defending against attacks from space. In addition to clearing the underground hives, they also need to fill the loopholes in the orbital defense system. The loopholes in the orbital defense system can only be filled by calling facilities in other directions where the pressure is not high, relying on the facilities dispatched in an emergency. The mechanical family barely filled some of the gaps that were originally opened. It is not possible for the Zerg to break through again and create more hives. However, the number of Zerg fleets is too exaggerated after all. Wherever the mechanical race has moved the orbital defense facilities, the Zerg fleet will concentrate its firepower to attack, and even have the spare power to continue to divide its forces and continue to attack the entire planet from different places. Such a large planet will always have weak defenses. Only the position where the Queen of Zerg just entered the planet in the first wave did Shinming not intend to give up. That is, to fight head-on with the most fierce firepower of the mechanical race and attack head-on, because this is the core colony of the mechanical race on this planet. While the Zerg fleet in space continues to attack, the Queen of Zerg deep underground is also continuing to expand and reproduce. The insects brought by the 3 cruisers that just fell have already carried out a large wave of reproduction, and several fully functional insect nests have begun to take shape. And Shinming also gave new instructions at this time. Let the underground Zerg go to the nearby mechanical race mineral mining area to seize the mineral veins. The colony where the 3 insect nests controlled by the Queen of Zerg are located is the core colony of the entire planet. And it is also a comprehensive colony. Near the edge of this colony, there is a large mineral vein and a mineral mining area distributed on the mineral vein. Expanding there to devour minerals is more efficient than devouring soil and rocks to obtain energy. The Queen immediately followed Shinming's order. The 3 insect nests changed their development direction and dug in the direction of the mineral mining area. Dozens of Zerg excavators with 2 pairs of huge forelimbs for digging and a pair of well-developed broom-like hind limbs dug directly to the mine of the mechanical race in just a few minutes under crazy digging, and drilled through the entire passage. However, just as the tunnel was dug, a high heat poured into the tunnel dug by the Zerg along the dug passage. The Infernal Lord stopped in the mine. This was a trap set by the mechanical clan after anticipating the Zerg's movements. When the Lord discovered that the Zerg had dug a tunnel, it immediately activated the Infernal Core, and the terrifying heat that seemed to descend from hell poured back along the passage dug by the Zerg, destroying the Zerg nest that had just connected to the mine. Only piles of charred fungi and the corpses of the Zerg were left. A Zerg nest was destroyed, but the Queen continued to execute Shinming's orders without hesitation. 2 nearby Zerg nests were still digging towards the mine, opening several passages in different locations. A large amount of fungal thick liquid sprayed out from the passage, while cooling the entire environment. Some high-energy liquid energy crystals extended into the mine along the biomass conduit in the rock layer below the fungal blanket. It avoided being directly destroyed by the high heat of the Infernal Lord. And at the same time, the enclosed space could also maximize the power of the explosion. Amid the roar of high-energy crystal explosions, the mine collapsed. The Demon King trapped deep underground lost his ability to move, and was immediately torn apart by the Zerg that moved freely underground. The charred Zerg corpses in the hive destroyed by the Demon King were also devoured by the other 2 hives in an instant. And a new hive was built on the corpses of the original hive using the larvae. The new hive was restored to its original state with the help of the previous corpses, and parasitized on an entire vein along the mine. It devoured the ore, transformed the nutrients, and formed a new Zerg. The worms, which were already growing exponentially, had more energy to reproduce after occupying this huge mineral vein. After that, only more than 10 minutes passed. A dark titan worm broke out of the mine that was dug up by the Zerg. Following closely behind was a swarm of Zerg that was already strong enough to compete with the ground forces of the mechanical clan. The target of the ground swarm was clear. That was the nearest ground orbital defense facility. As long as the orbital defense facility was destroyed, the entire planet would be ravaged by the Zerg fleet. Although the mechanical clan was unable to completely eliminate the Zerg when the Zerg invaded underground, they also prepared a large number of ground mechanical clan units on the surface to try to stop the Zerg from advancing. There were even a considerable number of mechanical psychic creatures mixed in with the mechanical clan units. But the average combat power of the Zerg is now higher than that of the mechanical clan. The carapace strengthened by the skin of the fairy tree, and the new energy crystal, with extremely abundant energy, made the Zerg almost invulnerable under the firepower coverage of the mechanical clan. Because of their own strength. Those mechanical psychic creatures were far from the strength of the 4th level psychic, and could not pose enough threat to the Zerg. Even if the mechanical race dispatched several more demon kings. Even if the entire environment had become like a real purgatory. The Zerg still broke through the defense line of the mechanical race with great momentum. They were about to reach the area where the ground orbital defense facilities were concentrated. The situation was critical. Some orbital defense facilities on the track could only be forced to turn their guns and aim at the ground to curb the speed of the Zerg's attack on the ground orbital defense facilities. However, if the mechanic did this, it would mean the weakening of the orbital defense force against the Zerg fleet. But if they didn't do it, the ground orbital defense facilities would also be destroyed. This was a dead end. Soon, the orbital defense system that had been breached once before was breached again. The breach was opened again, and dozens of Zerg cruisers successfully broke through the defense line and fell on the ground of the mechanic planet. Countless Zergs once again went underground and hid deep, where the mechanic's underground defense weapons could not reach. When they appeared again, they must have been strong enough to compete with the mechanic. Such a scene not only happened on the battlefield of the mechanic core colony that Qinming was concerned about, but also happened in various places in several colonies on the entire mechanic planet. After seeing that the situation was already one-sided, Qinming handed over all the remaining command tasks to the Queen. At this time, he was paying attention to the building of the familiar mechanical psychic biological transformation facility near the center of the mechanic core colony. Qinming planned to directly use psychic power to rob if the mechanic had already taken action to destroy the equipment. It's just that the mechanical tribe didn't seem to have any signs of destroying the equipment directly. But this doesn't mean that Qinming can easily obtain the equipment. On the contrary, he has to be more careful. The mechanical tribe has learned from the colony attacked by the phase monster that he wants to seize the equipment. Before, the mechanical tribe also decisively destroyed the equipment, not giving Qinming the opportunity to seize it. Qinming only got 1/3 of the equipment in the end. There is only one possibility for them not to do so this time. There is an ambush here. But what if there is an ambush? Qinming is confident that he can take away the things by carrying the ambush of the mechanical race. As the orbital defense facilities of the planet have gaps everywhere, more and more Zerg cruisers have entered the defense line. Several Zerg troops on the ground have finally arrived near several orbital defense industrial facility clusters of the mechanical race, and completely destroyed all the ground orbital defense facilities. The mechanical race's front line completely collapsed, and the orbital defense facilities that turned the guns into space orbit and tried to destroy the ground Zerg units were also destroyed. The entire planet completely lost air supremacy. On the ground, the mineral source of the mine was occupied by the Zerg. The industrial chain for manufacturing mechanical core units was disconnected, and the mechanical race could only rely on the originally stored materials to desperately produce new mechanical units, making a final struggle. But soon, more and more Zergs, who occupied the mineral veins, crawled out from underground. They cleaned up the remaining troops of the mechanical race, destroyed the industrial divisions of the mechanical race, and occupied their warehouses. New biomass has gradually grown in these warehouses. This is because the Zerg converts more energy by devouring the metals smelted in the warehouses. After the mechanic lost air superiority, the Zerg nests can now breed in the warehouses on the surface. The entire industrial zone is falling, and it won't be long before the Zerg will completely wipe out the mechanic units here. Then Qinming's command is no longer needed. Or rather, he didn't command at all. He briefly explained the basic tactics to the Queen Zerg, and the rest was to rely on the difference in combat power to crush them. As for what he said before the battle to test his own command skills, he could only say, "Command? What command? Why command if you can crush it?" His Zerg fleet has terrifying strength and terrifying logistics. As long as it can devour a planet, it can be transformed into a huge fighting force. Just crush it. What's the point of command? Of course, Qinming also knows the gap between his Zerg fleet and the top forces of the mechanical Starfield. In addition, he is now in the mechanical Starfield. Even if it is just the border, the mechanical race can also send reinforcements from other colonies. So he is still paying attention to the situation of the entire galaxy at this moment. It's just that there is no unexpected situation in the entire galaxy at this time. No spacecraft, no support, no help. It's as if the mechanical race abandoned this planet and let the planet fend for itself. And this situation makes Ning extremely vigilant. He doesn't believe that the mechanical race has given up here. Because if they really gave up, the mechanical race will definitely kill each other and destroy each other, leaving him nothing valuable. Just like what they did last time. The current situation is definitely just the calm before the storm. The real danger may come at any time. At this time, several colonies of the mechanical race on the ground have almost turned into a scorched earth mixed with black and gray-green. Only a small core area in the core colony of the entire planet is still making the final resistance. This is because there is the mechanical psychic biological conversion facility that Ning needs here. So Ning deliberately did not let the fleet in space attack this area. Even at the last moment, the mechanical race still did not destroy the conversion facility. It can be said that the words "there is a trap here" were clearly written on this thing. But Ning really had to step into it. In order to obtain the equipment, he had to take the necessary risks. Then it was time. Ming's body closed his eyes. His consciousness appeared on the body of a robot on a Zerg cruiser that had just passed through the gap in the orbital defense system. It was still the same robot based on power armor as before. However, this time Ning used the complete form of power armor. A biological power armor that combined technology and biotechnology. With an afterglow core and a miniaturized biomass jump engine inside. This half biological and half mechanical power armor exuded a strong psychic fluctuation belonging to Ning. It was enough to disguise his personal appearance. The Zerg cruiser crashed near the facility. At the moment the cruiser crashed, Ning used the jump engine to instantly jump to the side of the building. He reached out and pressed on the outer shell of the facility. And at the same time, he extended a data line from a hidden place, bringing the building under his control. This process took only 3 seconds. And at the end of these 3 seconds, the mechanical race counterattacked. A violent and turbulent jump wave appeared at 3 locations outside the orbit of the planet at the same time. This is different from ordinary jump waves. Ordinary jump waves will appear at both the starting point and the end point of the jump engine when the jump engine is started, and will last for a period of time, allowing people or other things near the target location to anticipate in advance and have about 10 seconds of reaction time. The 3 violent and turbulent jump fluctuations that appeared now stopped the moment they appeared. The 3 motherships of the mechanical race appeared in the orbit of the planet within a second, scattered in 3 locations. The 3 motherships activated the jump blockade device at the same time, blocking the entire planet, to keep Ning completely. Then another jump fluctuation appeared near the orbit. This wave of jump fluctuations was normal. It should be the follow-up reinforcement of the rest of the mechanical race's fleet, just to prevent Ning from escaping at the first time. The mechanical race chose to use special means to jump first, and sent the mothership over to prevent Ning from escaping. Ning looked up at the space at this time. Sure enough, there was a trap waiting for him. The 9 ridge cannons of the 3 motherships were all aimed at his current location. The next moment, the entire colony, and even the entire planet, may collapse under such an attack. But Ning was not panicked at all. He even stretched out his hand and gave the mechanical race a thumbs down, and then started the biomass jump engine. Although the vibration of the jump was blocked by the 3 motherships within the entire planet, Ning disappeared abruptly on the planet and in front of the mechanical race. The facilities and a whole building beside him also disappeared at the moment he disappeared. Only the firepower of the spine cannon completely vaporized the Zerg, mechanical race, and buildings in this area. This is certainly not a successful jump by Ning. The jump system was blocked, and any normal jump method could not leave. He was able to leave purely because he used his psychic power to transmit the robot disguised as him. And of course, he could break through the blockade of the jump system by using the teleportation effect of the Scarlet Dimension. But from the perspective of the scene, it seemed that Ning used the jump to leave the planet. The mechanical race missed this opportunity. And when Ning appears again next time, they will definitely not miss it again. For Ning, his goal has been achieved, so the rest doesn't matter. After giving the Queen the order to destroy the mechanical race and seize resources, the Queen immediately let all the remaining Zerg units start to wreak havoc. Like a wild horse running away from its reins, it destroyed the entire planet. It seized everything on the planet, and then converted everything into energy crystals, and then sent it back to the base camp where the Zerg had previously stayed through Ning's psychic energy. The fleet in space, like a mad dog, found the 3 incoming mechanical race motherships. None of these 3 motherships had the one that escaped before. It seemed that the number of motherships that Qinming had come into contact with could become 4. Just as the Zerg fleet pounced on the mothership, the rich peak cannons on the 3 motherships, which had been somewhat dimmed, suddenly lit up again. Instead of aiming at the Zerg fleet that was rushing towards them, they continued to aim at the planet. Although the original target Qinming had disappeared, they now had a new target, which was the planet itself. The Zerg had already penetrated deep into the planet's underground, and ordinary means were no longer able to clear the Zerg on the planet. This planet was already useless to the mechanical race. There was no need to take care of a useless planet. The firepower of the 9 ridge cannons swept across the Earth, accurately hitting the weak points of the planet's geological plates that the mechanical race had discovered during their exploration of the planet. When attacked by a violent external force, these fragile plates would collapse, causing a terrifying earthquake that swept across the entire planet. Such an earthquake is enough to kill all underground creatures. But the mechanical race did not stop. After the violent activity of the plates caused frequent volcanic activity, several ridge cannons continued to fire. Inducing violent activity in the plates at the center of the planet is to destroy the entire planet directly from the root, and absolutely not give the Zerg a chance to survive. The subsequent reinforcements of the mechanical race also arrived as the jump fluctuation subsided, although the number was still not as good as Qinming's fleet. But the 3 battleships were also a qualitative leap compared to a single ship. At least Qinming's current fleet is definitely not enough to destroy the 3 battleships, and it is not even certain that they can escape. However, Qinming did not expect the Zerg, who came this time, to come back alive. At this last moment, how many mechanical warships these Zerg warships can destroy, and how much war damage can be exchanged. Anyway, Qinming's resources are all grown from the ground. But the resources of the mechanical race have to be mined by themselves, and they have to make production lines by themselves. It is not a loss if you can exchange them. Not to mention the invisible value that those Zerg-contaminated spacecraft brought to Qinming during the battle. The war on the edge of the mechanical star field was temporarily stopped, at the cost of losing more than 100,000 Zerg cruisers. A mechanical colony and planet were destroyed. More than 200,000 warships of different levels were destroyed, and several battleships were marked. And Qinming achieved his goal. It seems a bit of a loss, but in fact, Qinming's losses from beginning to end were just some rocks. Soil and Time. Chapter 341, Preparations of the Empire. Qinming watched the Zerg fleet fight to the death until it was completely destroyed, watching the mechanical cruisers and lower-level spacecraft follow in the Zerg fleet's final struggle. Then he ended his observation there. However, what Qinming did not see was that, after he finished his observation, a small wave of new jump fluctuations appeared in the galaxy. An unobservable creature came here through jumps, and made a chirping sound that could not be heard either. And the mechanical motherships that were originally planning to scan the planet that had begun to disintegrate, and the surrounding cosmic environment to see if there were any living Zerg individuals, immediately jumped away as quickly as if they were avoiding the plague god. Qinming's consciousness returned to his body. After reviewing the battle just now, he suddenly sighed. He really had never fought such a luxurious battle. And in fact, after destroying the mechanical lower-level fleet, the tens of thousands of Zerg cruisers that were not destroyed could be tried to retreat. There is no chance of winning if they continue to stay and forcibly fight against the 3 motherships of the mechanical race. And they can't even cause damage. It's not that Qinming doesn't want to save money. After all, it takes dozens of minutes to manufacture tens of thousands of Zerg cruisers. But in the situation just now, the Zerg fleet can only retreat by warping. And warping may lead to the discovery of the Zerg nest planet. Warping to other places can only delay the time of death. So it is the best ending for these Zergs to fight to the end. Anyway, they can produce more later. Then this raid ended completely when the last Zerg cruiser was destroyed. Qinming did not immediately pay too much attention to the mechanical motherships marked with Zerg blood or some biological tissue, but paid attention to the facility he had just sent away. It was just because the mechanical psychic biological transformation facility was completely placed in the building and integrated with the building. So it did not send the facility directly to the spaceship next to his body. He had to deal with the facility a little bit first, then free up the original 1/3 of the facility, and then install the complete new facility. Of course, Qinming did not need to do this, and the extraordinary, who was involved in more and more research recently, would help him finish the work. While the facility was still being installed, Qinming considered a new thing. That is, the dispatch of such a large-scale Zerg fleet would inevitably be discovered by the Empire, and could not be hidden at all. The front line must have sent a reconnaissance fleet that he did not know about to wander around nearby. And it would definitely see the appearance of the Zerg fleet. Even if he really did not see such a large-scale jump trace, it would be impossible to cover it up. Through the traces of jumps and the debris left over from the battle, you only need to check a little to find the information contained in these debris. As long as you have this information, you will find that there is definitely a causal relationship between the appearance of the Zerg and Qinming. It may not be that Qinming and the Zerg are closely related, but there is definitely a connection. So he has to consider the follow-up of this matter. What should he do? Although after the Queen of Zerg completed this evolution, Qinming felt that he really didn't need to continue to hide his power too much. The power of the Queen of Zerg is also part of his power. His power in secret is even greater than his power in public. But Qinming felt that it was not a good idea. His psychic power was enough to make the Empire wary. And now there is another Zerg. Then someone would really doubt what he is. So Qinming's idea was to direct the spearhead to Infiltrating. The prosthesis is used for this. He can deny it at that time. After all, in everyone's eyes, he is in the headquarters, and will follow by Quan back to the front line at any time. How can he control the Zerg? Believe it or not, it's up to them. Believe it or not, he is there. It's just that Infiltrating is more suspicious. And Qinming had already thought about Infiltrating's identity and background before, and revealed part of it to the Empire. It's enough to divert the conflict, as long as he does something else. Qinming took out the terminal and called Bai Quan. Bai Quan's voice rang out. There are still 5 days before we go to the front line. I would have told you in advance. Qinming responded, I just asked yesterday. How could I ask again today? Oh, what's the matter? I found some interesting things here. And I feel that I need to hold another urgent meeting. Another meeting? It's okay if you don't hold it. Then I will tell you directly. Then you say, first of all, this matter is very important and involves the front line. Qinming repeated what he had just thought of in his mind again, and said, 3 things in total. The first one is that my fleet discovered a planet full of bugs. Bai Quan immediately asked, a planet full of bugs? What kind of bugs are there? The Thorn Zerg. Bai Quan was not surprised by this result. The universe is so big that there are planets full of bug-like creatures. But the only bugs that Qinming is thinking about are the Thorn Zerg. Qinming also sent a photo. This photo was taken from space, when the Queen had not yet evolved and had not transformed a large number of swarms into Zerg cruisers. At this time, the swarm planet was still intact, and the entire planet was covered with gray-green biomass. Bai Quan didn't react to the photo at first glance, thinking that the planet itself was gray-green. It was only after zooming in to high precision that it was discovered that the planet was covered with a layer of gray-green by something. And the gray-green matter that can cover the entire planet should be a derivative of the Thorn Zerg. Bai Quan also realized the problem and confirmed. So many? Yes. The swarms are all over the planet. This planet can be said to be finished. What are the coordinates? Qinming sent the coordinates again, which were not far from the Empire. This location, so close. Bai Quan didn't say it explicitly, but Qinming got the point. He responded, do you believe me if I said I didn't find it before? I'll take it as my belief. But I'm sure you won't believe it if someone else asks me. Then wait until someone else asks me. I don't think anyone would dare to ask me in person. That's right. Bai Quan didn't delve into why Qinming had discovered this insect nest planet a long time ago, but never mentioned it at any time. But mentioned it at this time. He did not try to find out when the planet was completely covered by the Zerg. Anyway, Qinming would definitely tell him what he should say. He was more concerned about the remaining 2 things Qinming had just mentioned. What about the second thing? Qinming replied, the second thing is that the mechanical tribe is hunting me down. They seem to have regarded me as their main target recently. They have sent a bunch of fleets to dismantle the bases I left in many places to mine resources. Oh, so you were so concerned about the battle situation on the front line before, just to see what the mechanical tribe was doing, right? As a result, they did not resist on the front line, but turned to find you. Yes. Qinming nodded. The mechanical tribe would rather not have the front line and must find me. It gives me a headache. I have lost a lot of bases here, which caused me to have to purchase a lot of supplies from the Empire. Let me help you find the source of goods. Right? Okay. No problem. What about one more thing? This is interesting. Qinming said, in order to find my bases, the mechanical race has divided a large fleet, with a total of hundreds of thousands of destroyers and escorts. scattered in an area of more than 1,000 light years. The mechanical race has provoked the Zerg. Right? Then what? Bai Quan has guessed what Qinming is going to say through the first two things Qinming said. Some time ago, since and Whipping joined the Odin Starfield, the new changes of the Thorn Zerg, and the news that they have biological warships has spread. Bai Quan has of course heard about this news. So he guessed that there should be a conflict between the mechanical race and the Zerg. Qinming did not hide it, and sent a few photos. Then, of course, the Zerg came out in droves, and fought with the mechanic race in that area. I observed a large-scale battle in this large area. The Thorn Zerg seems to have the means to track the mechanic race, and found almost all the mechanic race that caused trouble. And they want to kill the mechanic race regardless of the losses. Look at my data. The jump fluctuations are about to cover such a large area. The scene is really... Qinming paused and showed Bai Quan the intelligence he sent and the time it took to digest it. Bai Quan looked at it and said, I remember that in our research on the mechanic race, there seems to be a record that the mechanic race and the Thorn Zerg race don't get along. So it's normal for them to fight. What Qinming wants is that everyone has the same idea as Bai Quan now. He then gave Bai Quan a few more photos and continued, later. The mechanic race seemed to lead the Zerg to their border and kill the Zerg fleet with the main battleship. But the mechanic race also seemed to have a planet destroyed. The photos Qinming gave Bai Quan were all taken from a very long distance. It can be seen that the three motherships of the mechanical race are orbiting a collapsed planet. And the orbit is full of ruins and debris. At a glance, it is impossible to count the exact number of ship wreckage, which is enough to see the huge and cruel scale of this battle. This scale. Bai Quan's mind quickly constructed the picture of the two sides' battle lines before the outbreak of this battle. He found it difficult to imagine how the battle reached this level. Qinming did not give Bai Quan too much time to think, and sent Bai Quan another photo and said, take a look at this again. The photo that Qinming sent over also showed a gray-green planet, but it looked obviously different from the previous one. Not only was it much smaller, but the terrain could also be seen from space. This is what the Zerg nest planet looks like now. The parts that disappeared have all become biological warships of the Zerg. They fought to the death with the mechanical race. I guess there should be fleets distributed nearby on the front line. And they should also be observing. There may be intelligence back in 2 days. But I am efficient here. So I will tell you first. I am worried that the Zerg may have some actions later. So I have to remind the front line. This information can be shared. No problem. Okay. I understand. Bai Quan already understood what Qinming meant. If the Thorn Zerg suffered such a large-scale loss, the loss of the mechanical race would at least be of this magnitude. Since the mechanical race suffered such a loss, the pressure on the front line would definitely be further reduced, and they could be more aggressive and cause losses to the mechanical race. The more losses the mechanical race suffered, the happier Qinming would be when he was caused losses by the mechanical race. Although Qinming may have other ideas, Bai Quan can guarantee that Qinming's ideas definitely contain what he wants. Bai Quan understood what Qinming meant. He also sorted out the documents to be sent to the front line and sent them over. However, he did not rush to end this conversation, but talked about another topic. The Corps has recently started to draft military merits for you. Qinming asked, military merits? What military merits? What did Qiu Bowen promise before? No. He will find another opportunity to give you that later. I mean, the Legion is planning military merits for you. As for the two things before, you got the detailed star map and defense map of the mechanical star field. And you discovered the connection between dimensional infection and the Scarlet Dimension. Oh! Qinming knew. But I can understand the first one. But the second one? Bai Quan explained, after all, it is a major discovery. As long as the phase technology can be developed, it can suppress dimensional infection, speed up the treatment of dimensional infection, and protect the entire empire. The Legion can also benefit. And of course, you will be rewarded internally. Just like the first person who discovered the phase space did not continue to study the phase technology project in depth. But his contribution was there. And the organization he belonged to would definitely give him internal rewards. And the Legion is the same this time. At that time, the Legion may also use you as an example for publicity. For a while, rewards are possible. But I may not be free for publicity. Bai Quan continued to explain. Just take 2 photos and do an interview. It won't take too long. Okay. When will the contribution points arrive? It's still early. It took more than a month last time. And it will definitely take longer this time. Moreover, contribution points are just the basis. There will be other rewards. You might as well pay attention to this. And what? What will be given specifically? The department in charge of this is also having a headache now. I don't know what they will give you in the end. It is likely not a military rank. But it should be material or other aspects. You are a colonel now. If you are promoted to a higher rank, you can't be promoted to a general. You have been in the Legion for too little time. Chen Ming had no objection. He did not value military rank. And he did not need military rank to prove anything. At least now. Not just any general can be on equal footing with him. Then it would be better if you could give me something useful. I will help you keep an eye on it. After Bai Quan finished what he wanted to say, Chen Ming was not in a hurry to hang up the phone. He still had something to ask about the War of the Mechanical Race. The War of the Mechanical Race started much earlier than he expected at the beginning. So he has not yet completely learned all the courses on military command. As for the specific situation of the war, the situation and the final way to win, he can only say that he has understood part of it. But it is not complete. He needs to ask more precisely. But Bai Quan said that the situation and the situation will be known when he reaches the front line. It is meaningless to know it now, because these are changing at any time. As for the way to win, Bai Quan said in detail, the ultimate goal of this war with the mechanical race is to seize the star field of the mechanical race and obtain war dividends to suppress the various problems caused by the long-term stagnation of the empire due to the sequelae of dimensional infection. The purpose of the war was to seize the star field from the beginning. To seize the star field, we must eliminate the influence of the mechanical race in this star field. Destroy the core galaxy of the mechanical race in the mechanical race star field. Eliminate all arsenals. Dismantle all motherships. Cut off their communication networks. And completely expel them. The main thing is to find a way to occupy or destroy the core star systems of the mechanical race. Core star systems can be divided into different types. For example, important logistics nodes of the mechanical race, star systems with stargates, large industrial planets, and military star systems. There are many targets. Originally, we should have investigated these star systems slowly when attacking the mechanical race. But with your information, we saved a lot of trouble. There are a total of 137 star systems that can be counted as core star systems, and a total of 302 core planets. Currently, 6 core star systems and 7 core planets have been occupied, all of which are the achievements of the border during this period. If 70% of these core star systems and planets are eliminated, the mechanical race will be completely finished. Qinming asked, then is there any most important star system? Yes. Bai Quan directly reported the coordinates of 3 galaxies and said, these 3 galaxies are the most important galaxies for the mechanical race. 2 of them have the only 2 giant docks of the mechanical race in this star field. And 1 has the mechanical race's psychic signal generator. Psychic signal generator? What is that? Isn't this also a discovery from a project you proposed before? Qinming asked in confusion. I proposed it. Yes. It was you who first said that the mechanical race used psychic means to create a hive mind network, and then proved that the mechanical race did use psychic energy to build a hive mind. Later, there were special researchers to study this project by cutting off the psychic signals of individual mechanical races at different locations. The location of the psychic signal generator of the mechanical race was determined based on the speed and delay difference of the signal. Tear it down, and the hive mind network of the mechanical race will most likely be disconnected directly. There is such a thing. You didn't expect it, did you? But looking at the deployment map you sent before, the mechanical race did indeed deploy heavy troops there, which basically proves this point. Even if the deployment is changed, the defense there will only increase, not decrease. As for the other important galaxies, Bai Quan fluently stated the coordinates of the 7 galaxies again. These 7 galaxies are all galaxies with stargates, which divide the star field of the mechanical race into 7 star regions. I don't need to say more about the value of destroying the stargates. These 10 galaxies are the most important in total, even if the others are not solved. Directly solving these 10 will basically solve the star field of the mechanical race. As long as we can destroy these 10 galaxies, our main battleships will run over them directly. Okay, the rest is just garbage time. However, it is a pity that this cannot be done under normal circumstances. We have to start from the border where we border the mechanical race and gradually reduce the combat effectiveness of the mechanical race. And then we can destroy those important galaxies step by step. I understand. Qin Ming carefully recorded all the coordinates and the key points to winning the war, and then asked, "Then, there is nothing else important? What about the new weapons of the mechanical race?" Bai Quan said, "You don't have to worry too much about the destroyer and other psychic weapons you mentioned last time. There will be ways to solve them. I am mainly worried about the attitude of the Empire towards psychics. It is difficult to compete with the mechanical race without psychics. Everyone knows this. But I have said before that the attitude of the Empire towards psychics is changing. And the situation will be different this time." Bai Quan also knew that Qin Ming, as a psychic, could feel that the Empire's previous attitude towards psychics was to let them go. And as long as they didn't cause trouble, they could basically ignore them. As a result, when facing a battlefield situation where psychics must be used, the Empire needed psychics again. This contrast in attitude before and after was a headache for everyone. Not to mention that from Qin Ming's perspective, it was not certain whether the Empire would really value psychics. So Bai Quan comforted him, "Don't worry. In this war, psychics will definitely play a significant role and will definitely be treated as they deserve." "Are you so sure?" "Yes. I was called in for a special talk 2 days ago. It can be confirmed that the Empire's attitude towards psychics is absolutely positive. In places you don't know, many psychics have been horrified, and each psychic with unique abilities has been assigned a team tailored to the psychic's abilities. First of all, let me make it clear that this horrific sign is absolutely not mandatory. Then you have to know that not only there are places where people are needed to do things on the front line, in logistics and behind enemy lines, all psychics have been assigned the most suitable tasks to perform." Qin Ming asked puzzledly, "All? Most suitable? How much resources will this cost?" "This is the decision of the Empire. All battle records will be recorded, and most of the records will try to highlight the contributions of those psychics." "Wait, highlight the contributions of psychics? Are you sure?" "Sure." Bai Quan nodded and said, "Because the Empire wants to bring psychics to the table. The Empire will announce the existence of psychics in this war." Chapter 342 Transformation Experiment. "Are you announcing the psychics now?" Bai Quan answered Qin Ming's question. "You can't say it's now. The propaganda has been prepared long ago. Not only will the contributions of psychics be highlighted, the Empire will also highlight the contributions of ordinary people who have made outstanding contributions in the war. Put ordinary people and psychics together for publicity, and treat psychics as ordinary people with special abilities, just like those officers with excellent command abilities. They are all ordinary people, but with different abilities. This is a plan that the Empire has been planning for the past few decades. Psychics have existed for a long time. In the beginning, the news was sealed tightly, but later the control of psychic news was gradually relaxed. Even some psychics, the news of the psychic was leaked by the Empire, making the psychic gradually become an urban legend, and letting the people of the Empire gradually adapt to the existence of psychics. The ability of psychics is too beyond the cognition of ordinary people, and things beyond cognition will bring fear to people. Through subtle influence, people gradually lose their fear of psychics, and then find a suitable time to announce the existence of psychics. This is the complete plan. The right time is now. This must win war between us and the mechanical race. You will also be used as a special propaganda example, and will be released with me, including what you and I will do in this war. And the last time, I cooperated with you to attack the giant dock of Yue. They will all be promoted together. The Empire still wants to create more heroes to further divert the attention of the people in the country. Reduce the impact of dimensional infection to the minimum." Qin Ming listened carefully to Bai Quan's words, and the thousands of words he wanted to say could only be summed up in one sentence: "Good guy." Psychics have always been a troublesome group. This arrangement of the Empire can be said to have completely integrated the concept of psychics into the people, and into the concept of the Empire itself. The Empire can even have a legitimate reason to find those psychics hidden among the civilians, or those who have psychic talents. No longer need to be sneaky in the dark. No longer need to avoid the negative effects caused by the influence of psychics. Although such operations seem to be creating heroes, the key is not heroes but characters. This will strip away the divinity possessed by psychics, who have supernatural powers. Psychics are human beings. This matter has both good and bad sides. But for Qin Ming, it should be generally good. So he has no objection. Bai Quan continued, "By the way, there may be some gossip about you. That is, the news about you in Shanghai. The Empire will leak some of your daily life through some low-level channels, so that more people know that psychics are just ordinary people. Not just you. The daily lives of many psychics will be spread in a secret way when the propaganda caliber is appropriate. Further reduce the public's vigilance and fear of psychics. Of course, if you mind, I can mention it to the propaganda department. If you are not released, the effect may not be very good, because you are the only outstanding psychic who can be promoted now. Qinming thought about it and said, as long as it is not too private, I don't care. Anyway, I don't usually show up. What is Xinghai's opinion? I asked her, and she has no objection. Okay. Then just show it to me before the news leaks out. No problem. The communication ended. Qinming immediately anticipated the situation afterwards. The news will first be spread through the mouth of Baiquan. The Empire will certainly invest some resources to investigate. And it will definitely find in Wuping, who has an absolute connection with the Thorn Zerg. As long as Qinming operates well on Wuping's side, then the Zerg will only be connected to Wuping in the end, and will be separated from Qinming himself. Of course, if the Empire really found some additional intelligence that linked him to the Zerg, he also had a backup method to explain and separate the relationship. Qinming put away the terminal. He focused on the mechanical psychic biological transformation facility that had just been installed after the call with Baiquan ended. Next, it was time to start the experimental process that could not be completed last time due to the damaged equipment. Speaking of experiments, Qinming subconsciously glanced at Sample 0, which had been on the spacecraft recently. This guy was the first Zerg individual to undergo transformation, and the only one who survived Qinming's many transformation experiments in the past few days. Compared with the previous few days, its condition is much better. It is no longer constantly hurting itself because of the mechanized structure in its body. The survival crisis is no longer the reason that may cause the death of Sample number 0. It is just that it can only be regarded as a disabled individual. However, it has not given up struggling. The natural environmental adaptability and evolutionary ability of the Zerg allow it to continuously evolve in the process of fighting against itself, and constantly adapt to its body that is a random mixture of machinery and biology. At least now it can perform some simple activities compared to when it just crawled out of the transformation facility. Unlike before when it could only crawl. This can also be said that the Zerg individual controlling Sample number 0 has a strong consciousness and a strong desire to survive. Therefore, after being sent into the body of Sample number 0, there will be changes that other individuals do not have. So Qinming has been raising Sample number 0, and it will not consume any more resources. Maybe it can bring him some unexpected surprises later. After watching Sample number 0, Qinming still focused his attention on the complete transformation facility in front of him at the moment. The first complete facility use. This time, Qinming did not plan to transform the Zerg first, but chose to transform one of his prostheses. After all, the situation when transforming his prosthesis before was much worse than transforming the Zerg. Not only was the average survival time shorter than that of the transformed Zerg individuals, there was not even a single individual that survived for more than an hour. So this time, he had to start with a person like the prosthesis. After sending the prosthesis in, Qinming began to wait patiently. The transformation process is exactly the same as before. That is, using nanorobots to transform biological tissues into machines little by little. Qinming can see the whole process. As before, the transformation starts from the organs in the body. All organs for life are removed, and only the basic organs that maintain the body's ability to move are retained after being transformed into machines. And some cavities in the body are not retained during the transformation. This makes the entire prosthesis look extremely thin when it is halfway transformed, more like a mechanized skeleton than a mechanized person. The human body is simply transformed into a mechanical individual similar to a human form, which looks like it can be modified with various devices at any time. And there is nothing special about the rest. But this is not over yet. When most of the organs and body were transformed, the transformation facility finally operated to the last step, which was the same brain part as Qinming guessed last time. Some unexpected situations occurred when the facility was transforming the brain. Of course, it was not a real accident, but there were unexpected situations in the transformation facility that exceeded Qinming's expectations. The prosthetic, mechanized head was suddenly opened during the transformation process, and the brain, which was still in a good biological state, was extracted separately by the nanorobots. The nanorobots gathered on the brain, penetrated deep into the brain, and gradually transformed the brain into something Qinming had seen before. something called the secondary core of personality that he had found in the Infernal Lord. The secondary core of personality is different from the personality core of the Mechanical Queen. Its appearance is not the sphere with several extended columnar structures of the personality core. Instead, it barely maintains the basic shape of the brain, with more various dense circuit arrangements. So it is mainly a type of secondary core, and has nothing to do with the personality core. And the secondary core has different levels, and is installed in mechanical units of different levels. The highest level is the personality secondary core. Qinming actually thought the shape was a bit strange before, but he didn't think much about it at the time. Not only because he did not really connect the personality secondary core with the brain, but also because he could not produce secondary personality cores at that time and now. All the information related to the secondary core of the mechanical family he obtained from the mechanical family. There is only the manufacturing plan of the secondary core from the basic secondary core to the advanced secondary core. And the advanced secondary core can just be installed in the combat unit of the mainstay of the mechanical family, such as the centipede. And there is no higher level. Of course, the mechanical queen should know the manufacturing plan of the personality secondary core. But Qinming did not ask, because he didn't have many infernal cores. And Zerg was more suitable than mechanic for ground combat. He had no idea of making advanced ground units for mechanic. Even if he got a more advanced secondary core, he would have nowhere to use it. So he didn't study it, nor did he rush to ask the mechanic queen. After all, the mechanic queen was there, and he could ask her when he needed her. If he asked her when he didn't need her, he might end up with a bunch of information that he couldn't use for the time being. But he still had to spend time to sort out. Therefore, Qinming never thought that the manufacturing process of the personality secondary core was actually related to people. It is even quite directly transformed through the human brain. He was wondering why the highest level secondary core would be the secondary core of personality before. And now he has got a part of the explanation. This also further proves that the extinct existence of the Shining Civilization is definitely closely related to humans. There is another point worth noting. That is, this secondary core of personality is damaged. It is a broken secondary core of personality. It is not running. This device is obviously a complete device newly acquired by Qinming, and it has even been repaired. And there is no trace of the destruction of psychic fluctuations. Logically speaking, there should be no problem of transforming a broken device. But a damaged secondary core of personality was produced. Why is this? Just when Qinming was thinking, the Queen of Insects suddenly sent a message that made him understand what was going on. That is, when the transformation facility was transformed into the brain, the Queen of Insects had a sense of being pulled out of the consciousness hosted on the prosthesis. The Queen of Insects did not allow the consciousness to be pulled out. And because of the transformation process, the consciousness automatically detached. And then it became like this. Then Qinming understood. It should be that during the transformation, part of the brain's consciousness will be preserved by the nanorobots. And after the brain is completely transformed into the secondary core of personality, the preserved consciousness will be stuffed in. The consciousness in the prosthesis is temporarily filled in by the queen. And there is no consciousness that can be separated separately. Which leads to this situation. Qinming immediately conducted a replica experiment again to verify his conjecture. And this time, the prosthesis was filled with the consciousness of an ordinary Zerg unit. This Zerg individual said that it had no objection. During the transformation process of the device, the prosthesis was transformed into a mechanical state, and the Zerg individual consciousness inside the prosthesis was completely transformed into the consciousness inside the personality core. This time, the secondary core was not damaged, and it began to operate normally. The consciousness inside the prosthesis still existed. And what existed was not the hive mind network of the mechanical race owned by Qinming, but the hive mind network of the Zerg race to which it originally belonged. It was outrageous. This situation also meant that as long as Qinming installed this secondary core on any demon king, this demon king would be equivalent to relying on the Zerg hive mind network, not the hive mind network of the mechanical race. This situation subconsciously gave Qinming a few more ideas, and he immediately tried it. Use psychic energy to tune the consciousness in this secondary core, and use the particularity of the mechanical race hive mind network to balance the thinking fluctuations of this individual with the mechanical network. Try to connect this individual, who originally belonged to the Zerg, to the hive mind network of the mechanical race. The result? It actually works. This individual can even share the consciousness communication in two networks at the same time and benefit from the hive mind network. However, Qinming immediately terminated this connection. because he was worried that something bad would happen. Of course, it does not mean that the two hive networks will conflict or something. He will sense the risk of conflict at the first time. He is referring to other aspects. The mechanical race hive mind network is an ability that the mechanical race itself possesses. And after Qinming captured the mechanical race, he can also have reasonable reasons to show it. Several people had provided Qinming with ideas for the development of psychic power in this area before, but Qinming had never shown them. He wanted to treat this ability as a trump card that could be revealed to others. The Zerg was another trump card, and it was a trump card that needed to be revealed by Whooping. He couldn't always link the two together. Otherwise, Whooping, who he had worked so hard to create, would lose a large part of his meaning of existence. Moreover, if the mechanical race and the Zerg were mixed together, the current allocation of authority and interference in the functions of the controllers of the two hive mind networks would be more troublesome. Although Qinming needed an individual with sufficient autonomy and loyalty to him to help manage the mechanical hive mind network, it was not a pure machine without its own thoughts like the Queen of Machinery. And the Queen of Zerg just met the conditions. But the Queen of Zerg didn't know much about mechanization. The Queen of Zerg only understood the operating principles of the machinery and knew how to reproduce it. But she could never innovate in the machinery or manage the purely mechanized regional colonies. Therefore, Qinming does not plan to study the situation of the mutual transformation between machines and organisms, and even the connection of two hive mind networks. Maybe there will be a chance in the future, but he has to wait until the mechanical race in his hands is fully developed and the existence of half-biological and half-mechanical individuals is truly studied. At least he understands what the secondary core of personality is. But this result is a little scary. The current secondary core of personality can be said to be transformed by the mechanical race using dying humans. But what about the past? What about the Shining Civilization? What is the situation of the Shining Civilization? What kind of existence are they? Sure enough, I have to go to the Shining Civilization Research Institute later. Qinming thought so. But now, this situation that does not affect his work for the time being should be put aside for the time being. As for the personality transformed from the Zerg consciousness, no, it is the secondary core of the Zerg grid. It seems to be inferior to the personality in terms of ability, but it is better than using real people to transform. Some of the top mechanical units themselves need this secondary core. Qinming can't go to any prison in the Empire to ask for death row prisoners to transform. Wait, it seems that it is not impossible. But in any case, it is not a loss to have one more way to obtain it. And Qinming has another magical idea. He took out this secondary core of personality separately and sent it to the Queen of the Zerg. The Queen of the Zerg has already devoured a wave of resources that the Zerg hive planet originally had and is ready to start migrating. But it still has time to help Qinming do some small things. For example, transform this mechanical Zerg grid secondary core back into a biological state. Although the secondary core is small, the difficulty of transformation still exists, even greater than the transformation of the jump engine. However, the Queen of the Zerg did not take long to complete the transformation process. The Queen of the Zerg, who evolved by devouring the fairy tree species, has changed its transformation ability. And the result of the transformation is a brain. The consciousness of the Zerg unit is still stored inside, and the consciousness of this Zerg unit has not changed at all. The Queen of the Zerg just transformed the consciousness that originally existed in the data level back, and can also treat the transformed consciousness as an ordinary Zerg individual consciousness, and put it into the body of other Zerg units. Even after being stuffed into the bodies of other units, this Zerg unit can still reconnect to the mechanical hive network. Of course, Qinming immediately terminated this operation. It was still the same problem as before. All of them had to be left for later. After saving and sealing the relevant data, Qinming was ready to start the next experiment. That is, to transform ordinary Zerg units into machines. The process was smooth, but the result was not ideal. The effect was too poor. The mechanized Zerg units that were created did not have any new abilities, but simply changed from biological Zerg to mechanical Zerg. And because of the complete mechanization, even if these Zerg units maintained contact with the Zerg hive mind network after becoming mechanical creatures, they could no longer call on the Queen's psychic energy. It was impossible to obtain an increase in the strength of organ tissues, although some of Qinming's psychic energy can still be used, compared with the biological state, which only consumes energy to use Qinming's psychic energy. Repairing in a completely mechanized state requires additional materials, which is completely meaningless. Even insects like Sample Zero, which are in a semi-mechanized state, can use energy to directly repair the mechanical organs and tissues. This is completely mechanized, and Qinming can't see any important meaning and value. It's a little interesting, but not much. The most Qinming can think of is that it can be used when the mechanical race is in urgent need of troops, and the Zerg units can be quickly converted into mechanical units. But that is for a single mechanical race, and the mechanical race can transform other creatures into their own combat power. Qinming doesn't need to transform the Zerg into the mechanists before he can go to the battlefield. As expected, he still has to transform the spiritual awakening nerve in the end. This is the main function of this device. And the Black Mist spiritual awakening nerve that Qinming had extracted some time ago has always been intact and can participate in this experiment at any time. It can only be said that Qinming's time in the Psychic Research Institute and the project has not been in vain. Through his learning in the project, he has been able to maintain the spiritual awakening nerve for a long time, and will no longer die because the spiritual awakening nerve is separated from the human body for too long. Until today, the Black Mist spiritual awakening nerve can finally be used. Qinming directly used psychic energy to take the Black Mist spiritual awakening nerve stored in a canned device from the cultivation room of the spacecraft and sent it to the transformation device. The transformation device immediately received the spiritual awakening nerve and began to operate. This time the transformation process was quite fast. In just a blink of an eye, the Black Mist spiritual awakening nerve completely disappeared. What was left was a ping-pong-sized black spherical object emitting psychic energy fluctuations. This is the Black Mist core. The psychic energy and other byproducts emitted by the Black Mist spiritual nerve during the transformation process were collected by the facility. They were injected into several mechanical spiritual nerves that Qinming had successfully replicated. Qinming has not yet thought about the use of the Black Mist core. After all, the destruction core made by the mechanical clan is used to be installed in the cannon head of the spine peak cannon. He does not have a spine peak cannon at hand now, so for the time being, just use it as an additional psychic ability trigger. This thing is somewhat similar to the Source of Chaos, but there is no need to worry about triggering any situation that will cause a mental runaway entity. As for the Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerve, Qinming has already thought about the use. They will become what Qinming had thought about before. The special individuals of the Zerg can also be regarded as part of the individual abilities of the guards. Chapter 343 New Prosthesis. Zerg guards were an idea Qinming had long had. It was only after today that this became an idea that he really had to get. Because in this raid on the mechanical race galaxy, Qinming saw many problems. Especially the problems during the ground combat period. Those insects that invaded the mechanical race planet and established a nest relied on space battleships when they broke into the planet. After entering the ground, they could only rely on some ordinary Zerg units carried by some battleships, and the corpses of Zerg cruisers as cover, lacking the ability to protect themselves. Basically, they can only rely on themselves, and they may be completely wiped out before going deep underground. If it weren't for the fact that the mechanical race seemed to have no experience in dealing with this situation this time, and the Zerg were given a gap to hide in the deep underground, this attack would definitely not be so smooth. And next time, the mechanical race will never give the Zerg such an opportunity. Once the Zerg arrives on the ground, the mechanical race will definitely find ways to destroy them at all costs. Not to mention that even if the Zerg units have formed a nest, they may be dealt with by the powerful ground combat units of the mechanical clan, such as the Demon King. Therefore, Qinming felt that when deploying Zerg to the mechanical clan's planet, it was necessary to have powerful combat units to provide security for the Zergs building the nest. This does not mean that it is enough to provide some Zerg units to participate in the invasion, but to thoroughly prepare for absolute defense. It just so happened that his previous idea of creating a powerful Zerg guard appeared in his mind. This unit is supposed to be used to protect the Queen, and it can be used to protect those Zergs who are performing important tasks. It doesn't mean that the guards must come to protect the Queen. The small number of Zergs with extremely strong combat power can do more things. What's more, the Queen has Qinming's psychic power as a backup, and it is impossible for her to be in danger. The guards are a unit that has no value for the Queen. But for the entire Zerg, the guards are valuable. The number of Zerg guards that Qinming envisions will not be too many. They will not arrive on the ground with the Zerg invading fleet, but will use his psychic power to deploy them at the same time when the units that make the Zerg nest arrive at the enemy's territory. Entering the atmosphere is the task of the Zerg spacecraft. and protecting the Zerg from being destroyed by the mechanical race after landing is the task of the guard Zerg. Therefore, Jinming has high requirements for the guard Zerg. At least it should be worth his psychic power to deploy alone. And Jinming probably has the idea of the guard Zerg unit. Of course, it is not a Zerg like in Whooping. Although the Zerg combat unit made by imitating and Whooping can be said to be the one with the highest individual combat power in the entire Zerg, it also has shortcomings. The comprehensive and multiple abilities brought by the Chaos Core and in Whooping's body cannot be replicated on ordinary Zerg units. Moreover, the strength of the Zerg individuals imitating and Whooping is only in their own combat power, and their protection ability is basically close to nothing. It is obviously unqualified to be a guard, and the guards in Jinming's mind must have strong combat and protection capabilities to persist in the enemy's base camp until other Zergs hide underground. Therefore, the Royal Guard Zerg can abandon comprehensive combat power and mobility and develop purely in the direction of protection. However, no Zerg unit meets such conditions. Even the Titan, which seems to have the strongest protection ability and needs to be at the forefront of the ground battlefield, is the same. It also relies on the powerful charge to crush and destroy the enemy, and then passively absorbs all the damage by relying on its size to protect other Zerg in disguise. It is okay in some battlefields where they are confronting each other, but when invading and needing to temporarily stay in a certain place to perform protection tasks, the Titan's own ability is not enough. It can only be said that it is difficult for the Zerg, which is fearless and fearless, and even the weakest worker insects can fight to the death like all other insects when necessary, and it is really difficult for them to protect something. Not fearing death on the battlefield is not enough. Invasion can only send a limited number of Zerg to the enemy's territory. If you want to achieve your goal, you will just waste opportunities and give the enemy time to prepare. There must be enough combat power to protect those weak but extremely important insects, so that the insect nest can be built from the ground and destroy the enemy's planet from the inside. The Zerg itself has no protection ability. Jinming couldn't even imagine what kind of Zerg could meet his needs before. But if combined with the mechanical spiritual nerves, the guards will have suitable manufacturing conditions. And Jinming has already begun to arrange the idea of further increasing the intensity of the attack on the mechanical starfield, which also gives the guards a sufficient use environment. When the Zerg attacked the planet of the mechanic and released the Zerg, there were actually 3 dangers to protect the Zerg from building the Zerg nest: the encirclement of the ordinary units of the mechanic, the targeting of the psychic units of the mechanic, and the attack of the orbital defense facilities. The ground units can rely on the Zerg's own ability to block. That is, protection is the main focus, and killing the enemy is the secondary focus. The premise is that the size of the guard Zerg must be large enough. Just use the Titan worm as a template. Change the shape of the original Titan worm's forelimbs, and form a shield-like forelimb by gathering a large amount of keratin, and further thicken the front carapace, at the cost of giving up mobility, in exchange for absolute frontal defense power. In combat, it purely relies on its own mass and brute force to cause damage to the enemy. If you want to defend against the ordinary ground units of the mechanic, the strength of the defense ability of these guard Zerg must at least be enough to withstand the direct frontal shooting of the Centipede's charge cannon. This is relatively easy to solve. If the defense is not enough, psychic power will make up for it. The effect of the Queen's psychic power is now enough to allow many Zergs to resist many mechanical attacks while specifically strengthening their own shell defense. So on this basis, we only need to slightly improve the Titan, slightly modify the size and proportion of the body, so that the Zerg that originally charged into battle becomes the Zerg that garrison for defense, and then just ensure the most basic mobility, so that it will not be easily broken through by the flexible mechanical units. Then improve the air defense capability a little bit. Basically, it is enough to protect the Zerg units in front of the ordinary ground units of the mechanical race and send them underground. And if you insist on saying these requirements, Jinming actually did a little research before. As long as he puts forward the idea, the Queen will definitely help him realize it. The real source of trouble that made Jinming start to deal with the guards now is obviously the psychic units and orbital defense facilities of the mechanical race. When the Zerg fleet breaks through the space defense line of a planet, the biggest trouble after entering the planet is these two. In the absence of sufficient support from the outside world, both the psychic mechanical race units and the orbital defense facilities are problems that most Zerg units cannot solve, unless the enemy is completely crushed in numbers. Just like the battle that broke out just now. The mechanical race failed to dispatch the Demon King in the first time to clean up the Zerg, while the Zerg had not yet established a firm foothold on the planet, which led to the development of the Zerg. And they relied on the terrifying number to crush the Demon King. If the Demon King came when the Zerg just landed, the situation would not be so smooth. And next time, Jinming can be 100% sure that the mechanical race will definitely deploy at least 3 Demon Kings at the location where the Zerg landed. Therefore, psychic mechanical race individuals like Demon Kings are problems that must be solved when the Zerg invades in the future. If it is a space war, the Infernal Lord is just like that. But on the ground, it is difficult for the ground Zerg units to break through the psychic strength of the Infernal Core with just their physical strength. And this requires the mechanical spiritual nerve. The Black Mist psychic energy possessed by the Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerve that Jinming just obtained is a highly comprehensive existence that integrates displacement, protection, attack and other abilities. Whether it is dealing with other psychic machines or orbital defense facilities, it can be relied on to solve most problems. Although the mechanical awakening nerve is weaker than the awakening nerve before transformation, they don't need to defeat the guards. They just need to delay time. When the bugs burrow into the ground, their mission is completed. Moreover, Jinming has just obtained the Black Fog mechanical awakening nerve, and it will definitely need to be adjusted later. If it really lacks strength, Jinming can just take some more spiritual energy from the Black Fog core. It is impossible to say that it will not be able to stop it, although it may not be possible to compete with the mechanical race for a long time. The mechanical awakening nerve essentially has an upper limit, and it is just a means for the Shining Civilization to deal with spiritual energy as a byproduct. It can't be compared with the Purgatory core in the hands of the mechanical race, but it is not too difficult to make the strength of the ability brought by the mechanical awakening nerve enough to resist the attack of the orbital defense facilities for a period of time. Then all Jinming needs to do next is to cultivate the prototype of the Guard Zerg, and then implant the spiritual awakening nerves into the newly made Guard Zerg units. And then the cultivation of the Guard Zerg will be completed, probably. In fact, it should still not work, because there is still a very critical problem. How to let the Zerg units learn to use the Black Mist mechanical spiritual awakening nerves. The mechanical psychic creatures of the mechanical race have installed the mechanical spiritual awakening nerves before becoming mechanical psychic creatures, and through the biological to mechanical transformation process together, the biological and mechanical spiritual awakening nerves are completely assimilated. In this way, after the transformation is completed, the mechanical psychic creatures will master the use of those mechanical spiritual awakening nerves through the coordination of nanorobots. But for the Zerg, being completely transformed into machines is no different from being useless. If ordinary Zerg with only a mechanical appearance master the psychic power of the weak mechanical spiritual nerves while losing the power of the Queen, and cannot use the mechanical spiritual nerves and the power of the Queen together, it would be better to go directly to the Zerg. So this is also a problem that needs to be considered. And this problem has also been solved with the emergence of semi-mechanical and semi-biological individuals, like Sample Zero, that combine the advantages of both, as long as the transformation process is only halfway, allowing the Zerg individuals to partially mechanize the mechanical spiritual nerve ability, and retaining most of the Zerg's abilities. Then the problem of not being able to use the Zerg and mechanical spiritual nerve abilities at the same time can be solved. However, when designing this complete device, Jinming's current need to only transform half was not taken into account. It does not have such a function. And if the Zerg that is being transformed is taken out when the transformation process is halfway through, or it is forced to shut down directly, then there will definitely be problems. Instead of creating a semi-mechanical and semi-biological existence that can truly achieve the effect. As for the damage conversion facility that was eliminated, it could not be used directly to convert the guards. It seemed that he had to fix it himself. Jinming had a psychic power that he had not used on the damaged equipment. It was the advanced psychic power effect of repair, deep repair, or deep repair. Its previous function was to optimize the target equipment and make it close to the almost perfect existence under its current function. Now, after Jinming experienced another incident related to the Scarlet Dimension, it has changed. Deep maintenance will optimize the target in a comprehensive direction. It will optimize in the direction of the original target. Now, as long as Jinming needs and has ideas, he can actively use psychic power to intervene in the deep maintenance process. Let the optimization process no longer be comprehensive, but shift in a certain direction he wants. For example, the 1/3 conversion facility in his hand. Ming can optimize it in the direction of only converting half-machine and half-organism individuals. Before, Ming did not use this psychic power because he had not experienced the recent Scarlet Dimension incident, and he only had one copy. If there was a problem with the repair before, such as repairing the facility completely, so that he could not continue to convert half-machine and half-organism, it would be troublesome. Now he has the knowledge supplement of the Scarlet Dimension, and his mastery of psychic power has reached a higher level, and he has a second complete device. He even mastered a lot of knowledge about half-machine and half-organism through Sample 0. It is enough to do this. As Ming activated his psychic energy, the targeted deep repair effect was applied to the 1/3 of the mechanical family's transformation facility. As he actively stimulated his psychic energy for further influence, this facility gradually lost most of its functions, and in the end, it was only able to mechanize some of the tissues and organs of organisms. Although this device lost a lot of additional value, its optimized results perfectly met Ming's needs. A guard Zerg that had just been bred by the Queen and implanted with the Black Mist mechanical inspiration nerve was also stuffed into the newly optimized facility. After Ming set the transformation target to the flesh and blood near the mechanical inspiration nerve implanted under the back shell of the guard Zerg, the transformation began. The nanorobot crawled out of the facility and acted on the back of the guard Zerg. The way the nanorobot acted was slightly different from before. It no longer completely transformed the flesh and blood tissue into machinery. Instead, it transformed some of the flesh and blood tissue into a structure that could be connected to the machinery, and transformed some of the machinery into a structure that could maintain a close connection with the flesh and blood without mutual repulsion. What Ming wanted was fusion, not transformation or replacement. This was his idea. He relied on his psychic power to act on the facility without understanding the operating principles of these devices. And he wanted to go further. While he was transforming the facility, he still used the psychic power of deep maintenance on the facility. He wanted to optimize the facility to the way he wanted to see it most. Although he couldn't understand the working principle of the transformation facility at all, his psychic ability could understand it. His hands could help him do what he could calculate, and his psychic ability could help him do what he wanted to do. Time passed quickly. The transformation process was over. The Guardian Zerg crawled out of the facility. Its appearance did not change much, except that there were mechanical spines running through the entire body on its back, and in the body of the Guardian Zerg, which could not be seen from the outside. There were countless nerves derived from the mechanical spines, and spread throughout the body of the Guardian Zerg. These nerves are extensions of the mechanical spine, allowing the power of the black mist to permeate the entire body of the Zerg. A faint black mist is slowly emanating from the body of the guard Zerg. As an exoskeleton creature, the Zerg has an extra spine, which looks strange, but it does not affect its effect. Ming directly used psychic power to bring this guard Zerg to his side. The huge body suddenly appeared in front of him. Feeling the psychic strength brought to it by the black mist mechanical spiritual nerves, he released his mental power to test this transformed guard Zerg. No actual combat is required. Only the stimulation of mental power and simple simulation with mental power are needed. Ming can determine that about 3 guard Zergs are enough to protect the Zerg invading the planet for a period of time under the attack of the Purgatory Demon King and the orbital defense facilities. Presumably, there will be the first battle of this guard Zerg soon. At that time, whether such a guard has any value in existence can be verified. After recording the data of the guard in detail, Ming sent it back to Chigo, asking the Queen to continue to create new guards. He would start the equipment again for transformation, so there is not much to do for the guards at this point. The next project to be done is the transformation of the Black Mist Psychic's prosthesis. The parasite had been implanted in the Black Mist Psychic's body before, and the transformation of the human body into the insect body was almost complete. However, Ming has not yet started to work on the Black Mist Psychic's brain, because he has one last thing to do. He asked the Black Mist Psychic to come from the super who had been raising Black Mist, and prepared a Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerve that was about the same size as the human spine. The Queen of Insects performed a spinal replacement surgery on the Black Mist Psychic and implanted the Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerve. Black Mist Psychic was originally the psychic power of the Black Mist Psychic, so there was no need to master the use of the mechanical spiritual nerve. The Black Mist Psychic's body instinctively mobilized the Black Mist Psychic. Then the consciousness in his brain was stimulated. After the body had the support of the mechanical spiritual nerve, it was enough to support the much weakened consciousness of a psychic. The Black Mist Psychic woke up. He could feel something wriggling in his body and wanted to say something. But his mouth was completely unresponsive. He wanted to mobilize his psychic power. But his psychic power seemed to have abandoned him and regarded him as nothing. His consciousness was struggling frantically. But his body just lay quietly on the operating table. He could do nothing. This feeling of powerlessness and the strange environment around him gradually gave rise to fear in the heart of the Black Mist Psychic. And when a sound of footsteps slowly approached from a blind spot that he could not see, the fear continued to increase. "Okay. See you in the next life." This familiar voice appeared in the ears of the Black Mist Psychic, and his pupils shrank to the extreme in an instant, because he was extremely frightened. But in the next moment, his pupils slowly expanded. Qinming let him wake up just to test it, to see what would happen if the psychic implanted the mechanical spiritual nerves that belonged to his own spiritual power. The test was done. The data was recorded, and the Black Mist Psychic took a last look at the world. At least, he would not die unclearly. As a member of the left path, he should at least die in fear. Right? Otherwise, it would be too unfair to him. The brain of the Black Mist Psychic was directly devoured by the Queen of the Worm, and the memories in it were extracted by the Queen of the Worm and handed over to Qinming. These memories are not valuable, and Qinming did not pay too much attention to them. He still has to complete the transformation process of the Black Mist Psychic first. He wants to make the Black Mist Psychic into a prosthesis after the fusion of biological, mechanical, and psychic abilities. Qinming has also thought of its background story. It is an experimental subject of the fusion experiment of the left path's human and Zerg, and it is also mixed with some psychic effects of the Black Mist Psychic. The meaning of his existence is to become a psychic who induces the Zerg to attack the mechanical race. A psychic who is suspected to be a remnant of the left path uses the Black Mist Psychic power to guide the Zerg to do things. Of course, this is a matter for the future. It has to appear after the script he imagined within Whooping is finished. If Qinming is not wrong, the Black Mist prosthesis should soon find a suitable opportunity to appear. With a previous and recent experience, Qinming quickly completed the transformation of the Black Mist Psychic and sent the Black Mist prosthesis to a suitable place. After sending the Black Mist prosthesis away, Qinming now has almost finished what he needs to do. The next step is to target the mechanical race. But before taking the next step, he also did another thing. He took Yin Xiong back from Chaofan, extracted his spirit iron spiritual nerve that can transform ordinary metal into psychic metal, and transformed it into a spirit iron core and a spirit iron mechanical spiritual nerve through the facility. It was also implanted into the Zerg individuals of the guard level, and continued to be used to provide research samples for Chaofan and provide psychic metal materials for Qinming. Make it a complete tool. It can also be regarded as helping Yin Xiong to be liberated from torture and reincarnate as soon as possible. Of course, because Yin Xiong himself is a level 6 psychic. It was just because Qinming had used a trick to defeat him. Qinming did not give him the opportunity to wake up and take a last look at the world. And by the way, know how he died. He directly extracted the awakening nerve and killed him decisively. The same is true for another psychic. His awakening nerve was also extracted by Qinming, and the person was also transformed into a prosthesis by Qinming. But Qinming did not transform its awakening nerve into a core, but retained it. This pure spiritual power is condensed to the extreme to achieve various effects of pure psychic energy. Quite special. There may be other values if you keep it. After extracting the awakening nerves of these two people and doing corresponding processing, Qinming had also completed something he had been thinking about for a long time. Next, after a brief rest, he was going to reach out to the mechanical race again. Chapter 344 Investigation of Whooping. Soon Qinming turned his attention to the mothership stained with the blood of the Zerg units. The gray-green blood was the trace left by the Zerg fleet that desperately crossed the shield of the battleship. And the Zerg blood, like everything else controlled by Qinming, can provide him with vision as long as Qinming wants, and can also mark the position of the mothership. He can even use this Zerg blood to send the afterglow core that originally belonged to the mechanical structure. What this means is self-evident. However, so far, the Zerg blood has only infected 4 motherships. It is only less than half of the number of motherships that Qinming speculated that the mechanical race has. If he does things early, Qinming feels that he may lose some things that he could have gotten. And he did not find the foreign mechanical race fleet assistance that should have appeared. The 3 battleships that the mechanical race used to ambush him before, and the other fleets that followed behind did not look like foreign reinforcements. Maybe it was because he acted too quickly, and the Zerg fleet was too large. So the mechanical reinforcements did not rush out when they found something wrong. So since the foreign mechanicals have not been exposed, Jinming really does not need to be so anxious to control those motherships. It goes without saying which is more valuable. 4 or 10. He continued to observe in secret. After just finishing the sweep of the Zerg fleet, for some reason, the 4 motherships started the jump engine again and scattered to 4 different star systems inside the mechanical star field. Jinming speculated that they should be going for maintenance. Although they did not have much damage, they must have consumed a lot of war supplies after destroying hundreds of thousands of Zerg cruisers. And maintenance was a necessary process. But the specific situation was somewhat different from what Jinming had thought before. They did not jump again or enter hyperspace to return to the giant dock. Instead, they directly found a planet in the galaxy where they jumped and landed on it. Through the Zerg blood remaining on the mothership, Jinming could see that the planets where the motherships landed had one thing in common. That is, there were large-scale mechanical buildings that looked very similar on them. It looked like a factory. The mothership landed in the center of these factory-like buildings on the surface of the planet. There was a large area vacant inside the similar colonial buildings on these different planets. It was just enough to accommodate the mothership to dock. And just after the mothership landed, immediately, mechanical families from the logistics department came from all directions to repair the hull and replenish supplies. It looked like these places were specially designed for the mothership. The motherships also served as factories when they did not need maintenance. There should be many places like this in the entire star field, so that the mothership can land and repair at any time, instead of having to return to the giant dock for repair. Jinming felt a little pity. If he went back to the giant dock directly, he would be happy. But it's okay. At least such a place is still valuable. After all, it is a factory that can be used to repair the main battleship. And there should be some main battleship-related technologies preserved. After learning the cruiser technology some time ago, Jinming has begun to move towards a higher level. So the technology in this factory is also valuable to him. After confirming that there is no device to detect psychic fluctuations near the factory, Jinming sent some iron atoms to the mothership through psychic power. These iron atoms were not discovered at all. Some of them easily went underground. And when these iron atoms reached the deepest part of the underground, Jinming continued to use psychic power to send several insect eggs there. The queen immediately took over the eggs and started a new round of hatching and breeding. Since the flesh and blood of the Zerg can send iron atoms to the main battleship under the action of Jinming's psychic power, then metal can also send the flesh and blood of the Zerg here under the same conditions. This operation that avoids the eyes of all mechanical races will bring him unimaginable advantages for the mechanical race in the near future. The remaining iron atoms are scattered in different corners of the entire maintenance center. Jinming plans to look for an opportunity to control the maintenance center and its entire colony. However, he planned not to control the mechanical units in the facility, just like he did not directly control the 4 motherships. The main reason was that the mechanical units he controlled would become abnormal sub-individuals and be easily discovered by the mechanical race. Anyway, the iron atoms have been left on the planet, and the eggs have developed underground. Unless the mechanical race has the ability to check every inch of land and every atom of the entire planet, it is impossible to erase his influence. If the influence cannot be erased, the mothership and the colony of this mechanical race will sooner or later become his property. Moreover, for Jinming, the importance of the mechanical family mothership is quite high, since he is unlikely to come into contact with the 2 giant docks of the mechanical family in a short time. Then controlling these maintenance centers can be regarded as a substitute. Controlling the maintenance centers will give him more opportunities to come into contact with more mechanical family warships and more mechanical family motherships. Only by holding back can he gain more. Of course, the premise is that the mothership needs to enter the port for maintenance. Jinming can't influence the mothership that does not enter the port for maintenance through the maintenance center. The mechanical family mothership is different from the main battleship of the Empire Yuhui. The mechanical family mothership also bears the responsibility of a movable factory to a certain extent. It can use the factory to manufacture war materials and various mechanical families. And it can also use the factory for self-repair. As long as the materials are prepared, the mechanical family mothership can be operated for a long time without having to return to the port frequently to replenish war preparations. Unless the materials are exhausted or they suffer serious damage that is difficult to repair themselves, they will generally not return to the giant dock or maintenance center. The reason why 4 motherships landed this time was because Qinming's hundreds of thousands of Zerg cruisers were almost exhausted by the mechanical race. So Qinming had to create more opportunities to force the motherships to take action. Not to mention the problem of material consumption. Just the increase in the number of motherships and Zerg battles would increase the probability that Qinming would be able to influence the motherships through the blood tissue of the Zerg. The method to force the motherships to take action is very simple. Creating a situation where only the motherships can solve the problem. Qinming opened the star map on the console at the highest point in front of him. Compared with the last time he looked at the star map, there were more things on the star map in front of him. Some marks marked out the important surfaces that Bai Quan had told him before. Among them, the 10 most obvious marks were the mechanical family's psychic signal generator, 2 giant docks, and 7 stargates. These 10 star systems are the most important information for the mechanical family. If you want to force the mechanical family's mothership to go out, it should be the easiest to go to these places to cause trouble. And it just so happens that these places, whether they are stargates or giant docks, or generators for the mechanical family to release psychic signals, are all very valuable things in Qinming's eyes. Especially the stargates and giant docks. The former is of great significance to Qinming's colony. After all, the location where Qinming's colony will be built in the future is absolutely far away from the Empire. And the existence of the Stargate can shorten this distance. And as long as both ends of the Stargate are controlled in his hands, the shortening of this distance can even be one way. Although the Stargate has problems such as high energy consumption. But for Qinming, energy is the least important issue. With the existence of Zerg, he can use the planet as fuel and convert it into energy crystals. Make up for the shortcomings of using the Stargate. As long as he is given the opportunity to contact the Stargate, he can directly take away the entire Stargate. As for the latter's giant dock, as a production base for the main battleship, its value is nothing to say. After the Zerg's cruiser fleet of more than 100,000 chose to fight to the death in the face of the joint efforts of the 3 main battleships. But the biggest result in the end was that the rest of the lower-level fleets following the 3 main battleships were completely destroyed. And only a small part of the armor of the 3 main battleships was damaged. Qinming's desire for the battleship has changed from envy to a necessity. Not to mention the giant dock that can produce battleships. Although he has a blueprint, he obtained the blueprint from the early years. And the technology is relatively backward. What's more, the cost of building is not as low as the cost of robbing. Why build if you can rob? However, all these important places on the star map are inside the mechanical star field. Although Qinming can rely on his psychic power to conduct a jump raid on the interior of the mechanical star field, he can also use psychic power to retreat if he is chased. But if he fails to achieve his goal in the first raid, and his goal is discovered by the mechanical race, then the mechanical race may concentrate its strength to protect those important landmarks, which will make subsequent actions more troublesome. So Qinming's goal can only be placed on those galaxies near the border of the mechanical star field for the time being. Use attacking these places as a means to attract the attention of the mothership. Anyway, the mothership is also one of his goals. As long as his actions can attract the mothership, it will not be in vain. Just do it slowly. Qinming's eyes scanned the star map in front of him. Soon he chose a star region on the edge of the mechanical star field, which was also located in a small nebula. This star region in the nebula is rich in mineral resources. Not only are there various asteroid mineral resources in space, but most of the planets in this nebula have rich mineral distribution on the surface and underground. These star systems are important resource production areas for the mechanical race, and can also be said to be an important guarantee for the logistics of the mechanical race. At the same time, those mineral veins can also become an important source of energy for the Zerg. After determining the target of the next action, Qinming turned his attention to the Queen. The Queen is still on the hive planet that is about to start developing the core resources of the planet. And this hive planet has now been greatly reduced. A Zerg fleet that is larger than before is quietly waiting in orbit. It feels that it won't be long before the entire planet will disappear in the universe. It doesn't matter. Anyway, there are countless planets in the universe that are not worth developing, and they are useless. And these planets that are not worth developing are treasure houses with endless energy for the Zerg. And no one or anything can touch them. Just when Qinming asked the Zerg fleet to start the next move, something suddenly happened to Infiltrating. It's here as expected, Qinming said secretly. He didn't rush the Zerg fleet to set off again, but asked the Queen to start reorganizing the fleet. Something happened to Infiltrating. so there was no need to stay on this insect nest planet that had been mined for the most part. The Queen of Insects needed to go somewhere else to find the next 100 insect nest planets. Perhaps near the mechanical Starfield. Or perhaps near the land that Qinming had opened up. After assigning the task to the Queen of Insects, Qinming transferred his main consciousness to Infiltrating, who had lived peacefully for a while. And Infiltrating had just opened the door of his room under the control of part of his consciousness. Standing outside the door were Liang Fei and Li Wei. Both of them looked very solemn and seemed to be worried about something. Qinming felt that the person he was worried about was Infiltrating. After all, although his main consciousness had not been here, part of his consciousness had been paying attention to this side, and had been controlling Infiltrating to do what Infiltrating should do. For example, when Qinming's main body and other prostheses were working hard, they traveled around and enjoyed delicious food to relieve mental stress, and to establish new relationships with colleagues and friends. The people who got along best with Infiltrating were of course Liang Fei and Li Wei, who had a life-and-death friendship on Yunluo's star. In particular, Li Wei had a closer relationship with Infiltrating. After all, Li Wei was able to leave Yunluo's star alive because Infiltrating saved his life with his psychic power. So now, after Qinming took the initiative to leak information about the Zerg, Infiltrating was in trouble. And the two of them behaved like this. However, Qinming still pretended to know nothing and asked, "What's wrong? Someone wants to see you. What's the matter?" "I don't know. It seems that the minister of an independent regulatory department in our government department of the empire was arranged by a person at a very high level. Be careful." "Okay." Qinming just agreed. His terminal received a call. It was Liang Fei's boss, who could also be regarded as Infiltrating's current boss, who called and asked Qinming to go to a place in the government office building. Qinming nodded to the two people in front of him and set off immediately. Soon, he came to the government building where he had worked for a while, and came to a room in a corner where he had never been in for so long. There was a man in a suit wearing sunglasses at the door. When he saw Qinming coming, he nodded and made way for Qinming to enter. Qinming looked at him for a while, and felt that this man seemed to be from the Empire. But he said nothing, and held his hand on the door handle. His movements suddenly stagnated, because he could feel that the door handle in front of him, the whole door, and even the wall next to the door, the whole room were made of silent alloy. "Is it necessary to be so serious?" Qinming frowned, but still pushed open the door of the closed room. There was only a table, 2 chairs, and a lamp embedded in the wall above his head. There was also a person sitting on the chair. There was nothing else. "Hello. And Infiltrating. We should have met a few times during this period." "Right?" The person sitting waved at Qinming, and motioned Qinming to sit down opposite him. Qinming sat down and nodded, "Yes. Minister Ho from the National Regulatory Department. Do you want to talk to me?" Minister Ho pushed a few photos to Infiltrating and said, "Take a look at these first." Qinming took the photos, and found that the photos on them were the ones that Qinming had given by Quan before. It can only be said that the speed of the spread of this news is a bit fast. And the speed of the Empire's reaction is also a bit fast. Qinming thought so. And Infiltrating made a blank expression. "Do you have any cooperation with Qinming? Did you cooperate to make those Zerg biological spacecraft?" Minister Ho said with a sincere look, "It's not that you can't have cooperation in private, but things related to the Zerg involve all aspects. The Thorn Zerg used to be an enemy of the Empire, but now it has evolved to be able to compete with the Empire, and has even begun to expand. So we must figure it out, and have countermeasures. As far as you are concerned, I absolutely trust that you are a good person, but the Thorn Zerg is not, and the Empire needs to know more." And Infiltrating sighed and asked, "What do you think now?" Hearing this, Minister Ho immediately changed his original attitude of pretending to be stupid and asked very decisively and quickly, "Do you know Qinming?" As he asked this, his eyes were fixed on Infiltrating's face, trying to use his sudden attack to see something from Infiltrating. Qinming certainly would not let him down, and immediately performed to make Infiltrating's micro-expressions change. These changes told Minister Ho that Infiltrating did know Qinming. So even if Infiltrating is silent now, it does not affect Minister Ho's understanding of some information that he thinks is correct. Minister Ho continued, "As far as we know, Qinming has been using his psychic power to expand outward, and he started a long time ago. And the Zerg nest planet is on the route he has been developing, and it is not far from the Empire. As long as you go out and explore it a little, you can easily find it. But he concealed the existence of this planet, and even hid it on purpose. Even when he was guiding the fleet of the 14th Legion, to which he currently belongs, he deliberately avoided it. Qin Ming is a psychic who is related to machinery and spacecraft. We can't think of a reason why he helped the Zerg hide the existence of this planet. But we want to know the reason why he helped you hide. Your psychic power can definitely make you feel at home on that planet. And a powerful psychic who is stranded outside and cannot return to the Empire is also worthy of Qin Ming's attention. And Whooping suddenly lowered his head to avoid Minister Ho from seeing the expression on his face. But the picture of his two hands crossing under the table was soon sent to Minister Ho's eyes by the surveillance. Minister Ho still said nothing, but continued to tell his speculation. Qin Ming must have discovered this insect nest planet on the way of development. And discovered you. Or you discovered him. And the two of you had a friendly exchange and reached a cooperation. He provided you with a spaceship, allowing the Zerg to evolve the same ability as the spaceship to help you return to the Empire. And you agreed to some of his requests or conditions. Joining the Psychic Society should be one of them. Ah. This. Qin Ming was a little nervous. It seemed that Whooping's decisive agreement to join the Psychic Society also increased the suspicion of the people of the Empire about the relationship between Whooping and himself. But this is a good thing. At least in this way. The possibility that Whooping is Qin Ming is further reduced. At least at present. Except for the boss. No one in the Empire should doubt this. Who would have thought that Qin Ming, who has a close relationship with machinery, would suddenly be related to creatures like Zerg? And Whooping continued to lower his head and said, "What do you want to say?" Minister Ho's tone became serious. But considering Whooping's performance so far, he subconsciously softened his tone and said, "I just want to confirm some things. Whether the Thorn Zerg is a threat to the Empire." And Whooping was silent for a while. Then responded, "No. At least none of mine." "Oh. The ones you control?" TSK. And Whooping raised his head and said, "Let me start from the beginning. I concealed some information last time. I am not just a worker insect on that hive planet. I actually have a spiritual connection with the queen insect on that hive planet. I live like a fish in water on that planet. But it is not a planet for humans after all." Minister Ho saw that Whooping's attitude was quite cooperative. So he immediately relaxed his tone and asked softly, "So what I just said?" "Almost. But my insects had some conflicts with Qin Ming at the beginning. And we got to know each other after the conflict. It's not a. We didn't know each other. After he knew my ability, he gave me a spaceship and asked me to use the Zerg to transform into a biological spaceship and provide it to him. Then he gave me the opportunity to leave that planet and return to the Empire. Ask whatever else you want to ask. I will tell you everything I can." Minister Ho was very satisfied with Whooping's attitude and immediately asked a key question. "Can Qin Ming's psychic power control a biological spaceship?" "Qin Ming asked me to make a biological spaceship with this purpose in mind. But it didn't work. The biological spaceship only looks like a spaceship. It is actually a super large Thorn Zerg. So Qin Ming cannot control it. All the Zerg on that planet, all the Zerg biological spaceships, only listen to the instructions of the Queen Zerg that is connected to my mental power." Wait a minute. Minister Ho was holding a terminal to record what Whooping said. When he heard about the mental link, he immediately stopped and asked, "You have a mental link with the Queen Worm. So are you okay now?" "It's okay. I have done a lot of experiments with Qin Ming before. And I have also tested the temporary disconnection of the mental link. Basically, I don't have much impression. But I don't know what the Queen Worm will do if it takes too long." As a member of the ruling party of the Empire, Minister Ho happened to know some of the conflicts between Qin Ming and the 5th Legion. After hearing that Whooping and Qin Ming had many cooperative experiments, he suddenly understood why Qin Ming and the 5th Legion had conflicts. Qin Ming must have contributed to Whooping's return to the Empire. And Whooping, a former civilian, had such a great hatred for Zhuo Jing. And after returning to the Empire, he accurately found the location of Zhuo Jing. Qin Ming must have contributed to it. The relationship between the two is definitely not just as simple as a partner. At least there is a closer relationship. Therefore, when Qin Ming learned that what the 5th Legion did might lead to Whooping's death, he would of course be angry. After linking the previous and subsequent situations, Minister Ho believed that the truth was what he was thinking now. Although Qin Ming himself was a dangerous person, it was his psychic power that was dangerous, not him as a person. Qin Ming's character has always been very good in the eyes of most people. Except for the last incident with the 14th Legion. He was a little irritable. But as long as they understand the reasons, Most people will understand that the biggest problem is the Legion itself. Although Whooping is extremely violent, and even had mild violent disorder some time ago, he is also a very good person. So it is normal for these two people to get to know each other without fighting. The doubts he had about the relationship between Whooping and Chenming in his heart were gradually disappearing as he asked Whooping. Of course, even if it disappeared, he would not forget the questions he should ask. Chapter 345 Answer. New Front. Minister Ho continued to ask a few questions that were not important to Chenming. He asked a more critical question. Is there anything special about the Queen Worm? Why can't it link with you spiritually? Chenming had been prepared for this question and answered, I don't know. When our spaceship crashed, everyone died, and I was the only one who survived. I just crawled out of the wreckage, and was dragged to the underground nest by several worms, and saw the Queen Worm. Then my psychic power awakened, and I had a spiritual link with it. I still don't know why. No one can say for sure about psychic power. Minister Ho passed this question and continued to ask. And his next question was also more important. How much Zerg power do you have? Chenming told the truth again, just that one planet. But Minister Ho asked back with some doubt, just one planet? From the information obtained from Chenming, the scale of power possessed by Whooping does not seem to be created by just one planet. It's really just one planet. Minister Ho obviously still didn't believe it. But he didn't continue to ask. But changed the question. I noticed that your Zerg fleet is almost entirely cruisers. Don't you have any higher level or lower level warships? Yes. But I feel that smaller ships are really just cannon fodder in terms of combat effectiveness. The Zerg biological spacecraft has no shields. And small ships cannot use the shields of large ships to cover their work. So small ships are basically integrated into cruisers to be used as fighters. I don't have any advanced ones, which are battleships. These can be easily seen through the records. So Chenming did not hide anything at this time, and continued to cooperate with him. Why does the biological spacecraft have no shield? Why is there any reason? It's just that the Queen can't transform the shield system into a biological device. If there is no shield, then the armor will resist it. Minister Ho nodded and continued to ask, then why did you let your Zerg attack the mechanical tribe? That's what Chenming needs. And Whooping decisively betrayed Chenming at this time, and said, some of his resource mining bases were demolished by the mechanical tribe. And he didn't want to start with the mechanical tribe too early. So he asked me to retaliate. I see. But if it's revenge, why do your Zerg? Will the Zerg fleet be completely wiped out? And Whooping's expression changed slightly when he heard this question. And he responded, because Chenming needs to wipe out the entire fleet, so that there won't be too many traces left. Here I also have my own thoughts. That is, if the Zerg fleet survives, it will sooner or later return to the home planet to avoid being tracked by the mechanical race. And being wiped out, there is also a more appropriate ending. Minister Ho couldn't understand Whooping's thoughts when he heard this. So he directly regarded the second half of Whooping's sentence as a lie told under the pressure of Chenming. After all, those are tens of thousands of cruisers. And they were just given away casually. These tens of thousands of cruisers are treasures in any star field. But Whooping gave them away casually just to prevent the coordinates of the home planet from being exposed. Is that really the case? Or is there really only one planet that has been occupied by the Zerg? He asked. Didn't you help Chenming clean up the mechanical fleet on a large scale before? Didn't they all jump from the mother planet? Aren't you afraid of being discovered now? At that time, the mechanical races attacked by the Zerg fleet were almost all cleaned up. Even if there were survivors, it would be impossible to track the position of the mother planet in such a short time. I have time to move the remaining Zerg away. Move away? Where are you going to go? Not sure yet. Because I still have to continue to work for Chenming. And there is no good place nearby. Minister Ho did not continue to ask more questions on this topic. And Whooping had decided to migrate after exposing the coordinates of the Zerg mother planet. And he should not make the mistake of exposing the coordinates again. No matter who it was. It was useless to ask such information that was key to ability. So he changed the subject again. What did Chenming give you? What made you sacrifice so much to help him? And Whooping did not answer and chose to remain silent. Minister Ho seemed to have noticed something and asked tentatively, aren't you curious about how we discovered your Zerg? And Whooping said, as a matter of course, how else could we discover it? I'm working for Chenming. And he can't cover up an attack of that scale. If any ship in the Empire saw it and sent the news back, wouldn't it be discovered? Minister Ho smiled and said, but in fact, The Empire has not yet received any news about the reconnaissance fleet hovering behind the mechanical race. It was Chen Ming who took the initiative to leak this news. It seems that he wanted to distance himself from you. But he failed to do so. And he probably didn't expect you to tell him so decisively. After Minister Ho finished speaking, he saw that Whooping's hand movements became more frequent after he was stunned. He suddenly felt that the relationship between Chen Ming and Whooping might not be a partnership, but a unilateral cooperation relationship where one party is strong and the other is weak. Thinking that Whooping's situation was indeed controlled by others before, it was normal for Chen Ming to take the opportunity to do something. And he nodded secretly in his heart at this time. As a member of the ruling class of the Empire, he did not want the two powerful and troublesome psychics to have too close a connection. If the cooperation between Whooping and Chen Ming can be slightly affected, whether it is equal or unequal cooperation, it will be valuable to the Empire. At the moment, Whooping didn't know whether he was angry because Chen Ming took the initiative to clear the relationship in advance, or because he was worried about not being able to achieve Chen Ming's goal. I believe that it can also plant a thorn between the two. Minister Ho then mentioned the next issue that might affect the relationship between the two. What about the battle that wiped out your Zerg fleet? As far as I know, if it was just for revenge, it would have been enough when your fleet destroyed all the ships that attacked Chen Ming's base. There was no benefit in continuing the attack, and you were counterattacked by the mechanoid mothership, causing you to suffer more losses. Was this revenge against the mechanoids? Why do I feel like it was against you? Whooping did not answer the question directly this time, but thought about it carefully. He pretended to not want to say something but suddenly wanted to say it, and replied, "It's not just revenge. Chen Ming wanted to use my power to steal something from the mechanical race. But the result? I don't know if you saw it. 3 motherships suddenly appeared and destroyed the planet without giving Chen Ming a chance to steal anything. And all my Zerg were left there. What did he want? I don't know." Whooping responded, and immediately added in the wrong direction, "But I guess he asked me to make such a big effort and make such a big noise. Maybe he wanted the mechanical race planet itself. So the mechanical race used the mothership to destroy the planet. The mechanical race doesn't need to do this. Right? If my psychic power is counted, there should be some. Whether it's for me or Chen Ming to contact the planet. This planet is already doomed for the mechanical race." Minister Ho immediately thought about Whooping's words. He found that it was true. As long as Chen Ming's psychic power allowed him to contact the mechanical race's territory, the entire planet could fall directly under his control. If Whooping's psychic power is calculated according to what we have seen so far, with such a small amount of resources on a planet, a fleet of more than 100,000 cruisers can be produced, and there is still a large amount of manpower. Such a terrifying resource conversion efficiency. If the Zerg parasitizes deep underground on the planet, then if the mechanical race does not have weapons targeting the deep underground, it can only destroy the planet to prevent it from becoming a nest for the Zerg to develop. But it is not yet certain whether Whooping and his Zerg really have such amazing abilities. So for the time being, he could only put a question mark on Whooping's words in the recorded intelligence. In addition, Minister Ho also knew that haste makes waste. So after asking this question, he did not continue to stir up trouble, nor did he continue to overforce Whooping after knowing enough information. That's about it. The last question. Do you have any thoughts of leaving the Empire? Leave? Why should I leave after I went to so much trouble to return to the Empire? Is it fun to deal with bugs every day? Whooping's tone was a bit aggressive when he said this. But Minister Ho didn't care. Anyway, he had seen Whooping's attitude today. Although Whooping and Chen Ming can both be considered good people, their ideas and attitudes can be said to be completely different. He should have a chance to talk to Whooping again in the future. Minister Ho turned off the terminal, stretched out his hand to Whooping and said, "Okay. Let's stop here today. Thank you for your cooperation." Although Whooping looked a little unhappy, he didn't go too far. He stood up and shook hands with Minister Ho, turned around, and left the room made of silent alloy. Minister Ho turned on the terminal again after closing the door, and reported the news he had just obtained to the top leaders of the Empire. After telling the truth that Chen Ming wanted the Empire to know about the Zerg attack on the mechanical clan, which Chen Ming had taken the initiative to reveal, Minister Ho talked about Whooping's psychic power again. It has been confirmed that Whooping's psychic power is not just a simple physical enhancement type of psychic power, but a more special psychic power that can connect with creatures spiritually, and then allow oneself to have the ability of the connected creatures. This type of psychic power is rarer than psychics, who have both physical mutation and physical enhancement. There was one before. Minister Ho was interrupted by someone on the other end of the terminal. No need to mention this. I know that person better than you. Let's continue talking about Whooping. Yes. Whooping's psychic power is definitely more than just enhancing himself. His ability to control the Zerg is definitely stronger than his own ability. The preliminary speculation from the Psychic Research Institute is that the Zerg he controls is special and has the ability to convert inorganic matter into energy. Or Whooping has the ability to enhance the Zerg, giving the Zerg such an ability. I will send you the analysis report soon. Except that he concealed his psychic power to a degree that was a little beyond our imagination. The rest of the performance is similar to his previous situation. Whooping must have concealed and lied in what he said today. But he has said a lot of content with enough information. Enough to see that he and Ming have completely different ideas. And from the fact that he did not hesitate to tell the news about Ming, it can be seen that his sense of belonging to the Empire is always higher than that of Ming as a person. You can try to develop him. The person on the other end of the terminal said, okay. You continue to follow up later, and further confirm the relationship between him and Ming. If necessary, you can contact Ming indirectly. Ming has encountered too many things since returning to the Empire. It is highly likely that he can no longer change his mind. But Whooping does not seem to be such a person. Don't force him into the wrong path. Have someone raise his psychic level. A Zerg fleet of that size is already high enough to be considered level 6. Also, do not use any means of threatening with force. And do not use killing and Whooping as a final resort. The Zerg is a hive mind. I suspect that even if Whooping dies physically, his consciousness will still exist in the hive mind. Yes. Minister Ho agreed immediately. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He hesitated when he was about to speak, and finally did not say what he thought of. At this moment, the doorbell of his room suddenly rang. He immediately connected the surveillance outside the room and found that Whooping had returned to the door. Whooping waved at the surveillance at the door and said, something happened suddenly. Let's talk again. A voice immediately rang in the terminal. No need to hang up. Minister Ho put away the terminal. Put it in a hidden place. Got up and opened the door of the compartment. What happened? Something happened just now. Some Zergs broke away from the control of the Zerg Queen and headed for the territory of the Mechanical Clan. What they just talked about happened unexpectedly so soon. Minister Ho was stunned for a moment. And Whooping's previous cooperative attitude made him almost have no doubts at this time. He immediately asked Ming to sit back in the room. And this time, he did not close the door. Tell me more about it. Whooping cleared his throat and said, just now. Just now. When Whooping received the news from Liang Fei and Li Wei and wanted to talk to Minister Ho, Ming knew the time had come. So at the beginning, in addition to continuing to use part of his consciousness to control Whooping and Minister Ho to chat, he also set part of his consciousness to the Black Fog prosthesis that was on a Zerg warship. At this time, the Black Fog prosthesis had undergone a drastic change compared to the normal human image before, and became a real monster, although it still had a human form. Some characteristics that originally belonged to the Zerg and the mechanical race had been distorted irregularly, and no longer separated from this body that looked like a human. Of course, this was not a real distortion, but Ming deliberately designed it to look like a failed experiment. In fact, the function was absolutely fine. It just looked a little ugly. And just after Ming transferred his consciousness to the Black Fog prosthesis, the Black Fog prosthesis immediately released a large amount of black fog, starting from the cruiser he was on, covering more Zerg cruisers around. Almost 1/3 of the total number of Zerg warships on orbit were completely covered. Although the Zerg fleet on track has been reduced by about half after the Queen Zerg just reorganized the fleet, the number is still terrifying. It can only be said that under normal circumstances, the Black Mist prosthesis does not have this ability. However, because there is no place to use the Black Mist core for the time being, Ming first stuffed the Black Mist core into the Black Mist prosthesis, and then used his own mental power to dispatch the Black Mist psychic energy, and the effect became obvious immediately. And just after the black fog covered 1/3 of the Zerg, a special pheromone suddenly appeared in the black fog, acting on all Zerg units. The Zerg fleet was in a bit of a mess, and then left the main force and headed towards the edge of the galaxy. It was as if pheromones were guiding them to move in a certain direction. Of course, Ming was actually in control. But what he needed the Zerg fleet to show now was that the Black Mist prosthesis used special means to control these Zergs, and did the following things. The Queen had already divided the teams just now, leaving a Zerg fleet specifically for the Black Mist prosthesis. And what Black Mist had to do was also very simple. Just to make some noise. It would be best if it was a big noise that could be seen by everyone and all the mechanical races. The Zerg fleet shrouded in black fog soon arrived at the edge of the galaxy, entered hyperspace and began to move in a straight line towards the direction of the Empire. If it didn't take a little detour, this fleet shrouded in black fog would soon collide head-on with a star region of the mechanical race. Of course, it was not the nebula region with rich resources that Qinming targeted. It was another star region that belonged to the border and had a large number of defense facilities deployed in basically all galaxies. As a tough nut to crack, there is no sufficient benefit in taking it down or destroying it. So Qinming would not attack this place for no reason. But if it is used to attract the attention of both the Empire and the mechanic race for the Black Fog prosthesis, then this is a perfect place. The Zerg warships, which were shrouded in a large area of black fog, suddenly started the biological jump engine together after sailing for a distance. They were divided into several fleets and rushed directly into the star field of the mechanic race. In several star systems at the border of the mechanic race star field, they launched almost suicidal attacks at the same time. While the Black Mist prosthesis was committing suicide, Qinming's main consciousness was focusing on the area that was his main target. The back of the hand power in this area was much looser than the attack of the Black Mist prosthesis at this time. After all, this is not a border, but an area protected by the border. It occupies about 1/3 of one of the 7 star regions divided by the Star Gate. There are more than 90 valuable star systems in total, and about 400 planets with high development value. Just looking at the ratio of valuable star systems and planets, you can see how rich this area is. If it weren't for the fact that the star field of the mechanical race is relatively small, and the area of this nebula is not too large, the mechanical race might have more resources. But soon, these rich resources no longer belong to the mechanical race, but to the Zerg. This entire mechanical race's logistic star field is his target, although Qinming has just roughly estimated it. At present, the scale of his Zerg fleet can only affect about 40 mechanical race planets in more than a dozen star systems at the same time. It's barely acceptable. Anyway, all the galaxies here are important to the mechanical race, and all the planets play an important role in the logistics support of the mechanical race. If the logistics base here is destroyed, the power of the mechanical race will inevitably be weakened to a considerable extent. Even if it is not destroyed, as long as the mechanical race is willing to send a mothership to clean up the Zerg, it will be a sure win for Qinming. Not to mention that there are also some galaxies and planets where there are no mechanical races, and Zerg can also be deployed. The mechanical race thinks that there are no resources to be developed. But in the eyes of the Zerg, the planet itself is a resource. These planets may not have the defense means of the mechanical race. As long as the Zerg drills a bug in, it is unknown what will crawl out after a while. After confirming that the Black Mist has started to fight with the defense forces of the mechanical race, Qinming deliberately waited for a while to give the mechanical race a response and send reinforcements to the border where the Black Mist prosthesis was fighting. After receiving the news of the arrival of the second wave of reinforcements from the Black Mist prosthesis, Qinming gave orders to the Queen. The fleet that just disappeared near the Zerg Hive planet in the orbit of the Zerg Hive planet immediately started the jump engine. Countless jump fluctuations appeared in the entire area that was Qinming's target. The Zerg fleet, which once again reached more than 200,000 cruisers, directly crossed the border and penetrated into the star field of the mechanical race. It even split into dozens of smaller fleets and attacked different star systems. Doing so is likely to cause Qinming to lose more than 200,000 cruisers again. But anyway, his goal is not to win, but to break through the defense line of the mechanical race and send the Zerg to the mechanical race's planet. As long as they can be sent, the loss is no longer a problem. Of course, this combat method is only used now when attacking border planets. If Qinming dares to jump into the really deep area of the mechanical race star field and directly go to the most important star systems of the mechanical race, if his Zergs are not dead, they may not be able to touch the planet itself, let alone cause enough damage to the mothership. But at least this tactic, which is almost equivalent to losing one's life, is still very useful near the border area. Even after the combat power was dispersed, many Zerg fleets were destroyed in space. But it was precisely this dispersed attack method that made the defense forces of the mechanical race's logistic star zone react a little late. The orbital defense facilities of several planets have been breached, And the moment the Zerg on the planets that broke through the orbital defense facilities landed, in a sudden burst of black fog, several guard Zergs wrapped in thick black fog appeared. The mechanical race could only see the guard Zerg for a moment. And then the surging black fog completely enveloped the surrounding environment, covering the Zerg units digging underground. Even though the mechanical race had urgently used the cruiser's jump ability to deploy units, such as demons on many planets within a few hours after Chen-Ning made trouble, it also modified the working logic of some orbital defense facilities, allowing some facilities to be specifically for internal defense, just to avoid the trouble caused by the Zerg going deep underground after landing. But the firepower of these existences cannot directly break through the defense formed by the multiple layers of black fog. The surging black fog is like a huge black parasite, injecting its eggs into the planet of the mechanical race. Although the mechanical race has been desperate, they still failed to fully protect themselves under Chen-Ming's rapid attack just a few hours later. As long as the insects penetrate into the depth that the mechanical race cannot handle temporarily under the cover of the black fog, the few guard insects will immediately disappear from the original place and appear on the new battlefield. Continue to cover the next batch of Zerg, break through the defense line of the mechanical planet, and go deep underground. Although the number of Black Mist mechanical spiritual nerves is limited due to the limitation of the amount of Black Mist spiritual energy, there are only 7 in total, and there are only 7 Black Mist Guard Zerg, including the Psychic Guard Zerg that Chen-Ning made with the scraps of psychic spiritual nerves. There are only 12 in total. At most, they are responsible for the protection of 3 Zerg landing sites at the same time. However, after Chen-Ning and the Queen of Zerg specially adjusted the rhythm of the attack on different star systems, these guard Zergs are enough. Their combat power is enough to protect the Zerg units to achieve their goals. As long as the eggs can be placed deep underground on the mechanical planet, the rest of the things can be left to the Queen of Zerg, and Chen-Ming does not need to worry about anything. However, accidents often come faster than tomorrow. Not to mention that it is not tomorrow yet. On the battlefield where the first guard Zerg arrived, and the battle was about to end, a voice that seemed to be drowning in the deep sea suddenly sounded. Phase Behemoth? Chapter 346 Dissolution. When Chen-Ming heard the voice of the Phase Beast, he felt his scalp tingling, because the last time he encountered the Phase Beast was just a few hours ago. The Scarlet Dimension and the Phase Space clashed in his consciousness space. Not only did he enjoy a lot of mental torture, but his mental power was almost exhausted, and he has not recovered completely until now. Chen-Ning thought that the Phase Beast should not be encountered in a short time after running away, but it has only been a few hours. So what happened this time? What did the Phase Beast do this time? Although the Phase Beast itself may not have any malicious intent, the power of the Phase Space it represents, and the influence that may cause problems in the Scarlet Dimension made Chen-Ming not act rashly, but continue to observe gently with the help of the corpses of the Zerg units. After arriving above the area where Chen-Ming's guard Zerg first arrived, the Phase Beast made a sound again, as if calling Chen-Ming, just like last time. And the last communication was quite friendly. This time it should also be possible. Chen-Ming's eyes were looking at the area where the battle was almost over. It can only be said that the Zerg fleet in space has been withdrawn to other places, and the remaining Zerg forces on the ground are about to be eliminated by the mechanical race. There is no subsequent investment of combat resources on this planet. After all, the interior of this planet that first broke through the defense line of the orbital defense facilities has been injected with Zerg eggs, and the Zerg nest has begun to develop. It doesn't matter how the ground is now. So now, when the mechanical race is about to encircle and eliminate the remaining Zerg, it is really difficult for Chen-Ming to send a robot over to contact the Phase monster. After waiting for a while without receiving a response from Chen-Ming, the Phase behemoths in the sky above the mechanical colony suddenly attacked the mechanical buildings with no idea. The mechanical race subconsciously counterattacked the empty space, but none of them could hit the Phase behemoths in the Phase space. It can only be said that the existence in the Phase space has a unilateral suppression on the normal universe, which is too outrageous. Looking at the Phase behemoths rolling on the ground, or looking at the destruction and various traces of destruction caused by the Phase behemoths that cannot be observed by normal means, Chen-Ming suddenly felt that something was wrong. The traces left by these Phase behemoths when destroying the mechanical buildings seemed to be a little wrong. Chen-Ming saw it this way and felt this way. But if he really wanted to say it, he couldn't say what was wrong. He continued to observe the traces left by the Phase behemoths for a while with doubts, but still couldn't find the place that made him feel wrong. And just as he was thinking, a new question appeared in his mind. How did the phase behemoths follow? Qinming recalled the time when he encountered the phase behemoths before. The first time, the phase beast chased the fleet of the mechanical clan all the way here. And the second time, it also chased the mechanical clan here. This time, it seemed that it was not for the same reason as before, but was chasing Qinming, because the phase beast did not attack the mechanical clan at the first time, but tried to call him at the first time. Qinming thought about it again. The first time did not count, because he had not entered the Scarlet Dimension at that time. And the second time when he just encountered the phase beast, the phase beast was silently destroying the mechanical clan. Very quietly. It was not until it discovered Qinming's existence that it made the sound that seemed to come from the deep sea. It was not until then that Qinming heard its voice and began to communicate with it. So, the phase beast should be coming for him this time, and he should try to respond. Qinming just wanted to try to throw a robot over. Even if it was directly destroyed by the mechanical race, it would not be a big problem. Or find a way to send a robot over from the phase space. But it would be a little more troublesome. Just when Qinming decided to use the things he left in the phase space to send the robot to the phase space and then to the phase beast, the phase beast that was just ravaging the mechanical race's territory suddenly took off, and a jump wave appeared near its body. The next moment, the phase beast disappeared. What happened? Qinming thought for a while that he had observed for too long, and the phase beast was impatient and left first. It turned out that the situation did not seem to be what he thought. Just near the location where the phase beast jumped away, a jump wave suddenly appeared again, but no physical object appeared. This is not the return of the phase monster, but a fleet of cruiser-level phase ships from a new place. This is not right. Qinming remembered that the level of phase technology mastered by the mechanical race before was not this level. The mechanical race definitely does not have enough phase ships to use, let alone the cruiser-level phase production capacity. It can't be that they developed it in such a short time? No. It seems that there is another special situation. Qinming suddenly thought of a possibility. That is, if the mechanical race is simply targeting the phase monster, they can choose to put ordinary cruisers into the phase space and let ordinary cruisers attack the phase monster directly in the phase space, instead of using phase weapons to attack the phase monster. The nature of phase weapons is that they can attack the phase space in the normal universe. But since the spaceships in the phase space are already in the phase space, the ordinary weapons used have the nature of the phase space. When attacking the existence in the same space, no special ability is required. All you have to do is send ordinary cruisers into the phase space. The only problem with doing this is radiation. Spaceships in the phase space cannot dissipate radiation. But as long as the spaceship is sent out of the phase space before the radiation overload of the spaceship, the problem is also solved. And it is completely possible to use ordinary ships as temporary phase ships. This is also one of the temporary solutions proposed by several ship research institutes in the Empire that have phase ship research projects. After the Fanchao Institute has developed equipment that can send space stations into phase space, to the problem that phase ships cannot be directly put into actual combat. The difficulty of making a perfect phase ship and the difficulty of making facilities that can send physical objects into phase space are obviously easier in the latter. The Empire has not used it much at present because there is no environment for it to be used. And it should not be a problem for the mechanical race to make similar things, as they just happen to have a suitable environment. Qinming guessed that it should be like this. And we will know the details after seeing it. He called up the psychic energy and sent the robot to the phase space of the area where the phase beasts were active just now. He just happened to see the mechanical cruisers that had completed the jump. Qinming could confirm it with a little observation. The fact was the same as he guessed. The mechanical cruisers were all ordinary warships, but they had undergone quite obvious modifications. Some modifications that greatly increased the radiation energy capacity and almost paralyzed the radiation energy dissipation system. They were specially used in the current situation where qualified phase ships could not be manufactured to participate in the battle. This is indeed the idea. So the phase beasts should have sensed these temporary phase ships. So they chose to leave. If the mechanical race chose to chase them hard, they would definitely be the unlucky ones. But for them, as long as they drove the phase beasts away, it would be fine. Now they not only have to solve the problem of the phase beasts, but also the problem of being attacked by Qinming's fleet. They have no time to chase the phase beasts. Not only was the nebula area where their important materials were exported attacked by a sudden large-scale Zerg fleet, but the border on the other side was also attacked. The attack near the nebula area happened at the border, and the reinforcements came after they had already rushed over. Many of the mechanical support fleets were deceived by Qinming. They were too busy dealing with the Zerg's troubles to track the phase monsters. For some reason, the mechanical race has not shown any signs of sending out its main battleships so far. They are just using the existing defense forces of the galaxy to fight back. Qinming's idea had no room to be implemented for the time being. But it's okay. Whether the mechanical mothership comes or not, it's not a loss for him. He still planned to observe the battlefield this time from the broad perspective given by psychic energy. Anyway, the phase beast must have a destination when it jumped. If Qinming guessed correctly, the purpose of the phase beast's jump should be the galaxy, where he used psychic energy to send the second batch of Royal Guards. The situation here is similar to the situation near the location where the Royal Guards first arrived. The Zerg units died faster. There are no living Zergs here at this time. But Qinming can still use the corpses of the Zerg to hear the call of the phase beast from the sky above this planet. And Qinming also heard the sound of the phase beast calling him more clearly this time. And there was a hint of pain? The phase beast was injured? Just now. Qinming seemed to realize the key. He just felt that there was something wrong with the phase beast's attack. That is, the way the phase beast destroyed the mechanical colony during the attack, and the shape of the mark it left on the ground were problematic. Phase behemoths are manta ray-like creatures with two huge wings on both sides of their bodies. After the phase behemoth appeared this time, it seemed that it had only used the wing on the right to attack the mechanical race. And from the rare complete traces left, there seemed to be a very obvious gap on the left wing of the phase behemoth. Qinming also immediately moved the cruiser that observed the mechanical race and sent it to the phase space. And sent the robot that was not discovered by the mechanical race to the destination of the phase behemoth's jump. At the moment when his robot appeared at the destination, the phase beast sensed Qinming's presence. And there was a hint of joy in the voice of calling. But Qinming had no joy at all. Because in addition to seeing the phase beast, he also saw a huge gap on the wings of the phase beast that was bitten by something. The wound had scabbed, but the painful mark would not disappear so quickly. Such marks, and the marks that Qinming just reacted to, correspond exactly to the problem of the phase beast's actions. And as long as you observe carefully, you will find that the scars on the wings of the phase beast have the same bite marks as the mouthparts of the phase beast. This phase beast that Qinming has met many times was bitten by its own kind. Or a larger kind of its own kind. It was attacked by its own kind. But this is not the focus of Qinming's attention now. Because in addition to seeing the terrible scars on the body of the phase beast, he also saw that it was holding a large piece of scarlet twisted flesh and blood tissue in its mouth. The moment he saw it, Qinming knew that this piece of flesh and blood must be related to the scarlet dimension, and that this was not a piece of flesh formed by some creature infected by the scarlet dimension. But Qinming found it hard to believe what he perceived. The piece of flesh and blood in the mouth of the phase beast seemed to be the power directly taken from the scarlet dimension by some means. After entering the phase space, without the support of the existence inside the scarlet dimension, it naturally formed into this huge piece of flesh and blood. This is not flesh and blood, but condensed knowledge. The phase beast landed in front of Qinming's robot, spit out a large piece of flesh and blood in its mouth on the ground, and pushed it in the direction of Qinming's robot. Then it bit the flesh and blood again, tore off a piece, and swallowed it directly. It used the most primitive means to do something that Qinming couldn't do easily now, which made Qinming stunned. Now he knew why the phase beast kept chasing him. Maybe it was targeting the bloody crack in his brain. It wanted to seize the power of the scarlet dimension through the bloody crack. What does it mean now? Didn't it already get the power of the scarlet dimension? What is it doing? Sharing it with him. Qinming tried to make the robot happen like last time, and added doubtful emotions to the sound it made, trying to ask the phase beast what it meant. But the phase beast just kept making urging sounds, and further pushed the remaining pieces of meat in the direction of Qinming's robot. The language used by the phase beast was obviously not advanced enough to communicate like humans. It is obviously impossible to figure out the purpose of the phase beast and what happened through communication with it. Then we can only judge it through logic. First of all, judging from the current behavior of the phase beast, they are a kind of creature that feeds on the power of the scarlet dimension. And the injuries on the beast in front of Qinming were obviously caused by being bitten by its own kind. That means that it is very likely that the phase beast snatched the scarlet meat from its own kind and shared it with him. Hiss. Wait, this is a bit wrong. Isn't it? In the animal world, sharing food should be done with the same kind in most cases. Right? Although it is hard to say whether the phase beast is an animal in the animal world. Qinming feels that it should be considered as one. Did the phase beast regard him as one of its kind? Qinming thought about the scales that the phase beast left him last time, and the traces of the phase space left in his consciousness space. And it seemed that this was not impossible. What does it mean that the phase beast snatched the food of other species and shared it with him? This same kind? Qinming could feel that the phase beast sharing at this time had some purpose, as if it wanted him to take more power from the scarlet dimension. But if the scarlet meat in the air of the phase beast was snatched from other phase beasts, it means that other phase beasts can take the initiative to contact the scarlet dimension, and there is no need to fight him, unless the phase beast is a very ferocious creature. But according to Qinming's observation, the phase beast seems to have a deep hostility only towards the mechanical race. Not to mention that the phase beast will share with him. This doesn't make sense. And if the phase beast feeds on the power of the scarlet dimension, then the phase beast in front of him doesn't seem to have the ability to tear open a rift from the phase space to the scarlet dimension to obtain food. This is another point that doesn't make sense. The more Qinming thinks about it, the more confused his brain becomes. Although his brain is useless. If it really doesn't work, why not do it according to the phase beast's idea first? At least he won't misperceive what the phase beast means now. That is, the phase beast wants to share the scarlet flesh and blood with him. So Qinming's main consciousness descended on the robot. And after slightly adjusting the mental power that had recovered well, the robot controlled by Qinming stretched out his hand and pressed on the scarlet flesh in front of him. The scarlet crack in Qinming's consciousness space opened slightly, assisting Qinming to absorb the materialized scarlet dimension. The whole piece of flesh disappeared in front of Qinming in an instant. And Qinming also felt the improvement of his ability again. It just seemed a little less obvious. This piece of flesh looked quite large, and it could be held in the mouth of a huge creature with a body length of 1,000 meters. It was estimated that it was at least tens of meters in length, width and thickness. But Qinming just touched it, and the whole piece of flesh disappeared. Even part of the flesh that the phase beast had not torn off and swallowed completely was transformed into Qinming's power by Qinming's spiritual energy. The phase beast that bit the air immediately straightened the front half of its body, shook its head, stared at Qinming's robot from left to right for a long time, and made a puzzled sound. Qinming felt that the phase beast was not wondering why the meat in its mouth was gone, but was wondering about something closely related to him. So what are you wondering about? Of course, the phase beast could not answer Qinming's question. It just flew up gently like last time, circled around Qinming a few times, and then flew high into the sky again like last time, made a jump, and disappeared in front of Qinming. Qinming looked at the place where the phase beast disappeared last time and subconsciously felt a little anxious, because he knew that this phase beast must be going to snatch the scarlet meat from its kind again. The last time it snatched, its kind tore off a piece of meat from its left wing. If it goes this time, it might get hurt again. Moreover, it got hurt for him. If the injury is too serious, what is the phase beast for? Why did it do this? Qinming felt that he really had to think of a way to communicate with the phase beast at a deeper level. Qinming's idea could not change the fact that the phase beast left. He could only continue to focus on the attack on the mechanical race he launched at this time. At this time, more than an hour had passed since Qinming's black fog prosthesis took the lead in attacking the border galaxy of the mechanical race. There was nothing special about the situation on the border. It was just that the black fog prosthesis brought a large fleet to carry out the invasion mission. Under normal circumstances, the Zerg fleet would definitely die if it attacked the heavily guarded mechanical race galaxy. Even if the mothership did not move out, they would basically be wiped out in the end. But the premise is normal circumstances. With the black mist prosthesis that Qinming Yuan continuously provided with spiritual power, it continued to contribute to the war. The fleet led by the black mist prosthesis even had the momentum to break through the border defense line in one breath and rush directly into the heartland of the mechanical race. Basically, the Zerg fleet relied on the assistance of the black mist psychic energy. The Zerg could use the outrageous effect of Qinming's repair psychic energy, and the fleet that far outnumbered the number of the mechanical race fleet to crush it. All the fortifications on the mechanical race planets that the black mist passed through were destroyed, and large areas of mechanical race colonies were left with only wreckage. Moreover, The Zerg fleet also left Zerg eggs on a large number of planets, inside and outside the borders of the mechanical clan. When these Zergs hatch, they will be able to further interfere with the mechanical clan. Even if the mechanical clan destroyed the Zerg fleet led by the Black Mist prosthesis, they could not easily retake the planets occupied by the Zerg. During the battle led by the Black Mist prosthesis, Qinming also found that some fleets of unknown origin were wandering around the mechanical clan's border galaxies. These fleets were the Imperial reconnaissance fleets that Qinming had been waiting for. They had been hiding in the dark and constantly investigating the intelligence of the mechanical clan Starfield. It would not take long for them to bring the news of the Black Mist psychic energy and the Black Mist Zerg fleet back to the Empire to confirm what Whooping said. While the Black Mist prosthesis was advancing triumphantly, the war near the nebula area of the mechanical clan was still going on. Although the number of Zerg fleets here was more than that brought by the Black Mist prosthesis, after being divided into dozens of fleets, the number was not enough to crush the mechanical clan in a single star field. Therefore, the fleet losses in each star system are relatively large. However, Qinming's goal is only to deliver the eggs to the planet. So after achieving the goal, the fleets that have not suffered losses will immediately go to other star systems to provide additional help. This operation reduces the overall losses of the Zerg fleet and achieves the goal faster. Just when Qinming injected all the valuable planets in the 50-star systems that he targeted as the first batch with eggs and prepared to continue to command the fleet to the next batch of target star systems, the real target of Qinming's attack this time, the mechanical family's mothership, finally couldn't hold back. The mechanical family locked the last concentrated position of Qinming's fleet. Before the fleet left, the mothership led a fleet of tens of thousands of mechanical family cruisers and appeared in front of Qinming's Zerg fleet. The jump wave of the fleet's jump arrival and its surging aftermath almost covered half of the galaxy. According to Qinming's speculation, the mechanical family's starfield should have a total of about 30,000 to 40,000 cruisers. In the previous battle, Qinming had destroyed tens of thousands of them. This time, the mechanical family took out tens of thousands of ships again, which was obviously a bloody investment. But before the absolute number of Qinming's Zerg cruisers crushed, this number was still a little insufficient. Even if Qinming couldn't solve the mechanical family's mothership, at least none of the cruisers that came here could escape. However, Qinming soon discovered that the mothership sent by the mechanical family was the first to conflict with the Zerg fleet and was repaired early. The mechanic race seemed to have guessed some of the abilities that Qinming might have, so they specially dispatched this mothership to wipe out the Zerg fleet. Still unwilling to send out the backup forces? Then Qinming was not going to send away so many Zerg fleets. He was going to use the repair psychic energy to pull the mechanic race's fleet, trying to really defeat the mechanic race's mothership from the front. However, Qinming didn't have time to do so. In the center of the assembled Zerg fleet, a Zerg warship suddenly began to melt. They melted like candles and disappeared into space like burnt paper scraps. There were no signs, no traces. But Qinming had already realized what was going on, and his face was extremely gloomy. This is the Destroyer. Chapter 347 Destroyer. Qinming had never expected that the mechanical race would use the strongest main force weapon they currently possessed here against the Zerg that was targeting him. And just now, he did not sense any obvious psychic fluctuations, nor did he see the existence of any other motherships. And the weapons on the mothership that had been repaired and rushed over had not changed at all. And it was not the destroyer that was used. The real destroyer was not on the front battlefield. That left only one possibility. That is, the mothership carrying the destroyer was in the phase space at this time. The nature of the phase space would interfere with psychic fluctuations, the propagation of light, and the radiation system of the spacecraft. But it would not interfere with the jump fluctuations. Under normal circumstances, jumps in the phase space can be sensed in the normal universe. The mechanical race used a tricky method. They used the jump fluctuations of a large number of spacecraft to cover up the jump fluctuations of the destroyer mothership in the phase space. The destroyer was hidden in the phase space and sent here with a fleet in the open. Qinming did not expect that the mechanic could send the mothership into the phase space, and even use this ability to attack his Zerg. He did not pay too much attention to the phase space here. At least, he did not pay too much attention to the phase space where the Zerg fleet was gathering. As a result, he did not notice it at all, and the Zerg fleet was hit hard in an instant. However, this kind of surprise attack method can basically only be used once. With this experience, Qinming will definitely equip any of his fleets with a phase ship or a warning device in the phase space when they are in action, and will never give them the opportunity for a sneak attack again. As long as Chen-Ning spreads the news that he was attacked by the mechanical race in this way, the Empire will definitely be fully vigilant. The destroyer will not be easily delivered to anyone's face in the future without being discovered. The only perfect opportunity for a surprise attack was used by the mechanical race on Chen-Ning. So Chen-Ning now doesn't understand why the mechanical race would use this opportunity to attack his Zerg. Would the mechanical race rather not have a better chance to create greater results against the Empire in the future and target his Zerg now? It seems that there is no problem. Chen-Ning thought about it carefully. After all, his Zerg fleet is now attacking the most important logistics galaxy of the mechanical race. If the logistics galaxy collapses, there is no need to fight on the front line. If he is placed in the position of the mechanical race, he will definitely crush the logistics troubles with lightning speed and minimize the losses. If only other motherships are sent over, Chen-Ning may still have a chance. But sending the destroyer over and even choosing to sneak into the battle can almost guarantee that there will be no problems with other logistics galaxies. This is an acceptable result. In this case, Chen-Ning felt that the Zerg fleet here should not be able to withdraw, and the mechanical clan would never let any Zerg go. There is nothing to say. The Zerg are least afraid of death, and Chen-Ning is least afraid of losing battle. Those cruisers that arrive to cover the destroyer mothership will inevitably suffer a painful blow from the Zerg. Chen-Ning immediately ordered the Zerg fleet to disperse to avoid being affected by the range attack effect of the destroyer's psychic energy. All the Zerg cruisers stopped doing any self-protection. All they had to do next was fight for their lives. The bright green acid plasma cannons and the beams of the Zerg's biological tachyon spears flashed on the battlefield. However, the effect this time was not obvious. Not only were the Zerg warships themselves being destroyed and melted, but all the Zerg warships' attack methods melted together when they approached the mechanical fleet. The destroyer could not only release destructive psychic energy remotely, but also use destruction to build a line of destruction defense near the fleet. Moreover, the Zerg fleet was too vulnerable in front of the main battleships, especially the motherships equipped with destroyers. Without the main force-level protection capability, it would be easily destroyed. The last time the Zerg fleet was about the same number, and when fighting with the 3 motherships of the mechanical clan, it took more than an hour to completely destroy them. And facing the destroyer's attack had no light, no impact, no signs, only the psychic fluctuations hidden in the phase space quietly infecting. It was impossible to counter. Nearly half of the Zerg cruisers disappeared in the universe in the last encounter. In the final exchange of fire, the remaining Zerg fleet only lasted a few minutes before completely losing its combat effectiveness. In the end, the more than 100,000 cruisers only defeated a little over 1,000 cruisers of the mechanical clan. This loss was caused by the mechanical clan actively sending some cruisers to block those fish that slipped through the net of the destroyer's psychic power, in order to completely avoid the destroyer from contacting the Zerg fleet. The destroyer was not even injured in this battle, and there was no attack method that could break through the destroyer defense line. The Zerg fleet was completely annihilated in the process of resistance. And then, all the areas where the Zerg fleet had just been were swept by the destroyer's destructive psychic energy. From the wreckage of Zerg spacecraft to the invisible cells, the entire Zerg fleet was left with no residue at the end. The mechanical race may have guessed something, or they were just sweeping to prevent Zerg cells from being left and falling on a planet with gravity, causing the problem of insect disasters to happen again. Fortunately, Chen-Ning separated some Zerg cells when the destroyer arrived and scattered them in a wider space. At the same time, he also prepared to arrange some iron atoms in the phase space that were almost impossible to be discovered by the mechanical race, providing him with a vision of the phase space. Unless the mechanical race really swept the entire galaxy, and even the phase space thoroughly, it would be impossible to find those scattered ones that continue to provide Chen-Ning with a vision of the interior of the galaxy. But in the normal universe, only a few cells spread by Chen-Ning that were far away from the center of the galaxy where the Zerg fleet assembled escaped. This wide-range scan made Chen-Ning wonder how much radiation energy the mechanical mothership had. As Chen-Ning expanded his vision to the phase space, he finally saw the appearance of the mechanical destroyer mothership. At first glance, it was no different from an ordinary mothership, except that the appearance of the destroyer spine gun head in the center was a little distorted and attracted attention. However, if you look closely, you will find that this mothership seems to have undergone the same major changes as the temporary phase cruisers that Chen-Ning saw. The radiation capacity has been greatly increased. The radiation dissipation has been greatly reduced. And it has been modified specifically for the phase space. There is no problem. Whether it is a spaceship or an individual of the mechanical family. It is modular and mass-produced. It is very simple to replace parts. At most, the destroyer can dismantle it and install it on another mothership. At this time, in the phase space, in addition to the mothership, there are dozens of cruisers following the mothership. And at this time, when Qinming sent those things that could provide him with vision to the phase space, several cruisers suddenly docked with the mothership, as if they were exchanging some equipment. Just after the exchange was completed, the cruiser that exchanged the equipment immediately jumped again and disappeared here. Qinming understood the situation at a glance. The docking and equipment exchange, just now, was the mothership exchanging its coil that was already full of radiation energy with the cruiser's coil that had not yet been radiated, and then letting the cruiser send the radiation coil away and take it out of the normal universe. Under normal circumstances, radiation exists in all electronic circuits of the spacecraft. The length of the electronic circuit and the current capacity determine the capacity of the radiation energy. The spacecraft can choose to increase the total radiation energy capacity by carrying additional radiation energy coils. The radiation energy coil has become an additional device that most spacecraft must carry. Such equipment cannot be unloaded at will. Under normal circumstances, if there is more than 10% of the total capacity of radiation energy in the electronic system and radiation energy coil of the spacecraft, then if the coil is unloaded directly before the radiation energy is dissipated, it may cause the radiation energy to explode at the disconnected position, causing the disconnected part to melt and explode. But the phase space has a special property that prevents the radiation energy from being dispersed and developing towards the normal situation. So there is no problem caused by unloading the equipment storing a large amount of radiation energy under normal circumstances. This gave the mechanical family a special opportunity. So they prepared additional cruisers to use as additional coils for the mothership. These coils are radiation capacity batteries, and the batteries can be replaced at any time when they are full. The more cruisers you bring, the more you can guarantee the activity time of the mothership in the phase space. This is the technology that the mechanical family has further extended on the basis of the temporary phase ship. It is not quite appropriate to say that it is a technology. This should be regarded as a skill that is realized by using the objective laws that already exist. It is an excellent and special temporary replacement design. Therefore, this destroyer mothership can still have the remaining radiation capacity to further sweep the entire galaxy after destroying all of Qinming's Zerg fleets. The probability of contacting the Zerg cells and iron atoms left by Qinming is reduced to a minimum. The destroyer mothership exchanged coils with other cruisers, allowing its radiation energy level to return to an acceptable level again. The destroyer mothership then began to patrol the galaxy in the phase space. Qinming thought that the destroyer mothership might be able to infect those cells or atoms while patrolling. But in the end, the destroyer mothership still did not approach those rare places where Zerg cells or iron atoms remained. Qinming could not actively move these cells and atoms to get close to them. His cells and atoms were fine if they were left there without moving. But if it moves, this mothership equipped with psychic main weapons will definitely be discovered. It is better to stay there and wait for the opportunity. Wait for the unlucky ones behind to come up. Anyway, wherever the Zerg fleet passes, there will be cells and atoms left. As long as you are contaminated, it is equivalent to being marked by Qinming. Even if Qinming's attacks are fruitless every time, sooner or later he can rely on the corpses of the Zerg to pile up a way to completely control the mechanical race. The destroyer mothership did not stay in the galaxy where the Zerg fleet gathered for too long, and once again started the jump engine. The jump engine of the battleship is more effective than that of the cruiser, and it can make several jumps in a short time. Of course, there are still limitations, and it is still not as good as Qinming's repair psychic power. And this time, the location where the mothership jumped was, of course, another place where Qinming attacked the mechanical race at this time. That border star field. As the destroyer arrived at the phase space of the mechanical race's border galaxy, the Zerg fleet led by the Black Mist prosthesis still chose to charge forward. But the Black Mist prosthesis on one of the Zerg warships immediately chose to retreat. The Black Mist prosthesis was used to attract attention. Once attention was attracted, the mission was accomplished. There was no need to stay here and fight the mechanoid destroyer head-on. There was no way they could defeat it. The mothership loaded with the destroyer activated the destroyer again without any hesitation when it arrived. Even the Zerg fleet wrapped in thick black fog for protection could not hold out for even half a second under the influence of the destroyer. The black mist prosthesis could not compete with the main weapons of the battleship, even with Qin Ming's support. It won't work. If he hesitated a little, the fate of the black fog prosthesis would be exactly the same as those disappearing Zerg warships. If Qin Ming was in excellent condition and tried to fight with his psychic power, he might be able to hold on for a while. But Qin Ming's mental state is not very good now. He was slowly recovering from exhaustion, and he was still using the black fog transformed from mental power to do things. It is impossible to bear it, and there is no need to resist it. So when the destroyer started again and cleared the Zerg here, in addition to letting the black fog prosthesis retreat, Qin Ming also immediately divided the Zerg fleet covered by the black fog into several groups, except for a group that stayed to continue to destroy the local mechanical colonies and various facilities. All other Zerg fleets immediately moved to jump. Some of them jumped further to the direction closer to the Empire, relying on the last chance to attack more mechanical planets. The other part jumped to the vicinity of some unknown planets bordering the mechanical universe, leaving insect eggs in areas not under the jurisdiction of the mechanical race, so as to facilitate a comeback in the future. This was Qin Ming's purpose, and he also wanted to let the mechanic race and the Imperial reconnaissance fleet that was still observing the battlefield see the scene clearly. In addition to letting the Zerg fleet do this, he did not let the fleet led by the Black Mist prosthesis jump to the nebula area to take advantage of the destroyer mothership to eliminate the cruisers led by another mechanic mothership that Qin Ming had encountered before. Although this was a good opportunity to destroy the backbone of the mechanic race. After all, there were still Imperial reconnaissance ships watching the movements of the Black Mist Zerg fleet. There are no ships of the Empire in the nebula area. If Qin Ming chooses to transfer the Zerg fleet on the border to the nebula area, the Empire is likely to find out what Qin Ming is doing in a short time. If the matter in the nebula area is exposed, the relationship between Qin Ming and Enwupiing will be difficult to explain, which is still troublesome. Of course, it is not impossible to explain it, but it is better not to do it if it can avoid unnecessary trouble. The mission of the Zerg fleet is to fight to death. Death under the attack of the destroyer is at least a waste of the service life of the destroyer. There is no need to do more things that will lead to some negative effects. The Black Mist Zerg fleet scattered, and the overall combat effectiveness was immediately weakened. There is no need for the destroyer to continue to do anything. The three motherships that had contact with the Zerg fleet and were fully supplied suddenly appeared near the largest number of Zerg fleets with a fleet each, and began to encircle and suppress them. The destroyer mothership also continued to repeat what it had just done, cleaning up all the wreckage of the Zerg fleet. Soon after, the Black Mist Zerg fleet was almost completely wiped out, and this border area was once again completely controlled by the mechanic race. But both the mechanic race and the Empire's reconnaissance fleet knew that there were still many seeds of these Zerg fleets shrouded in the black mist, and they remained in the nearby galaxies. The Empire's reconnaissance fleet quietly disappeared after the war. However, the mechanic race's destroyer mothership still did not stop. After replacing the radiation coil again, it once again started the jump engine and returned to the galaxies in the nebula area that had been invaded by the Zerg. This time, the destroyer aimed its cannon at the planets invaded by the Zerg. Qin Ming immediately realized what the destroyer mothership wanted to do. But before he could respond, the destroyer had already started, and the destructive psychic energy started from the precise point where the Zerg nest invaded underground and acted on the planet. The earth of the planet was melting, and the collapsed Zerg nest passage was also revealing. The destroyer mothership of the mechanical family had no mercy and compassion, constantly expanding the scope of the destroyer's action and constantly sending the destroyer's psychic energy deep underground. The planetary structure in this area was collapsing under the action of destruction, and from outside the planet, one could directly see a cone-shaped gap on the surface of the planet that was still expanding. The underground Zerg nest gradually appeared within the sensor scanning range of the destroyer mothership. The destroyer immediately increased the output power again. In an instant, the entire hive was completely wiped out. Of course, along with the hive, the planetary structure in this area was also wiped out, as well as a large number of mechanical buildings that were not destroyed by the hive, but were now destroyed by the destroyer. Even after destroying the hive, it did not stop, and continued to annihilate everything deep underground in a spherical range with the hive as the core. Some Zerg that had just escaped were also completely killed by the subsequent destroyer attacks. The destroyer chose to directly wipe out a part of the planet parasitized by the Zerg, in exchange for the terrible consumption and loss. The remaining part of the planet can continue to be used. After destroying the hive on this planet, the destroyer did not immediately continue to go to the next Zerg parasitized planet. It seems that its jump engine can't bear it. It didn't jump again, but stayed in place, as if it was ready to leave the phase space and move through hyperspace. This would buy time for Chen-Ning to let the Zerg transfer. But things obviously won't go so smoothly. A fleet of hundreds of pure cruisers suddenly jumped here. After a short maintenance, hundreds of cruisers started the jump engine again at the same time. The joint effect of the jump engine can take away things with a mass not greater than itself or other spacecraft. Although the mass of the capital ship is far greater than that of the cruiser, it can still be taken away by the joint action of hundreds of cruisers. The jump engines of hundreds of cruisers brought this destroyer mothership to the next galaxy invaded by the Zerg. Starting the jump engine multiple times in a short period of time will cause serious damage to the engine. But the mechanical race obviously doesn't care about these losses. If the Zerg are not dealt with as soon as possible, their losses will only become more and more serious. And when this galaxy is destroyed, I am afraid that the next batch of mechanical cruisers will arrive soon, and continue to send destroyers to the next galaxy, even if the mechanical cruisers are not enough. As long as the destroyers are replaced on a new mothership, the new destroyer mothership will completely destroy the nests on all the planets invaded by the Zerg. Chen-Ning has fully realized the seriousness of the problem, and immediately asked all the Zergs that invaded the mechanical planet to migrate to other places on the planet. Whether going deeper underground, hiding in the underground of other mechanical colonies, or farther away, as long as they can avoid the attack of the destroyers. It doesn't matter where they go. But the mechanical race's mothership showed no mercy at all. And there was no such word as mercy in their dictionary. As long as there was a planet that the Zerg had parasitized, whether it was successful or not. As long as it was the location where the Zerg warship fell. No matter whether there was a colony of the mechanical race here. No matter how valuable the resources were, they would be destroyed by this destructive aura. Chen-Ning could only let most of the Zerg go to the location close to the core of the planet, and develop under the terrible pressure and gravity, and even in the extreme high temperature environment of the core of some planets. The efficiency progress was slower than in the shallow places, but it was better than being killed by the destroyer. However, Chen-Ning still underestimated the determination of the mechanical race. The destroyer did temporarily ignore those planets where the insect nests were not found. That is, the insect nests were hidden in places where they could not be found. But when the destroyer went to all the other planets where the insect nests were found, it returned to the planets where the insect nests were not found again. And the mechanical race on these planets had been packing up since just now. When the destroyer arrived, all the mechanical races took off with all the buildings and materials that could be evacuated in a short time. The destroyer directly acted on the center of the planet. Destroying the center of the planet was equivalent to directly destroying everything on the planet. Chen-Ning's Zerg fleet chose 50 valuable star systems when it set out, with a total of 73 valuable planets. Each of these 73 planets was injected with insect eggs. In the end, a total of 8 planets where no Zerg was found were completely destroyed by the destroyer, which was almost 1/10 of the total number. And all the remaining planets that had been invaded by the Zerg and could still exist under the baptism of the destroyer began to be monitored very closely. As long as insect eggs were found, the destroyer would be called again for cleansing. This is how the mechanical race fights the Zerg. Chapter 348 Preparations for the next time. The mechanical tribe did a lot. The appearance of the destroyer and the ruthless sweep of the mechanical tribe's own planet made Chen-Ning feel quite surprised. They did indeed clear the Zerg on all the planets that Chen-Ning's Zerg had invaded, and completely destroyed the planets where the Zerg was not found. The mechanical tribe would not gamble on the probability that the Zerg did not successfully parasitize. But they did not do enough. After Chen-Ning discovered the movements of the mechanical tribe's destroyer, in addition to letting the Zerg nests start migrating immediately, he also let all the Zerg nests that had just begun to breathe separate a part of the Zerg units to flee. As long as a seed or an egg is left, the entire Zerg nest can develop again. Therefore, even if the destroyer has cleared the Zerg nests on all planets, not all the Zerg on all planets have been killed. There are still Zerg hiding on more than 40 planets, and a small number of eggs are still alive. Chen-Ning still has a chance, but it just takes more time than before. It can only be said that the mechanical race took out the destroyer and destroyed several of its own planets very ruthlessly, which was a smart move. After all, if the destroyer was not there. Qinming dared to guarantee that in just 2 days, he could make those Zergs parasitic underground come out to cause trouble. The difficulty of invading a planet from space is completely different from that of causing trouble on the ground. The logistics of the mechanical race will be completely destroyed in a very short time. But now that the Zerg has been cleaned up by the destroyer, Qinming will never dispatch the Zerg before the Zerg develops to a large scale, so as not to attract the destroyer again and stimulate the Zerg again. There is no large-scale Zerg that can cause damage to the ground facilities of the mechanical clan. But they can't do anything in front of the destroyer. Appearing in advance will lead to less damage to the mechanical clan in the end. So even if the mechanical clan can't completely solve the Zerg problem by doing this, it can at least delay it for a few more days. Give the mechanical clan a chance to mine a wave of materials for the last time. And a few more days to study the technology that may eliminate the Zerg that is still hiding underground. Qinming really has no way to solve the current situation where the Zerg's actions are restricted. The destroyer may come again at any time, making any action basically a waste of effort. But in fact, he doesn't need to solve it, because Qinming did another thing at the same time as the Zerg fleet attacked. In Qinming's cognition, the entire universe is very rich. Not only are there planets with a large number of exploitable resources, but there are even habitable planets that far exceed Qinming's previous cognition. However, no matter how rich the place is, there must be barren corners. Near those rich planets, there are also many planets that have no development value. Of course, this development value is for living or non-living things other than Zerg. For the Zerg, as long as there is material, the planet is valuable. The mechanical race will not deliberately occupy these planets that are of no value to the mechanical race, which gives Qinming the opportunity to infiltrate. Therefore, although the 3 waves of Zerg fleet sent by Qinming are all targeted at planets that the mechanical race thinks are valuable, are developing or stationed, but every Zerg fleet will be dropped some Zerg eggs on the planets that have no development value for the mechanical race when passing through. Just like what the Black Mist prosthesis did when it encountered the destroyer. And this is another thing Qinming did. Even if the Zerg on every planet in the logistics galaxies of the mechanical clan have been cleared, there are still a large number of planets with Zerg, threatening the safety of the mechanical clan at any time. Qinming doesn't know if the mechanical clan has noticed or reacted to this. He feels that they should have noticed it. But this does not affect the growth of the Zerg eggs on those worthless planets. The mechanical clan has the ability to protect those planets with resource development. But they definitely do not have the ability to protect every planet. If every planet with Zerg is really swept, especially those barren planets that have no detection means to confirm the location of the Zerg eggs, then even if the destroyer is used to smoke, it may not be cleaned up. This is the most disgusting thing about Qinming's Zerg. Even Qinming will discuss the mechanical clan again later. At this time, Qinming is still observing the destroyer mothership inside the galaxy through some iron atoms remaining in the phase space of the last process galaxy reached by the destroyer. This mothership cannot stay in the phase space forever. Sooner or later, it will return to the normal universe and will always stay somewhere. Its radiation coil can be replaced, but not all facilities can be replaced. It must be inspected. Qinming just watched this destroyer mothership silently. Finally, after the mothership dealt with the last planet where no hive was found, it started the jump engine. When the spaceship in the phase space starts the jump engine, it can also take away the spaceship in the normal universe. So this mothership also took away the mechanical race, who chose to migrate with a large number of facilities and materials because the planet was destroyed. Only the remains of the destroyed planet were left in the galaxy. Qinming immediately activated his psychic power, allowing the iron atoms that were originally at a distance from the mothership to approach the location where the destroyer mothership jumped. The equipment was immediately manufactured to record the detailed jump fluctuation data when the mothership left, and the coordinates of the destination of the destroyer were confirmed through this data. It was almost the same as he thought. That is, the star gate in the star area of the mechanical race. It has to be said that the mechanical race is really rich. The Empire can only ensure that there is at least one star gate in a star field, while the mechanical race has installed star gates in every star field in such a small star field. Although the startup cost of the star gate is calculated based on the distance between the 2 star gates, the value of the star gate itself is there, especially the singularity that can only be obtained through a natural wormhole. That is the most important thing. Qinming actually has some or quite a lot of ideas about the star gate, but it is not the right time yet. Now, Ning chose to let the Queen of Zerg squeeze out about 1,000 Zerg cruisers, and then let each Zerg cruiser lock a galaxy inside the mechanical star field. The galaxies it locked were all galaxies that it believed the mechanical defense force was relatively empty, or even galaxies without defense force, because most of these galaxies are barren planets with no development value. Among the 1,000 Zerg cruisers, only a very small number of them will target some valuable star systems. And these cruisers with different targets are actually just baits to mislead the mechanical race. The reason is the same as before. Ning did not plan to let the fleet jump to those important planet-star systems of the mechanical race before, because there are definitely a large number of heavy troops guarding these places. Going there is to seek death. And there is no doubt that the planets will not be touched. So the Zerg must do it very clearly. That is, to drop insect eggs on those barren planets. The mechanical race may not specifically protect the barren planets, who would be so full as to guard those planets that have no development value at all. Therefore, even if it is only a single cruiser, there is a possibility that it will arrive at the surface of the planet and leave insect eggs under the siege of the mechanical race. Of course, the premise is that the cruiser's target cannot be the star systems developed by the mechanical race. Although there will be no special protection, it does not mean that there is no protection. Even if there are some planets that have no development value, the mechanical race will at least create a monitoring system covering the entire star system inside the star system, which is enough to detect the invasion of Zerg cruisers and send a fleet to deal with it. The mechanic race will soon discover the further actions that Ning has taken to allow more Zerg to infiltrate the mechanic race's star domain. But the mechanic race has no ability to stop it. They can't even handle the planets in the logistics galaxies that have no development value, let alone the galaxies and planets that Ning randomly selected. Of course, these cruisers that are about to set off can be said to be doomed. It is worth using 1,000 cruisers to exchange for more information about the mechanic race's star domain being parasitized by the Zerg. But Ning's actual purpose in doing this was not for these Zerg cruisers and the planets they were about to parasitize. The reason he thought of doing this was not because of the matter itself. He did not even pay full attention to all the cruisers that were about to set off again to confirm whether they could successfully parasitize later. He only paid attention to one of the Zerg cruisers. The destination of this cruiser was even a galaxy with a high degree of development of the mechanical clan. That was the galaxy where the mechanical clan's destroyer mothership had just arrived by leaping. It did not take too long to prepare. After all the Zerg cruisers had determined their targets, the leap began. In just a dozen seconds, thousands of Zerg cruisers appeared in thousands of different galaxies, approaching the nearest non-gas planet. This time, the number of Zerg fleets affected far exceeded that of the previous one. Although there was only one cruiser in each galaxy, it was natural. It triggered the reaction system of the mechanical clan and attracted the encirclement and suppression of the nearby mechanical clan fleet. But before the mechanical fleet destroyed Ning's Zerg spaceship, the Zerg spaceship had enough time to inject the eggs into those barren planets. Those Zerg spaceships that went to the star systems developed by the mechanical race were of course surrounded and suppressed by the mechanical fleet at the first time. Only one ship managed to temporarily escape the mechanical race by luck and successfully laid eggs on a planet. As for the ship that jumped to the mechanical star gate, according to the Empire's division of mechanical star regions, it should be considered a Zerg cruiser of the number 7 star gate star system. At the moment the jump ended, it was attacked by the destroyer. The jump fluctuations appear at both the starting point and the end point when the jump engine is activated. So Ning is not surprised that the mechanical race reacts so quickly. Anyway, his goal has been achieved. Just before the Zerg cruiser that Ning was concerned about was destroyed, he saw that the star gate in the galaxy was not activated, and there was no sign of activation. And the destroyer mothership seemed to have left the phase space through the phase facility here. At this time, it was in the orbit of a planet, ready to land at any time. It was only because of the Zerg cruiser that it turned its guns and attacked the Zerg warship. These are the proofs that the destroyer will stay here in the future. Although Ning had previously speculated that the destroyer might stay here because of the Zerg, but he couldn't be 100% sure. After all, the strategic value of the destroyer is also quite obvious, and it is obvious that it has more and better places to realize its value. However, with the arrival of this Zerg spaceship, Ning has completely confirmed his idea, and he has the opportunity to try to seize this destroyer. Ning gradually became excited, but he immediately poured cold water on himself. The number of Zerg fleets left in his hands was already quite small. There were many large-scale battles in a short period of time, and each time there were huge losses. The Queen of Zerg had developed long enough on the abandoned Zerg nest planet to be able to fight until now. But no matter what, the original resources of the Zerg had been consumed and there were not many left, which was not enough to support Qinming to continue to do things on the mechanical territory. After the excitement, the rest is still to do what needs to be done. At least now, he has to wait until the Zerg develops again. In this operation, Qinming only has one Zerg nest planet and a Zerg fleet of about 500,000 cruisers, which gives Qinming the confidence to fight the main battleship with cruisers. And the next time Qinming arrives at the mechanical Starfield with a fleet, there will definitely not be only that many. With the breeding efficiency of the Zerg, it won't take long for Qinming to form a more terrifying and powerful fleet again. He still has a chance later. The destroyer should not move again in the future. Only by ensuring logistics can they have the possibility of persisting in the war. And for Qinming, as long as the mechanical race is willing to ensure logistics, he still has the possibility of seizing the destroyer. But Qinming still has a question that he still doesn't understand after fighting several high-intensity battles with the mechanical race. Where are the external reinforcements of the mechanical race? Of course, Qinming's question was not answered. But when his Zerg fleet increases in number, he might try to use a large number of Zerg spacecraft to make a carpet jump to confirm. For now, forget it. And while he is busy fighting wits and courage with the mechanical race, at this time, Whooping is in the Odin Starfield. Minister Ho has also roughly listened to Whooping's account of the Black Fog prosthesis, seizing some Zerg units, and attacking the mechanical race. Of course, what Whooping said must be somewhat different from what Qinming actually did. And there are also quite a lot of concealments. But basically, it can be heard that the key point in Whooping's words is that an unknown existence shrouded in black fog has appeared. Minister Ho not only knew Whooping, but also knew Qinming's intelligence. So when he heard the keyword black fog, he confirmed, "Are you sure it was black fog? When did it appear?" And Whooping replied, "It was a very thick black fog. Just now, not long after I entered this room, something suddenly emerged from the shadows wrapped in black fog. I don't know what it is, but it was probably humanoid. After the thing in the black fog jumped out, he immediately released more black fog to cover my Zergs. All those Zergs were affected by the black fog and broke away from the control of the Zerg Queen." Black fog. There was once a black fog psychic known to many people as a member of Zhujiang who assassinated Qinming, and by Quan, who was with Qinming. At that time, it was said that the black fog psychic was killed by Qinming on the spot, and the body was not left. However, although there was no body at the time, there was by Quan's evidence, so it was recorded according to this statement. But now, after hearing Whooping talking about the black fog, Minister Ho subconsciously wondered if the black fog was related to Qinming. Of course, this was just his subconscious thought, and he quickly ruled it out. Zhujiang's brainwashing ability is obvious to all. Even the recognized psychic with strong consciousness can be brainwashed, and it is impossible for the black fog psychic to switch to Qinming's side. Not to mention that the brainwashed psychic was not dead when the black fog psychic assassinated him. He didn't think Qinming would specifically spare the life of a psychic who assassinated him and Bai Quan. Moreover, Zhujiang also has the psychic Xinyan, who has the ability to imitate the psychic effects of others and transform the psychic effects into the heart-gathering spirit bead for others to use. He was also a troublesome guy, and finally died at the hands of Whooping. It was because of his existence that Black Mist's heart spirit pearl was likely to be lost and driven by others. And now Minister Ho only heard the word Black Mist from Whooping. There are psychics with psychic effects similar to Black Mist, and they are not necessarily from Zhujiang. And it is even less likely that they are the Black Mist psychic at the beginning. It's just that Black Mist's sudden appearance really makes it hard not to suspect something related to Zhujiang. As far as Minister Ho knows, Zhujiang has not been completely dealt with in history. The Empire has tried to clean up Zhujiang elements more than once at a great cost throughout the Empire, and it is not without success. But as long as a few years or more than 10 years have passed, Zhujiang will jump out again. This time, the brainwashed psychic of Zhujiang was killed, and a large number of Zhujiang elements surrendered after the brainwashing. So many people believe that the source of Zhujiang's psychic power has been erased, and Zhujiang is finished. But could it be that Zhujiang is not extinct? Minister Ho thought of many things in an instant, but these were just his personal thoughts. Unless he got more evidence, he would not say any of these thoughts. Minister Ho continued to ask Whooping, Then how are your Zerg controlled? Is it a psychic? It should be a psychic or some psychic creature. But my Zerg is not controlled by psychic power. There is a pheromone in the black fog that is specifically targeted at Zerg, which can interfere with the Zerg's judgment and guide the Zerg. My queen has obtained the pheromone sample, and I can send it back to the Empire as soon as possible. Minister Ho nodded slightly. And just as he was about to continue speaking, another voice suddenly rang out from him. Contact Chenming directly and ask Chenming to deliver it. He has the means. Minister Ho paused for a moment, took the terminal out of the inner pocket of his clothes, and placed it on the table between him and Whooping. And Whooping pointed at the terminal on the table and asked, "Who is this?" A voice immediately rang out in the terminal. "Hello, Whooping. I am Minister Ho's superior, the Minister of the Empire Psychic Population Management Department, Lu Han." When Chenming heard this background, he immediately remembered the website Psychic Population Census Network that he had used several times before, which was a website under this department. Although Lu Han said that he was a minister, there was obviously a big difference in level between him and Minister Ho. One was a minister at the star domain level, and the other end of the terminal was a minister at the Empire level. "Hello, Minister Lu. Do you want me to go directly to Chenming?" "Yes, if you don't mind. You can ask us a few more questions." Although Minister Lu was asking questions, there was a lot of command in his tone, and Whooping frowned subconsciously. And Minister Ho next to him noticed this and said quickly, "Sorry for the trouble." He and Whooping were chatting well. Why did the boss suddenly come to make trouble? And Whooping didn't say much when he saw this, and took out the terminal in front of the two of them. Chenming certainly wouldn't be idle at this time. Before he arranged for Whooping to do something, he knew that someone would come to contact him and confirm what was going on outside with him. So before Whooping finished talking to Minister Ho, Chenming had already decided to contact Bai Quan. When Bai Quan answered Chenming's call again, Bai Quan's tone was a little nervous. "Another thing?" Recently, Chenming called him about something, and each one was not a small matter. Bai Quan's scalp was numb, especially since he was about to return to the front line. He had been so busy lately, but he dared not ignore Chenming's call. What if there was something important? Chenming immediately said, "This time it's not a big deal. I just found that the Zerg has made new moves. Some bugs wrapped in black fog suddenly attacked the mechanical tribe. Although it seems that they were all killed by the mechanical tribe in the end. There were traces of the destroyer suspected to be dispatched by the mechanical tribe. But those black fog bugs still left a lot of eggs on nearby planets. And the mechanical tribe seemed unable to clean them up. I sent a few ships to try to contact the black fog. But the things in the black fog didn't seem to want to contact me, and dismantled all my ships. But I also took the opportunity to take a picture of the thing in the black fog," Chenming said, and sent a photo of the ugly appearance of the black fog prosthesis that merged the three elements of human, bug, and machine to Bai Quan. "I suspect this is a human experiment conducted by Zhuajing or the mechanical race themselves. Zhuajing often conducts human experiments, and the mechanical race also has a history of transforming living things into machines. So, wait a minute." Before Chenming finished speaking, Bai Quan suddenly interrupted and said, "Don't rush to talk nonsense. Let me talk to you first. You say, do you remember that I saw you send that black mist psychic into the hibernation chamber? This person looks a lot like that black mist psychic." "Ah, this?" Chenming was embarrassed for a moment. He hadn't remembered it yet. But when Bai Quan mentioned it, he immediately thought of the assassination by the black mist psychic. But at that time, Bai Quan had only seen the black mist psychic once. And the black mist prosthesis was deliberately made ugly by Chenming, retaining only a few identity details that could only be seen if you looked carefully. Bai Quan could remember it clearly after such a long time? Maybe he was deceiving him. So he repeatedly looked at the photo he sent over several times, and said stubbornly, "It doesn't look like it." Bai Quan was not disturbed by Chenming, and said confidently, "What are you going to do? I don't want to see you doing the same thing as Zhuajing. People's bottom line will slowly lower. So don't cross that line." Bai Quan's tone was very serious, and Chenming could no longer answer with a casual attitude. He said seriously, "I have a clear conscience for everything I have done, and I will only use the right means on the right people. I will not do anything that is harmful to the Empire and the Legion. And even what I am doing is absolutely beneficial to both the Empire and the Legion. I just don't want the Empire to find out more about me, which will not benefit anyone." Bai Quan was silent for a while, sighed, and chose to believe Chenming. So this, neither human nor ghost thing, It's just a little experiment between An Whooping and me. It was indeed made by the Black Fog Psychic. Kill first, then experiment. There are two purposes. One is to attract the attention of the Empire and the mechanical clan, and the other is to tell the Empire about the existence of Zhuijing. When Bai Quan heard this, he immediately realized that he seemed to have encountered a big problem again, and asked, "What do you mean? Didn't Zhuijing's brainwashing psychic die?" Chapter 349 Pursuit. Although Bai Quan was not involved in the Camo Star region incident at all, but the Camo Star region incident was so big, and he had heard about the death of many important members of Lu Zhuijing and the complete collapse of Zhuijing. Of course, he also knew about An Whooping's incident, and after he told the news Chen Ming had given him before and got feedback, he already knew the connection between Chen Ming, An Whooping and the Zerg. So he was not surprised that Chen Ming and An Whooping had cooperated. And he was not even surprised that Chen Ming took the initiative to betray An Whooping's information, because it was obviously a means agreed upon by Chen Ming and An Whooping to achieve their goals. But he was still very surprised about the news about Zhuijing, especially the most important person in Zhuijing, the brainwashed psychic. Bai Quan had a deeper impression. The death of such a person is basically equivalent to sentencing Zhuijing to death. But now Chen Ming told him that he was doing things to catch Zhuijing, which obviously meant that Zhuijing still existed and was lurking in the Empire. Even psychics like Chen Ming and An Whooping are needed to personally deal with these matters related to Zhuijing. This made Bai Quan somewhat confused. Chen Ming could only say, "Brainwashed psychics are not so easy to die. Zhuijing has been around for so many years. It started when the Empire just took the first step towards the universe. It is impossible that Zhuijing can find a brainwashed psychic every 100 years?" Bai Quan said very familiarly about the topic of Zhuijing. This statement was mentioned a long time ago. But Zhuijing did not have such a strong influence before. Only in the early days of the Empire entering the space age did Zhuijing develop a little faster. In the later pioneering era, Zhuijing was just annoying people in various corners. It was not until the years after the pioneering era that Zhuijing began to emerge again. According to this time, if more mechanical organ transplants were performed, and the psychic's brain strength was high enough, the earliest brainwashed psychic might be alive today. And Whooping did not leave a corpse before he took action. And he did not say that he saw what the brainwashed psychic looked like. He had already turned into a monster and could not see it. In addition, after the death of the psychic Zhuijing, many brainwashed people, especially many local governments and many people in the military who were brainwashed by Zhuijing, voluntarily surrendered. So basically it was assumed that the brainwashed psychic was dead. How do you know that Zhuijing is still alive? Bai Quan's understanding of Zhuijing's history is obviously quite profound, and there is basically nothing wrong with his words. But Chen Ming still believed more in what he saw with his own eyes. "It's not me who is sure. It's An Whooping who is sure." He said that when he was fighting with the brainwashed psychic of Zhuijing, he sensed part of the psychic's memory because of the fusion of mental power. He found that the brainwashed psychic's memory was problematic and was implanted by someone. Someone implanted the brainwashed psychic's memory in him, making him think he was Zhuijing's brainwashed psychic. Chen Ming combined the appearance of the brainwashed psychic in Chen Yan's memory with the different information he confirmed from the brainwashed psychic's head that he had seen, and found that the dead brainwashed psychic was different from the real brainwashed psychic of Zhuijing. Bai Quan didn't quite understand psychic matters, so he asked, "Does this work? How can they have the same abilities when their psychic nerves are different?" And Whooping said yes. He said that any psychic who has lost his original memory and experienced life again through false memories will have his psychic nerves change along with the false memories. "Do you trust him so much?" "Because he showed me something that can prove it." Bai Quan didn't ask what An Whooping showed Chen Ming, and how he showed it to Chen Ming. Thinking about the Black Fog psychic who became extremely deformed in the Black Fog, but could control hundreds of thousands of Zerg cruisers, he could probably guess that An Whooping must have some important biotechnology in his hands. Perhaps it was some kind of neural connection technology that allowed An Whooping to share some memories with Chen Ming or something. In his opinion, only in this way would Chen Ming be able to trust An Whooping. "Who is that?" Chen Ming said in a helpless tone. "God knows." An Whooping said he only saw a moment of memory, so he roughly remembered what he looked like, so he could recognize it. But more than that would not be good enough. I also tried to use the kind of software that draws based on descriptions, but it didn't work well. It couldn't draw the effect that An Whooping said and the exact appearance of that person. But I can basically confirm that there is such a person. Bai Quan thought about it seriously and said, If this person can't be created, I feel like I have to. Don't. Qinming interrupted directly. There is a reason why Whooping didn't publicly announce this news before. The Empire cannot eradicate Zhujiang. The problem is that Zhujiang hides very well, and may even hide in a high position in the Empire. A brainwashed psychic can hide anywhere. Of course, the one at the top is definitely not him. Otherwise, the human empire would have changed its name to Zhujiang Empire long ago. And Zhujiang would not have been hiding like it is now. And important figures were killed. Bai Quan nodded, agreeing with Qinming's idea. So Whooping and I plan to use our technology to disguise ourselves as Zhujiang, and do things under the name of Zhujiang. It can remind the Empire that Zhujiang has not completely disappeared. They are just increasing in number like before. Then we can remind the Zhujiang who are still hiding in the dark. Maybe those Zhujiang will come directly to us. Bai Quan said, the forces that hide in the dark and accumulate strength are disguised to appear in the light. And it is indeed possible to go directly to the disguised people. But what about the details? Do you rely on you to disguise yourself as Zhujiang to attack the mechanical race? Of course not. Qinming immediately denied. After, we will have new moves. My fleet will fight with the fleet of the Black Mist Zerg, and then make it look like I am fighting with these Black Mist Zerg. When the time comes, I will need you to cooperate with me a little. Just send some ships out to show your attitude. Then I will ask Whooping to send some Black Mist Zerg to the Empire, and try to cause some losses that are not so big. At least not just a small fight outside the Empire. At least it is to make the Empire pay attention to Zhujiang again. As long as we raise the news of Zhujiang again, someone will do the rest. Whether it is the Anti-Cult Bureau or Zhujiang himself. I understand. Bai Quan understood the reason behind Qinming's initiative to expose the Zerg and the Black Mist Zerg. As long as these ideas can be completed. It is indeed as Qinming said. A good thing for everyone. And Qinming's concern about concealment is indeed reasonable. If there are people in the upper echelons of the Empire who are involved with Zhujiang, then this plan is a pure waste of resources. Not only is it a waste of Qinming and Whooping's, but also a waste of the Empire's resources. Therefore, he only found Whooping, who has a deep hatred for Zhujiang, to cooperate with to complete all this. That makes sense. Bai Quan is not an unreasonable person, and he is willing to do necessary evil, whether it is the experiment of the Black Mist Psychic, who is a member of Zhujiang, or he helps Qinming conceal some specific information from others. Then let's talk about something serious. Many people behind Bai Quan and in other places want to learn more about Qinming and Whooping through his mouth. Instead of investigating in person to avoid offending Qinming, Bai Quan just asked what he wanted to know. And what he was going to say next was what others wanted to know. Bai Quan cleared his throat and turned the topic back to the time when he didn't know a lot of more detailed information. Last time you gave me a photo saying that an unknown Zerg occupied a planet. But Whooping explained a lot of things, including your contact and cooperation with him. Qinming said in a flat tone, Oh, what did you say? Just an oh. Don't you have anything to say? No. It was originally planned like this. And it's normal that the nonsense was discovered. Look. No one dared to come to me to question it. Right? Bai Quan supported his forehead and said, but the higher-ups are still worried about what you will do to Whooping. So they just told me to ask about the relationship between you and Whooping, and what the Empire can help Whooping with. It means that they suspect you are threatening Whooping, and they want you to let go. And the Empire will compensate you. What? What can I do? How can a serious cooperation be called a threat? Stop for a moment. Bai Quan felt that Qinming was talking nonsense again. So he asked in a private way, how exactly do you and Whooping cooperate? How did he agree to cooperate with you? Oh, his queen worm is here with me. Bai Quan was silent for a moment and didn't say much. After discussing with Qinming, he needed to tell the news to the public. And he needed to hide the news for Qinming. After asking all these questions, he asked Qinming an irrelevant question. Do you have any idea about the situation on the front line? The front line of the mechanical tribe is almost completely undefended. We have only sent out a few exploratory troops, and are about to create a concave shape in the defense line of the mechanical tribe Starfield. To be honest, I feel more and more that this is a trap set by the mechanical tribe. But I have no idea at all. Qinming really wanted to say that this was not a trap, but that his actions behind the mechanical tribe attracted the main force of the mechanical tribe to their rear. But it was not easy for him to directly tell the news. After all, these were the things he really wanted to conceal, and they were another power he had hidden. So Chenming chose to guide the situation of the mechanical race in other directions. For example, the phase behemoth. It just so happened that Chenming had really come into contact with the behemoth many times. He used this excuse to tell the mechanical race that he had no good means to deal with the phase behemoth, and that he had been forced to stuff the cruiser and the main battleship into the phase space in order to drive away the phase behemoth. He also spent some time explaining to Bai Quan the means and techniques of temporarily sending ordinary warships into the phase space. Then he used the fact that the mothership suspected of carrying the destroyer appeared in the area where the black fog insect race appeared to throw a pot on Whooping's head. Then he talked about the possibility that the external reinforcements of the mechanical race might still be hidden somewhere, and helped Bai Quan confirm that there might indeed be traps set up. Chenming used this information to make Bai Quan and others ignore the losses of the mechanical race caused by Chenming's power. Chenming didn't know how much Bai Quan believed, but everything he said was true. He just deliberately concealed some information. It's not that Chenming didn't trust Bai Quan, but there are some news that really can't be told to others. After talking with Bai Quan, and Whooping's phone call happened to come in. Then Chenming immediately prepared to ask and answer his own questions. He answered in Whooping's call. Chenming immediately asked, "What's wrong?" And Whooping's voice sounded from the terminal. "Did you see the black fog?" "I saw it. It shouldn't be you who made it." "Yes. It is other things that are forcibly controlling my bugs." So I think." And Whooping was interrupted by Minister Lu Han on the other end of the terminal, in the hand of Minister Ho on his side, Director Chenming. "Can I talk to you?" A question mark suddenly appeared above Chenming's head. "No. You didn't have this attitude just now. Why was your tone so commanding when you were talking to Whooping? But your attitude suddenly became better when you came to him? Did you have the attitude of asking for help? What does it mean? He is a minister at the national level after all. Why is there such a big difference between the two? Are you afraid of his psychic power? But if you really want to say it, Chenming is only level 5. And Whooping is already level 6, as he said himself. Or is it because Whooping can't find him even at level 6? And although Chenming is only level 5, his psychic threat is obviously greater. It's really prescribing the right medicine for the right disease. And he is easy to bully if he has a good attitude? Chenming thought of the past again in an instant. He had always maintained a humble attitude. But as soon as he arrived at the headquarters, someone gave him a surprise, forcing him to act violently. The whole empire laughed at the Legion, and the Legion commander had to step in personally to solve the problem. From then until today, at least in the Legion and the Empire, everyone who knew him smiled at him. Just now, and when he talked to Bai Quan last time, he would say that no one dared to ask him questions. As a result, Chenming enjoyed the treatment he had once before, but he enjoyed it again from Whooping. It was really a case of good people being bullied. Minister Ho, who was standing by, saw that Whooping's expression was getting more and more wrong because of his superior's words, and cold sweat ran down his heart. He and Whooping had met and known each other for a few times, and they tried to slow down their tone and communicate properly, and Whooping also cooperated. As a result, the boss's attitude made it like this in a short while. Even if he wanted to use different attitudes to affect the relationship between Chenming and Whooping, it would not ruin his relationship with Whooping. But he had no choice. He was really not qualified to say more to his superiors. Chenming took in Minister Ho's expression, and did not let Whooping directly show any personality-destroying behavior. At the same time, his Legion's prosthesis responded on the terminal. "Who are you?" Lu Han introduced himself as before and mentioned his idea of asking Chenming to help transport supplies with psychic energy. By the way, he also asked Chenming to investigate the matter in depth and find out who was behind the black fog. At the same time, he also specifically explained the matter of the black fog psychic who was killed by Chenming before. Of course, his attitude was on Chenming's side, and he expressed some people's suspicions in a very euphemistic way, hoping to help Chenming prove his innocence. It's just that the Empire's fleet needs a lot of time to travel, so Chenming can only ask him to investigate it himself. After learning about the situation of the Black Mist, the Empire has already suspected the Black Mist psychic and Zhuijing. This is a good thing for Chenming, but Minister Lu's attitude made him completely unhappy. It also gave him no reason to get angry. So he just exchanged information normally, and talked about some things he had explained to Bai Quan. Then the communication ended. But Whooping was different. He took a last look at Minister Ho and the terminal on the table in front of him, and left with a dark face. Minister Ho's face also darkened after Whooping left. But he still maintained a normal tone when speaking. Minister Lu. And Whooping is gone. It's okay. He is a psychic who can be easily controlled by Qinming. And another psychic has taken away so many Zerg warships. His ability should be just like that. Don't worry too much about him. Just do your work as before. Then I will send other psychics to investigate that area. Lu Han seemed to realize the difference in his attitude when communicating with Qinming and Whooping. But he had no intention of changing it. People in high positions don't care too much about what the people below think. As for the specific definition of the people below, there are different opinions. Minister Ho silently accepted the orders from his superiors, and he would not do anything else. Time went by in the blink of an eye, and it was the next day. Qinming had basically arranged the affairs of Whooping and the Zerg. At the same time, through Baiquan, I also learned that most of the insiders in the Empire suspected that the ugly black fog prosthesis in the black fog insect incident was made by Zhuijing. Although this kind of creature that is a mixture of humans, machines, and insects really looks like something that Qinming and Whooping worked together to make. It is also the existence that they took the initiative to expose. And Whooping and Qinming have no reason to take the initiative to tell the Empire about such an existence. Moreover, Qinming's statement that black fog psychics die without a complete body is corroborated by Baiquan. In addition, Zhuijing does have a history of human experiments. It's not that mechanical devices can't be made. And it's even easier for Zhuijing to get the black fog heart-gathering spirit bead. And there is another point that is not too critical. But it also affects many people's judgment. That is, Qinming has been making all kinds of high-tech machinery. And the biological spacecraft made by Whooping is also extremely beautiful. It is completely different from the ugly black fog prosthesis. So after thinking about the difference between what Qinming and Whooping made and the black fog prosthesis, although many people will not take this situation as the main basis for judgment, they will subconsciously take this situation as an important auxiliary basis for judgment. Therefore, the situation in the Empire is developing in the direction that Qinming wants to see. No one will interfere with what he will do behind the mechanical tribe later. However, Qinming is not in a hurry to act so quickly. And the development of the Zerg still needs time. And he has another thing to deal with. That is the matter of the phase behemoth. Qinming can only communicate very simply with the phase behemoth. And there is no way to share detailed ideas for the phase behemoth to understand. If the phase behemoth runs away again, like last time when they meet next time, Qinming is really worried whether it can come back alive. So it must find a way to solve the communication problem. Qinming had already started thinking about it when the phase beast left. The first solution he thought of was to let the Queen of Insects absorb the 3 scales that the phase beast had left for him last time. After thinking about it, he decided not to do it for the time being, because he felt that if the Queen of Insects absorbed the scales of the phase beast, it would most likely enter the evolutionary state again. It would not be a good thing for the Queen of Insects to suddenly evolve at this point in time. So Qinming thought about it for a long time, and thought of many ways to communicate. The final choice was to let the Queen Worm create the way to communicate with Qinming before it absorbed Qinming's condensed spiritual energy source. The neural link, using a nerve derived from the body. Try to communicate directly with the phase beast mentally. It's not too difficult. But the Queen Worm has to make this nerve thicker. And today, after conducting some simple tests, the nerve used to communicate with the phase beast has been made by the Queen Worm. And the time is almost the same. The phase beast went out for a few hours and came back. So now if the phase beast is still alive, it should be looking for his traces. And the way to find it must be related to Qinming's use of the power of the Scarlet Dimension. Therefore, Qinming's approach is to find a place outside the star field of the mechanical race, and use psychic energy to send a robot to the phase space of this place through the Scarlet Dimension. Then wait. Just wait. After waiting for about half an hour, the transition wave of the phase beast appeared in this galaxy. And Qinming really waited for the phase beast. The phase beast that appeared in front of Qinming had many more scars on its body. This time, there were not only the horrible scars of being bitten by its own kind, but also some marks that seemed to be violently whipped by other phase beasts with their tails. The scales on these wounds were almost all broken. And there were even some places where purple blood was still slowly flowing out. The injury was more serious than the last time. But the phase beast still came to Qinming's robot excitedly. It pushed the scarlet flesh in its mouth, which was larger than before, to Qinming. Qinming did not touch the flesh, but used the Scarlet Dimension again to send the nerve here. The phase beast sensed that Chen-Ning used part of the power of the Scarlet Dimension, and suddenly seemed a little more excited. But after discovering that Chen-Ning only used the power of the Scarlet Dimension for a moment, the excitement dissipated, and continued to push the scarlet flesh towards Chen-Ning. Chen-Ning still did not touch the flesh, but let the robot drag the nerve that was connected to Chen-Ning's mental power to try to get close to the phase beast, and at the same time made a friendly and soothing sound. But the phase beast seemed to not understand Chen-Ning's idea of accessing the nerve, and it was somewhat resistant to Chen-Ning bringing this tentacle-like thing close to it. It kept a distance from Chen-Ning's robot, and kept signaling Chen-Ning to touch the scarlet flesh. It went around in circles with Chen-Ning. The robot could not catch up with the phase beast at all, no matter how much Chen-Ning accelerated. The phase beast just wanted Chen-Ning to absorb the scarlet flesh and blood, but didn't want to come into contact with this nerve. Chen-Ning had no choice but to temporarily return to the flesh and blood, and completely absorb the larger flesh and blood when the phase beast approached. The phase beast immediately approached, carefully observing Chen-Ning, while still avoiding the nerves on the robot's hand. After observing for a long time, it suddenly seemed a little disappointed, and once again took off into the air, as if it was still going to continue to pick up Chen-Ning to find the scarlet flesh and blood. No matter how Chen-Ning called it, there was no movement, and the goal was very clear. Chen-Ning couldn't hold it this time. He really couldn't just accept other people's kindness to him for no reason, even if this other person was not a human, but a phase beast. It just so happened that he was not fighting with the mechanical race at the moment. So Chen-Ning chose to build a cruiser directly next to the robot, and follow the position where the phase beast jumped directly. If his calculations were correct, the location where the phase beast went should be somewhere inside the mechanical clan Starfield. Chapter 350 Shadow. The jump ended quickly. A new galaxy appeared in front of Chen-Ning. There are mechanical space buildings everywhere in a galaxy, and every planet inside it has traces of mechanical development. And there are mechanical colonies in many places. But this galaxy is now in ruins. Everything in the galaxy, whether in space or on the planet, related to the mechanical race, has become a ruin. And if you take a quick look, you will find that these buildings have not been in ruins for a long time. At least not more than half a year. The mechanical race seems to have abandoned this place. Not only did no mechanical race come to clean up the ruins, but there were even no monitoring facilities for the galaxy that should have been there. It is hard to imagine that there would be such a place in the core area of the mechanical race Starfield. Chen-Ning recorded the coordinates of this galaxy, and immediately looked for the traces of the phase behemoth that had just jumped here. Soon he found that the phase behemoth was not far away, and the phase behemoth also noticed the spaceship that Chen-Ning drove over. Then the phase beast was once again in confusion and bewilderment, seemingly unable to understand what was happening to Chen-Ning in front of him, and how he suddenly changed from a robot to this. The phase beast seemed to think seriously for a while, and it was unknown what it thought of. And suddenly it chirped at Chen-Ning again. Although the phase beast and Chen-Ning's cruiser were both in the vacuum of the universe, the medium in the phase space had the ability to transmit sound in the phase space, allowing Chen-Ning to hear the phase beast's voice clearly. The sound it made at this time was different from the previous communication with Chen-Ning. It was full of warnings and concerns, and it was obvious that it wanted Chen-Ning to leave. Chen-Ning certainly couldn't leave casually. He didn't want to see the only phase beast he had contacted, and was quite friendly, do something dangerous. He continued to let the spacecraft approach, trying to communicate with the phase beast, letting it contact the nerve for communication that Chen-Ning asked the Queen to make. However, the phase beast was still very resistant to this. It flicked its two slender tails, turned its posture, and a purple light shone on its body. It called on the power of phase, and entered the jump again, disappearing in front of Chen-Ning. By investigating the jump traces, Chen-Ning once again confirmed the destination of the phase beast's jump, which was still inside the star field of the mechanical race. He also started the jump engine and chased after it. However, this time, his spacecraft had an accident when it was jumping. Before the spacecraft landed, a phase force had already madly repelled him at the end of the jump. A surging repulsive force was surging out frantically, trying to squeeze Chen-Ning's spaceship out, and not giving it a chance to jump to its destination. Even this repulsive force was acting on Chen-Ning's consciousness while acting on the spaceship. Just like the last time the phase space and the Scarlet Dimension clashed in his consciousness space, it once again caused damage to Chen-Ning's consciousness space. Just when Chen-Ning thought that the coordinates that the phase beast was heading to were the territory of the phase beast alone, and other creatures were not allowed to enter, The blue light in his consciousness space suddenly lit up, protecting his consciousness space and reducing the impact he received to a minimum. This is not the phase space rejecting him, and the phase beast does not have such power. What is going on? As the jump progresses, Ning feels that not only his consciousness and worship are being rejected by this force, but even the entire space is rejecting him and his worship. The phase space at the destination seems to be incompatible with the ordinary phase space. Only by thoroughly mastering the power of the phase can one try to accommodate this repulsive force and avoid being squeezed out. But Ning can't do it now. He only has the mark of the phase power, and he himself does not have any of this power. And at the end of the jump, his robot and spaceship arrived at the destination. In a short time that Ning could hardly react, the spaceship was squeezed out of the phase space by this force that he could no longer resist and returned to the normal universe. And then in the next moment, his robot and the cruiser on which the robot was riding were instantly destroyed by a huge force. The wreckage of the spaceship was also annihilated by an unprecedentedly aggressive phase force, and it could not even be repaired. He completely lost sight of the galaxy and lost track of the phase monster. The last scene Ning saw through the robot and the spaceship was a shadow covering the sky. Ning frowned and created a new cruiser in the area where his spaceship had passed before. He performed the jump again. This time, Ning didn't even have time to see what was going on before the spaceship was destroyed. He was unable to observe any useful information, and the spaceship's recording equipment didn't record anything valuable. He could only be sure that the spaceship was destroyed by brute force, and then completely destroyed by a special phase force with extremely special aggressiveness. If he guessed correctly, this should be done by the same kind of phase beast. Should we try again? Ning thought about it and gave up the idea. The power of that huge phase beast was so strong that he was even unable to resist it now. He felt that unless he took out the Zerg fleet to try again, there was no way to get in with the spaceships he controlled alone. If he tried to get in many times, it might affect the original plan of the small phase beast that had already entered and communicated with him. It had snatched the scarlet meat from the mouth of this phase beast that Ning was even unable to resist twice. Maybe it would work this time. It was the current situation that made him very curious about one thing. How did the small phase beast get in? Is it because the phase beast is born to control the power of the phase? Ning didn't understand. He could only wait and see. Wait for 2 days. If the small phase beast didn't come back, he would try again. Ning recorded the coordinates of the place where the small phase behemoth went. At the same time, he also arranged several spaceships in the decadent mechanical star field to go there, preparing to investigate the cause of the decline of this galaxy. Ning couldn't go to the place where the small phase behemoth went, but the last place it went to was still not affected. So he could start from here. After the investigation, he would throw some insect eggs there. This place should also be the base for his work in the mechanical star field. Ning's spaceship immediately began to investigate the planets one by one. Soon he confirmed that all the damaged mechanical buildings and all the mechanical colonies in the galaxy were destroyed by something with brute force. It can be basically confirmed that the entire galaxy was destroyed by the phase behemoth. And judging from the traces of the ruins, it should be the work of the huge phase behemoth. After scanning in space, Ning landed a spaceship on a planet in a galaxy, preparing to land among the ruins. However, the spaceship had just landed and touched the ground, and before it could stop completely, the ground sank significantly, and pieces of ruins collapsed again, and smoke and dust covered a large area. Ning immediately let the spaceship hover and looked at the ground under the spaceship. The underground structure of the ruins seemed extremely soft. Ning asked the spaceship to scan it immediately with some confusion. And then he found a place that shocked him. That is, the underground of this ruin is not filled with damaged mechanical structures and rocks, but with all dried flesh and blood tissues. All of them are the product of dimensional infection. The spacecraft cannot observe when it conducts long-distance scanning directly in space. Only when it gets close can it find these distorted things hidden under the ruins. Ning immediately asked all the spacecraft in the galaxy to conduct close-range scanning of the nearest planet. The result is the same. Traces of such shriveled flesh and blood tissues were also found on other planets. This is probably the original place where the mechanical race created the dimensional infection. It's just that Ning doesn't understand how the dimensional infection grew on the territory of the mechanical race. The only existence that could possibly provide flesh and blood to the Scarlet Dimension for proliferation is probably the phase beast. Could it be that the Scarlet Dimension infection that appeared in this mechanical race's galaxy is related to the phase beast, phase space, phase beast, dimension infection, destroyer. All seem to be connected in this galaxy. But Qinming did not find anything else on all the planets in the entire galaxy except these shriveled flesh and blood. And there was no clue for further research. He couldn't make an accurate judgment now. He needed more information. And the information could only be obtained from the phase beast or the database of the mechanical race later. Now, he couldn't continue the investigation. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Bai Quan had already gone to the front line of the Gallow Star region, and Qinming followed Bai Quan back to the front line, leaving only the robot at the headquarters. In the 2 days before leaving, Qinming arranged the follow-up for most of the things he needed to do at the headquarters. Make sure that after he leaves, the robot can continue to participate in the research of several new projects he will participate in later. He also took advantage of these 2 days to arrange things in other places, such as the pioneering fleet that had been advancing for several days in the main body. Qinming's pioneering fleet itself stayed at the 3rd and 4th extreme distance jump positions. Because of the relationship with the mechanical race, it directly advanced 3 extreme distance jumps to the target galaxy originally set by Qinming, and reached the distance of the 7th extreme jump. This decision now seems very wise, because at the same time that Qinming launched the Zerg fleet to attack the mechanical race, some monitoring facilities he left near the original location of the pioneering fleet discovered that the mechanical fleet had searched there, just in vain. But if Qinming had not retreated, he believed that the mechanical destroyer would have been in his face at that time. At present, Qinming has also let the pioneering fleet find a new suitable planet for stationing, and began to explore the surrounding star fields to find places for resource mining. At the same time, the application of new technologies has also begun. Of course, when we say technology, it actually means to let the Zerg participate in the plan of development. The Zerg has a strong ability to mine resources and convert all visible things into its own nutrition. Of course, they can also not convert, leaving those high-value minerals, and only maintaining life by eating soil and rocks. Therefore, Qinming believes that the current Zerg is enough to undertake large-scale material mining. All mineral resources can be mined by the Zerg. Although there are no large-scale industrial mining facilities, the efficiency of a large number of Zerg in large-scale resource development is not low, which is far better than Qinming's previous small-scale mining equipment left on different planets. In addition to the role of resource developers, the Zerg can also play another key auxiliary role in the development itself. That is, by allowing the Zerg to transform into the highest point, the Queen Zerg can master the manufacturing method of biological exploration ships, so as to replace the role of the several highest points in Qinming's fleet, further speed up the efficiency of opening up hyperspace channels, and improve the overall development efficiency. Of course, Qinming does not need to be responsible for this matter. He only needs to tell Hui-Wan about the Queen Zerg's ability, and then let Hui-Wan arrange all the rest. Qinming himself is still doing more of his own things. In addition to the research project of the headquarters prosthesis, Qinming has never stopped the research project of the main body, including optimizing the guard Zerg and continuing to study the manufacturing plan of the semi-mechanical and semi-biological structure. At the same time, Qinming is still paying attention to the situation of Sample Zero. Sample Zero is still alive and getting better and better. The consciousness of the Zerg unit in Sample Zero is just a very standard and ordinary Zerg unit consciousness. But as it has undergone transformation in the body of Sample Zero, and has also experienced subsequent struggles with its own imperfect semi-mechanized structure relying on its body, it can be seen that it is completely merging with its body, and its own consciousness strength is also increasing in this process. It is already different from any other Zerg. Even Qinming found that the IQ of Sample Zero is getting higher and higher, and it can already recognize some simple texts. And it is also trying to imitate the voice of Qinming, who often observes it by actively evolving complex vocal organs. It is not known whether it has evolved such an ability by itself, or it is the credit of its semi-mechanized structure. In short, its existence has obvious value. Qinming plans to keep it for a while longer to see if it will have any new changes in the future. And at noon the day before Qinming was about to leave with Bai Quan, Qinming also received a call from Bian Gaoxian, the head of the Fan Chao Research Institute, where Qinming used robots to participate in the phase space and Scarlet Dimension interaction experiment. And he also received a gift in the mail. Outside the gift box was an invitation letter, inviting Qinming to visit the Fan Chao Research Institute. To be honest, Qinming was quite interested. But he couldn't do it recently. He told Bian Gaoxian the reason for the front line on the phone, and received a reply from Bian Gaoxian that he was welcome at any time. Then Qinming opened the gift box sent by Bian Gaoxian. There were two things in it. One was a storage device, which stored various weapons and spacecraft blueprints under test. Bian Gaoxian left a message in it saying that these were some scientific research blueprints that their institute had approved and allowed to be shared with similar people who were friendly with the Fanchao Research Institute. And the other thing. It was a spirit stone with the property of eating spirits. Although this spirit stone was only the size of the tip of a little finger in normal state, resulting in its low strength. This thing was very special. According to Qinming, there are many different types of spirit stones with different properties. Some belong to human characteristics, and some belong to human-related properties, and some are related to spirits. Such spirit stones are definitely not bad, even if they are small in size. Although its strength is not enough for Qinming now. It also has its own functionality. It can give Qinming psychic fluctuations a special property. As long as he is in contact with psychic-related matters, he will actively devour some external psychic fluctuations to nourish himself and provide additional mental power, recovery, and endurance. As for the negative effect, it will have a hobby for high-concentration psychic fluctuation environments. Qinming's body stays in a high-concentration psychic fluctuation environment every day, and the negative effect is equal to no. Although the positive effect may not seem obvious, it will definitely give him some unexpected subtleties in battle. The things given by others to repay the life-saving grace determine how valuable their lives are in their own eyes. Bian Gaoxian is just a researcher with a little experience in the Fanchao Research Institute, and he is still an ordinary person. These are the most valuable things he can find. After the headquarters has dealt with all these things, the warships that Qinming and Bai Quan are riding at this time, as well as the fleet where the warships are located, have also arrived at the Gallow Starfield through the Star Gate. Qinming did not go directly to the branch with Bai Quan, although going to the branch can first understand the movements of the mechanical race on the side of the Empire. Qinming still chose to return to the pirate space station not far from the branch. The boss, who had been busy outside for a while, had returned here a few days ago, and Qinming had to go to see him. When Qinming returned to the hardware store in the No. 1 Industrial Space Arm again, he saw that the boss was still sitting behind the counter as before. But the previous boss used to wear sandals and short sleeves, and looked like he was doing nothing, lying flat. But now the boss has changed his dressing style. Although he is still wearing casual clothes, he seems to be more energetic and has a goal. After Qinming walked into the hardware store, the boss looked Qinming up and down, without any sense of unfamiliarity after not seeing him for a long time, and asked casually, "Is this real? Fake?" "It looks real." Qinming casually pulled a chair from the side and chatted, "Boss, what have you been doing recently? The matter of Camo Star region should have ended long ago, and you didn't even come to the engagement party. I wanted to come back earlier, but the president stopped me and asked me to help study the mental state of the infected entity in some dimension. And didn't I record my face on the video at the engagement party? You have been very active recently. I have heard a lot about you outside. Tell me about it." Qinming nodded. He could hide his purpose, plan, preparation, and arrangement from anyone else, but it was not necessary for the boss. The boss was his guide on the road of psychic power, and his mentor, who helped him achieve today's results. There was no need to hide it from the boss. "I have indeed done a lot of things recently. I used An Whooping's fake identity to cooperate with the Zerg to attract the attention of the Empire and the Mechanical Clan to the border of the Mechanical Clan Starfield, and then used the Zerg to attack the Mechanical Clan's logistics galaxy at the same time." The boss seemed to be a little excited when listening to Qinming's story, which was beyond Qinming's expectation, and motioned Qinming to continue to talk in detail. Qinming did not hide anything. He told the boss in detail about the movements of the mechanical race, his thoughts on the mechanical race's mothership and Stargate, the source of the Zerg's ability, the situation of entering the Scarlet Dimension again, and the matter of the Phase Beast. Just as the boss was reviewing Qinming's experience during this period with great satisfaction, Qinming suddenly realized something. The boss's ability is related to consciousness and mind. So can the boss contact the Phase Beast? Qinming asked immediately. The boss was quite interested in this and asked, "How can I contact the Phase Beast here? My psychic power can now directly teleport people." "By what means?" "The Scarlet Dimension." Qinming left his boss's hardware store shortly afterwards. He boarded a spaceship to head to the branch. On the way, He received a message from Chung Xinghai. He learned that Chung Xinghai had finished his training and would go to Gallow after 2 days of rest. The end of Chung Xinghai's training meant that the backbone of the Empire was ready to go to the front line. The Empire's troops against the mechanical race were all used as vanguards for trial. Now they have to use real military forces. But even though they only used vanguards, the Empire's war against the mechanical race was still victorious. Even Chen Ming, who knew the overall situation of the war and the situation behind it, found it difficult not to doubt what the mechanical race was preparing for. The mechanical race could not wait to die. Even if the logistics were defeated by him before, the mechanical race would at least find a way to fight the Empire. It was impossible that there would be no movement. He felt that he really had to wait for the Zerg to develop again and send a ship to each star system of the mechanical race for reconnaissance. Chen Ming had just been distracted for a while when a bunch of messages from Chung Xinghai appeared on the terminal in his hand, telling Chen Ming about the pain of the training camp. Chen Ming comforted her while continuing to think about the war. Not long after, Chen Ming arrived at the star system where the branch was located. There have been huge changes here compared to the last time he left. The branch is no longer limited to a volcanic planet. All the planets in the star system have traces of development and have the foundation for construction. Chen Ming's spaceship landed on the only volcanic planet in the star system, which is the headquarters of the branch. He was immediately taken to the headquarters. On the way, Chen Ming saw that everyone was in a hurry, with tense faces, as if something had happened. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered that he saw a large number of fleets coming in and out outside before landing. He thought it was normal, but now it seems not. As for what happened specifically, he should know it soon. Chen Ming was soon taken to the command center in the newly built headquarters building. There were many people in the command center, and dozens of light screens were flashing on different devices. Xiao Bowen, who had not been seen for a while, was sitting in the main seat of the command center, and Bai Quan was sitting in his deputy's position. Seeing Chen Ming come in, Bai Quan greeted Xiao Bowen and greeted Chen Ming. What happened? The mechanical race finally took action. They raided a planet on our border.